Chapter 291. The vision is still as good as ever. Where is the main force of the dragon orcs now? Sunan asked. It is in the Blackstone Canyon, more than 30 kilometers away, with more than 2 million troops stationed. The scepter handed over a report. Sunan took it and looked at it. It was about the situation of the battle between the Star Alliance army and the Shiga Plain in recent years. In addition to the Dragon Orc Empire, the Black Cable Tower also stationed 12 wizard towers, 30 Black Cable giant ships, and more than 500,000 golem puppets in the Shiga Plain. In the war of nearly 10 years, the Star Alliance army and the Shiga Plain suffered losses, most of which were ground army losses, and the wizard towers of both sides did not suffer any war damage. The biggest loss was the battle in which the Shiga Plain supported the Olan Plain not long ago, in which it lost 4 wizard towers and 25 Black Cable giant ships, which was seriously damaged. With the fall of the Olan Plain, the army of the Shiga Plain has lost a lot of momentum recently. It is no longer pressing forward like before, with a momentum to destroy the Star Alliance army. Instead, it gradually shrinks the front line and takes a defensive stance. Sunan can probably guess what the Shiga Plain is planning. With the previous experience of the Olan Plain, the only thought of the Shiga Plain now is probably to resist the offensive of the Star Alliance and support until the Black Soda headquarters is free to send the main force to support. Handing the report to Liz, Sunan waited for her to finish reading it before saying, "The next war will be left to you to command. Now the Star Alliance combat power in war creations has completely crushed the Shiga Plain, and the ground army also has an advantage. This war is no longer suspenseful. The only difference is how long it will take for the Star Alliance to capture the Shiga Plain. Because of the war, Sunan cultivation speed has slowed down a lot in recent years. Next, he plans to focus more on cultivation. Expanding the territory and strengthening the strength of the Star Alliance are certainly important, but the strength of the controller is also the top priority. Whether the Star Alliance can rank among the second-rate wizard forces depends not only on the strength of the Star Alliance, but also on whether he can be promoted to a true spirit wizard. Returning to the top floor of the Starlight Wizard Tower, Sunan sat down next to the element furnace. Inside the huge element furnace, the azure liquid surged silently, emitting a faint blue mist visible to the naked eye. Those are energy particles that are almost materialized. The entire top floor hall is full of extremely high concentrations of energy particles. In this environment, the efficiency of cultivation can be imagined. In fact, after the simplified element furnace was built, Sunan cultivation efficiency also increased. Originally, in his expectation, he had to cultivate for at least 300 years to break through to the third level of crystallization. But now, with the simplified element furnace, he will definitely be able to complete the breakthrough within 300 years. Converging distracting thoughts, Sunan calmed down and began to practice quietly. Time flies. Just as Sunan was immersed in cultivation and occasionally took time to synthesize the enhanced wizard tower facilities, the war in the Shiga Plain was also in full swing, facing the many enhanced wizard towers of the Star Alliance. The Black Soda wizard tower of the Shiga Plain was no match at all. Even though the Black Soda headquarters later supported more than 10 wizard towers, they were still defeated in the face of the powerful war strength of the Star Alliance. In the year 2283 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance and the Shiga Plain garrison fought a major battle in the Dragon Tooth Canyon. The total number of troops deployed by both sides exceeded 5 million, and the total number of wizard towers exceeded 60. The battle lasted for half a month. In the end, after the wizard towers of the Shiga Plain garrison were completely defeated, the ground army also fell into defeat. Afterwards, statistics showed that the Shiga Plain garrison lost a total of 12 wizard towers, all of which fell into the hands of the Star Alliance. The golem puppets suffered more than 100,000 casualties, and the dragon orcs' casualties and prisoners exceeded 1 million. After this battle, the Star Alliance broke through the encirclement of the Shiga Plain garrison and began to advance to the surrounding areas, conquering cities and plundering land. After more than 10 years, the Star Alliance occupied more than 2/3 of the territory of the Shiga Plain. However, just when the Star Alliance was about to capture the remaining territory in one go, it was discovered that the Shiga Plain garrison had withdrawn at some point. What's going on? After receiving the message, Sunan came to the meeting room and asked Lisa as soon as possible. Lisa said with a strange look, according to the investigation, the wizards and war creatures of the Shiga Plain disappeared along with their golem army, as well as the royal family and nobles of the Dragon Orc Empire, including the Dragon Orc army and their families. Sunan raised his eyebrows and said, in other words, there are only some old, weak and sick people left in the Shiga Plain now? That's right. Lisa nodded. What is Black Soda planning? Sunan was slightly puzzled. Did he give up the Shiga Plain decisively because he saw that he couldn't beat them? Suddenly, Sunan's mind moved and he said, contact Fakato and ask him to pay attention to whether there are dragon orc troops appearing in the Manro Plain recently. Lisa was slightly startled, then quickly understood and immediately turned around to give orders. 3 days later, Fakato sent a message that a large-scale dragon orc army was found on the battlefield of the Manro Plain. Sure enough, Black Soda intends to concentrate its forces on the Manro Plain and fight us there. Lisa understands Black Soda's actions. After all, no matter how you look at it, it is a foregone conclusion that the Shiga Plain will be captured by the Star Alliance. Instead of continuing to resist, it is better to save the precious forces and transfer them to the Manro Plain to strengthen the latter's garrison. The Black Soda is quite decisive and straightforward. Sunan sneered. Since they took the initiative to give up the Shiga Plain, we don't have to be polite. Send all the troops out and capture the remaining towns as soon as possible. Lisa nodded and asked, what about the Manro Plain? The enemy has increased its strength a lot. Do we need to withdraw troops to support Fakato? Send more troops. Sunan followed suit and then asked another question. How is the battle situation of other wizard forces? Lisa spread her hands. They are all deadlocked and have exchanges with each other. The Deep Blue Alliance has already sent the wilderness. The army of the spirit was driven out from the Tian High Plain community and counterattacked into the territory of the savage spirit, conquering 2 plains, which was considered to be slightly superior. The Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Bloodline Jungle are evenly matched. Both sides have no intention of expanding the battlefield. They still put the battlefield in the Fenghuan Plain, continuously investing a large number of troops and war artifacts. Now it has become a hell like a meat grinder. It is estimated that when the war is over, the Fenghuan Plain will be almost destroyed. The war between the Star Alliance, the 10,000-headed bird and the Black Soda. The troops were scattered in 22 plains, and they were all fought with great momentum and implicated many people. And the military strength of the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Bloodline Jungle is stronger than that of the Star Alliance, the 10,000-headed bird and the Black Soda combined. It is conceivable how much damage the 2 behemoth armies will cause to it when they are squeezed into a single plain to fight. Even if the Fenghuan Plain was lucky enough not to be completely destroyed, it would probably not be able to recover without thousands of years after the war. What about the Dark Throne and the Wisdom Code? Sunan asked. Li Zhe said, the Dark Throne repelled the Wisdom Code's army and attacked the Holy Tree Plain community. The Wisdom Code is now at a disadvantage. 5 plains have been captured by the Dark Throne. This is the opposite of the battle between the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wild Spirit. However, Sunan was not surprised. The reason why the Wisdom Code can be compared with the Dark Throne, the Deep Blue Alliance and other wizard forces is that it uses resources as a link to attract and gather a group of affiliated organizations. Its own war potential is not as good as other large wizard forces. And now that the Wisdom Code's affiliated organizations are going to deal with the Black Swordy Tower, the Pale Mask and the Flame Mark Society and other dark wizard forces, it is not difficult to foresee that it will be at a disadvantage if it fights the Dark Throne alone. However, the Wisdom Code is a big family, so there is no need to worry about being defeated. In Sunan memory, after the end of the Wizard Civil War, several large wizard forces were still intact, and at most a few of them suffered greater losses. The battles between other affiliated organizations and the Black Wizard forces have also reached a stalemate, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Sunan nodded in understanding. All the wizard forces participating in this Wizard Civil War have a deep foundation, and the vast resources in their hands can be continuously transformed into troops to be invested in the war. Even if they are temporarily at a disadvantage, they will not be completely defeated. This is why the Wizard Civil War lasted for more than 500 years. It was not until later that the long-term high-intensity war emptied the accumulation of some wizard forces, causing the situation to take a sharp turn for the worse, and many wizard forces gradually determined the winners and losers. In this context, the Star Alliance, a third-rate wizard force, gnawed 2 plains from the Black Soda, which seemed particularly outstanding. In the year 2296 of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance captured the last town of the Shiga Plain and completely brought this plain under control. As before, The Star Alliance did not immediately move to the Manro Plain, but calmed down to integrate the Shiga Plain and digest the results of the war. After conquering 2 plains in succession, the Star Alliance reaped a lot of rewards. But it was also a little weak. It was just the right opportunity to rest and digest the results before entering the Manro Plain. Under Sunan order, the entire logistics system was fully operational. And puppets, magic pattern structures, magic ships, and star fortresses had sufficient resources. The war machine called the Star Alliance was growing in strength every minute and every second. In the woods surrounded by giant trees, the surroundings were vast. In the air tens of meters away from the treetops, there were clouds and mists, lightning and thunder in the mist, and purple lights flashed, as if there were dragons flying in the clouds. From time to time, light spots appeared in the void and slowly drifted away with the breeze. It was a highly concentrated and crystallized energy particle aggregate. Maisha stood on the treetop, looking at the lightning flashing in the distance. Behind her, a wizard was respectfully describing the recent developments of the war. The Star Alliance has conquered the Shiga Plain and is now resting and restoring its military strength. It is estimated that it will not take long for it to enter the Manro Plain. The gap in strength between the two sides is obvious, unless the Black Soda headquarters draws troops to support. It is only a matter of time before the Star Alliance conquers the Manro Plain. After listening to the wizard's report, Maisha hadn't spoken yet, and Oliver on the side said with a slight sigh, "I didn't expect that the Star Alliance would open the situation first. I thought the performance of the 10,000 birds would be better." He turned to look at Maisha and smiled. "Your vision is still as good as ever. This affiliated organization called the Star Alliance has performed very well in recent years." Maisha smiled faintly and said, "The wizard force that can develop from the Starlight Continent that has been blocked for 2,000 years is not simple in itself. I just happened to recruit it." Roning next to him looked at Maisha deeply and smiled without saying a word. When he saw the Star Alliance defeat the Black Soda army and Sunan kill hundreds of wizards in one blow in the Earth Crystal Plain, he knew that Sunan and the Star Alliance were not simple. But he never expected that the Star Alliance would take the lead in conquering the Shiga Plain and the Ulan Plain. It was really unexpected that the Black Soda did not suffer a loss at the hands of the 10,000-headed bird, but was bitten hard by a third-rate wizard force. Recommending an affiliated organization with great potential is also one of the achievements of a true spirit wizard. When this news spread to the Wisdom Society, it is conceivable that several great scholars will have a higher evaluation of Maisha. Thinking of this, Ronin couldn't help but sigh secretly. Why didn't he have such good luck to encounter a new wizard force with great potential like the Star Alliance? Oliver smiled and said, "This time, the Wizard Civil War may be the Star Alliance, the 10,000-headed bird, and the Black Soda who will be the first to decide the winner." "Maybe," Maisha responded casually, her eyes flickering slightly. She also knew about the crucial battle in which the Star Alliance conquered the Ulan Plain. She was surprised by the powerful firepower displayed by the Starlight Wizard Tower. But she was also a little confused. Judging from the situation, Sunan had obviously developed an energy supply device that was more advanced than the element pool based on the experimental notes she gave him, which laid the foundation for greatly strengthening the long-range firepower of the Wizard Tower. Sunan, that guy, can really bring surprises to people every time. Maisha sighed secretly. She had a hunch that the future development of Sunan and the Star Alliance might be far beyond her expectations. "Huh?" A thunderous roar suddenly came from the distance, interrupting Maisha's thoughts. She looked into the distance with her eyes, and saw a mist of colorful light rising into the sky, interweaving in the void to outline a huge shape like a door, from which came violent space fluctuations. Looking at this scene, Luo Ning showed a sneer on his face. "Those three guys still don't give up, and keep thinking about leaving the realm of truth." Oliver laughed. "Black Soda lost 2 planes at once. They must be a little anxious. Then we can't let them leave," Roning said expressionlessly. "The current situation is more favorable to them, and they must not let the 3 true spirit wizards of Black Soda go back to intervene in the war. Before the end of the Wizard Civil War, these 3 people must stay here obediently. Go ahead. Don't let the space channel take shape." Maisha took the lead and rushed out in a stream of light. Roning and Oliver were a step slower, and also rushed out like a meteor. The 3 streams of light arrived at the place where the colorful light was in an instant. The next moment, the powerful energy fluctuations suddenly swept around. A battle between true spirit wizards broke out. Chapter 292, It's not a good deal to rush in. Ulan Plain, Ulan City. under the operation of the Star Alliance for more than 30 years. The area of this city has expanded more than 4 or 5 times, and it has become a huge arsenal. Every day, various puppets and war creations flow out of Ulan City and are incorporated into the Star Alliance army. A huge amount of resources continue to flow into Ulan City, turning into nutrients for the Star Alliance military power, making it continue to grow. In the center of Ulan City, the Starlight Wizard Tower stands tall. In the study, Sunan sat behind the desk, checking the report on the expansion of the army. It has been nearly 10 years since the capture of the Shiga Plain. The Star Alliance deliberately slowed down the pace of attack. On the one hand, considering not to overstimulate the Black Sortie Tower, so that the other party would not transfer more energy to the Star Alliance. And on the other hand, it was to have more time to develop and thoroughly digest the 2 major gains of the Ulan Plain and the Shiga Plain. It must be said that taking the Ulan Plain and the Shiga Plain has indeed greatly promoted the development of the Star Alliance. In just over a decade, the number of wizard apprentices in the Star Alliance has almost doubled. That is, the time is too short. Otherwise, the number of wizards can also increase significantly. In addition, the expansion of the territory has also given the Star Alliance more resource points, including various metal veins and the magic plant garden left by the Black Soto Tower. At the same time, the Star Alliance has also artificially opened up a large number of secondary magic stone veins in the 2 planes. With sufficient resource supply, the Star Alliance has expanded its military power rapidly in recent years. Just 3 months ago, the Star Alliance 7th Golem Army was established, and now it is working on establishing the 8th Army. The number of Magic Pattern Knights has exceeded 200,000, and the Legion organization has been officially implemented. The original Legion organization was changed to 10,000 formal members and 40,000 alternate members. Every 5 legions form a legion. That is, 50,000 formal members, plus 200,000 alternate members. In the end, a total of 4 legions were formed. The excess alternate members were temporarily incorporated into the non-staff legion, waiting to be included in the formal troops after more magic pattern constructs were equipped. All in all, the number of candidate members of the Magic Rune Knights has exceeded 1 million. In the next period of time, we should focus on increasing the number of Magic Rune constructions and convert candidate members into formal members as much as possible. Sudan looked up and said to Li Zhe, who was sitting opposite. The latter pondered, "We have a lot of things to manufacture now, and the logistics force is already operating at full capacity. I am afraid that we can't spare more energy to invest in the manufacture of Magic Rune constructions in a short period of time. If you want to get more Magic Rune constructions, I suggest you purchase them from outside." "You mean the City of All Things?" Sunan said, stroking his chin. "The Magic Rune construction is on the external trade list of the Wisdom Code. But during the war, they themselves are also short of resources, and it is impossible to allow the Star Alliance to purchase in large quantities. There is no need to say more about other wizard forces. At present, the only one in the entire multiverse that has the ability to sell a large number of Magic Rune constructions is the City of All Things." Liz nodded and said, "I have sent people to inquire. The major chambers of commerce in Wanwu City, especially the House of Wanwu and Jinlu Hall, have a lot of magic pattern structures. We can purchase from them. The only problem is that the price is a bit high. The price of materials in Wanwu City is already much higher than the internal transaction price of Wisdom Code. Now it is during the war, and the prices of various materials have soared a lot. The price of purchasing magic pattern structures from Wanwu City is much higher than the transaction with Wisdom Code. But this is not a problem for the Star Alliance." Sudan waved his hand and made a decision. "It doesn't matter. Just purchase from Wanwu City. The Star Alliance doesn't have much else now, but it has enough magic stones. In a few decades, when the secondary magic stone veins in the Ulan Plain and Shiga Plain are cultivated, and a large number of secondary magic stones are produced, the Star Alliance magic stone reserves will be even more abundant. Don't worry about the magic stone. Just purchase the magic pattern construction and build another magic pattern Knight Core as soon as possible." "I know." Sunan retracted his gaze and continued to look at the document in his hand. In recent years, his energy has been focused on cultivation, upgrading the Starlight Wizard Tower, and manufacturing enhanced Wizard Tower facilities. He has no time to continue upgrading the Dust Valley, so the hatching limit of the biological nest remains the same as before. More than 10 years have passed, and the Black Wolf Pack that suffered huge losses in the war has recovered to the upper limit. Due to the long hatching time, the number of dusk wolves has only exceeded 400, which is still far from the upper limit of 602. On the other hand, the number of witch hunting corps has finally exceeded 2,000, reaching 2,282, including the built-in puppet corps of all wizard towers of the Star Alliance. The current number of wizard-level puppets of the Star Alliance has exceeded 3,000. Even among the second-rate wizard forces, this number of wizard-level puppets is quite impressive, which greatly makes up for the shortcoming of the small number of wizards in the Star Alliance. In another 200 or 300 years, when the population advantage of the Elan Plain is fully utilized, the number of wizards in the Star Alliance will at least double. Sunan thought secretly. By then, the number of wizards in the Star Alliance will barely catch up with those second-rate wizard forces. In terms of war artifacts, the Star Alliance currently has a total of 56 wizard towers, including the Starlight Wizard Tower. Only 4 wizard towers were built by the Star Alliance itself, and the rest were captured through wars, and then repaired and renovated by themselves. Looking at many wizard forces, the Star Alliance is also unique in this regard. In wars between ordinary wizard forces, there are losses and captures on both sides. There are very few like the Star Alliance, where the wizard towers are getting more and more, and they are almost getting rich through war. In terms of the number of wizard towers alone, the Star Alliance can now be said to be far superior to the third-rate wizard forces, comparable to some weaker second-rate wizard forces. Not to mention that the wizard towers of the Star Alliance have been strengthened, and their combat effectiveness is without exception better than that of wizard towers of the same level. In addition to wizard towers, star fortresses and flying fleets are also the targets of the Star Alliance focus on investing massive resources in recent years. At present, the Star Alliance has a total of 103 star fortresses, nearly twice as many as before the outbreak of the war. The number of flying fleets has also skyrocketed to 23. The reason why Sunan focuses on investing resources in these 2 war creations is that he has his own considerations. One is that the construction time of star fortresses and flying magic ships is much shorter than that of wizard towers, which can quickly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Star Alliance war creations. The other is to obtain more wizard towers. The Star Alliance has been able to capture so many wizard towers so far, entirely based on the extremely high combat losses of star fortresses and flying magic ships. In all previous wars, the Star Alliance can be said to have exchanged star fortresses and flying magic ships for wizard towers. Every time a wizard tower is captured, there must be a large number of star fortresses and flying magic ships destroyed. But in Sunan's opinion, this kind of deal is totally worth it. If not, the number of wizard towers in the Star Alliance would not have grown so fast. Turning to the last page, Sunan's expression changed slightly. 125 dragons. The number is growing so fast. Liz smiled slightly and said, the number of high-level sub-dragon species has increased significantly in recent years, and it should have reached a period of rapid growth. Sunan nodded thoughtfully. It has been more than 1,000 years since the implementation of the high-level sub-dragon species bloodline improvement plan. The accumulation can be said to be very deep. Calculating the time, it is time for quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes. It is estimated that there will be more and more high-level sub-dragon species that have evolutionary breakthroughs in the future. In a few hundred years, the Star Alliance may be able to form a real dragon army. In this case, we can invest more resources in the dragon forest to speed up the evolution of high-level sub-dragon species. Sunan said. Liz nodded and said, I was just about to propose this. After discussing the details of the military expansion, Sunan put down the document and said seriously, the Star Alliance has almost rested, and it's time to take the next step. With our current strength, there is no problem in conquering the Manroplane. Liz pondered for a moment. The key is what to do after conquering the Manroplane. Do you want to support the 10,000 birds? The Star Alliance goal is definitely more than just 3 planes, and it will not stop there even if it conquers the Manroplane. That being said, the subsequent plans must be carefully considered. Supporting the 10,000 birds is not a problem. The key is how to distribute the benefits. The 10,000 birds have invested a lot of troops and resources in the war over the years. If the Star Alliance intervenes at this time, will the 10,000 birds be happy? Even if the 10,000 birds are happy, how should the benefits be distributed? How much pressure will the Star Alliance bear? These all need to be discussed in advance by both parties. After thinking for a while, Sunan quickly made a plan. After conquering the Manroplane, Don't rush to support the 10,000 head birds. Let's see what's going on there first. Lisa immediately understood what he meant and raised her eyebrows and said, "You want to wait for the 10,000 head birds to ask for help first?" Sunan smiled meaningfully. "It's not a good deal to rush." Lisa agreed. Unlike the Star Alliance, the 10,000 head birds were suppressed from beginning to end in the war with the Black Soda, even though the Star Alliance conquered 2 planes in succession, forcing the Black Soda to withdraw some troops to support the Manro plane. In fact, it relieved some of the pressure for the 10,000 head birds. But as time passed, the 10,000 head birds still gradually showed signs of weakness. Perhaps after a while, the 10,000 head birds will have to ask the Star Alliance for help. At that time, the Star Alliance, as the party being asked for help, can offer a higher price, and they have no pressure to do so. After all, the original mission of the Star Alliance was to contain the 3 planes of Wulan, Manro and Shiga. Now that it has exceeded its mission, it has no obligation to help the 10,000 birds. If the 10,000 birds want their support, they must provide enough benefits. Even the Wisdom Code cannot comment on the actions of the Star Alliance. Moreover, during this period, the Star Alliance can also integrate the Manro plane to further enhance its strength. For the Star Alliance now, the most lacking thing is time. Every day that passes, the strength of the Star Alliance can be strengthened. As long as there is enough time, they are confident that they will be able to crush the Black Soul Tower in the future. Notify them, and prepare to march into the Manro plane. Sunan gave the order. After Liz turned around and went to work, he returned to the top floor of the Wizard Tower. During this period, he has been taking time to upgrade the Starlight Wizard Tower one after another, including the Tower Spirit, the protective energy field of the Maze Lock, the floating ring, the central crystal energy transmission system, and various turrets, all of which have been strengthened accordingly. The current Starlight Wizard Tower has completely surpassed the level of a large Wizard Tower, and is completely another level, even if it is 1 against 5, and facing 5 large Wizard Towers at the same time. Sunan believes that the final victory will be his side, on the front battlefield, unless the true Spirit Wizard takes action to suppress it. The Starlight Wizard Tower is an invincible weapon of war. It can be said that a considerable part of the powerful strength of the Star Alliance in war creation comes from the Starlight Wizard Tower. It's a pity that the current simplified element furnace has reached its limit, and the energy supply cannot be further upgraded. The Starlight Wizard Tower has reached its limit after upgrading to this level. Sunan sighed with some regret. If you want to go further, you can only wait until you are promoted to the true Spirit Wizard and start building a floating city. In the 2309th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance launched a full-scale attack on the Manro plane. In just 3 days, the Star Alliance army defeated the blockade line of the Manro garrison surrounding the Star Alliance garrison, and spread out like an ant colony, starting a journey of siege and plunder. The mainstream races of the Manro plane are various giants, and the population is sparse. There are only about 1 million people who can serve as combat power. Although the individual strength is strong, they are still eaten away bit by bit in front of the Star Alliance human wave tactics. The Golem Corps and war creation stationed by the Black Soto in the Manro plane are far inferior to the Star Alliance in terms of combat power in any aspect. After several head-on confrontations with the Star Alliance, the Golem Corps and war creations of the Black Soto suffered heavy losses. But the Star Alliance captured 7 more Wizard Towers. In the year 2313 of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance captured the nest of the Golden Giant tribe, known as the Giant Royal Family, and successfully defeated the giant forces in the Manro plane. In the process, the Manro garrison of the Black Soto seemed to have disappeared, and did not appear from beginning to end. In the year 2316 of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance completely occupied the Manro plane and took it under control. So far, the Star Alliance has won a great victory. The news came out and set off quite a wave in the wizard world. Less than 50 years after the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War, the Star Alliance successively conquered 3 planes, more than doubling its territory, and snatched food from the tiger's mouth. The Black Soda. The courage and strength it showed really made people look at it differently. After conquering the Manro plane, the Star Alliance changed its previous aggressive momentum and did not attack other planes of the Black Soda. Instead, it focused on managing the 3 conquered planes, which disappointed many people who planned to watch the Black Soda show. In contrast to the Star Alliance, the situation of the 10,000 head bird is getting worse and worse. After discovering that it was impossible to stop the Star Alliance offensive, the Black Soda decisively gave up the Manroplane, saved precious troops, and turned to the battlefield against the 10,000-head bird. Thanks to this, the pressure on the 10,000-head bird has increased instead of decreased, especially after the Star Alliance stopped advancing and focused on digesting the results of the battle. Black Soda seemed to smell something and intensified its offensive against the 10,000 birds without hesitation, as if it wanted to take this opportunity to defeat the 10,000 birds, or at least weaken the opponent's strength as much as possible. Under such circumstances, the 10,000 birds could not hold on for long. Less than 3 years after the Star Alliance conquered the Manroplane, the 10,000 birds came to the door. Chapter 293 Change Note. Mr. Sunan, has the Star Alliance been a little leisurely recently? After greeting each other, Gavin's tone was quite resentful. Sunan smiled faintly and said, "It's not leisurely. There are many things to deal with in the 3 new planes that have just been acquired. The Star Alliance has been very busy recently." This Versailles remark made Gavin's mouth twitch slightly, and his eyes became more gloomy. They, the 10,000 birds, fought to the death with the Black Soda Tower, suffered heavy losses, but they have not been able to capture even 1 plane so far. On the other hand, the Star Alliance took over 3 planes in one breath, and its territory expanded a lot. It was really full of food, which made people not too envious. In comparison, the 10,000 birds seemed particularly sad. With a sigh, Gavin got to the point. What conditions do we need for the Star Alliance to join us in counterattacking the Black Cable Tower? When it comes to business, Sunan stopped smiling and said seriously, the Star Alliance can join forces with the 10,000 birds to deal with the Black Cable Tower. But the premise is that, as before, both sides deal with different planes. No problem. Gavin agreed without hesitation. The armies of different forces have not been coordinated, and fighting together will only reduce efficiency. It is better to be responsible for different planes separately, which is more efficient. Both parties have a tacit understanding on this point, and there is no need to argue too much. What really needs to be agreed upon is the next question. Which plane does the Star Alliance want to be responsible for? Gavin asked solemnly. Among the remaining 19 planes of the Black Cable Tower, there are rich resources and poor resources. There are those with humans as the mainstream race, and there are those with non-human civilization as the mainstream race. The value gap between different planes is huge, whether it is the Star Alliance or the 10,000 birds. They want to focus on those planes with higher value. Sunan waved his hand, and 19 three-dimensional models suddenly appeared in the void. Gavin looked at it, his eyes slightly condensed. Those three-dimensional models are part of the terrain environment of the 19 planes of the Black Soda Tower. It is obvious that the Star Alliance has done enough homework in advance, and it may not be so easy for him to fool the other party this time. Among the 19 planes of the Black Soda Tower, there are 3 planes with humans as the mainstream race, and 6 planes with rich resources. The only one with both characteristics is the Dark Dragon Plane, where the Black Soda Tower headquarters is located. Forget the Dark Dragon Plane. But for the other 7 planes, I want the Tino Plane and the Purple Moon Plane as the base camp of the Black Soda Tower. The guard force of the Dark Dragon Plane must be extremely strong, which is not something the Star Alliance can think of. So Sunan decisively excluded the Dark Dragon Plane. And the Tino Plane is one of the other 2 planes with humans as the mainstream race besides the Dark Dragon Plane. At the same time, the resources are also very rich. It can be said that it is another Starlight continent. The Starlight continent that had not encountered the elemental desert 2,000 years ago. The Purple Moon Plane is also one of the 5 resource-rich planes besides the Dark Dragon Plane. It is worth mentioning that the Purple Moon Plane has not formed a civilized intelligent race. Only various exotic beasts. And the entire plane is still in a wild state. However, the Purple Moon Plane grows tens of thousands of rare magic plants. And there are large areas of naturally formed single magic plant flower beds, which is equivalent to a super large natural magic plant garden with extremely rich species. In addition, the environment of the Purple Moon Plane is also very suitable for growing magic plants. As far as Sunan knows, Black Soda has opened up many plantations on the Purple Moon Plane. If this plane can be taken, the Star Alliance will basically be self-sufficient in potion materials, and can cultivate more magic pattern knights and wizard apprentices. After listening to Sunan's words, Gavin hesitated, frowned and thought for a moment, and then said, "Okay, But the Star Alliance will be responsible for 2 more planes. Which 2? Baikal Plane and Patton Plane. Sunan pondered for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. Yes. Unlike the Purple Moon and Tino planes, the Baikal and Patton planes have neither human races nor much resources. And the indigenous races of the 2 planes are quite powerful, making them 2 tough nuts to crack. Sunan had anticipated Gavin's request. It's easy to imagine that the 10,000 birds would not allow the Star Alliance to take only the benefits without taking responsibility. While giving the Star Alliance 2 high-value planes, they would certainly have to let the Star Alliance share more pressure. Letting the Star Alliance attack the Baikal and Patton planes, 2 relatively low-value planes, would just tie down part of the Black Soda's forces. In this way, the number of planes faced by the 10,000 birds was reduced to 15, greatly reducing the pressure. Although the 2 high-value planes of the Purple Moon and Tino planes were lost, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages overall. After all, the 10,000 birds might not have been able to capture the Purple Moon and Tino planes. They were not theirs. So how could they pay for them? Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After reaching an agreement, Gavin immediately left Elan City in a hurry. As the leader of Watunyao, he had to make the final decision on many matters, so he couldn't stay outside for too long. With 4 more planes of troops coming out, Watunyao should intensify its offensive next. After Gavin left, Liz walked into the study. She had heard the conversation just now. Sunan smiled and said, "Isn't this better? With Watunyao in the front, our pressure will be less." For Black Soda, no matter what the Star Alliance previous record was, it was always less threatening than Watunyao. After all, the gap in strength was there, and Watunyao's overall strength was stronger than that of Star Alliance. Once Black Soda focused on dealing with Star Alliance and was taken advantage of by Watunyao, the loss would probably be far more than 3 planes, unless the Star Alliance offensive was too swift and it took down the 4 planes of Ziua and Tino in a short period of time. Black Soda might shift its main attack target. To be honest, the Star Alliance helped Watunyao transfer some of the pressure, but Watunyao also helped the Star Alliance block most of the pressure. The basis of cooperation between the 2 is mutual benefit. What should we do next? Lize asked. Sudan thought for a while and said, as usual, focus on the Purple Moon plane and Tino plane, and the other 2 planes can be used as a diversion. But the pace of attack can be slowed down appropriately to avoid attracting too much attention from the Black Sortie Tower. With 3 new planes in hand, the Star Alliance has already eaten enough. Now it can attack or defend. It can use low-intensity war as a catalyst to develop slowly and steadily. When enough power is accumulated, it will suddenly burst out and swallow the 4 planes in one gulp. By then, the war between the Black Sortie Tower and Watunyao has probably reached its most intense time, and it is afraid that it will not be able to deal with the Star Alliance. During this period, the war command can be handed over to others, and Sunan can also concentrate on cultivation and strive to break through to the 3rd level of crystallization as soon as possible. In the year 2320 of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance simultaneously launched an attack on the Tino plane, the Purple Moon plane, the Baikal plane and the Patton plane. After the fierce battle in the early stage, the Star Alliance army quickly conquered an outpost base and gained a foothold in the 4 planes. But after that, the Star Alliance did not launch a fierce attack with the momentum of the first victory. Instead, it steadily built the occupied area, transported troops, and slowly expanded outward with a slow but cautious and steady momentum, which made the garrisons in the 4 planes a little confused. However, with the Star Alliance record of conquering 3 planes in front, Black Soda had to cheer up and deal with it despite being in doubt. So a protracted war began. At the same time, the 10,000 birds, which had withdrawn troops from the 4 planes, had more power to invest in the attack on other planes. The 10,000 birds, eager to achieve results, did not choose a slow-moving strategy, but launched an extremely swift offensive in one go. The war between the Black Cable Tower and the 10,000-headed birds suddenly entered a white-hot stage. Time flies like an arrow, and the days and months pass by like a shuttle. As time passed, the Wizard Civil War not only showed no signs of ending, but became more and more intense, and gradually spread from the upper level to the lower level, and more second- and third-rate wizard forces were involved. In the 2343rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Iron Construct launched a war against the Green Field Society. and millions of golem puppets marched into the Qingyuan plain where the latter was located. In the 2384th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Mithril Council raided the Changyu Plain under the command of the Egret Tower, killing hundreds of wizards, including 2 third-level wizards in one fell swoop. The Egret Tower was furious and launched a large-scale attack on the Mithril Council headquarters, the Asian Silver Plain. In the 2400th year of the Starlight Calendar, the 10,000-headed birds and the Black Cable Tower broke out in a war on the Sabai's Plain. The total number of troops dispatched by both sides exceeded 5 million. The number of wizard towers exceeded 100. And the number of war creations reached 4 or 500. This war lasted for nearly 2 years, and ended with a tragic victory for the 10,000-headed bird. The Black Soda army was expelled from the Sabai's Plain, and the 10,000-headed bird successfully captured this resource-rich plain. This was also the first Black Soda plain that the 10,000-headed bird had captured since the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War more than 100 years ago, thus officially opening the prelude to the counterattack. In the year 2424 of the Starlight Calendar, 2 true spirit wizards of the Sea King Whale were ambushed by several true spirit wizards of the Flame Mark Society, the Pale Mask, and the Magic Cocoon Society in the Realm of Truth. After a fierce battle, one of the 2 true spirit wizards of the Sea King Whale died, and the other escaped. When the news came out, everyone in the wizard world was shocked. This was the first example of the death of a true spirit wizard outside of a god-killing battle in nearly 2,000 years. After this battle, the intensity of the Wizard Civil War suddenly increased to a level, and many wizard forces abandoned their concerns, and the attacks became more fierce, and the war became more intense. In the year 2487 of the Astral Calendar, the Pale Masked True Spirit Wizard was ambushed by the Sky Crow, a subsidiary organization of the Code of Wisdom, the Cliff Society, and the Abyss Dawn True Spirit Wizard, and both True Spirit Wizards were killed in the battle. In the 2502nd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Wisdom Code dispatched 5 True Spirit Wizards to join forces with a 10,000-headed bird True Spirit Wizard to ambush the Black Soda True Spirit Wizard in the Realm of Truth. 2 of the 3 True Spirit Wizards of the Black Soda died, and 1 was injured. And the Black Soda was seriously injured. In the following decades, ambushes against True Spirit Wizards by major wizard forces occurred frequently, so that True Spirit Wizards began to stay at home and reduce the number of times they entered the Realm of Truth. In the 2533rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the major wizard forces reached an agreement to no longer target True Spirit Wizards, but True Spirit Wizards were not allowed to participate in the war. Those who violated the agreement would be besieged by all wizard forces. In the 2587th year of the Starlight Calendar, after more than 100 years of recuperation, the 10,000-headed bird suddenly exerted its strength and captured the Curry Plain in one fell swoop. In the 2596th year of the Starlight Calendar, the 10,000-headed bird captured the Gaiwu Plain, and the occupied area continued to expand. However, in the same year, Black Soda made a feint to the east and attacked the west, dispatched its main force to raid the Curry Plain, and recaptured the Curry Plain. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and the war soon fell into a stalemate. In the year 2658 of the Starlight Calendar, the Iron Construct captured the Qingyuan Plain. The Iron Construct's famous Iron Torrent in the multiverse destroyed the Greenfield Club headquarters and killed all the high-ranking wizards of the latter. The Greenfield Club also became the first wizard force to be destroyed since the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War. It is also the first wizard force to be destroyed in nearly 10,000 years. Although it is only a third-rate wizard force without even a true spirit wizard, it still caused an uproar, and its influence even affected many plane forces outside the wizard world. Thanks to this, the intensity of the wizard war, which was originally in full swing, suddenly decreased a lot. Many wizard forces seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, calmed down a little, and began to examine the significance of this war. The Wizard Civil War seems to be at a turning point. Whether it will gradually end or become more intense, many people are watching the next direction. Holy Tree Plain, Wisdom Codex headquarters. Ronin stared at the documents on the table, frowning, feeling a little gloomy, lacking the help of affiliated organizations. Wisdom Codex has always been at a disadvantage in the battle with the Dark Throne. So far, 6 planes have been conquered by the Dark Throne. Although compared with the hundreds of planes controlled by the Wisdom Codex, the loss of only 6 planes is not a big loss. But it is a bad sign after all. At present, Wisdom Codex can still hold on. But if the situation does not improve, Wisdom Codex will sooner or later not be able to hold on. By then, under the chain reaction, the situation of Wisdom Codex may deteriorate rapidly. We must think about it early. After coming back to his senses, Roning looked at the adjutant standing at the table and asked in a deep voice, "Has there been no news from the Wantu bird yet?" "No, sir." The adjutant shook his head, hesitated, and said, "Although the Wantu bird won the battle in the Sabai's plain, it was a miserable victory, and the losses were also not small. The Wantu bird's original foundation was not as good as the black soda, and it has only just recovered. Although it subsequently conquered 2 more plains, it lost another one. Now the Wantu bird and the black soda are in a tense stalemate. It is probably difficult to achieve anything in a short period of time." Roning's face was slightly gloomy. Before, he begged the Wisdom Society to take action, dispatched many great scholars, and united with many affiliated organizations of the True Spirit Wizard to kill the True Spirit Wizard of the Black Soda together, just to create pressure on the Black Soda, so that it would lose sight of one thing and let the Wantu bird take the opportunity to expand its advantage. As a result, the Wantu bird failed to seize this hard-won opportunity, which was really disappointing. He originally wanted to let the 10,000 birds solve the Black Cable Tower as soon as possible so that he could free up his hands to support the Wisdom Code. But now it seems that this plan cannot be realized. After a long silence, Roning suddenly asked, "What about the Star Alliance? I don't think I've heard much about it recently." Chapter 294 Level 3 Crystallization. Power of Law. When the Star Alliance was mentioned, the adjutant's face looked a little strange. He hesitated for a while before whispering, "The Star Alliance is still the same. In the past 300 years, the wizard world has been full of ups and downs. However, the Star Alliance, which is also in the vortex of war, has a completely different style. Although it attacked 4 planes at the same time, the Star Alliance has always been tepid and slow in these years. Even though it has an advantage in military strength, it has never shown any signs of a large-scale attack. It has been steadily advancing from beginning to end. Compared with the bloody 10,000-headed bird and Black Cable Tower, the Star Alliance has a sense of using static to control dynamic." After listening to the adjutant's words, Roning frowned slightly. He also couldn't understand the Star Alliance plan. What exactly is Sunan planning? Although the Star Alliance is a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code, the two sides are more like a cooperative relationship based on interests. When the Star Alliance has fulfilled its obligation to contain part of the Black Soda's forces, the Wisdom Code cannot force the Star Alliance to do anything. Although Luo Ning was dissatisfied with the Star Alliance actions, he could not say anything. Frowning and thinking for a long time, he looked up and said to his adjutant, "You go to the Star Alliance in person and ask Sunan ideas. If the Star Alliance is willing to increase its offensive and put more pressure on the Black Soda, we can give them some resource support." "Yes, sir." Ulan Plain, Ulan City. On the top floor of the Starlight Wizard Tower, in front of the elemental furnace, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed and motionless. Dense energy particles surrounded him, almost condensed into substance, looking like a colorful light mist that completely enveloped him. In the void that is invisible to the naked eye, a large number of energy particles are immersed in his body every minute and every second. After an unknown amount of time, a strange wave suddenly emanated from Sunan's body. In an instant, the surrounding energy particles seemed to be attracted by invisible forces, rushing towards Sunan, and disappeared into his body in the blink of an eye. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the energy particles within 10 meters around Sunan were absorbed, and the energy particles farther away had not had time to rush over to replenish, so that a vacuum zone briefly appeared around him. After a moment, Sunan opened his eyes, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. Finally, a breakthrough. It has been nearly 400 years since the breakthrough to the 3rd level of liquefaction, and finally a breakthrough to the 3rd level of crystallization. Staring at the 3 gifted crystals in the depths of the sea of consciousness and the granular mental power surrounding it, Sunan's face showed a smile from the heart. It has been more than 1,400 years since he became a wizard apprentice, and he has finally reached this step. In this way, as long as he successfully comprehends the power of the law, he can break through the realm that countless wizards dream of and be promoted to a true spirit wizard. After a while, Sunan came back to his senses from his joy and thought about the next arrangements. It is not a simple matter to feel the power of law. Law is the foundation of the multiverse and the original origin of the plane. Therefore, the power of law is the most profound and essential power of the multiverse. To control this power, you have to deeply contact the essence of the multiverse. For this mysterious essence, wizards usually use one word to describe it: truth. Wizards claim to be seekers of truth. Many wizards even often say that truth is power. This is actually true. The power of law that symbolizes truth is essentially the most powerful force in the universe. The priesthood, divinity, and power of gods are actually one of the forms of the power of law. In the vast multiverse, there are many kinds of laws. There are elemental laws such as fire, thunder, ice, hurricane, rock, and soil. There are also regular laws such as shadow, death, life, and plants. There are also two existential laws of space and time. Strictly speaking, the law of existence is stronger than the law of rules, and the law of rules is stronger than the law of elements. The difficulty of understanding the laws of different levels varies greatly. The combat power of the true spirit wizards promoted by this also varies. Throughout the countless eras since the emergence of wizards, no wizard has been able to master the two laws of existence of space and time. At most, only a few geniuses have touched the edge. Even so, these people eventually became famous and great beings in the multiverse without exception. The second is the law of rules, which is extremely difficult to understand. But after being promoted to a true spirit wizard by using this, the strength and potential are far superior to the true spirit wizard promoted by the law of elements. For example, the core and senior leaders of large wizard forces such as the Deep Blue Alliance, the Dark Wizard, the Star Spirit Clock Tower, etc. are basically true spirit wizards of the rule system. Of course, there are very few true spirit wizards who can be promoted by the law of rules. Most of them are still the elemental laws that are understood. Generally speaking, a level 3 crystal wizard will choose a law and then concentrate on comprehending it to seek a breakthrough. However, there are very few geniuses who will try to comprehend two laws at the same time. 99% of these people end up failing, wasting a lot of time in vain. However, the few who succeeded have reaped huge rewards. A true spirit wizard who controls two elemental laws at the same time is only stronger than a true spirit wizard who controls one rule-based law. If it is a true spirit wizard who controls one elemental law and one rule-based law at the same time, his strength is far superior to the former two. As for the true spirit wizard who controls two rule-based laws at the same time, let alone, it's just that there are very few who can do this. It's good for an ordinary level 3 crystal wizard to comprehend one law power, and the success rate of comprehending two law powers at the same time is shockingly low. Which law power should I choose? Sunan looked thoughtful. He has actually thought about this question many times. In order to reduce the difficulty of perception, when a third-level crystallized wizard chooses the power of the law, he usually refers to his own power system, among which the talent ability is the most important. For example, a third-level crystallized wizard who has mastered the talent of the fire type chooses to perceive the power of the fire law, and the possibility of success is often higher. For a third-level crystallized wizard who has mastered the talent of the white bone, the difficulty of perceiving the power of the law of death will be relatively reduced. And Sunan also intends to do so. Although he has the golden finger of the synthetic magic cube, he will not be arrogant to think that he is a genius who can perceive the laws of existence such as time and space. If he really does this, the biggest possibility is to waste thousands of years in vain. And finally, he will still have to change the track and choose other laws. But Sunan does not intend to choose the elemental law. After comprehensive consideration, he decided to choose a rule system law to perceive, and at most add an elemental rule. Anyway, after being promoted to a true spirit wizard, he can continue to perceive more laws, or integrate other laws to form higher level laws. It's just that the difficulty will be higher. In any case, it is better to play it safe for now, and it will not be too late to change it if there is spare energy in the future. Liquid metal, absolute forbidden zone, and falling star shower. There are 3 talents in total, and the law you choose is best to be highly compatible with these 3 talents. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly came up with an idea. Gravity. Liquid metal aside, the absolute forbidden zone itself has gravity attributes. In addition, the falling of stars in the falling star shower is also related to gravity. Using these 2 talents to comprehend the law of gravity will undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, gravity is a manifestation of universal gravitation, And universal gravitation is the geometric effect of the curvature of space and time. If you master the law of gravity, you may be able to use it as a basis to try to comprehend universal gravitation, and even further comprehend the laws of time and space. In general, although the law of gravity seems to be a little worse than the law of death and life, it actually has higher potential and can also play a good role in actual combat. Of course, it is better to match it with an elemental law. Sunan didn't think too long and quickly decided to choose the thunder law. The most notable feature of the gravity law is that it can suppress the enemy by using heavy pressure to slow down. If he can use the power of thunder to enhance his speed at the same time, the advantage he can gain will be amazing. In addition, the thunder law itself is also famous for its powerful killing power. It can be said that it is a perfect match with the gravity law. I choose gravity and thunder law. Sunan made a decision quickly. The next step is to comprehend the power of the law. When he was in the Earth crystal plane, Sunan got a law crystal. The law crystal is used to improve the perception of the power of the law, and its effect is obvious. Generally speaking, the first step of comprehending the power of the law is the most difficult. It is very difficult to sense the existence of the power of the law from zero to the existence of the power of the law in the dark void. Many level 3 crystallized wizards may not be able to take this step even if they spend thousands of years, let alone the progress of improving the perception of the power of the law. However, with the crystal of law in hand, the difficulty of this first step was greatly reduced. To comprehend the power of law, it is best to find a corresponding environment. The law of thunder is easy to solve. Just find a space with thunder elements. As for the law of gravity, you have to find a plane with relatively high gravity. Sunan quickly searched for a plane that met the requirements in his mind, but he had no clue after thinking for a long time. But he was not in a hurry. There were countless planes in the multiverse, and there must be a suitable plane. As long as he spent some time and effort, he would definitely find it. At worst, he could buy intelligence. For a plane with extremely high gravity like this, it is probably not a valuable resource-rich plane, so it should not be difficult to buy plane intelligence. With a plan in mind, Sunan left the top floor of the wizard tower and came to the study, sending a message to Liz. Not long after, Liz rushed over. "You came out of retreat so soon?" As soon as she saw Sunan, Liz asked with surprise. Sunan had just told her that he would retreat to break through, and she thought it would take at least dozens or hundreds of years. But she didn't expect him to come out so soon. "You broke through to the 3rd level of crystallization?" "Yes." Seeing Sunan smiled and nodded, Liz couldn't help but sigh secretly. Sunan's strength improvement speed is still as fast as ever. It is common for ordinary 3rd level wizards to spend 1 or 2,000 years to break through from the liquefaction stage to the crystallization stage. But Sunan only took less than 400 years. There are probably few descendants of the true spirit with outstanding qualifications who can compare with Sunan. After all, she has seen many miracles of Sunan. And Liz quickly came back to her senses and asked the most critical question. "Which law are you going to comprehend?" There was no need to hide it from Liz, and Sunan said frankly, "Gravity and thunder." Lisa was surprised. She didn't expect Sunan to choose gravity, which is an unpopular law. But thinking of Sunan's talent, she was relieved. As for Sunan's plan to comprehend 2 laws at the same time, Liz was not surprised. Which genius doesn't demand more of himself? Many descendants of the true spirit will choose 2 laws when comprehending the power of the law. Not to mention Sunan, who is more evil than the descendants of the true spirit. If he didn't choose 2 laws, Liz would be surprised. "Do you know which plane is suitable for comprehending the law of gravity?" Sunan asked. Lisa thought for a while and shook her head, but then said, "I can send people to the city of all things to acquire information. This plane should not be difficult to find." "That's it." Sunan nodded, and then changed the subject and asked about the recent situation. He has been immersed in cultivation these years, and has not paid much attention to the outside world. After listening to Lise's description of the changes in the situation of the Wizard Civil War over the past 300 years, a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The development of the situation is similar to his memory, except for a few details. The general direction has not changed much. "Do you think the Wizard Civil War will end like this?" Lise asked. "No," Sunan said firmly. In his memory, the Wizard Civil War lasted for more than 500 years. And since the development of the situation is not much different from his memory so far, it means that there will be no significant changes in the future development. The Wizard Civil War is not over yet. The war will not really end until after 2800 years of the Starlight calendar. Lise looked at Sunan in surprise, not understanding how Sunan made such a confident judgment. It's just that Sunan's previous judgments were basically correct, and subsequent developments proved his foresight. Therefore, although Lise was confused, he chose to believe in Sunan as always. That's right. Lisa suddenly remembered something. The Wisdom Code sent people over and asked us to capture 1 or 2 planes as soon as possible. They can provide some support to the Star Alliance in terms of resources. Sunan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It seems that the Wisdom Code is also anxious." Obviously, the Wisdom Code is almost unable to hold on and urgently needs support from its affiliated organizations. And from the current situation, the second-rate wizard force that is most likely to free up its hands is the 10,000-headed bird. That's why the Wisdom Code asked the Star Alliance to intensify its offensive and put more pressure on the Black Swordy Tower, so that the 10,000-headed bird can gain an advantage as soon as possible. The people from the Wisdom Code are still waiting for our response in Ulan City. Lisa said. What should we do? Chapter 295 The Law of Gravity. The most critical step. Sunan did not answer Lise's question immediately, but asked about the expansion of the military power of the Star Alliance in recent years. In recent years, the Star Alliance offensive against the Black Soda has slowed down a lot, but it has not relaxed in the expansion of military power. After such a long time, the military power of the Star Alliance has grown amazingly. Taking the report handed over by Lise, Sunan quickly flipped through it. First, the Golem Corps has expanded to 22 army groups, and is now working on establishing the 23rd Army Group. The second is the Magic Pattern Knights. In recent years, the Star Alliance has been purchasing magic pattern constructs in large quantities from the City of All Things. More than 80% of the magic pattern constructs in the entire City of All Things have gone into the pockets of the Star Alliance, so that the price of magic pattern constructs in the City of All Things has increased by more than 30%. The changes brought about by this are also very significant. With sufficient magic pattern constructs, a large number of candidate members have been able to become formal members, and the number of formal members of the Magic Pattern Knights has increased significantly. Due to the sharp decline in the number of candidate members, the Star Alliance simply removed the candidate members from the Corps and left only the formal members. Now the Star Alliance has 12 Corps, that is, 60 Corps, and 600,000 formal members. In addition, there are more than 500,000 candidate members left, and it is expected that they will be equipped with magic pattern constructs in the future and become formal members. On a comprehensive basis, including formal members and candidate members, the total number of magic pattern knights has reached more than 1.1 million. And this is already the current upper limit of the Star Alliance. The lifespan of magic pattern knights is limited. While new magic pattern knights enter the army, there are also old people who leave the army due to injuries or old age. As time goes by, the two will gradually reach a balance. In the end, the total number of magic pattern knights will be fixed at a numerical boundary and fluctuate around. Unless there is a war, there will be no obvious increase or decrease. And this numerical boundary depends on how many planes the Star Alliance controls, where the mainstream race is human civilization. At present, the Star Alliance only has 2 human planes, the Ulan Plane and the Starlight Continent. Having this number of magic pattern knights is already the limit. As for the Witch Hunting Corps, the number of puppets has exceeded 5,000, counting the puppet corps built into all wizard towers of the Star Alliance. The current number of wizard-level puppets of the Star Alliance is nearly 8,000. Since Sunan was busy with cultivation and had no time to transform the Dusk Valley, the upper limit of the number of wolves has not changed. However, after more than 300 years, the Dusk Wolves finally reached the upper limit of 602. In terms of war creations, because the offensive has been slowed down, the Star Alliance has captured very few wizard towers in recent years, and basically built wizard towers by itself. Now the number of wizard towers has increased to 71, and most of them have been strengthened. In addition to wizard towers, the number of star fortresses and flying fleets has increased much more impressively. The number of the former has exceeded 500. The number of the latter has also skyrocketed to 65. The main reason is that the intensity of the war in recent years is not great, and the damage to war creations is relatively small, so the increase is obvious. However, what makes Sunan most happy is the increase in the number of wizards. More than 300 years of operation and development are enough to fully develop the population advantage of the Yulon Plain. Today, the total number of wizards in the Star Alliance has reached 1,767. In general, compared with the time when the Manro Plain and Shiga Plain were just conquered, the military strength of the Star Alliance can be said to have more than doubled. Not counting the true spirit wizards, the current Star Alliance is qualified to be among the ranks of second-rate wizard forces in terms of comprehensive strength. As long as Sunan is promoted to a true spirit wizard, he can immediately become a member of the second-rate wizard force. Not bad. After reading the document, Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Reply to the people of the Wisdom Code and say that we agree to their request. After so long, it's time to show your fangs. Anyway, Sunan originally planned to let the Star Alliance launch a large-scale attack in the near future to capture the 4 planes of the Black Sword Tower, and just took the opportunity to ask for some resources from the Wisdom Code. Liz asked, "What resources do you want from the Wisdom Code? Magic pattern construction or materials?" "Neither." Sunan's eyes flashed. "I want a fruit of law." Liz was slightly startled, and then showed a look of surprise. Although the name of the fruit of law has the word fruit, it is not a real fruit, but a general term for the crystallization of the power of law, which mainly comes from the realm of truth. Under normal circumstances, the power of law is a mysterious and illusory existence that can only be felt by feeling and cannot be actually touched. However, in the realm of truth, which is known as the Holy Land of Law, the rich power of law will be materialized into entities by chance, so that people can actually touch it. All materialized power of law is collectively called the fruit of law. Most of the fruits of law do not have specific attributes. Any true spirit wizard and third-level crystal wizard can absorb and transform them to improve their own perception and control of the law. It can be said that one fruit of law can increase the probability of a level 3 crystallized wizard being promoted to a true spirit wizard by 10% to 20%. Although it is only 10% to 20%. The average probability of a level 3 crystallized wizard being promoted to a true spirit wizard is less than 10%. One fruit of law can increase the probability several times, which shows how precious it is. It is precisely because it is extremely precious that the Wisdom Code may not agree to this condition, and it is still necessary to negotiate to find out. After handing the matter over to Liz, Sunan returned to the top floor of the Wizard Tower. It has just been a short time since the breakthrough, and the realm needs to be stabilized. Before obtaining the information on the gravity plane, it is just right to stabilize it during this period. Fruit of Law? After learning about the conditions of the Star Alliance from his subordinates, Luo Ning was stunned and showed astonishment. Sunan broke through to the 3rd level of crystallization? As soon as this thought came to mind, Luo Ning subconsciously wanted to reject it. After all, as far as he knew, it seemed that it had been less than 400 years since Sunan broke through to the 3rd level of liquefaction. It was incredible that he had broken through again in such a short time. Perhaps Sunan had not broken through, and he wanted the fruit of law only to prepare for the understanding of the law after the breakthrough in the future. However, thinking of Sunan's many surprising performances so far, Roning was a little uncertain. A monster like Sunan is not suitable to be measured by common sense. Thinking of this, Roning couldn't help but feel complicated. I didn't expect that I, who has always been recognized as a genius, would one day regard another young wizard as a monster. Roning sighed. First it was Maisha, and now there is Sunan. There are really many monsters in this world. Shaking his head to get rid of unnecessary distractions, Roning took out a crystal, stuck it to his forehead for a few seconds, and then crushed the crystal, turning it into a stream of light and disappearing into the void. About half an hour later, the stream of light returned out of thin air and fell in front of Roning and turned into a huge text. But, seeing this, Luo Ning exhaled, turned to his subordinates and said, "Agree to the conditions of the Star Alliance. But they must capture at least one plane within 100 years. Yes, sir." When the Wisdom Code envoy arrived in Wulon City, Sunan was no longer in the Wulon Plain. As he expected, the Star Alliance easily purchased intelligence on several gravity planes from the 3 major chambers of commerce in Wanwu City. As soon as the intelligence was obtained, Sunan set out for one of the planes. Is this the Shenling plane? High in the sky, Sunan was suspended in the air and looked around. Everywhere he looked, it was all desolate and bleak. In the open field, there was nothing but sand and rugged rocks. Not even a plant could be seen, let alone any trace of living things. It was dead and lifeless. It seems that the resources in this plane are very poor. That's right. If it weren't so, those people in Wanwu City wouldn't sell the information so easily. Sunan didn't care. He didn't come here for the resources. On the contrary, Sunan was very satisfied with another feature of the Shilling plane. The moment he entered the plane, he felt extremely heavy pressure. The terrifying gravity enveloped his whole body almost at the same time. This is not ordinary oppression. The pressure brought by gravity is all round. Every inch of flesh and blood, every bone and even every cell of the creature will be under 360 degrees of pressure without dead ends. If the strength is slightly insufficient, it will be crushed into meat paste by the terrifying gravity in an instant. The gravity is about 100 times that of the Starlight continent. If creatures below the level of legendary night come in here, they will probably die in an instant. Sunan was amazed. According to the information provided by Wanwu City, there are very few creatures in the Shilling plane. But the few creatures that are there are all powerful at the wizard level without exception. Come to think of it, those who can adapt and survive in such a super high gravity environment must be strong. The intelligence gave the location of these creatures, and Sunan had no intention of contacting them. He avoided these locations and began to look for places suitable for understanding the rules. The gravity in different places on the same plane is also different. It took a lot of time for Sunan to find a place with relatively higher gravity, took out the prepared special golem from the magic cube, and built a simple temporary camp. After ordering the golem to patrol and be on guard, Sunan then entered the house, sat cross-legged and began to understand the rules. Understanding the rules is a very mysterious process that is difficult to describe in words. To put it simply, the wizard integrates the powerful mental power into the void, or into the plane, deeply contacts the origin of the plane, finds the laws in the origin, and finds the specific laws to be understood from the many laws. After that, it is a boring understanding. For planes with super high gravity like the Shilling plane, the gravity law in the origin will be more obvious than other planes, and it is relatively easier to understand. During the process of comprehension, Sunan took out the crystal of the law and held it in his palm. With the help of the law crystal, it is easier to find the law in the origin of the plane. In the Shilling plane where there are very few creatures, no one will disturb Sunan. As time passed, Sunan gradually entered a state of concentration, completely abandoned the perception of other things, and immersed himself in the origin of the plane. Gradually, a colorful and strange world slowly unfolded before his eyes. Each color in the world represents a law. The colors are not clearly distinguished, but intertwined and mixed with each other. Sometimes several colors are mixed together to form a new color, but at the same time, the original colors can still be distinguished from the new color, giving people an extremely mysterious feeling. The dazzling array of colors almost dazzled Sunan's eyes. He quickly calmed down, stared wide-eyed, and looked for the color representing the law of gravity. After an unknown period of time, he finally got something, and found a deep blue-black color in the countless colors. The moment he saw the blue-black color, Sunan had a sudden enlightenment. This was the law of gravity he was looking for. In great joy, Sunan quickly extended his mental tentacles. The moment he touched the blue-black color, his entire sea of consciousness suddenly banged, and his soul seemed to be hit by someone. After a short dizziness and confusion, the whole person woke up in an instant. In the field of vision, the many colors that were originally mixed together faded away like a tide, and were replaced by large patches of blue-black that suddenly emerged and quickly occupied most of the field of vision. In the blink of an eye, Sunan was surrounded by large patches of blue-black. Looking at this scene, Sunan let out a long breath, and a happy smile from the heart appeared on his face. It's done! With this joy, Sunan suddenly broke away from his concentration, and everything in front of him suddenly disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in the original hut, and there was nothing around him, as if everything he had seen before was just a dream. However, Sunan knew that everything was true. On the panel suspended in the void in front of him, a new line of text had appeared. Progress of understanding the law of gravity, 0.01%. Sunan was filled with joy. The most critical step was taken, and the next step was hard work. As long as he continued to understand, he would be able to control the law of gravity one day. After coming back to his senses from his joy, Sunan came outside. Everything in the camp was the same as before his retreat, with no changes. Before the retreat, Sunan specially ordered a golem to record the time. Now he found that more than 53 years had passed. In his perception, It seemed that only a short time had passed. I didn't expect that understanding the law would take so much time. Sunan sighed secretly. He had the crystal of the law in his hand, and it was easier for him to understand the law than other wizards. Even so, it still took more than 50 years to complete the most critical first step. For other wizards, it would probably take several times as long as this. Of course, the greater possibility is that he will not be able to take this critical first step, although he had experienced it himself. When Sunan was asked to describe the process and experience of understanding the law, he still felt that he had no idea where to start. The previous experience was like a dream. Although he remembered it in his head, he could not describe it in words. If he had to describe it, it would be idealism. No wonder no true spirit wizard has summarized the experience of understanding the law for so many years. It's not that they don't want to, but they can't do it. This kind of thing can only be experienced by yourself, and others can't help much. Sunan shook his head and turned back to the house to practice. At present, he only has a preliminary understanding of the law, and he needs to continue to understand it in depth until he truly masters the power of the law before he can be promoted to a true spirit wizard. Chapter 296 Plane Migration. In a secluded house, Sunan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Before he successfully comprehended the law of gravity, he had to work hard to catch a trace of the law of gravity. But after successfully comprehending the law of gravity, when he sensed the origin of the plane again, he found that the surroundings were all blue-black laws of gravity. With a slight movement of his mind, a trace of the law of gravity merged into Sunan's body and circulated rapidly. Although the power of the law could not be retained in the body and soon flowed out of Sunan's body, his understanding of the law of gravity increased slightly in the process. After an unknown period of time, Sunan opened his eyes, summoned the panel, and found that the progress of the understanding of the law of gravity had become 0.02%. Looking at the time again, about a year and 2 months had passed. According to this trend, it will take about 11,000 years to control the law of gravity. Sunan's eyelids twitched. The lifespan of a third-level crystal wizard is about 20,000 years. Ordinary wizards who break through to the third level of crystallization, those with better qualifications, are probably already 6,000 or 7,000 years old. Even if they are lucky enough to successfully comprehend the law, it will probably take 1,000 or 2,000 years. That's about 8,000 or 9,000 years. It will take another 11,000 years to comprehend the law, and it is very likely that they will barely be able to control the power of the law when they are on the verge of death, which is very extreme. If the progress is a little slower, they may die before they can succeed. It's no wonder that there are so few true spirit wizards. For those with poorer qualifications, even if they choose the relatively easier elemental laws, the hope of being promoted to a true spirit wizard is very slim. A gravity law takes more than 11,000 years, and the thunder law is relatively simple, but it takes at least 7,000 or 8,000 years, which adds up to nearly 20,000 years. Without external assistance, it is indeed very extreme to comprehend 2 laws at the same time. Sunan sighed and took out the law crystal. After successfully comprehending the law crystal can be absorbed. Moreover, unlike the power of law in the origin of the plane, the power of law in the law crystal can be absorbed and integrated by wizards, which can greatly improve the body's compatibility with the power of law and strengthen the perception of the law. It is precisely because of this that the law crystal has become a treasure that many third-level crystal wizards dream of. Strictly speaking, the law crystal is more precious than the fruit of law. After all, the fruit of law can be obtained from the realm of truth, but the law crystal can only be made by extracting the power of law from the origin of law. The latter is undoubtedly a very wasteful act, and almost no wizard force would be willing to waste it. Holding the law crystal in hand, Sunan gathered his thoughts and began to absorb the law crystal. After spending more than half a year to absorb a whole law crystal, Sunan's progress in understanding the law of gravity soared to 15.38%. One law crystal saves nearly 1,800 years of practice time. Looking at the data on the panel, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that many true spirit wizards came too quickly. Otherwise, it would be better to wait a little longer and let him make more law crystals. Shaking his head, Sunan put his mind back to the business. There is only one law crystal, and it will be gone after it is used up. There is a high probability that you can get a law fruit from the wisdom code, which should be able to increase the progress of understanding the law of gravity by about 10%. After that, if you want to quickly improve the progress of understanding the law of gravity, you have to think of other ways. Sudan looked at the panel in the void in front of him, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Compared with other wizards, his biggest advantage is that he has a synthetic magic cube. Maybe he can think of a way from this point. After thinking for a while, Sudan had an idea. Took out a divine energy crystal, extracted the power of law from the origin of the plane and integrated it into it. Not long after, a pseudo-law crystal was formed. The reason why it is called a pseudo-law crystal is that this knockoff cannot be truly absorbed. It can only be integrated into the body, to take the opportunity to comprehend the law. The law power contained in it will still gradually disappear over time. If that's all, it's no different from before. Sunan pursed his lips, and used the same trick to make more than 10 pseudo-law crystals, and then synthesized them all. The color of the final pseudo-law crystal was obviously several degrees darker than before. Sunan looked at the pseudo-law crystal in his palm, rubbed it for a while, and began to absorb the law power inside. The invisible law power sank into the body, slowly circulated in the body, and gradually lost to the body over time. Although it was the same process as before, this time Sunan clearly felt that his perception of the law of gravity was much faster. Obviously, the power of the law after synthesis is far stronger than the previous power of the law, and the speed of improving the progress of perception is also much faster. When the progress of the perception of the law of gravity increased by 0.01%, Sunan opened his eyes, and found that more than 7 months had passed. Almost twice as fast as before. Sunan smiled. It turns out that his method is very effective. It takes less than a day to synthesize the power of law, but it can save nearly half the time, which is undoubtedly very cost-effective. And this is not the limit. The power of law can continue to be synthesized. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan continued to synthesize the power of law, while practicing and testing the limit of synthesis. The power of law can be synthesized infinitely, but the strength of the power of law that his soul and body can withstand is limited. It's almost like drinking. How much wine a normal person can drink in one gulp depends on the size of his mouth and the speed of swallowing. How much alcohol he can drink depends on his body's tolerance. Under normal circumstances, the wine that a wizard can drink is just that wisp of the power of law. This is also true for Sunan. So he can only use the magic cube to synthesize the power of law with higher strength to increase the alcohol content of the wine. And what he is doing now is to find the upper limit of the alcohol content of the wine. That is, the upper limit of the strength of the power of law that he can withstand. After 4 or 5 years, Sunan finally tested the most suitable synthesis limit. After the final experiment, the progress of understanding the law of gravity increased by 0.01%, and the time used for cultivation was at least 4.5 months. At this rate, after absorbing the fruit of the law, it will take about 2,000 years to master the law of gravity. If you can find a way to increase the synthesis limit of the power of the law, the time can be further shortened. Mastering a rule system law in 2,000 years is already very fast. But if possible, Sunan still wants to be faster. After all, in his memory, after 3,500 years of the Starlight Calendar, many wizards will join forces to ambush the Spider God Queen. Without enough power, it is impossible to fish in troubled waters in that incident. With a plan in mind, Sunan stretched and got up to leave the house. After staying in the Schling Plain for so long, it is time to go back. I wonder how the battle is going over there. Since Lizzie did not take the initiative to contact, it means that the war is still going smoothly. So Sunan is not too worried. Wulon Plain, Wulon City. After returning to Wulon City after more than 60 years, Sunan found that the city had expanded again, and the area was estimated to be 2 or 3 times larger than before. Countless golem puppets and magic pattern knights patrolled back and forth in the city, with a solemn atmosphere. The changes are quite big, Sunan murmured in a low voice, and the next second his figure suddenly disappeared. Starlight Wizard Tower. Practice room. Liz sat cross-legged and meditated. Although she had her own wizard tower, most of the time, Liz chose to practice in the Starlight Wizard Tower. After all, the concentration of energy particles here is much higher than that of her wizard tower. In fact, the practice room of the Starlight Wizard Tower has long been one of the items on the Star Alliance exchange list, and it is sought after by many wizards, especially the practice rooms near the top floor, which are basically reserved by the high-level officials of each Star Alliance. And it is difficult for ordinary wizards to exchange. As a core high-level official of the Star Alliance, Liz naturally does not need to exchange. and has a fixed practice room in the Starlight Wizard Tower all year round. At this moment, Liz suddenly opened her eyes. Her expression slightly changed. The next moment, she suddenly disappeared. And when she appeared again, she had already come to the study. At first glance, she saw Su-Nan sitting behind the desk, looking at her with a smile. "You are finally back." Liz also smiled. "How did you gain?" Su-Nan smiled and said, "Not bad. I have successfully comprehended the law of gravity." Liz was not surprised to hear this. If it were someone else, it would be amazing to comprehend a rule system law in just over 60 years. But the same thing happened to Su-Nan. It seemed very common. It can only be said that Su-Nan's previous performance raised Liz's expectation threshold for him. "How is the battle going?" Su-Nan asked about the business. Liz looked calm and said seriously, "According to your instructions, we will focus on Taino and Ziyue plains. In the year 2695 of the Starlight calendar, we had already taken over Taino plain. Now we have occupied about 1/3 of the territory of Ziyue plain. Now our army is in an advantageous position. We will definitely take over Ziyue plain within 20 years at most. As for Baikal and Patent plains, we are mainly focusing on containment at present." Su-Nan nodded with satisfaction. In the past 300 years, the military strength of the Star Alliance has increased a lot. But the forces of the 4 plains of Black Soda are also stronger than the 3 plains of Ulan, Shiga and Manro before. In addition, it is still attacking 4 plains at the same time, and the forces are dispersed, which is not easy for the Star Alliance. It is already very good to be able to capture the most valuable and powerful Taino plain in just over 60 years, and to establish a battle advantage in Ziyue plain. The Taino plain is a high-value plain with human civilization as the mainstream race. If we take this plain and manage it carefully for 100 or 200 years, the overall strength of the Star Alliance will be greatly improved. What about the 10,000 birds? We have held back a lot of the Black Soda forces. The 10,000 birds have now broken the stalemate and are suppressing the Black Soda. So far, the 10,000 birds have captured 4 plains of the Black Soda. Su-Nan nodded in understanding. The overall strength of the 10,000 birds is only 1 level lower than that of the Black Soda, with the Star Alliance holding back part of the Black Soda's power. The 10,000 birds will naturally have the upper hand. The Black Soda has a total of 22 plains, 4 of which were captured by the Star Alliance and 4 by the 10,000 birds. Now there are only 14 plains left in its hands, and it can be predicted that this number will drop sharply in a short time. In addition to the 2 true spirit wizards who died before, among the many wizard forces participating in the Wizard Civil War, the Black Soda can be said to have suffered the most losses. However, there is still a true spirit wizard in the Black Soda. Although the other party was seriously injured, he should not be underestimated. Once the Black Soda falls into the crisis of destruction, the true spirit wizard will definitely not care about any agreement, and will most likely take action. We must be careful to prevent this. After all, the power of the true spirit wizard is there. Even an injured true spirit wizard can cause huge trouble to the Star Alliance. By the way, there is something I want to tell you. Li Zai's expression suddenly became more serious. The population of the Starlight continent has increased a lot in recent years. I plan to transfer some of the population to other planes. Su-Nan raised his eyebrows. You want to migrate to the plane? In the wizard world, the plane with human civilization and humans as the mainstream race is the most valuable. However, the number of human planes in the multiverse is scarce, and basically there are main planes, so it is very difficult to get started. So some wizards took a different approach, transferring some of the population from the human plane to other planes to reproduce and artificially create human planes. Over tens of thousands of years, there are not no successful examples, but there are more failed examples. After all, plane migration is more difficult. One is that the plane to be migrated must be suitable for human survival, have sufficient resources and energy particle concentration, and must undergo certain transformations in advance. Otherwise, the incompatibility of the climate and soil alone is enough to greatly drag down the progress of the plane migration plan, or even make the entire plan bankrupt. Another is that the population of the plane to be migrated must be large enough. Otherwise, rashly transferring a considerable number of people may very likely drag down the development of the plane, and even cause the productivity and development level of the plane to decline significantly, which is not worth the loss. However, after listening to Li Zai's explanation, Su-Nan found that these 2 points seem to be not a problem. In recent years, under the management of the Star Alliance. The development of the Starlight Continent can be said to be very impressive. The promotion and popularization of magic energy technology has enabled the economy and productivity level of the Starlight Continent to develop rapidly. In the more than 700 years since the lifting of the plane blockade, the population of the Starlight Continent has skyrocketed by more than 4 or 5 times. Even if part of the population is transferred in a short period of time, it will not have much impact on the Starlight Continent. As for the immigration plane, Liz decided to choose the Shiga plane. There were originally human races in the Shiga plane, but the number was very small, which also proved that the environment of the Shiga plane was relatively closer to the human plane. Not as bad as the environment of the Manro plane. With a little modification, it can become a plane suitable for human reproduction. In addition, the average physical fitness of the residents of the Starlight Continent has been significantly improved in recent years, and the proportion of knights has increased significantly, which can better overcome the problem of acclimatization when migrating to the plane. Taking all factors into consideration, this plane immigration plan is very likely to be successfully implemented. Chapter 297. Why did it become like this? After thinking for a while, Sunan finally agreed to Liz's proposal. If there is one more human plane, it will be of great benefit to the development of the Star Alliance. The plan can be implemented, but don't rush it. This is not something that can be effective in dozens or hundreds of years. The time span of plane migration is extremely long, often thousands of years. It takes time to transform the plane. It takes time to transfer the population. After the transfer is successful, the population will also have to go through dozens of generations of reproduction before it can really take root in the new plane and expand the population to cover most of the plane. Only then can the new human plane be truly formed. After finalizing the details of the plane migration plan, Sunan changed the subject and asked about the Fruit of Law. Lisa turned her wrist, and a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal appeared in her palm, shining with a beautiful and moving luster under the light of the magic stone lamp. Sunan's eyes fell on the crystal, and he could clearly feel the fluctuations of the power of law emanating from it. Very similar to the crystal of law. Not long after you went to the Shilling Plane, the Wisdom Code sent an envoy to deliver the Fruit of Law, but they also made a request, saying that they must conquer at least one plane of the Black Soda within 100 years. In fact, as early as when he knew that the war was going smoothly, Sunan guessed that the Wisdom Code must have agreed to his conditions. However, seeing the Fruit of Law with his own eyes, he was still happy. Now the progress of understanding the law of gravity can be greatly improved. After taking the Fruit of Law, Sunan looked at it for a moment and put it into the space ring. You have worked hard during this period. He smiled at Lise. But you will continue to preside over the war next. And I have to go back to the Shilling Plane to continue practicing. Lise said seriously. Just concentrate on practicing. I will take care of things here. She knew the importance of Sunan to the Star Alliance. Now the comprehensive strength of the Star Alliance has caught up with the second-rate wizard forces, and it is only missing a true spirit wizard. As long as Sunan succeeds in breaking through, the Star Alliance will immediately be able to join the ranks of second-rate wizard forces, with a higher status and broader development prospects. Compared to Sunan promotion, everything else has to take a back seat. Sunan came quietly and left quietly, so much so that no one except Liz knew he had come back. Returning to the temporary camp in the Shilling Plane, Sunan took out the Fruit of Law and absorbed it immediately. The whole process was no different from absorbing the Crystal of Law. It took about half a year to absorb the Fruit of Law, and Sunan's progress in understanding the law of gravity also increased to 26.04%. It's about the same as I expected. Sunan smiled with satisfaction. In this way, at most 2,700 to 8,000 years, he will be able to control the law of gravity. The law of thunder is relatively easier, and it should be possible to control it in more than 2,000 years. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. There is no upper limit to the synthesis of the power of law. If you can find a way to increase the limit of the body and soul to the power of law, you can synthesize a higher strength of the power of law for perception. That way, the progress of perception can be improved faster. However, at his level, ordinary biological transformation can no longer strengthen his body and soul. Even elementalization and blood fusion are not enough. After thinking for a while, Sunan shook his head and decided to put this matter aside for the time being and find a way to solve it later. Concentrating his distracting thoughts, he continued to devote himself to cultivation. In the following time, Sunan basically soaked in the Shilling Plane. except for occasionally taking time to go back to Wulan City to synthesize some resources. Most of his time was devoted to perceiving the law of gravity. At the same time, the Star Alliance also began to transform the Shiga plane. Time passed quickly. In the 2730th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance conquered the Purple Moon Plane. With this plane-level super-large magic plant garden, the Star Alliance magic plant materials suddenly became much more abundant. Lise waved her hand and began to build more night academies in the Starlight Continent, the Wulan Plane and the Taino Plane, to prepare for the expansion of the magic pattern knights. In the same year, the transformation of the Shiga Plane was completed, and the Star Alliance began to transfer population from the Starlight Continent to the Shiga Plane. With the active cooperation of the Star Empire, the whole process was slightly turbulent, but it was still smooth. The entire population transfer link lasted for more than 10 years, and was not declared completed until the 2745th year of the Starlight Calendar. After that, the Shiga Plane entered a long period of development. During this period, the Star Alliance attack on the Baikal Plane and the Patent Plane did not stop. After conquering the Purple Moon Plane, the Star Alliance sent the main force of the army to the two planes, intensifying the offensive. In front of the Star Alliance army, whose strength far exceeded theirs, the Baikal Plane and the Patent Plane had no power to fight back and retreated on the battlefield. In the 2753rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance conquered the Baikal Plane. In the 2762nd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance captured the Barton Plane. So far, all 7 planes of the Black Sortie Tower have fallen into the hands of the Star Alliance. The number of planes controlled by the Star Alliance has also soared to 9, and its strength has increased significantly again. On the other hand, the 10,000-headed bird has also frequently played victorious songs, and has made great strides in the battlefield with the Black Sortie Tower. In the 2775th year of the Starlight Calendar, the 10,000-headed bird captured the Aesir Plane. This is also the 8th Black Sortie Tower plane captured by the 10,000-headed bird. So far, the planes still under the control of the Black Sortie Tower have been reduced from 22 to 7. Under the joint attack of the Star Alliance and the 10,000-headed bird, the once powerful and glorious Black Sortie Tower is now in a precarious situation. Dark Dragon Plane, Black Sortie Tower Headquarters. The majestic buildings that were crouching on the ground like a black dragon have now lost their former solemnity and majesty. There is a sense of impending storm everywhere, which makes people feel a little depressed. In the dark giant tower in the center and the spacious meeting hall, the stagnant and heavy atmosphere is becoming more and more obvious. The dozens of wizards gathered in the hall all look gloomy and frowned. The 10,000-headed bird is already dispatching the main force of the army and preparing to concentrate its forces to attack the Moho Plain and the Dark Tree Plain. They are in high spirits, and I am afraid it will be difficult for us to resist them. No matter what, we can't let the 10,000-headed bird continue to occupy. If we lose a few more planes, the Black Cable Tower will be finished. It's easy to say, how can we stop the 10,000-headed bird? Alas, it was fine at the beginning. Why did it become like this now? Listening to the conversation of everyone, a trace of confusion flashed in Lucius' eyes. Yes, why did it become like this? Is it because the 10,000-headed bird is strong? No, that's not right. In terms of strength, the Black Sortie Tower is much stronger than the 10,000-headed bird. Things have developed to this point today entirely because of the Star Alliance. Thinking of this, Lucius couldn't help but feel a deep regret in his heart. Who would have thought that a small third-rate wizard force could cause such a big trouble to the Black Sortie Tower? In a war that lasted for more than 500 years, normal wizard forces became weaker and weaker. Even the 10,000-headed bird that captured 8 planes of the Black Sortie Tower in the war did not increase its strength much. Instead, it exhausted most of its foundation and accumulation because of the war. After all, it takes time to digest the results of the war. Only the Star Alliance is an exception. After all these years of war, it has not only not become weaker, but has become stronger and stronger. Except for the lack of true spirit wizards, the Star Alliance current strength has already caught up with the 10,000-headed bird. If I had known that the Star Alliance was so difficult, I should have concentrated my efforts to deal with the Star Alliance first. Even if I had to lose 1 or 2 planes, I had to kill the Star Alliance first. If that were the case, the situation would never have developed to such a bad point now. It's a pity that it's too late to regret now. Even if they now concentrate their forces to turn around and deal with the Star Alliance, they may not be able to defeat the latter. The Star Alliance is no longer the small wizard force that can be destroyed with a backhand. After arguing for a long time without any result, the hall gradually became quiet, and everyone looked at Lucius, who was sitting at the top. Seeing this, Lucius took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Send people to the 10,000-headed bird to negotiate with the Star Alliance." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. But after reacting, they showed an extremely complicated expression. At this point, unless Black Soda intends to go all the way and fight with the 10,000-headed bird and the Star Alliance to the end at the risk of destruction. Otherwise, there is only one way to go, which is to negotiate. It's just that Black Soda is the strongest among the second-rate wizard forces, and has the greatest hope of becoming one of the best of the large wizard forces. They have always been the ones to bully others, but now they have to beg for mercy from others. It's so frustrating to think about it. For a while, everyone was in a complicated mood. However, in the face of death, face must be put aside. And soon someone agreed. I agree to peace talks. But Lord Lucius, I'm afraid that the 10,000-headed birds and the Star Alliance will ask for a big price. Lucius said expressionlessly, they have finally caught us. It would be strange if they don't take the opportunity to ask for a big price. Things have come to this point. As long as they accept peace talks, even if they want us to give up 2 more planes, we can only agree. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there is no fear of lack of firewood. As long as the living forces can be preserved and endured, there will be a chance to make a comeback. Sooner or later, he will make the 10,000-headed birds and the Star Alliance pay the price. What if the Star Alliance and the 10,000 birds do not accept the peace talks? Someone asked hesitantly. Lucius's face flashed with a ferocious look, and he said coldly, the Black Soda is not easy to bully. If they refuse to negotiate, then fight them to the death. Above Wulan City, a plane rift suddenly appeared, and Sudan walked out of it. Today is the annual return day. According to previous habits, he had to go to the laboratory to synthesize a batch of new resources for the Star Alliance to use for the next year. With the development and growth of the Star Alliance, he no longer has to worry about many low and medium-level resources, but a few high-level resources, such as construction potions and enhanced wizard tower facilities, still rely on his cube synthesis. However, this time, Sunan was stopped by Liz as soon as he arrived at the laboratory. The Black Soda sent an envoy to negotiate with us. Sunan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, but soon returned to normal. At this point, the Black Soda has been completely at a disadvantage, and it is not surprising that they want to negotiate. What did the 10,000-head bird say? Sunan asked. Most likely, the 10,000-head bird also received the Black Soda's request for peace talks. Gavin just came here some time ago and wanted to meet and talk with you. Because you were not there, he went back and asked me to wait for you to come back and tell you immediately. Then arrange for me to meet with him. After receiving the news that Sunan had returned, Gavin immediately rushed over and looked him up and down with a strange look as soon as they met. I heard that you have already comprehended the law. Yes. Sunan did not hide it and admitted it frankly. Hearing this, Gavin immediately showed an extremely complicated look. As a descendant of the true spirit, he is only at the 3rd level of crystallization and has not yet successfully comprehended the law. Before the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War, Sunan was only at the 3rd level of liquefaction. Who would have thought that he would quickly break through to the 3rd level of crystallization and successfully comprehend the law? This speed of strength improvement is simply a monster. In the past, he also felt that he had excellent qualifications. But compared with Sunan, he suddenly felt that he had practiced like a dog before. I don't know what law Sunan comprehended. He succeeded in comprehending it so quickly. Most likely it is the elemental law. Right? But think about it. With Sunan's qualifications and talents, at least he will choose the rule law. If it is the rule law, it can be comprehended so quickly, which is even more exaggerated. After hesitating for a while, Gavin finally didn't ask. After all, it is a wizard's secret to comprehend what kind of law. If you ask rashly, you may offend others. After calming down, Gavin talked about business. The Star Alliance should have received the request for peace talks from the Black Soda. What are your plans? Sunan did not answer, but smiled and asked back, the 10,000 birds are not going to agree to the peace talks. Right? Gavin was slightly startled, then laughed and said, "I still can't hide it from you." Immediately, his expression became serious. "This time, we finally beat the black soda into this state. This is a rare opportunity. If we don't take this opportunity to destroy the black soda in one fell swoop, they will definitely retaliate against us when they recover in the future. If we don't remove the roots, there will be endless troubles." Sunan pondered for a while, and did not express his thoughts immediately. But in fact, he agreed with Gavin's statement in his heart. Black wizards are a group of guys who will take revenge for every grievance. It would be strange if the black soda didn't want to retaliate after suffering such a big loss this time. Of course, the more important thing is the interests. In normal times, it would be difficult for the Star Alliance to conquer several new planes. Only in a large-scale war like the Wizard Civil War can we form alliances, make friends with distant forces, and attack nearby forces to capture multiple planes. The Star Alliance now has a rare opportunity. As long as the Black Sora is defeated, it can control more planes, which will be of great benefit to future development. No matter from which perspective, the Star Alliance should not miss such a good opportunity. The 10,000 birds obviously have the same idea. Seeing Sunan mumbling in silence, Gavin couldn't help but said, "We can attack the Black Sora together as before. The 10,000 birds will be responsible for attacking 4 planes including the Dark Dragon plane. And the Star Alliance will only be responsible for attacking 3 planes." Sunan's eyes flashed, and he said without hesitation, "The 3 planes that the Star Alliance is responsible for must include the Enderland plane. Enderland is the 3rd human plane of the Black Sora in addition to the Dark Dragon plane and the Tino plane." Chapter 298 Apocalypse Potion. Gavin smiled bitterly. "You are really rude. You have already taken over the Tino plane." Sunan smiled slightly and said, "The 10,000 birds will not suffer any loss. As a plane with humans as the mainstream race, the Dark Dragon plane is much stronger than the Tino plane and Enderland plane in terms of population size and development level. Besides, the 10,000 birds have already taken over many resource-based planes. No matter how you calculate it will not suffer any loss." Gavin frowned and said, "The Dark Dragon plane is the headquarters of the Black Sword Tower. We will have to pay a heavy price to attack there." Sunan smiled. "Then how about we take over?" Cough. Gavin coughed lightly and said, "The Black Sword Tower still has a true spirit wizard sitting in the Dark Dragon plane. As long as they are willing to pay the price, the Star Alliance is confident that they can deal with that true spirit wizard. The true spirit wizard is indeed powerful, but the Star Alliance is not completely powerless to compete. Dozens of wizard towers and hundreds of war creatures united together, and it is still possible to kill the true spirit wizard. But the price to pay must be very huge. However, if the Dark Dragon plane can be obtained, it is not a loss." Seeing that Sunan has said this, Gavin is helpless and sighed and said, "Just according to your conditions." Sunan smiled and stretched out his hand. "Happy cooperation." Gavin shrugged and held Sunan's palm. Happy cooperation. After reaching an agreement, the Star Alliance and the 10,000-headed bird took action without delay. In the 2778th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance and the 10,000-headed bird launched an attack on the Black Sword Tower again. The 10,000-headed bird withdrew its troops from the 3 planes of Enran, Xiongtong and Yak, and the Star Alliance then marched to take over the 10,000-headed bird's bases in the 3 planes and launched a fierce offensive against the Black Sword Tower garrison. And the 10,000-headed bird was able to put the withdrawn troops into the attack on the other 4 planes. Under the joint siege of the 2 major wizard forces, the Black Soul Tower was in a precarious situation. At the same time, the war situation of other wizard forces also changed dramatically. In the 2780th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Mithril Council captured the Asian Silver Plain and killed a group of wizards in the Egret Tower. And the Egret Tower was destroyed. In the 2782nd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Sea King Whale destroyed the Magic Cocoon Society. In the 2785th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Pale Mask destroyed the Cliff Society, one of the affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code. In the 2786th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Sky Raven and the Abyss Dawn, affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code, jointly destroyed the Flame Mark Society. The war seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button. In less than 10 years, more than 10 wizard forces were destroyed one after another. More than half of them were second-rate wizard forces. The entire wizard world was reshuffled at once, and earth-shaking changes occurred. Although the large wizard forces were also fighting fiercely, their foundation was there, and they could not defeat each other, so there was no danger of destruction. At most, one of them would suffer a greater loss, as many second-rate wizard forces either won or were destroyed and gradually left the war. Many eyes gradually shifted to the war between the Star Alliance, the 10,000-headed bird, and the Black Soda. In the 2788th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance conquered the Endren Plain of the Black Soda. In the 2793rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance conquered the Bare Eyes Plain of the Black Soda. In the 2797th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance conquered the Jacques Plain of the Black Soda. At the same time, the 10,000-headed bird also conquered several Black Soda plains. Until the 2803rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the main force of the 10,000-headed bird gathered in the Dark Dragon Plain and launched the final attack on the Black Soda. At this time, the Black Soda, which only had one plain left, was already in the eyes of others. It was the end of its strength, and its defeat was imminent. Even Heisua Tower himself thought so. In the year 2805 of the Starlight Calendar, Ryan, the last true spirit wizard of Heisua Tower, blatantly tore up the agreement, attacked the 10,000-head bird, and slaughtered the 10,000-head bird army on the front battlefield. However, the 10,000-head bird was prepared, and the two true spirit wizards then took action. After a fierce battle, the two true spirit wizards of the 10,000-head bird killed Ryan on the spot. At this point, Heisua Tower lost its last trump card and was doomed to fail. In the year 2807 of the Starlight Calendar, the 10,000-head bird completely occupied the entire Dark Dragon Plain. The wizards of Heisua Tower either died in battle or surrendered, and only a few escaped from the Dark Dragon Plain. The destruction of Heisua Tower, one of the top second-rate wizard forces, made many people sigh. This is the strongest wizard force that has been destroyed since the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War. As the initiators of the destruction of Heisua Tower, the 10,000-head bird and the Star Alliance also attracted a lot of attention. The Star Alliance, in particular, has become the center of attention. Before the outbreak of the war, a wizard force that was only at the bottom of the third rate participated in the war to destroy the top second-rate wizard force and made a lot of efforts. It is really shocking. But what is even more shocking is the development speed of the Star Alliance. In just over 500 years, it has expanded from a wizard force that controls 2 planes to now controlling 12 planes, including the backbone forces of 3 human planes. This growth speed is really shocking. Anyone can see that the Star Alliance is now only one true spirit wizard away from becoming a second-rate wizard force. Congratulations. After more than 500 years, Sunan met Maisha again in the Holy Tree City in the Holy Tree Plain. This is a towering city built on a giant tree. From a distance, the city and the giant tree seem to merge together, presenting a strange beauty of perfect combination. This is also the headquarters of the Wisdom Code, and its ruling body, the Wisdom Society, is located in this city. As soon as they met, Maisha smiled faintly and congratulated Sunan, with some sighs in her heart. Although she had long expected that the Star Alliance would definitely have a brilliant performance in the war, the development of the war situation still caught her off guard. The Star Alliance performance in the war against the Black Sword Tower even surpassed the 10,000 birds of the 22 planes controlled by the Black Sword Tower. The Star Alliance has captured 10, only 2 less than the 10,000 birds. Given the huge gap in strength at the beginning, it was a miracle that the Star Alliance could achieve this. Not to mention that the current strength of the Star Alliance is not much worse than that of the 10,000 birds. But what surprised Maisha even more was the speed at which Sunan's strength improved. As a true spirit wizard who controls the laws, she sensed a faint breath of the power of the law on Sunan the first time she saw him. It was the proof of the understanding of the law. This made Maisha secretly amazed. I remember that when the blockade of the plane of the Starlight Continent was just lifted, Sunan was only a second-level crystallization wizard. It has only been more than 800 years, and he has already broken through to become a third-level crystallization wizard, and successfully understood the law. Looking at the entire multiverse, there is no wizard who has made such rapid progress as him. The congratulations that Maisha said were not only congratulations on the victory of the Star Alliance war, but also congratulations on Sunan's successful understanding of the law. After a few pleasantries, Maisha talked about business. You, Tobris, said you want to see me? Is there something? Sunan said seriously. I want to ask Lord Maisha something. You say. Is there any way to increase a person's tolerance limit for the power of law? After successfully perceiving the law, Sunan made many attempts to study how to increase the tolerance limit for the power of law. But he spent a lot of time and energy. But in the end, he got nothing. After all, even in his previous life, he was not promoted to a true spirit wizard, and his research on the power of law was very limited. After thinking about it, he decided to ask professionals for advice. After hearing what Sunan said, Maisha's expression moved slightly, and she looked at Sunan deeply. Ordinary third-level crystallization wizards would not consider this problem. After all, the bodies and souls of most third-level crystallization wizards are not enough to bear more power of law. Just extracting a trace of power of law from the origin of the plane is enough for normal perception. Only a very small number of geniuses with outstanding qualifications and deep accumulation will think about how to accommodate more power of law and speed up the perception. There is a way, Maisha said. Sunan's eyes lit up and said, as long as you tell me, I can pay you a satisfactory reward. Maisha shook her head slightly. No need for reward. It's not a very secret information. It doesn't matter if I tell you. If it were someone else, Maisha might not be so easy to talk to. But the potential of Sunan and the Star Alliance is there. And she is still very happy to make a personal relationship. Do you know the Apocalypse Potion? Maisha asked. Apocalypse Potion? Sunan's expression moved slightly, and he thought about it carefully, and said in a deep voice, I have heard of it. I remember that it seems to be a special potion used by true spirit wizards to assist in the perception of the law? Maisha nodded gently. Yes. The real effect of the Apocalypse Potion is to temporarily increase the wizard's affinity with the power of the law, so that the wizard can more easily perceive the law. In essence, it is also to increase the upper limit of the tolerance of the power of the law. Level 3 crystal wizards can also take it. Sunan's eyes flashed slightly. He knew about the Apocalypse Potion, but he had always thought it was a potion used exclusively by true spirit wizards, so he didn't think about it that way. Now that Maisha reminded him, he suddenly understood. But he frowned again. The potion used by true spirit wizards must be extremely precious, considering that this potion can also assist the third-level crystallization wizards to comprehend the laws. Its preciousness is undoubtedly even higher. Even if the Wisdom Codex can make this potion, it will definitely not be sold to the outside world, and most of it will be consumed internally. How to get the Apocalypse Potion is a problem. As if seeing Sunan's thoughts, Maisha said, the Apocalypse Potion is extremely difficult to make, and the materials required are mostly rare and extremely rare. Only true spirit wizards can make it, so the quantity is extremely small. Even true spirit wizards are not enough, and basically it will not be sold to the outside world. After a pause, she added, if you want, maybe you can try your luck in the City of All Things. Sunan was thoughtful. Indeed, it was impossible to buy the Apocalypse Potion from other wizard forces, so the only place that could possibly find the Apocalypse Potion was Wanwu City. Ordinary chambers of commerce definitely didn't have it, but you could try your luck at the 3 major chambers of commerce, especially Guangyu Pavilion. The Guangyu dragon was famous for having many treasures in his hands, so maybe there was the Apocalypse Potion. Thinking of this, Sunan had a plan in mind and smiled at Maisha. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. You're welcome. Maisha shook her head slightly and changed the subject. The Black Soto Tower has been destroyed. What are the plans of the Star Alliance next? The Star Alliance has gained a lot in this war. It needs to digest it for a while. Next, we will focus on development and not get involved in other things. Sunan glanced at Maisha and smiled, but then again, the war should be over soon. Maisha looked at him in surprise. You are quite perceptive. She did not deny it, and said frankly, you are right in your guess. The various large wizard forces have been negotiating privately. They are currently negotiating the distribution of the origin of the laws of the Earth Crystal Plane. Once a consensus is reached, the war will end immediately. Sure enough, it was the same as he remembered. Sunan sighed. The cause of the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War was that the various large wizard forces competed for the origin of the laws of the Earth Crystal Plane. But after a great war, not a single large wizard force was seriously injured, let alone destroyed. In the end, if they can get a share of the origin of the law, the war losses can be completely compensated. On the contrary, the second and third-rate wizard forces involved such as the 291 and the Star Alliance, which have conquered many planes, are fine. But the other wizard forces that have not gained anything, or the gains are far from enough to make up for the losses, are seriously injured. As for the destroyed wizard forces such as the Black Sortie Tower, the Green Field Club, the Magic Cocoon Club, and the Cliff Club, they are not just unlucky. In the multiverse, the law of the jungle and the respect of the strong are really interpreted vividly. After bidding farewell to Maisha and returning to the Starlight Continent, Sudan sent people to the House of All Things and the True Law Pavilion in the City of All Things to inquire whether there are any apocalypse potions for sale. If there is no gain, he will go to Guangya Pavilion in person. After the destruction of the Black Soto Tower, the Star Alliance completely entered the developmental stage of digesting the results of the war and no longer participated in any war. In the later stage of the war, the intensity rose sharply, so that the newly acquired Tino plane and other 7 planes have not been completely controlled. It is estimated that it will take at least hundreds of years to completely control these 7 planes and turn them into the driving force for the development of the Star Alliance. For a long time to come, the Star Alliance will usher in a leap period of rapid development. In the year 2808 of the Starlight calendar, the wars between wizard forces have been visibly reduced. As the various large wizard forces have stopped fighting, the other wizard forces have also smelled the meaning of the end of the war and tacitly stopped and watched. In the year 2809 of the Starlight calendar, the various large wizard forces seem to have reached an agreement in private and stopped fighting and withdrew their troops. As the large wizard forces retreated, the other wizard forces also withdrew from the war. The wizard civil war that lasted for more than 500 years came to an end. The wizard world has returned to peace. As for the issue that many people are most concerned about, how to distribute the origin of the laws of the Earth crystal plane, all the large wizard forces kept their mouths shut, and no news came out. Sudan didn't care about this. After handing over the affairs of the Star Alliance to his subordinates, he focused on cultivation. The people who went to the City of All Things quickly brought back the news. What was disappointing was that neither the House of All Things nor the True Law Hall could find the Apocalypse Potion. As a last resort, Sudan had to go to the City of All Things himself. Chapter 299. Another god is going to be unlucky. Just like the first time I came, Guangya Pavilion still has the appearance of an ordinary hotel. If you are not aware of the existence of Guangya Pavilion, you will probably ignore it after taking a look. And you will never think that this store is one of the 3 famous chambers of commerce in Wanwu City. Sunan looked up at the sign and then entered the store. Unlike the narrow appearance, the store is spacious and bright, with some things sparsely placed on a dozen wooden shelves. Behind the counter near the door, a tall blonde young man is flipping through the account book. It is Guangya Dragon who has transformed into a human form. Noticing that a guest has come in, Guangya Dragon lazily raised his head and saw Sunan, and was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to remember something, and his platinum eyes lit up slightly. It's you. I haven't been here for hundreds of years. Sunan came to the counter and smiled. Boss, do you still remember me? Guang Yaolong sneered. I don't remember you. But your engraved gem left a deep impression on me. Then I owe it to the engraved gem. Sunan laughed. What do you want to buy this time? Guang Yaolong stared at Sunan with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted him to take out the engraved gem as soon as possible. The Dragon Clan really has a special liking for gems. Sunan sighed secretly and went straight to the point and said, Do you have Apocalypse Potion here? Apocalypse Potion? Guang Yaolong showed a look of surprise on his face and looked at Sunan deeply. I was right about you. I thought you would definitely achieve something in the future. I didn't expect you to comprehend the law so quickly. As early as the first time they met, Guang Yaolong told Sunan in person that sooner or later he would become a true spirit wizard. But even he didn't expect that Sunan would take the step of understanding the law so quickly. But unfortunately, the true spirit wizards keep the Apocalypse Potion very tight and basically won't circulate it outside. I don't have the Apocalypse Potion here. Sunan was disappointed. But then, he heard Guan Jialong change the subject. Although there is no Apocalypse Potion, I have another potion here. I think you should be interested. Sunan asked curiously, What potion? Guan Jialong's palm brushed across the counter, and a bottle of potion suddenly appeared on the empty counter, which was filled with light silver liquid, shining with a charming luster under the light of the magic stone lamp. This is the Guanqi Potion, a replica made by a wizard based on the Apocalypse Potion, and the effect is only about 1/3 of the Apocalypse Potion. There is such a thing? Sunan looked surprised, but quickly reacted. Why have I never heard of this potion? Even if it is only 1/3 of the effect of the Apocalypse Potion, it is still very good. If what Guan Jialong said was true, then the Guangqi Potion would have been sought after by many third-level crystal wizards long ago. And it is impossible that Sunan has never heard of it until now. Guan Jialong laughed and said, this potion has a side effect. After taking it, it will cause slight damage to the soul. It must be taken with potions or magic plants that can nourish and restore the soul. Sunan suddenly realized. No wonder. The importance of the soul to wizards is needless to say. Potions that damage the soul naturally make people have a bad impression. Even if this point can be overcome, the other point is also difficult to get. The potion magic plants that can nourish and restore the soul are all extremely precious and difficult to get. If you have to take it with such a treasure, the cost of using Guangqi Potion is probably not much less than the real Apocalypse Potion, and the efficacy is much lower. Comparing the two, Guangqi Potion suddenly seems very useless. No wonder I have never heard of Guangqi Potion. It is estimated that few wizards will be crazy enough to use this potion. But this is very suitable for Sunan. As long as the magic cube is used for synthesis, any side effects can be completely eliminated. Although he was extremely happy, Sunan remained calm on his face. He took the potion and looked at it for a while, and said, I want to verify whether this potion is as you said. No problem. Guan Yaolong made a gesture of invitation. But if you use the potion, you have to buy it. Sunan nodded and put the Guangqi Potion into the magic cube, and the corresponding information was quickly displayed on it. Just as Guan Yaolong said. After verifying that it was correct, Sunan took out the potion again, put it back on the counter, and asked, how much is the price? From Guan Yaolong's perspective, the potion only disappeared from Sunan's hand for a few seconds, as if it was put into the space ring, and then taken out again. From Sunan's appearance, it seemed that he had already verified it. Such a weird verification method made Guan Yaolong, who was well informed, a little confused. But he was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. He held up 2 fingers and said, 20 of the same engraved gems from last time. Seeing Sunan frowning slightly, he spread his hands and said, the materials used to make this potion are not cheap. The value of the materials has nothing to do with me. I only care about the efficacy. Sunan pondered for a moment and said, forget it. I won't buy the potion. I want the formula of Guangqi Potion. Guan Jialong shook his head and refused. I don't sell the formula. Sunan said with a smile, few people will buy Guangqi Potion. Even if the formula is in your hands, it won't create much profit. Why not sell it to me at once and make a profit? Seeing Guan Jialong's interest, Sunan struck while the iron was hot and took out an engraved gem and put it on the counter. Maybe you can take a look at this first. Guan Jialong looked at the engraved gem and was stunned. His eyes could not move away. This is... Guan Jialong's eyes showed a fiery color without concealment. Sunan saw it and raised his mouth slightly. After successfully comprehending the law, the effect of the engraved gem on him has been greatly reduced. That said, before coming to Guangyu Pavilion, he still took the time to synthesize some engraved gems. Each gemstone is synthesized from more than 200 basic imprinted gemstones, which is several times more advanced than those imprinted gemstones traded to Guan Jialong. As long as you are keen on collecting gemstones, you don't have to worry about not being tempted. After a while, Guan Jialong reluctantly withdrew his gaze, hesitated, and gritted his teeth and said, 5 such imprinted gemstones. I will sell you the formula. Sunan smiled faintly, deal. After getting the 5 imprinted gemstones, Guan Jialong was obviously much happier, looking at Sunan in amazement. Your attainments in making magic items are better than many true spirit wizards. I have never seen any wizard who can make such high-level imprinted gemstones. This thing is very difficult to make, and I only have a few in my hand. Sunan made a random remark to block Guan Jialong's tentative words. The goal has been achieved, so there is no need for him to stay any longer. After chatting for a few words, he planned to say goodbye and leave. Just as he was about to walk out of the door, a man suddenly walked in from outside. The two met head-on, and they stopped at the same time, looking at each other. The man was about 30 years old, with ordinary features, but there was a strange black line on his right cheek. The pattern was very simple, just a crooked black line. But when Sunan's eyes fell on it, he seemed to see a dark and deep black hole, with an illusion that his soul was about to be sucked in. Sunan's heart trembled, and he quickly moved his eyes away, secretly surprised. The power of the law. From the black line, he clearly felt the power of the law, and with his current strength, the existence that can make him feel this way just by looking at it must be a true spirit wizard. There are very few true spirit wizards in Wanwu City. Sunan was a little curious about the purpose of this strange true spirit wizard coming to Guanyu Pavilion. But after thinking about it, he put away his curiosity and walked out of the store. At the moment of passing by, the man glanced at Sunan with a meaningful look. The man did not withdraw his gaze until Sunan disappeared and entered the store. Guan Yaolong, who was happily admiring the gems behind the counter, looked up and saw the person coming, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. What a rare guest. Jude, why did you come to me instead of staying in the realm of truth? Jude did not answer his question, but asked, who was that person just now? You ask even though you know the answer. Guan Yaolong rolled his eyes. The Star Alliance has caused you, the Dark Throne, to suffer such a big loss. And even your die-hard supporter, the Black Soda, has fallen into the hands of the Star Alliance. I don't believe that you don't recognize the controller of the Star Alliance. It's him. Jude shook his head and didn't care about Guan Yaolong's weirdness. He had indeed seen Sunan's image and knew that the Star Alliance had such a person. It was just that he clearly sensed the breath of the law on the other party just now. And as far as he knew, Sunan was only a third-level liquefaction more than 500 years ago, and it was impossible for him to successfully comprehend the law so quickly. So he wondered if he had recognized the wrong person. It turned out that the man was really Sunan. In just over 500 years, he has broken through from level 3 liquefaction to level 3 crystallization, and has successfully comprehended the law. This talent is better than many descendants of true spirits, with such qualifications and strength. It's no wonder that he can make such a big name. Jude glanced at the direction where Sunan left, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Seeing that Jude had been silent, Guan Yaolong put away the gems and asked impatiently, what do you want to buy? Jude didn't mind his tone and said lightly, 10 bottles of Hidden God Potion. Guan Yaolong raised his eyebrows and sneered, which god are you going to attack again? Jude looked at him calmly and didn't answer. Guan Yaolong was bored, curled his lips and said nothing, and threw out 10 bottles of potion. Old rules. 10 dark gems. Jude didn't bargain, put the 10 gems on the counter, and then left without looking back. Looking at his departing figure, Guan Yaolong shrugged. It seems that another god is going to be unlucky. After returning to the Starlight Continent, Sunan immediately entered the laboratory of the Starlight Wizard Tower and began to make the Light Awakening Potion. There were ready-made materials in the warehouse, and Sunan directly asked Tower Spirit No. 1 to mobilize them. Now his potion-making skills have broken through to level 7. Even among the true spirit wizards, it is a first-class level, and it is more than enough to make the Light Awakening Potion. After trying 2 or 3 times, Sunan successfully made the first bottle of Light Awakening Potion. The effect displayed by the magic cube is almost the same as the bottle that Guan Yaolong took out. After that, Sunan made more than 10 bottles of Light Awakening Potion and then synthesized them. As expected, after 4 bottles of Light Awakening Potion were put into the magic cube, the newly synthesized Light Awakening Potion had no side effects. Not bad. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The next step is to test the compatibility of the Light Awakening Potion with himself. It goes without saying that the Light Awakening Potion cannot be infinitely synthesized and strengthened. After all, he himself has a limit to bear. And the next thing to do is to test this synthesis limit. It took a long time, and more than 10 bottles of Light Awakening Potion were taken one after another, before Sunan matched the best Light Awakening Potion. The final Light Awakening Potion can increase his speed of perceiving the law by about 120% on the original basis, which is more than twice the original. At this rate, it will take about 1,300 to 400 years to master the law of gravity. Sunan was full of joy. This is much faster than before. It turns out that you still need the assistance of cultivation resources to improve your strength faster. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan fell into thinking again. The current speed of perceiving the law is already very good, but he still feels that it is not enough. There are less than 700 years left before the ambush of the Spider God Queen. It would be best to control the law of gravity before then, so that he will have the power to fish in troubled waters in the upcoming event. Collect some magic plants and potions that enhance the strength of the body and soul to assist in cultivation. It should be possible to further increase the speed of perceiving the law. But the increase should not be high. Not as high as the Guanchi potion. Wait! Sunan suddenly reacted, and couldn't help tapping his forehead. He has always been looking for problems from himself, trying to improve his upper limit of the power of the law. But he never thought that he could actually try to change the external environment. After all, perceiving the law is the essence of understanding the law. If I perceive the law in a higher gravity environment, can I slightly improve the efficiency? Sunan thought he could try it. He thought and did it. And he immediately entered the Shenling plane. It is not difficult for a third-level crystal wizard to arrange a high-gravity environment. It is just a matter of a magic circle. Sunan quickly completed the arrangement of the magic circle, and then sat down in the center of the magic circle, and activated the magic circle. The gravity of the Shenling plane is much higher than that of ordinary planes. And after the magic circle amplification, the gravity has reached a very amazing level. The moment the magic circle was activated, a huge pressure as heavy as a mountain suddenly enveloped Sunan's whole body. Even with his strength as a third-level crystal wizard, his breathing still stagnated at this moment, and his upper body slightly bent forward. It took a while for him to adjust before he straightened up. Taking a deep breath, Sunan began to comprehend the law. The result surprised him quite a bit, and the efficiency of comprehending the law was indeed improved. It really works. Sunan was overjoyed and continued to improve the magic circle and increase the gravity. After repeated enhancements, the gravity in the magic circle has soared to the intensity that even a second-level wizard will be flattened into a ball of meat sauce the moment he enters. Under this intensity of pressure, Sunan was completely suppressed in place and unable to move. Even if he was just sitting, he seemed to hear the sound of bones being overwhelmed. Is it already the limit? Sunan sighed, gave up the idea of continuing to strengthen the gravity magic circle, and calmed down to practice. It must be said that although it was extremely difficult and painful to practice in such a high-gravity environment, the efficiency of comprehending the law of gravity was also extremely high. In addition to the magic plants and potions that could enhance the strength of the body and soul that he had collected in advance. After taking them, Sunan's speed of comprehending the law of gravity increased again. Sunan was immersed in the painful and happy practice, and he was unaware of the passage of time. Chapter 300 The Battle of Gods. The long plain spread to the end of the sky, dotted with dense forests and grasslands, and occasionally lakes sparkling with beautiful sapphire-like light, like blue diamonds in the green screen. In the center of the plain, a towering ancient tree with its branches and leaves spread out, towering like a canopy, covering the plain of 1,000 meters in radius. Countless men and women with good looks and dressed in white robes roamed under the ancient tree, talking, playing and resting, and the atmosphere was peaceful and tranquil. And at the top of the crown of the ancient tree, a beautiful woman was standing quietly, looking up at the night sky. She was extremely tall, nearly 3 meters tall, and was undoubtedly a giant by human standards. But she did not look bulky at all, but instead exuded a sense of exquisiteness and slenderness. She was wearing a close-fitting silver battle armor, which outlined her graceful body curves to the fullest. The long silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall to her ankles, and the silver light swirled and flickered, covering her with a faint glow. Behind her, a man in a star robe stood 3 or 4 meters away, looking calmly at the sky. It was clearly daytime, but the moon in the sky was clearly visible, even brighter than at night. But at this moment, gusts of cold wind suddenly blew from a distance, mixed with earthy yellow sand and gravel. Although it was very far away, the whistling sound seemed to be clearly audible in the ears. At the same time, scarlet light emerged from the end of the sky, sweeping towards the ancient tree like a tide, but was quickly blocked by the bright moonlight, and the speed suddenly slowed down a lot. The sudden vision immediately caused a commotion among the crowd under the tree, and many people picked up their weapons and looked into the distance. Only the woman and the wizard on the treetop looked calm. "She's coming," the wizard spoke slowly. The tone seemed calm, but if you carefully comprehend it, you can detect a hint of fear in it. The woman frowned, sighed, looked back at the wizard, and whispered, "How do you know she is going to attack me?" The wizard said calmly, "Your Crescent Moon priesthood and the Spider Queen's priesthood are very compatible. After devouring your priesthood, the Spider Queen's power will definitely be able to reach a higher level. So she has been eyeing you covetously. This is something many people know." The woman, that is, the Crescent Moon goddess Ilia, smiled undeniably. She knew very well that this was just the other party's excuse, and the real reason must not be this. But she didn't intend to continue asking. The Star Spirit Clock Tower is the most in-depth in the study of gods among all wizard forces. Without a doubt. They always have channels to obtain some secret information related to gods. And it is not surprising to know the movements of the Spider Queen. The other party came all the way to remind her, not to help her. The Star Spirit Clock Tower is famous for its hatred of the gods. It just wants to sit back and watch her and the Spider Queen lose, and then reap the benefits. Of course, it is more likely that she was killed by the Spider Queen. After all, the Spider Queen is more powerful than her. In the moment when the two talked, the sky changed again. Under the seemingly endless blood tide, the bright moonlight became dim at some point and gradually retreated. The strange blood color was like a huge monster, swallowing up the green on the plain bit by bit. The green grass and beautiful flowers quickly withered and died. The trees decayed, the lake dried up, and all the bright colors disappeared. Only the ancient trees remained the same. Soon, the whole sky was occupied by blood, and all you could see was scarlet. The bright moon that was originally hanging in the sky also disappeared as if the space collapsed, turning into a bottomless black hole. That is the Spider God Queen's kingdom eroding the Crescent God Kingdom. This is a unique way of fighting for gods. In battles between gods, they often first control the kingdom of God to invade the other party's kingdom of God, so as to offset the blessing of the opponent's kingdom of God, and fight purely relying on the strength of each other. However, it is not easy to erode the kingdom of God. Often as long as one party resists with all its strength, it is difficult for the gods of the other party to completely invade. And it is also difficult to kill the other party under the blessing of the kingdom of God. This is also why gods rarely die outside the realm of true spirits. Even if they are both gods, it is generally difficult to kill another god, let alone a wizard. But there are exceptions. If the duties of both parties overlap and are of similar nature, the stronger party can control the kingdom of God with similar essence to quickly erode the kingdom of God of the weaker party, thereby killing the other party. Just like what is happening before my eyes. For tens of thousands of years, Ilya has been drifting in the endless void just to avoid the Spider God Queen. But I didn't expect that the other party would still come to her door. She didn't know whether the Star Spirit Clock Tower or other wizard forces were involved behind this. But at this moment, she had no time to pursue these issues. Since its birth, an unprecedented crisis has been in front of her. If she can't get through it, today may be the day of her demise. After a brief commotion, the petitioners who were resting under the tree stood up silently, and each of them had their own weapons in their hands. Although the situation in front of them was very unusual, they did not show any fear or panic on their faces. They stood in front of the ancient tree with calm and silent faces, as if it was a brief silence before a storm. Looking at this scene, Ilya sighed softly, and her deep blue eyes were full of sadness. Behind her, the wizard of the Star Spirit Clock Tower had disappeared at some point. In the distance, dark shadows suddenly appeared on the horizon. Only by looking carefully can you find that it is actually tens of thousands of spiders. They are of different sizes and shapes, waving 8 long limbs, rushing towards this side like waves, as if to submerge the ancient tree. The attack of the Spider Queen has begun. The moment they stepped onto the plain, the ground beneath the spider's feet suddenly cracked, and countless vines emerged from the ground, growing rapidly, tearing the air with flowing and flickering light, and whipping the spiders like whips. Immediately, there was a continuous crackling sound, and the first wave of spiders that rushed up exploded and broke into pieces. But more spiders continued to surge up. Endlessly, some spiders began to transform while running, turning into hideous demon forms. Wax-melting demons, Baylor fire demons, seducing demons, flow demons, and all kinds of strange demons. They use huge swords to chop vines, spit flames to burn vines, or spread their wings to directly cross and rush forward. It didn't take long for these demons to rush into the range covered by the ancient tree. The petitioners, who had been ready for a long time, rushed forward expressionlessly and killed the demons head-on. They wore no armor, only a thin robe, but moonlight appeared out of thin air, covering their whole body and resisting the damage from the demons. In addition, their skills in using swords were also extremely sharp, although they were far fewer in number than the invaders. The petitioners were not at all inferior. Ilya didn't care about the battle below, and stared at the distance with a serious look. In the mighty attacking army, a spider floated straight up, as if crawling up along an invisible spider silk. When it almost touched the sky, violet demon fire suddenly appeared, lingering around its body, and pieces flew like a phoenix. When the flames went out, the spider had turned into a beautiful woman. The robe and cloak woven from transparent spider silk wrapped her exquisite and protruding body. A green spider dagger was played in the palm of her hand, switching from the left hand to the right hand, and suddenly disappeared. It was Rose, the Spider Queen, the infamous queen of the deep pit demon web in the multiverse. She looked up at Ilya on the ancient tree. Her plump lips pulled back, revealing a slightly sarcastic smile, but her purple eyes were expressionless. Long time no see. Ilya. Ilya pursed her lips tightly, did not speak, and drew out the crescent sword with her backhand. The tip of the sword vibrated in the air, making a crisp sound. She raised the moon blade and pointed it at the Spider Queen. The two goddesses looked at each other for a moment, and then their figures flashed forward at the same time, rushing towards each other. The moon blade in Ilya's palm vibrated rapidly, and a bright full moon rose from behind, illuminating the night sky, slightly driving away the heavy blood color, and then stabbed Rose in the chest with a sword. Rose floated back. Ilya chased after her, and the two goddesses started a desperate duel in the air. Ilya's movements were light and beautiful, and her gestures were full of exquisite and elegant beauty. Although she was fighting for her life, she seemed to be performing a sword dance. In comparison, Rose was much more weird. She was like a spider hanging on a silk thread, with her web all over the air. She moved forward and backward, as fast as the wind. Her movements seemed stiff and without any twists and turns. But in fact, she used the most accurate calculations to get the most efficient path and attack method, without any tricks. It was obviously a frontal battle, but every attack became like a surprise attack, a standard assassin style. Clang! The crescent blade and the spider dagger collided with each other, bursting out brilliant light, and a mixture of crisp and vague sounds came out. The two parties seemed to be unaware of it, but the invisible shock spread out like ripples, and the surrounding void was torn and shattered, and everything in it turned into dust, and then reassembled in an instant, repeating over and over again. Scarlet blood rolled in like a dark cloud, and endless surging pressure surged from it, making it almost impossible to stay conscious. Only when Ilya's moon blade was swung, reflecting the bright full moon behind her, and the light was scattered in all directions, could the darkness be slightly driven away. This is the power of the gods. The Star Spirit Clock Tower wizard, who was hiding in the distance, looked at this scene with admiration on his face. There are endless skills and tricks in the use of spells, but these are meaningless in front of gods. Even a powerful spell of 7 or 8 rings can hardly cause damage to gods. Only the highest level of 9 rings can cause some threat to gods, but it is only a little bit. When dealing with gods, true spirit wizards basically do not need to consume the huge 9 rings of spells. They use more power of laws at the same level as divine power and priesthood. Only the power of laws can really threaten gods. Whether it is gods and gods, or gods and true spirit wizards, the battle between them is essentially a confrontation of the power of laws. It is about who has a stronger grasp of the law and who has a deeper understanding and control of the law. The fight in the distance is still going on. Ilya steadily resisted Rose's attacks again and again, but each of her counterattacks was also cleverly dodged or blocked. The power gap between the two sides was obvious. If it weren't for the crescent blade, the artifact held by the crescent goddess, which had a suppressive effect on Rose, she would have fallen under Rose's spider dagger. However, the wizard knew that this was only a short stalemate. In the face of the huge power gap, the final outcome would not change. It was precisely because of this that they told Ilya this information, hoping that Ilya would be fully prepared and not lose too badly, at least to cause enough damage to Rose. In this way, their subsequent plans can continue. As the two gods fought, the blood-colored clouds and the bright moonlight filled the sky, intertwined and mixed, surging like waves in a storm. Gradually, the figures of the two gods could no longer be seen, and only two groups of blood-colored and silver light balls that collided endlessly could be vaguely seen. After an unknown period of time, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge hole suddenly tore open in the middle of the mixed blood-colored and silver clouds. The figures of the two gods reappeared. Ilya retreated in a panic like an arrow. The weapon in her hand flew out of her hand, shattered into dozens of fragments in midair, and scattered everywhere. "Goodbye, Ilya," Rose declared with a cold smile. and a spider web covering the sky and the earth fell from the top of her head, wrapping Ilya in it, tightly wrapped like a cocoon, pulling her into the black hole in the sky and disappearing. Ah! The petitioners on the ground roared shrilly, trying to rescue their faith. But with Ilya's defeat, the moonlight on them also dissipated, and soon they were drowned by endless spiders and demons. Watching this scene, Rose laughed lowly, wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, glanced at the direction of the wizard with a gloomy look, and then turned and took a step forward, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in the void. Discovered? In the distance, the wizard frowned slightly, but soon regained his calm. It doesn't matter if you are discovered. The Spider Queen has long coveted the position of the Crescent Moon Goddess. With such a great temptation in front of her, she will definitely take the bait even if she knows it is poisonous. This is an open conspiracy. At present, things are developing as they planned. The bait has been swallowed. Even if the Spider Queen realizes that they are behind it, it is too late. The war on the plains is over. Without the protection of the Crescent Moon Goddess, the petitioners have been completely destroyed. Endless spiders scattered, cheering and screaming. The scarlet blood spread in all directions, and the color became more and more intense. The deep pit magic web is accelerating the engulfment of this kingdom. It won't be long before this place will become part of the Spider Queen's kingdom. The wizard retracted his sight, tore open the plain crack, stepped into it and disappeared. Chapter 301 Controlling the Law. Shunling Plain. Temporary Camp. The golem puppets originally stationed in the camp were arranged outside the camp, patrolling around the camp. As for the camp, it has been transformed into a gravity training place. The ground is covered with mysterious and complex textures, densely crisscrossed, and the air is vaguely visible with wrinkles and distortions, which shows how high the gravity inside is. Even the Supreme Golem can hardly move after entering the camp. Ordinary buildings can't bear such terrible gravity. The buildings in the camp have been demolished, leaving nothing behind, and it is empty. Sunan sat cross-legged in the open space in the middle of the camp, his eyes closed. While bearing the amazing gravity, he concentrated on comprehending the law of gravity. It has been nearly 700 years since the end of the Wizard Civil War, and he has devoted almost his whole body and soul to comprehending the law of gravity, except for occasionally going back to the Starlight Continent to synthesize some resources. The rest of the time is basically spent in the Shunling Plain, with his wholehearted devotion to cultivation. His understanding of the law of gravity has also made great progress. Now it has come to the final moment. Day and night alternated, and after an unknown period of time, Sunan's body suddenly trembled slightly, and a strange wave suddenly spread rapidly in all directions with him as the center. Wherever it passed, the wrinkled distortions in the void suddenly disappeared, and the originally extremely heavy gravity disappeared out of thin air. Around the camp, the patrolling golem puppets suddenly staggered and flew up from the ground involuntarily. But soon, the strange wave suddenly disappeared, and the golem puppet fell to the ground with a bang, shook its head, and saw that there was no order from the center of the camp, and continued to patrol on its own. In the center of the camp, Sunan opened his eyes, and an undisguised ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Finally got it. It took more than 800 years to finally master the law of gravity. If he wants now, he can be promoted to a true spirit wizard at any time and reach the realm that countless wizards dream of. Of course, Sunan will not do this. What he pursues is not just to be promoted to a true spirit wizard. After a long time, Sunan calmed down his inner ecstasy and concentrated on sensing the law of gravity under his control. Perceiving the law and controlling the law are two different things. The former can only sense the relevant laws and have a certain understanding of the laws, but cannot control the power of the laws. At most, the power will be improved when using related spells. The latter truly understands the essence of the law and can control the power of the law to a certain extent. It can be said that the difference between Sunan and the true spirit wizard now is that he has not taken the step of breakthrough yet, and the power of the law that can be controlled is relatively small. The two can be said to be at the same level, but the difference is the scale of power. To describe it in popular terms, it is a half-step true spirit. An ordinary third-level wizard would not be able to survive a single encounter with Sunan today. Taking a deep breath, Sunan's mind moved, and the gravity around him suddenly increased rapidly, soaring hundreds of times in an instant. The original campground had become as hard as iron under the pressure of ultra-high gravity for hundreds of years. But at this moment, it cracked and cracked under the rapidly rising gravity. splitting into large spider-web-like cracks. It was as if an invisible giant fist fell from the sky and smashed a huge deep pit in the plain of the camp. The next moment, the heavy gravity like a mountain abyss suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and the gravel on the ground seemed to float up, as if it had lost gravity and stayed in the air. Looking at this scene, Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The increase and decrease of gravity may seem ordinary, but it has extremely high practicality. If used well in battle, it can play a significant role. Moreover, the application skills of the law of gravity are not just one increase and decrease of gravity. Sunan flicked his finger, and an invisible wave shot out, hitting a small hill a kilometer away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the hill was shattered as if it was hit by a cannonball. Following that, large patches of wrinkles and twists suddenly appeared in the void, crushing the remaining hill debris into extremely fine powder. Gravity wave, space distortion. The application techniques of these two gravity laws are also amazingly powerful. In addition, there is a more powerful gravity black hole. It's just that Sunan can't use this trick at the moment. He has to wait until he is promoted to a true spirit wizard to have enough power to perform it. After being promoted to a true spirit wizard and further controlling the law of gravity, you can use this as a basis to try to master universal gravitation, and even extend it to the law of space and the law of time. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief with joy, and had unlimited expectations for the potential of the law of gravity. The law of gravity has been mastered, and the next step is to comprehend and master the law of thunder. Sunan stretched his body and decided to rest for a few days, and then find a thunder element space to comprehend the law of thunder. Putting away the golem puppet, Sunan tore open the space crack, stepped into it and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had returned to the Starlight continent. In the sky, his figure flashed again, and he returned to the Starlight Wizard Tower in an instant. After successfully controlling the power of the law, Sunan has a new understanding and control of energy particles, and the use of spells has become more profound. Now, as long as he wants, a teleportation spell can cross the entire Starlight continent. Even a spell missile can easily kill a first-level wizard. The power of the law is originally a higher-level energy type of basic energy particles. Whether or not you control the power of the law, the use of energy particles is completely different. Back in the study, Sunan sent a message. Not long after, Lise rushed over. The moment his eyes fell on Lise, Sunan's eyes lit up slightly. Have you broken through to the third-level crystallization? After reshaping her body, Lise has never fallen behind in cultivation. Although the ghost form 2 years ago did not allow her to make a breakthrough in her actual realm, she accumulated a lot of insights into the use and cultivation of energy particles. With the support of the resources of the Star Alliance, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It is reasonable that she has now broken through to the third level of crystallization. Those who just broke through 3 years ago are not as good as you. That being said, Lise still had a hint of joy between her eyebrows. However, she looked at Sunan carefully for a few times, and seemed to see something, and hesitated. Have you mastered the law of gravity? Sunan smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Lise couldn't help but sigh and said, your cultivation speed is really scary. Even though she has seen many miracles created by Sunan, she still couldn't help but marvel at this moment. In just over 800 years, he has overcome the 2 major difficulties of perceiving the law and controlling the law. I am afraid that there is no wizard in the entire multiverse whose strength has improved so quickly. Those descendants of the true spirits were completely left behind by Sunan by several streets. After a long time, Lise came back to her senses and asked, when are you going to be promoted to a true spirit wizard? No hurry. Sunan shrugged and said, I plan to control another thunder law. Lisa was not surprised to hear this. With Sunan's talent, he must take the route of dual laws to be promoted to a true spirit wizard. Otherwise it would be a waste. It only took more than 800 years for the law of gravity of the rule system, and it is estimated that the thunder law of the element system can be controlled in 500 to 600 years, which adds up to only 1,400 to 500 years. This time is not enough for an ordinary third-level wizard to perceive and control an elemental law. The more you see the speed of Sunan's strength improvement, the more you can feel his evilness. It's incredible. What law do you plan to perceive? Sunan suddenly asked. Lise came back to her senses and said frankly, Star Law. Sunan showed an expression of as expected. When the Falling Star Society still existed, all the true spirit wizards, who were born were those who comprehended the star law. It can be said that the star law has become the symbol of the falling star society. Although it is difficult to teach by words and deeds to comprehend the law, with so many predecessors' experience, the falling star society has more or less accumulated some experience that helps to comprehend the star law, in order to increase the probability of being promoted to a true spirit wizard. It is not surprising that Lise chose this path. After exchanging the experience of comprehending the law for a while, Sunan changed the subject and talked about the development of the Star Alliance. Although Lise was busy with cultivation, she was not like Sunan, who was almost a hands-off boss. She always had a good idea about the development of the Star Alliance. When Sunan asked, she slowly explained, the 10 planes captured in the Wizard Civil War have basically been completely controlled. Each plane has carried out resource development in different directions according to different situations. Among them, the Magic Plantation Development Plan of the Purple Moon Plane is the most outstanding. It has now been basically completed and entered the mature operation stage. There is also the Immigration Plan of the Shiga Plane, which is also going very smoothly. It is expected that after 4,300 years of the Starlight Calendar, the Shiga Plane should be able to complete the initial transformation, and the population will barely reach the average level of the human plane. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Once the transformation of the Shiga Plane is completed, the Star Alliance will have 4 human planes, and the number of human planes will account for 1/3 of the total number of planes. This ratio is unique in the entire wizard world. It is undoubtedly beneficial to the development of the Star Alliance. How many wizards do we have now? As of the end of last month, there are a total of 4,864. After a pause, Liz added another sentence. According to the intelligence we purchased in Wanwu City, the total number of wizards in Wantu before the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War was about 4,300, and the number of wizards in Black Soda was more than 6,200. Of course, this is just a rough estimate, but it is enough to say that the number of wizards in the Star Alliance has now reached the upper middle level of the second-rate wizard forces. The proportion of second and third level wizards is slightly lower, but it is definitely at the upper middle level of the second-rate ranks. Sunan nodded slightly, and was quite satisfied with this answer. The main reason why the number of Star Alliance wizards increased so rapidly was that the Star Alliance successively occupied 2 human planes and transformed 1 more, which greatly increased the population base, and wizards naturally emerged in an endless stream. As for the rapid increase in the proportion of second and third level wizards, it was because of the increase in resource supply. After breaking through to the third level crystallization, Sunan no longer needed to absorb divine energy, and all the elemental crystal cores synthesized with elemental crystal dust were used to supply the wizards under his command for cultivation. With sufficient resource supply, the cultivation speed of Star Alliance wizards naturally accelerated greatly. The number of second and third level wizards naturally increased. According to this trend, when you are promoted to a true spirit wizard, the Star Alliance may be able to become a top second-rate wizard force and replace the previous position of Black Soda, Liz said with a smile. Sunan shook his head. It's still a little short. Even if I break through, the Star Alliance will only have 1 true spirit wizard, which is not enough to compete for the top position of the second rate. When you are promoted to a true spirit wizard, it will be almost there. The Star Law belongs to the rule system law, and the difficulty of perception and control is not much lower than the gravity law. However, as long as Lise successfully comprehends the Star Law, she can take the Light Awakening Potion to assist in cultivation, and the speed of comprehending the law will definitely be much faster than that of an ordinary third-level wizard. At that time, he will take the time to synthesize some of the power of the Star Law to help Lise speed up her perception. At most 3,000 or 4,000 years, Lise may be promoted to a true spirit wizard. By then, the Star Alliance will have 2 true spirit wizards, which can truly be regarded as among the top second-rate wizard forces. As for the larger wizard forces above, Sunan still has some self-knowledge, and knows very well that the Star Alliance will not be able to set foot in that position in the next few thousand years. Which of the large wizard forces that exist in the multiverse today has not existed for hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer? The Star Alliance has not been established for even a fraction of their time. Even if Sunan is reckless in leading the Star Alliance to develop, it is impossible to catch up with them in just a few thousand years after tens of millions of years of development. Of course, as long as the Star Alliance continues to grow, Sunan believes that one day it will be able to achieve the goal of a large wizard force. Lisa didn't know Sunan's plan, and just shook her head when she heard it. I can't compare with you. It's already very good to be able to break through before the end of my life. Sunan smiled and talked about the Guangqi potion. After hearing this, Liza's eyes lit up immediately. There is such a potion. Liza was full of joy. The potion that Sunan has personally verified must be effective. In this way, the time she spent on controlling the laws of the stars could be shortened by at least half, and the probability of being promoted to a true spirit wizard before her death would be greatly increased. How could she not be overjoyed? As expected of you. Liza sighed with emotion. Sunan really always brings her surprises. Sunan smiled and didn't mention the matter of synthesizing the power of the law. Otherwise Liza would be so happy that she would be dizzy. By the way, has anything big happened in the multiverse recently? Sunan was just asking casually. But Liza looked serious. There is indeed one. Not long ago, the Crescent Goddess was killed by the Spider Queen. And the Kingdom of God and the priesthood were also swallowed by the Spider Queen. Sunan was slightly startled. In his memory, the fall of the Crescent Goddess seemed to be a precursor to the ambush of the Spider Queen. The two events happened only 1 year apart. So, the ambush of the Spider Queen by the wizard will happen soon. Chapter 302 Try to be a Yellow Bird. In Sunan memory, the mainstream rumor at that time was that a wizard got the news that the Spider Queen was injured. So he gathered a group of people, tried to find the place where the Spider Queen was hiding, and then joined forces to attack. At that time, he was just an ordinary wizard. Unlike now, he is the controller of a wizard force. People are in different levels and positions, and the amount of information they are exposed to is different. So they naturally have different views on the same thing. For example, Sunan now feels that the battle in which the Spider Queen killed the Crescent Goddess is not as simple as it seems on the surface. The chase and killing between the two gods has lasted for tens of thousands of years. The Spider Queen has not been able to catch the Crescent Goddess's tail. How come she succeeded now? And after the Spider Queen was injured, she would definitely look for a secret and safe place to hide. With her ability, even the gods of the predictive system would probably find it difficult to find her whereabouts. How come she was discovered by the wizard? To say that there is no trick behind this, Sunan thinks it is unlikely. He was more inclined to believe that a group of wizards secretly intervened, causing the Crescent Moon Goddess to be captured by the Spider Queen, in order to design a fierce fight between the two gods so that they could benefit from it. So they came to the door as soon as the Spider Queen was injured. Of course, it is not an easy task to design a god. The end of the wizard's ambush on the Spider Queen was not good. Not only did they fail, but they were killed by the Spider Queen and fled in a panic, with heavy casualties, vividly interpreting what it means to steal a chicken but lose the rice. But the Spider Queen was not much better. Although there was no news of the Spider Queen's death afterwards, the Spider Queen was extremely low-key in the tens of thousands of years afterwards, and Sunan hardly heard of her active news. With the Spider Queen's character of liking killing and chaos, low-key itself is enough to explain a lot of things. In that ambush, although the Spider Queen repelled the enemy, she was most likely injured more seriously, so she had to keep a low profile for tens of thousands of years. If that's the case, maybe I can try to be a yellow bird. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. Thanks to his memory, he knew where the Spider Queen was hiding and the specific time when the wizards ambushed the Spider Queen. The latter may change, but it shouldn't be too big. He can ambush near the ambush site in advance, wait for the battle to happen, and then take action. Although the risk of coveting a god is extremely high, the benefits of success are also extremely coveted. The body, blood, divinity, and power of the god are all extremely precious treasures. Not to mention the godhead. It can be said to be the embodiment of the law, and it is a more advanced treasure than the crystal of the law and the fruit of the law. Even the true spirit wizards are very coveted. If he can get the godhead, it will undoubtedly be very beneficial for Sunan to comprehend the law. If there is a chance to get the godhead, even if it requires a lot of risks, Sunan thinks it is worth a try. Hide in secret and see what happens. If it's impossible, give up. If there's a chance, take action. Sunan quickly made up his mind. Looking up at Lise, Sunan instructed, continue to pay attention to the news of the Spider Goddess. Once there is news, send it to me as soon as possible. After a pause, he added, pause on the movements of the Star Spirit Clock Tower, especially those involving the actions of the true spirit wizard. Tell me immediately if there is any information. Lisa was a little confused. but didn't ask much, and nodded in agreement. Leaving the study, Su Nan went directly out of the wizard tower and entered Area 2. During this period, he was busy comprehending the laws and didn't pay much attention to the hidden dragon. It was only by relying on the connection between the master and the magic pet that he knew that the hidden dragon had been active in Area 2 of the Dragon Forest. From a distance, Su Nan saw the hidden dragon lying on the plain basking in the sun. Beside it, hundreds of giant dragons were either lying or standing, surrounding the hidden dragon like stars surrounding the moon. Not long after the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War, the Star Alliance high-level sub-dragon breeding program ushered in a period of rapid development, and the number of dragons increased rapidly. Now the Star Alliance has more than 600 dragons. Among them, more than 20 dragons have reached the level of second-level wizards. It can be said that the Star Alliance now has a truly large-scale dragon army. Now the Star Alliance is working on building a new ecological park as a place to breed sub-dragons and expand the scale of the high-level sub-dragon breeding program. Preliminary estimates show that at most 300 or 400 years later, the number of the Star Alliance dragon army will exceed 1,000, and the first third-level dragon will be born. Following the Golem Legion, the Magic Pattern Knights, and the Witch Hunting Legion, the fourth main legion of the Star Alliance has also begun to take shape. Roar! Hidden Dragon quickly noticed Su Nan's arrival, opened his eyes, and looked up. And when he saw Su Nan, he immediately let out a burst of excited shouts. Immediately after a deep leap, the huge body instantly disappeared on the spot. When it reappeared, it had come to Su Nan's side, and the huge dragon head rubbed Su Nan's arm intimately. Su Nan smiled and stroked Yin Long's head, because he was busy practicing. Su Nan had not taken care of Yin Long's blood fusion in the past few hundred years. However, due to the innate characteristics of the dragon race, Yin Long's power did not stop growing, and he broke through to the second level with the accumulation of time. I heard from Lizzie that you can now fight on equal terms with the second-level liquefied golem puppet. After hearing Su Nan's words, Yin Long hissed softly, seeming a little frustrated. It knew that its master had become very powerful now, far surpassing itself. For the master, its current role is not even as good as a supreme golem, which makes it very disappointed. The magic pet and the master can sense each other's emotions. Su Nan immediately noticed Yin Long's thoughts and patted its head as if to comfort him. This is also my fault. I have been focusing on cultivation and neglecting you during this period. Don't worry. I will take time to help you strengthen your bloodline and help you break through to the third level as soon as possible. After all, it is his first and only magic pet, which has been with him for more than 2,000 years. Su Nan still has a deep affection for Yin Long, even though he doesn't really need a magic pet now. After the blockade of the Starlight Continent plane was lifted, with the help of the magic cube, his strength improvement speed has far surpassed the growth speed of Yin Long. Yin Long can no longer keep up with his strength improvement, especially after being promoted to a true spirit wizard. The help of the magic pet to him is even negligible. Even so, Su Nan is still willing to devote some energy to cultivate Yin Long. Seeing that Yin Long was still a little depressed, he smiled and said, "Don't belittle yourself. There are many powerful dragons in the multiverse. For example, there are many dragons in the dragon world whose power is comparable to that of the true spirit wizard. As long as you continue to grow, you will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those dragons in the future." After hearing this, Yin Long was slightly encouraged. Su Nan was not completely talking nonsense. The dragon race itself has great potential, not to mention that Yin Long has the support of him and the Star Alliance. The growth rate is far higher than that of ordinary dragons, and the future achievements are limitless. But this limitless is relative to ordinary dragons. Unless there is an adventure, it is basically impossible for Yin Long to catch up with Su Nan's pace. After 3 days of rest, Su Nan continued to devote himself to cultivation. Before being promoted to the true spirit wizard, it is already difficult to further comprehend and control the law of gravity. So Su Nan puts his energy into comprehending the law of thunder. Unlike the law of gravity, the elemental law has been comprehended by the most wizards in history. Through continuous research, many methods have been developed to speed up the speed of understanding. Among them, the simplest and crudest, but also one of the most effective methods, is to induce the elements to integrate into oneself. Taking the law of thunder as an example, one can enter the depths of the thunder element space, induce thunder to bombard oneself, let go of the body and mind to deeply experience the power of thunder. thereby improving the understanding of the law of thunder. However, the disadvantage of this method is that it is easy to hurt oneself, and preventive measures must be taken in advance. The most important point is to make oneself better adapted to the power of thunder. To achieve this, the fastest way is to transform into a thunder element and refine a thunder element body. After staying in the laboratory for half a month, Sunan completed the elementalization step. At his current level of strength, elementalization can hardly bring a significant increase in strength, but it can greatly increase his adaptability to the power of thunder. In addition, Sunan also made a large number of therapeutic potions specifically for the damage caused by the power of thunder. In fact, to reduce the damage of the power of thunder, it is best to take elemental resistance potions. However, in order to better understand the law of thunder, it is necessary to fully bear the power of thunder. Taking elemental resistance potions will reduce efficiency, so we can only find ways to improve our adaptability to the power of thunder and quickly recover from injuries. After making preparations, Sunan entered the thunder element plane. Boom! The dazzling lightning tore through the sky, dancing and dancing among the clouds like a dragon of light. The violent breath coming from a great distance could be felt. Sunan stood in the clouds, concentrating on the surrounding environment. The thunder element plane is composed of countless thunder element spaces. Each time you enter the thunder element space, you arrive at is random and irregular. The thunder element space that Sunan entered this time is a bit special. There is no land, sea or sky, no plants and gravel, but only endless thunderclouds. Looking up, the sky is shrouded in clouds and mist. Lightning and thunder are running in the mist. Purple light flashes, and there seems to be a dragon soaring in the clouds. Every corner was filled with rich thunder energy. Good luck. Sunan nodded secretly. This was the thunder space with the highest density of elements he had ever entered. It is more conducive to comprehending the thunder law here. After calming down, Sunan flew towards the depths of the elemental space. Along the way, elemental spirits and elemental giants kept jumping out of the clouds, rushing towards Sunan with murderous aura, and then were crushed by him. Ordinary elemental spirits and elemental giants no longer pose any threat to the third-level wizard, who has initially mastered the power of the law. Only the elder of the elemental giant can cause some trouble to Sunan. Going deeper and deeper, Sunan stopped when he estimated that he had almost entered the core area of the elemental space. Going deeper, he might encounter the elemental lord. Although he has mastered the law of gravity now, he can escape if he can't beat the elemental lord. But he is here to practice after all, so there is no need to cause trouble for himself. It is enough to comprehend the law at the edge of the core area. Sunan then took out hundreds of wizard-level puppets from the magic cube and let them guard around. The next training will not be too quiet, and it is estimated that it will attract many elemental giants, even elemental giant elders. These uninvited guests will be dealt with by the puppets. For this reason, Sunan also specially prepared 2 supreme golems for this operation. There are only these 2 supreme golems in the entire Star Alliance so far. After arranging everything, Sunan took out the thunder-attracting wood, removed the concealment array on it, and held it in his hand. As the name suggests, the function of the thunder-attracting wood is to attract thunder. Almost at the moment when Sunan removed the concealment array, a violent breath in the dark locked the thunder-attracting wood in his hand. The next moment, accompanied by a rumble, a dazzling and thick lightning fell from the sky, heavily hitting Sunan and the thunder-attracting wood in his hand. The thunder-attracting wood is immune to thunder element damage and is unharmed. But Sunan's body trembles slightly, and dense arcs of electricity wander on the surface of the body like thin snakes, completely absorbing the damage of this thunder and lightning. And this is just the beginning. As if a switch had been pressed. After the first lightning, more lightning emerged from the clouds one after another, continuously striking Sunan. In a blink of an eye, Sunan was submerged by dense lightning, turning into a blinding ball of light. In the ball of light, Sunan frowned, gritted his teeth to endure the lightning attack, and began to absorb the power of the thunder law, officially starting to practice. Rumble. The continuous lightning dyed the surrounding clouds into a dazzling black and blue. The violent and terrifying lightning bombardment lasted for a whole day, and then a figure suddenly broke through the clouds, flew thousands of meters away, and escaped from the lightning coverage area. Hovering in the clouds, Sunan exhaled a long breath and smiled bitterly. The power of lightning in the core area was too strong, and almost every shot contained a little power of the law. Even for him, it would be uncomfortable to be hit by one. What's more, it was a continuous bombardment for a whole day. At this time, he was covered in smoke, and many places still had burn marks. Looking miserable. If my body hadn't been transformed into the element of thunder, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for half a day. Sunan sighed. And then, he was a little happy. Although the process was a little uncomfortable, the effect was very good. In just one day, his understanding of the law of thunder had made obvious progress, which shows that this method is still very effective. If this trend continues, it is estimated that I will be able to successfully understand the law of thunder in 20 to 30 years. And then I will be able to synthesize the power of the law to improve my understanding progress. After coming back to his senses from his joy, Sunan took out the healing potion and took it to recover from his injuries. When his injuries were almost healed, he took out the thunder-inducing wood and continued to induce thunder bombardment. Boom! The dull sound of thunder sounded again, and it was endless. Chapter 303 Law Gems and Law Talents. After staying in the lightning element space for more than 3 months, Sunan received a message from Liz and returned to the Starlight Continent. As soon as they met, Liz sent a message. The Star Spirit Clock Tower recently dispatched a floating city. Sunan eyes fixed. Which floating city? Lisa said, the Yuang Plane. The floating cities of wizard forces are generally stationed in various core planes. Take the Star Spirit Clock Tower as an example. In non-wartime situations, the floating cities under its command are generally stationed in the main plane and various core subplanes of the plane community. Therefore, as long as you keep an eye on these planes, you can basically know the movements of the floating cities. And the Yuang Plane is one of the core subplanes of the Jufeng Plane community, where the Star Spirit Clock Tower is located. Which true spirit wizard is guarding the bamboo plane? Gunter Sharp. Lisa said. His blazing sun city just flew away from the bamboo plane 3 days ago. But there is no way to know where it went. Sunan understood. He didn't know which wizards of the Star Spirit Clock Tower ambushed the Spider Queen. But at this point in time, the only thing to do was to deal with the Spider Queen. Sunan's eyes flickered, and he said to Liz, mobilize the army immediately and gather at the wave plane. Be careful not to make too much noise. Lisa was stunned and asked in confusion, why mobilize the army? Sunan smiled meaningfully. If I said I was going to kill the gods, would you believe it? Are you kidding? Lisa was stunned. Sunan spread his hands. Seeing this, Liz finally confirmed that Sunan was not joking, and suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Which god are you going to deal with? The Spider Queen. Although Sunan has mastered the law of gravity, his power is still far behind that of a true spirit wizard. It is impossible to kill a god alone, and the army must be mobilized to encircle and suppress it in order to have hope of success. This action cannot be separated from Liz's help and cooperation, so it is necessary to inform her of the detailed operation status in advance. The Spider Queen? Lisa frowned in confusion. She heard from Sunan that when the Starlight Continent was still in a state of plain blockade, the Spider Queen had tried to get involved in the Starlight Continent, but was later thwarted by Sunan, and the two sides had a brief confrontation. Strictly speaking, Sunan and the Spider Queen actually have a great grudge. But just because of this, Sunan should not have the idea of killing a god. After all, the Spider Queen is quite powerful, and now she has absorbed the Crescent Moon priesthood, and her power has increased greatly. It is really unwise to attack the Spider Queen at this time. If you really want revenge, it won't be too late to wait until you are promoted to a true spirit wizard. Seeing Liz's doubts, Sunan coughed lightly and told her about the wizard's ambush on the Spider God Queen. After hearing this, Liz was shocked and was stunned for a long time before asking, how did you know about this? It's obvious that the ambush of the Spider God Queen by the Star Spirit Clock Tower must be a secret among secrets. Not to mention outsiders. I'm afraid that only the top leaders inside the Star Spirit Clock Tower know about this. How did Sunan know about it? A wizard told me. Sunan said calmly. I have an agreement with him to keep his identity confidential, but I can guarantee that the authenticity of the information is absolutely correct. I know. Although she was confused, Liz didn't doubt Sunan's words. Where is the specific ambush location? Blood Abyss. Lisa's eyes flashed, revealing a somewhat unexpected but reasonable expression. Blood Abyss, like the elemental plane, belongs to one of the outer planes. Its area is vast and boundless, hundreds of times that of the Starlight Continent. But the environment is extremely harsh, with various volcanoes, poisonous swamps, and miasma-filled dead forests. For ordinary creatures, the blood abyss is like a wasteland full of poisonous gas. The moment you enter it, you will die, and your soul will be trapped there and become food for the creatures in the blood abyss. Even a strong knight can hardly stay in the blood abyss for more than a day. The only ones who can adapt to the blood abyss are the various demons living there. There are countless demons in the blood abyss. Even a knight can easily kill dozens of weak demons alone. But powerful demons, such as the blood abyss lord, are enough to compete with gods and true spirit wizards. To a certain extent, the group of demons is almost immortal. Even if you kill more demons, it won't take long for the blood abyss to give birth to a new batch of demons. Endlessly. If it weren't for the chaotic nature of demons, their love of infighting, and their long-term slaughter of each other, I'm afraid the blood abyss would have conquered the entire multiverse long ago. Because of the harsh environment, scarce resources, and countless dangerous and terrifying demons, few foreign creatures are willing to set foot in the abyss. However, because of this, the blood abyss has become one of the best hiding places for many creatures to avoid their enemies. As long as you hide in the vast blood abyss, you won't be found by your enemies, provided you are not targeted by the Lord of the Blood Abyss. It is not surprising that the Spider Queen, who urgently needs to hide and recuperate, chooses the Blood Abyss as her hiding place. But the Blood Abyss is so big, how can we determine the specific location where the Star Spirit Clock Tower ambushed the Spider Queen? The place where they took action is not far from the Blood River, Sunan said. We just need to search along the Blood River. Lise nodded in understanding. The battle between the gods and the true spirit wizards will definitely be no small noise. So it will not be difficult to find them as long as there is a rough range. I know. I will be responsible for the action preparations myself, Lise said solemnly. It is about dealing with the gods, so she cannot help but treat it seriously and cautiously. As it involves the gods, Sunan also cheered up and prepared to set off to the Blood Abyss to explore the environment in advance. But before setting off, some preparations must be made. After mastering the law of gravity, the law of gravity has become his strongest means of combat. Nothing else. However, considering that he was not as good as the gods and true spirit wizards in the use and manipulation of the power of the law, Sunan felt that he still needed to prepare some trump cards to make up for the difference in combat power. Before mastering the law of gravity, Sunan had only a few trump cards: talent, alchemical marks, magic tools, and engraved gems. As he broke through to the third level of crystallization, the power of the 3 talents was improved. Among them, the power of the absolute forbidden area was greatly improved because he mastered the law of gravity. However, these 3 talents are good for dealing with ordinary third-level wizards, but they are not enough for dealing with gods. Even with the blessing of alchemical marks, the power of the talents increased several times, and the threat to the gods was about the same as an ordinary gravity wave. This is the huge gap between the power of the law and ordinary tricks. Of course, this does not mean that the talents are useless. As long as the mastered laws are integrated into the talents and the talents are improved and strengthened, a higher level of law talents can be created. Even at the level of true spirit wizard, the talent of law is a very powerful means of combat. And this process also helps wizards to understand the law more deeply. In fact, many true spirit wizards quickly develop combat skills about the law in this way. As for magic weapons, unless they are weapons of the level of artifacts, in the battles at the level of god/true spirit wizards, the role of any weapon is minimal. The imprinting gems are also facing a similar situation. The principle of imprinting gems is actually to compress and condense huge elemental energy into gems, and then activate and release them all at once during combat, causing explosive and huge damage. And the power of law is a higher level energy than elemental energy. Even if Sunan synthesizes the imprinting gems to the limit, its power is far less than a trace of the power of law. If you insist on saying that the imprinting gems have any use, it is that when his mental power is exhausted and he can no longer manipulate the power of law, he can use the imprinting gems as the last means of combat. Of course, when it really comes to the point of being at the end of one's rope, the remaining mental power is estimated to be unable to activate a few imprinting gems, and the impact on the battle situation is estimated to be quite limited. The gap in energy levels is there. If this is not changed, the effect of the imprinted gemstone will be very limited. Compared to innate abilities, the improvement of imprinted gemstones is relatively simple. Just replace the elemental energy with the power of law. For other wizards, this may be difficult to do. After all, It is undoubtedly extremely difficult to integrate enough power of law into a small gemstone to make a stable law gemstone. The fusion of the power of law and the gemstone. The stability after fusion. And how to cause enough damage after activation. Any link in this requires countless studies and experiments. Even if the true spirit wizard comes, he may not be able to study it. But for Su Nan, who has a synthetic magic cube, it is much simpler. If the fusion of one unit of law power and the gemstone is difficult, then reduce the power of law. The difficulty of fusion of 1% of the power of law and the gemstone should be reduced by at least 90%. Just like synthesizing imprinted gemstones. First make a weakened version of the law gemstone, and then synthesize it. After having a definite idea, Su Nan began to make it. With the experience of synthesizing engraved gems, he developed the finished product in less than 10 days. Lightning element space. In the clouds of lightning, Su Nan was suspended in the air, flicked a black and blue gem with his fingers, and shot it like a sharp arrow towards the thunder element giant elder 100 meters away. This giant elder, whose whole body was made of dazzling lightning, with a human-shaped upper body and a mist-like lower body, exuded a violent aura and was surrounded by dense and thin electric arcs like long snakes. The moment the gem touched the lightning on its body, it was shattered and cracked by the violent electric light. The next moment, a wave as deep as the abyss suddenly erupted. A point of extremely pure black light appeared in the void, bursting out with a terrible suction force, instantly covering the whole body of the giant elder. The giant elder, whose power level reached the 3rd level of crystallization, had no way to deal with this suction force. He only held on for 2 or 3 breaths, and was pulled towards the black light with a cry of fear and despair. The moment it touched the black light, its huge body was twisted and sucked into the black light without any resistance. Pop! After a slight sound, the black light dissipated. At the same time, the elemental giant elder also disappeared. Not bad. Su Nan showed a happy smile on his face. The power of the law gem is stronger than he expected. The black light just now is equivalent to a microgravity black hole, which can pose a considerable threat even to the true spirit wizard. If it were a 3rd level crystal wizard who also mastered the law, he would suffer a great loss if he was hit by one. If it is a 3rd level wizard who has not yet mastered the law, it will be an instant death. This is only the version that I can control stably and ensure that it will not hurt myself after being activated. If you use the golem puppet as a carrier and attack the enemy in the form of self-destruction, you can continue to synthesize more powerful law gems. Su Nan's eyes flashed, and he decided to make a batch of both versions of the law gems. After the law gems are done, the next step is the law talent. Considering that it will not be long before he goes to the blood abyss, Su Nan decided not to stay in the thunder element plane to comprehend the thunder law, but to improve the appropriate law talent as soon as possible. After all, it is definitely impossible to successfully comprehend the thunder law in a short time. In comparison, it is better to improve the new law talent to enhance combat effectiveness immediately. In this regard, Su Nan already has some ideas. The improvement of the absolute restricted area is relatively simple. Directly integrate the gravity law and greatly increase the pressure of the force field. The second is liquid metal. Su Nan is going to integrate the law of gravity into liquid metal to turn it into a materialized gravity wave weapon. Gravity waves are originally invisible and immaterial, but if liquid metal is used as a carrier, they can become a physical form. Although gravity waves will become visible in this way, their power will be greatly improved with liquid metal. Moreover, with liquid metal as a carrier, the form can be more varied and more flexible when attacking. Compared with these two advantages, the invisible and immaterial nature of gravity waves is nothing. After all, enemies at the level of gods and true spirit wizards do not rely on the naked eye to check the opponent's attack, but rely on spirit and perception. The so-called invisible and immaterial is no different from being clearly visible in the eyes of these beings. The last falling star shower has relatively low compatibility with the law of gravity. It can only increase the gravity acceleration of the falling stars and strengthen the falling power. Perhaps we can simulate the process of a star's supernova explosion to form a black hole, so that the falling stars will explode and form a gravity black hole after hitting the enemy. Su Nan's eyes lit up. If it could be done, the power of the falling star shower would be very terrifying. After all, there are thousands of stars. It is equivalent to thousands of gravitational black holes. Even a powerful god would be reduced to ashes in the face of so many gravitational black holes. But soon, Sudan calmed down again. At present, he can hardly use a real gravitational black hole, let alone a large-scale gravitational black hole. This idea is worth trying, but it can only be implemented after he is promoted to a true spirit wizard and has a deeper understanding and control of the law of gravity. At present, he still has to improve a new law talent first. Chapter 304 Blood Abyss. The blood-red sun hangs overhead like a huge fireball, emitting suffocating heat and dazzling light. But it still cannot dispel the haze that permeates the entire sky. Jagged black mountains stretch out in the distance, and there seem to be flocks of birds flying on them. The wind whistles past, blowing the millstone-sized stones to gurgle and roll, and waves of wind and sand fill the air. Sunan stands on a protruding slope, looking at the wasteland in front of him. This is the Blood Abyss, the most chaotic place in the entire multiverse. Fighting and fighting are erupting all the time. The demons born in the Blood Abyss have been killing each other since birth, devouring the souls of their own kind as nutrients for evolution, in order to gain more powerful power. The laws here are really chaotic. Sunan concentrated on sensing the laws of the planes around him. After mastering the law of gravity, he has been able to touch the power of the laws as the origin of the plane. The moment he stepped into the Blood Abyss, he felt the extremely chaotic power of the laws here. The same plane law is more disordered, violent, and complicated than other planes. It is as if many laws are intertwined and entangled. And trying to find the power of the law that you can use from it is no less than pulling out the silk from the cocoon. Even if the gods and true spirit wizards come here, their combat power will be weakened by 20% to 30% out of thin air. Sunan sighed. No wonder no one is willing to set foot in the Blood Abyss. Only a few gods in the evil camp, such as the Spider Queen, will recruit demons from the Blood Abyss as petitioners. After coming to his senses, Sunan randomly chose a direction and flew aimlessly in the wasteland. The Blood Abyss is a collection of all chaos, where all accidents occur and end. The chaos here is not only reflected in the chaotic habits of demons, but also in the climate, time, and even environment of the plane. All the terrain here changes at any time. There is no fixed reference terrain at all, and the map is nonsense. Therefore, if there is no demon to lead the way, you can only rely on luck to find a place in the Blood Abyss. So Sunan's goal at this time was to find a guide. Quack! A sharp scream suddenly came from the distance. Sunan looked closely and saw several hideous monsters flying towards him. It was a kind of demon that looked like a bird at first glance, but looked like a mixture of a vulture and a human being, with developed muscles and huge gray wings. They had a vulture head and a thick neck. Eagle-headed monster. Sunan recognized this kind of demon at the first time. Eagle-headed monster is a low-level demon, very common in the Blood Abyss. Sunan shook his head slightly, a little disappointed. Low-level demons are not good communication partners, unless they are low-level demons that have been domesticated by high-level demons and serve as slaves. Most low-level demons only have killing and eating in their minds, which is more beastly than beasts. The fighting power of the eagle-headed monster is only slightly better than that of a second-level wizard apprentice. Sunan doesn't even need to cast a spell. He just flicks his finger and shoots out a flash of lightning, causing the three-headed eagle-headed monster's head to explode. The headless body sways in the air and falls straight to the ground, without even looking at the corpse. Sunan continues to fly forward, while spreading his spiritual perception to search for signs of life around. After mastering the law of gravity, Sunan found that his spiritual perception was much sharper than before, and the range was wider. Originally, the spiritual perception he sent out was like falling into water, and the farther away, the greater the resistance. But now, the spiritual perception he sent out is like being in the air, and can extend very far. Sunan guessed that it was because he had mastered the law and had a deeper understanding of the origin of the plane, so he was less repelled by the plane. With his current spiritual power, it is enough to cover a radius of 400 or 500 kilometers, accurately find the location of the life form, and roughly judge its strength level based on the energy breath. If that's the case, when one day I have a deep enough control over the laws, can I sense the life breath of the entire plane with just a thought? Sunan had a sudden thought. This guess may not be taken for granted. Although he didn't know the specific promotion path after becoming a true spirit wizard, he had vaguely heard that it seemed to be related to the will of the plane. And the will of the plane can be said to be the core and master of the plane, controlling everything in the entire plane. Detecting the breath of life is just a small matter for the will of the plane. If he can control the will of the plane, He may be able to deprive any living being of his life at will across thousands of kilometers with just a thought. But that is a long way off. And now his main goal is to be promoted to a true spirit wizard first. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts and continued on his way. Not long after, he found his target. In the empty wasteland, 2 waves of demons were fighting fiercely. One of them was more than 30 centaurs. These monsters had strong horse bodies and sickly human arms and faces. Its upper body was pale and bloody, with pus flowing. Thick horns protruded from its forehead. It wore a set of complex full-body armor. A few tufts of short and hard hair appeared in the gaps of the armor. It exuded a violent and fierce aura. It was not easy to mess with it. Iron Cavalry Demon. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Iron Cavalry Demon was a creature born for fighting. Even among the warlike demons, it was a well-known berserker. Iron Cavalry Demon generally had the combat power of legendary knights, and was a heavy cavalry unit favored by many demon lords. At this moment, their opponents were a group of hundreds of demons of various types. Sunan took a glance and recognized several demons such as ape demons, giant bull demons, evil spirit demons, and giant skull demons. What surprised him was that the leader of this group of demons was actually a succubus. She stood at the back of the battlefield, her huge black bat wings folded, wrapping her upper body tightly, as if blocking the sun, revealing only her charming and beautiful face. Her graceful waist and back curves were particularly eye-catching, and her exposed thighs were plump and round, with smooth skin without any flaws. A fiery red tail tip shaped like a whip was exposed from under the wings, sticking to the inside of the thigh, making her skin look even whiter than jade. She also held a long red whip in her hand, and from time to time she flicked her wrist, and a streak of black flames rose from the long whip, with a piercing sound of breaking through the air, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant, and hitting an Iron Cavalry demon and making it scream miserably. Although the succubus had more people, their individual strength was far inferior to that of the Iron Cavalry demons. As time passed, they still inevitably fell into a disadvantage. Sunan watched for a while, until the demons on the succubus side suffered heavy casualties and were almost slaughtered. He removed the invisibility spell and appeared. The figure that appeared out of nowhere startled the demons on both sides. Before they could react, the dazzling silver light had already split the air and attacked, instantly piercing through the heads of all the Iron Cavalry demons. In just a moment, more than 20 Iron Cavalry demons fell to the ground and died without a sound, turning into corpses. This scene made the demons who escaped death stunned in place. After a while, the surviving demons seemed to come to their senses and screamed. An ape demon even looked at Sunan with a bad look, eager to try, and seemed to want to take action. Sunan saw it, smiled, and was not surprised. It is said that demons are all chaotic in nature. They certainly know how terrible it is to be able to kill more than 20 Iron Cavalry demons with ease, and attacking them is tantamount to seeking death. But even so, they still couldn't control their killing instinct and wanted to attack. Fortunately, there was still a rational existence among the surviving demons. Snap! The succubus raised her hand and swung the whip in the air with a snap. Quiet, she said loudly. The restless demons immediately quieted down and cast fearful eyes at the succubus. Sunan nodded secretly. This is why he chose to help the succubus. Succubus are not high-level demons in the blood abyss, but they are excellent communication partners. They are not strong in combat, and can only survive in the blood abyss by pleasing high-level demons. Therefore, succubus do not like meaningless killing. They prefer to use their beautiful faces and charm to seduce their opponents and lure their targets into corruption, compared to other demons who only have killing in their minds. Succubus is undoubtedly a suitable guide. Sunan guessed that these demons should come from a demon lord. The life breath of the succubus in front of him is not strong. The only reason why she can suppress these demons and make them fearful is because of the authority from the demon lord. After subduing the demons, the succubus immediately put on a charming smile. Sunan, with sparkling eyes, said with a sweet smile, "Thank you for your help, Master Wizard. I wonder what we can do to repay you." Succubus are experts in controlling minds and illusions, and their perception is much sharper than that of low-level demons. As early as the first time she saw Sunan, she sensed the unique aura of wizards on the other party. Even in the blood abyss where killings are endless, wizards are one of the people who cannot be easily provoked. Who knows which force is behind the wizards who come to the blood abyss? Not to mention that the wizards themselves have very powerful power. as powerful as the Demon Lord. He will not provoke a wizard casually if his interests are not damaged. I want the Blood River. And I just need a guide. Sunan got straight to the point. With his strength, he doesn't need to be hypocritical with the succubus. That's easy. The succubus winked at him. The place we're going to happens to pass by the Blood River. So you can go with us, Master Wizard. Sunan ignored the succubus's temptation. And with a flip of his wrist, a small soul crystal instantly appeared in his palm. The bright and beautiful light and the rich soul breath instantly attracted the attention of all the demons. These low-level demons showed undisguised greed in their eyes, and were ready to move. If it weren't for the suppression of the succubus, they would have rushed up to snatch it. This is the reward for leading the way, Sunan said. Although it was only a small soul crystal, it was quite precious for low and medium-level demons. However, the succubus did not show any surprise, but his eyes flickered slightly. Wizards are famous for adhering to the principle of equal exchange. The wizard in front of him would definitely not take out the soul crystal as a reward for nothing. And there would definitely be some harsh conditions. Sure enough. Then he heard Sunan say lightly, "Sign a soul contract." Sunan would naturally not be stupid enough to believe the words of a demon, even if the other party was a succubus, and seemed to be quite sensible. But he would still not be careless. Who knows if this succubus will take him to the territory of some demon lord or big demon and treat him as food delivered to the door. Just in case, it is better to sign a soul contract. Under Sunan's gaze, the succubus's expression quickly returned to normal, and she giggled, "Okay. I will listen to you, Master Wizard." The two parties quickly signed a soul contract, the content of which was naturally that the succubus would help Sunan find the Blood River and must not do anything that was not beneficial to him. And the succubus could get a soul crystal as a reward. After the contract was completed, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Without delay, a group of people, demons, set off on their way. The succubus walked to Sunan's side. Her soft body leaned over, and a strong and seductive fragrance immediately enveloped Sunan. What is Master Wizard going to do in the Blood River? Sunan's face did not change. See the scenery. The succubus's expression stagnated, and the corners of her mouth twitched. The Blood River is not a good place. Not only does it gather a large number of evil souls, but the water of the Blood River also has the effect of corroding the flesh and devouring the soul. Even demons dare not approach the Blood River. How weird does one have to be to go there to see the scenery? This is obviously fooling demons. Seeing that Sunan did not intend to say more, the succubus tactfully stopped asking and instead chatted with Sunan about other topics with a smile. Sunan was also happy with this, and asked about the recent situation of the Blood Abyss in a roundabout way, just to expand his knowledge. Time passed quickly during the chat. During this period, the group, demons, moved left and right, and once even turned a 90-degree turn. In theory, this is a large plain. Although there are some mountains and deep pits, they do not constitute obstacles, and you should not walk like this. But in fact, this is the unique way of identifying the way for the native creatures of the Blood Abyss. The chaos of the Blood Abyss has also given the native creatures, including demons, the ability to sense directions. This is something that outsiders do not have. Every year, many outsiders rashly enter the Blood Abyss, but because there are no native creatures to guide them, they eventually get lost in the wilderness and die of starvation and thirst. Even if they bring enough food and water, they will die of exhaustion under the endless attacks of demons. Among them are many wizard-level strongmen. After walking in the hot and desolate wilderness for about 10 hours, changing directions constantly during the period, Sunan finally arrived at his destination. Under the gloomy sky, the winding and long Blood River crosses the wilderness, like a knife cut in the vast wilderness, and the flowing blood spreads to the end of the sky. The blood-red river water flows slowly, and its speed has never changed for thousands of years. Thousands of ghosts float and sink in the waves, opening their mouths and making silent and shrill cries. But then, they are swallowed by the next wave. That's the Blood River, the succubus whispered, looking at the blood-colored river with fear and a trace of fear. Chapter 305 Deep Pit Demon Net. The Blood River is winding and winding, with many tributaries, and is said to be spread throughout the entire Blood Abyss. Standing thousands of meters away from the Blood River, Sunan can feel the bloody evil breath coming towards him. No wonder there are so many evil spirits in the Blood River. Sunan stared at the blood-red river water and marveled. With such a strong evil breath, ordinary souls that fall into the Blood River will probably be transformed into evil spirits in a short time. Then, Master Wizard, we say goodbye. The succubus smiled at Sunan, and seeing that the latter just nodded slightly, she stopped teasing and turned away with the demons. Sunan's body lifted off the ground and flew towards the Blood River. When he came to the sky above the Blood River, the ghosts around him rushed over like hungry wolves that had found their prey, making sharp and piercing screams, and stretched out their palms like the claws of wild beasts to grab them frantically. However, the next second, an invisible pressure descended from nowhere, and the ghosts rushing around suddenly fell into the river, as if they were hit hard by an invisible giant palm. They struggled frantically, but they could not break through the pressure and climb out of the river. Even the originally turbulent river surface seemed to be pressed down, and suddenly became flat and faintly sunken, forming a sharp contrast with the turbulent river surface farther away on both sides. Sunan nodded secretly. The gravity control containing the power of the law can work even for evil spirits without entities. Sunan's mind moved, and while releasing the gravity suppression, he took out a gem from the space ring. He then stretched out his hand to the void, and countless mysterious golden runes suddenly emerged, interweaving to form a magic circle and sinking into the gem. Suddenly, the gem shone brightly, and those evil spirits, who were freed from the pressure and wanted to pounce on it with their teeth and claws, were instantly pulled by an invisible traction force, and they flew towards the gem involuntarily, immersing in it and disappearing. A silver light emerged from the middle of the gemstone. As more and more evil souls were immersed, it continued to expand and eventually dyed the entire gemstone into a gorgeous silver color. A soul crystal was made just like that. Sunan took back the gemstone and looked at it carefully. He found that the level of the soul crystal had reached medium. This was already the highest level of soul crystal that could be made using ordinary souls. To go higher, one had to use legendary or even wizard level souls. The Blood River didn't have much else, except for countless souls, which could be called an infinite material library for making soul crystals. The only problem was that the soul crystals made using the Blood River souls were infected with the aura of the Blood Abyss, and had to be purified before they could be used. The cost of purification was almost equivalent to the cost of purchasing soul crystals of the same level. The two offset each other, and using the Blood River souls to make soul crystals was not very cost effective. But this was not a problem for Sunan. The synthesis of the magic cube could perfectly solve the problem of purifying the aura of the Blood Abyss, and it was still zero cost. If you are short of soul crystals in the future, you can consider purchasing them directly from here. Sunan temporarily put aside the idea of making soul crystals and began to search along the Blood River. He didn't know the exact time when the Star Spirit Clock Tower ambushed the Spider God Queen, but he knew it was probably in the recent period. Originally, it would be best to use a wizard-level puppet to search. After all, the puppet is immune to mental and soul attacks, and can restrain the evil spirits of the Blood River. But Sunan was worried that the Star Spirit Clock Tower or the Spider God Queen would discover the puppet, which would cause trouble. So he had to give up this idea and search by himself. Although it was a bit stupid, it was the safest way at the moment. After all, the target was the gods and the true spirit wizards. If you want to be the yellow bird that covets the mantis and the cicada, no matter how safe it is not too much. Concentrating the energy and breath on his body, Sunan cast a high-level invisibility spell on himself and searched quickly along the Blood River. The Blood Abyss is extremely vast, and the Blood River that runs through the Blood Abyss is also endless, as if it has no boundaries, and there are many tributaries. Even with the speed of a third-level crystal wizard, it would take more than half a year to travel through all the main and tributaries of the Blood River. For more than 10 days, Sunan did not gain anything. Just as he was hesitating whether to find a demon town and sneak into it to collect some information to see if there was any abnormality in the Blood River recently, he finally felt a powerful energy bursting out from a distance. It was an energy he was very familiar with, similar to the simplified element furnace in the Starlight Wizard Tower. But the energy scale was even larger. It's finally here. Sunan's eyes lit up, took a deep breath to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, and accelerated to fly in the direction of the energy explosion. In a blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers. The monotonous blood-colored river water in his vision finally changed. In the Blood River filled with densely packed evil spirits, a vacuum zone with a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers appeared out of nowhere, and not a single evil spirit was seen. All the evil spirits seemed to have seen something horrible, and they desperately squeezed outwards, trying to get away from the vacuum zone. They were almost overlapping and squeezed together. Looking up in horror. In the haze-covered sky, a huge silver vortex appeared at some point. A majestic floating city was slowly emerging from the silver vortex. It was a giant city composed of countless high and low buildings. There was no wall at the outermost edge, and the outline of the building complex could be clearly seen. At the bottom of the city, there was an inverted mountain with its tip pointing downwards, holding the city suspended in the sky. What was even more eye-catching was the sun-like light group above the center of the city, which emitted a golden halo to the surroundings, forming a circular halo that enveloped the entire city. The city of blazing sun. Sunan's eyes narrowed slightly. Most of the floating cities of true spirit wizards have their own distinctive styles. Basically, the identity of the owner of the floating city can be judged from its appearance. For example, the blazing sun city in front of us belongs to Gunter Sharp, one of the counselors of the Star Spirit Clock Tower. Behind the blazing sun city, there are hundreds of wizard towers and countless hunting peaks. The latter is a war creation unique to the Star Spirit Clock Tower. What a big battle, Sunan sighed. But it is normal to think about it. After all, the Star Spirit Clock Tower is going to deal with the spider goddess this time, so it is not too important to pay too much attention to it. At this moment, Sunan's expression moved, and he turned his head to look at the other side of the Blood River. His eyes passed over the plain shrouded in thin green mist, covered with crisscrossing cracks, and spewing flames and poisonous gas into the air, and fell on the end thousands of meters away. The rocks and land there have disappeared at some point, replaced by an extremely deep black void. Millions of spider silks weave into an incredibly large spider web, floating in the void. In the center of the spider web, a huge spider-shaped fortress squatted quietly, with 8 limbs stepping on the spider silk, supporting its heavy body, without any signs of sinking. It is made of steel, and has a cold metallic luster. Deep Pit Magic Web. Sunan's expression became solemn. The Deep Pit Magic Web is the kingdom of the Spider Queen. The spider-shaped fortress perched on the spider web is the palace of the Spider Queen. According to legend, the Spider Queen often manipulates the spider fortress to roam along the spider web, patrolling her territory like a real spider. Any creature that dares to enter the palace without the permission of the Spider Queen will be stuck by the spider silk, lose strength and die. Whether it is a flying spell or a teleportation spell, it will lose its effect within the range of the spider web. The moment the blazing sun city appeared, the Spider Queen realized that the other party was coming for her, and she showed up without hesitation and summoned her kingdom. As the Deep Pit Magic Web quickly eroded the blood abyss, the surrounding environment quickly changed, gradually transformed into a spider web, and quickly spread to the blazing sun city. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound came from the sunlight group above the blazing sun city, and the blazing halo suddenly erupted with the light group as the center, spreading in all directions. The moment it touched the halo, the erosion of the Deep Pit Magic Web quickly stagnated, and even gradually subsided, retreating thousands of meters before curbing the trend of subsiding. Star Spirit Source Light. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. As the wizard force with the most number of god-killing in the multiverse, the Star Spirit Clock Tower naturally has many special skills in dealing with gods. Star Spirit Source Light is one of them. It can weaken the power of the Kingdom of God, reduce the Kingdom of God's gains to gods and petitioners, and greatly increase the success rate of killing gods. The Spider God Queen chose the Blood Abyss as a hiding place, which can greatly reduce the probability of being found by the enemy. But it also has disadvantages. That is, in the Blood Abyss where the laws are chaotic, the power of the Kingdom of God will be weakened. The dual suppression of the Blood Abyss and the source light of the Star Spirits undoubtedly reduced the power of the Deep Pit Magic Net to the weakest level in history. Rumble. The floating city in the sky began to move, like a huge beast, flying towards the direction of the Deep Pit Magic Net with a dull roar. A layer of light with dense golden runes on the surface spread out, making the surrounding wizard towers and hunting peaks dyed with a faint golden light. In an instant, it seemed that a golden giant net appeared in the sky, mysterious and gorgeous. In addition to its extremely powerful combat power, the floating city can also add benefits to the attached war creations, greatly enhancing the combat power of the army. This is why the floating city is regarded as the strongest alchemical creation in the wizard world. While the wizard army was marching, the Deep Pit Magic Net also moved. Countless spiders rushed out from every corner of the magic net. They are not all real spiders, but more demons that appear in this form, just because spiders are treated preferentially in the Deep Pit Magic Web. The demons transformed into spiders will have their power enhanced to a certain extent. The wasteland that was half used with the deep pit magic web also produced similar rules at this time. Dense spiders rushed out of the deep pit magic web like a wave, endless as if there was no limit. The shocking sea of spiders pushed forward without stopping, their limbs rhythmically hitting the ground, making a clattering sound, as if a feast was about to begin. At the same time, countless golem puppets also rushed out of the blazing sun city and the wizard tower, rushing up aggressively. The two sides collided heavily like a torrent, and a fierce fight broke out in an instant. At the same time, the wizard tower in the sky also took action. Thousands of spell turrets simultaneously released dazzling golden light, overwhelming the spiders. Wherever the golden light passed, the spiders did not even have time to scream, and instantly vaporized and disappeared. A round of concentrated fire was fired, and a large blank space suddenly appeared in the originally dense spider swarm. However, more spiders soon surged forward, filling the blank space and rushing towards the wizard tower fearlessly. Chi. The spell turret began the free attack mode, and golden light split the air and attacked accurately in the sea of spiders. Even if it was just the spell turret of a small wizard tower, it was not something that these spiders, who were at most the 4th ring legendary level, could resist. The spell turret of a medium-sized wizard tower was even more powerful. A golden light swept across, and hundreds of spiders were wiped out. Hiss! A sharp hiss suddenly sounded. A giant spider as huge as a mountain, estimated to be 100 meters high, rushed from a distance. Whether it was spiders or golems along the way, they were all knocked away and exploded into a bloody mist. They rushed towards the hunting god peak and the wizard tower quickly, raised their two sharp legs with cold light high, and stabbed them on the head. Compared with other spiders, these giant spiders are obviously more powerful. Each one has the power of a wizard. The artillery fire from the hunting god peak and the wizard tower fell on these giant spiders, but only left a basin-sized wound, which was not worth mentioning compared to the huge size of the giant spiders. With the participation of the giant spiders, the momentum of the Star Spirit Clock Tower was immediately suppressed. Ignoring the giant spiders, the blazing sun city took more than 10 of the largest wizard towers and went straight into the deep pit magic web, flying towards the spider palace in the center of the spider web. Countless black figures suddenly appeared around, which were extremely smelly mud-like creatures. They stretched out 8 powerful tentacles, with a blood-red eyeball embedded in their bodies, exuding a strong evil breath. Wax-melting monster, the most elite petitioner of the deep pit magic web. In the world of gods, petitioners are part of the kingdom of God. Once the kingdom of God perishes, all petitioners will be wiped out, without a single one left. Conversely, the death of the petitioners will weaken the kingdom of God. The more petitioners die, the more severely the kingdom of God will be weakened, and the power of the gods will be affected accordingly. Facing the wax-melting monsters rushing in from all directions, the wizard tower surrounding the blazing sun city finally made a move, releasing pulse rays one after another. Countless rays intertwined to form a death net, decomposing the approaching wax-melting monsters without a trace. Buzz! The blazing sun city, which was protected in the middle by the wizard tower, finally made a move. The sunlight group above the floating city suddenly lit up with dazzling light, and the next moment it violently shot out a thick purple-blue ray, tearing through the void and shooting towards the spider palace. Wherever the ray passed, large wrinkled ripples appeared in the void, and even the space was distorted. Magic Crystal Superconducting Pulse Cannon. Sunan, who was hiding in the distance and watching the battle, had his eyes lit up. Chapter 306 More Than One Yellow Bird. The Magic Crystal Superconducting Pulse Cannon is the standard strategic ultra-long-range strike means of the floating city. It is a type of phase weapon, and its scientific name can be called the Elemental Particle Beam Directed Energy Strategic Weapon. This weapon is extremely powerful, and one attack is enough to destroy a large wizard tower. It is said that it was originally developed with gods as imaginary enemies. Even a strong wizard like the True Spirit would not dare to block the shooting of the Magic Crystal Superconducting Pulse Cannon head-on. However, the shortcomings of the Magic Crystal Superconducting Pulse Cannon are also very obvious. That is, the energy consumption is extremely large, and it is impossible to carry out continuous bombing strikes with coverage. And it is also impossible to overload with super intensity to carry out destructive strikes. Therefore, only the floating city equipped with the element furnace can use the Magic Crystal Superconducting Pulse Cannon as a long-range strike means. At the moment when the superconducting pulse ray was about to hit the spider palace, a spider suddenly landed from the air with a silk thread hanging, just blocking the path of the ray. It ignited a strange violet flame, which quickly expanded into a flame ball to block the ray. Compared to the thick rays, the flame ball, which was only as big as a basin, seemed insignificant. However, when the two came into contact, the rays were quickly eliminated and swallowed, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The flame ball twisted rapidly, and turned into a beautiful and tall woman. It was the target of the Star Spirit Clock Tower's trip. The Spider Queen, Gunter Sharp. The Spider Queen's lips uttered cold words. It is indeed you, Star Spirit Clock Tower, who are behind the scenes. Another superconducting pulse ray responded to her. The Spider Queen smiled coldly, waved the dagger in her hand to release a large piece of violet flame, and easily blocked the ray with a graceful posture. If it was just her own strength, it would not be enough to resist the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon. But at this moment, she was in the kingdom of God. Even if the power of the kingdom of God was weakened a lot, she still received great blessings, and was not afraid to fight against the floating city alone. The Star Spirit Clock Tower had no intention of communicating. Seeing this, the Spider Queen did not waste any words. She flashed and rushed towards the city of Blazing Sun. At the same time, a large number of giant spiders rushed out from behind her, and attacked many wizard towers, like a tide. A higher level fight broke out. The violent energy particle fluctuations, like a hurricane, swept the sky in an instant, sweeping away all the clouds within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Even the blood river below seemed to be suppressed, and the turbulent river surface instantly calmed down a lot. The evil spirits rushed into the river, not daring to show their heads, for fear of being involved in the battle. In the distance, Su Nan looked up and saw the light flashing above the sky, and waves of surging energy fluctuation surging endlessly. Even from a very far distance, one can feel the palpitating momentum. This is the power of the gods. Su Nan sighed secretly, even though she was seriously injured and suppressed by the chaotic laws of the blood abyss. The Spider Queen was still able to compete with the true spirit wizard, who controlled the floating city. The current situation seemed to be that the Star Spirit Clock Tower had a hidden advantage. But Su Nan, who was familiar with the development of the plot, knew very well that the Spider Queen must have hidden a backhand. As time went on, the casualties on both sides gradually increased. The number of golems on the wizard side was sharply reduced, and more than half of the war creations were destroyed. The prayers for merging also suffered heavy casualties. There were no more dense and seemingly endless prayers pouring out from the depths of the deep pit magic net. Looking at it, there were only 40,000 to 50,000 prayers left on the battlefield. Su Nan could feel that the pressure from the kingdom of God that enveloped the surroundings had weakened a lot. The power of the deep pit magic net had been suppressed to the lowest level. But at this moment, a chill so cold that it seemed to freeze people's bones suddenly descended. A layer of extremely deep darkness appeared in the sky far away, spreading rapidly at an astonishing speed. In a blink of an eye, the whole sky was stained with a thick darkness, and a heavy cold breath enveloped the whole world. In the darkness, a bright moon rose slowly. Unlike the ordinary bright moon, like a bright jade plate, the moon in front of us has a faint layer of mystery. Just looking at it makes people feel cold and numb. Dark moon. Su Nan took a breath. The Spider Queen absorbed the Crescent Moon priesthood so quickly. Su Nan understood why the Spider Queen was able to defeat the ambushing wizard. Her compatibility with the Crescent Moon priesthood far exceeded everyone's imagination. It took only 1 or 2 years to absorb the Crescent Moon priesthood. Maybe it is not perfect absorption, but it is enough to recover from injuries and increase strength. The sudden change caused a commotion on the side of the Star Spirit Clock Tower. Before they could react, the moonlight, which contained a dark meaning, had already fallen like mercury on the ground. The moonlight was clearly invisible and intangible. But when it fell on the Blazing Sun City and a group of war creatures, the latter seemed to be hit hard, and the energy field on the surface flickered and twisted wildly, causing large ripples. More than a dozen small wizard towers were the first to fail, and their energy fields quickly collapsed. The moment the towers touched the moonlight, they disintegrated into ashes. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen small wizard towers, along with the wizards inside, were reduced to ashes. Buzz! The sunlight group of the Blazing Sun City shone brightly, releasing a stronger golden halo, protecting the surrounding wizard towers, and only then could they barely resist the surrounding cold moonlight. But the other hunting dot peaks and golem puppets were not so lucky, and they all turned to ashes under the moonlight. In just a moment, the Star Spirit Bell Tower, which had just had the upper hand, fell into a critical situation. Sunan, who was watching the battle in secret, had to release liquid metal to cover his whole body in order to resist the coldness that was coming towards him. Looking at the cold moonlight that almost covered the entire sky in the distance, Sunan shook his head slightly. The Star Spirit Clock Tower had made all the preparations, but it never thought that the Spider Goddess would absorb the Crescent Moon priesthood so quickly and increase its power. For the gods, the priesthood is the source of power. No matter how unpopular and narrow the priesthood is, it can bring extremely powerful power to the gods. Moreover, the Crescent Moon priesthood is far from unpopular, and it is a very powerful priesthood. Today's Spider Goddess is no longer something that can be dealt with by a true spirit wizard and a floating city. The key is that the Spider Goddess did not show her true strength at the beginning, but deliberately suppressed her strength to fight the Star Spirit Clock Tower. It was not until the war was white-hot, and the Star Spirit Clock Tower could no longer escape, that she showed her fangs. The Star Spirit Clock Tower made a mistake, which directly led to the failure of the carefully planned action. The consequences of the failure of the action are undoubtedly very heavy. The dark moon hung high in the sky, and the cold moonlight that fell down suppressed the Star Spirit Clock Tower, but blessed many spider demons. The spider demons, whose power surged, attacked the Star Spirit Clock Tower fearlessly. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. In the center of the deep pit magic web, the huge spider palace came alive at some point, moving its sharp legs and limbs, rushing towards the blazing sun city like a whirlwind, and spewing out a ball of sticky venom from its mouth. Sizzle! The venom fell on the golden halo covering the floating city, and white smoke sizzled, while the golden halo became visibly dimmer. Buzz! The blazing sun city fired a superconducting pulse ray, which hit the palace spider. With a bang, the gravel flew everywhere, leaving a huge deep pit. However, the palace spider felt no pain, raised its blade-like legs high, tore through the void, and slashed towards the blazing sun city. The two behemoths fought fiercely in the sky. As time passed, the situation gradually developed in a direction that was unfavorable to the Star Spirit Clock Tower. Under the joint siege of the palace spiders and the Spider Queen, the blazing sun city gradually became unable to take care of itself and had to shrink its golden halo to protect itself. Without the protection of the blazing sun city, the situation of other wizard towers suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Under the fierce attack of the spider demons, who were not afraid of death, the energy force fields of wizard towers were broken one after another, and they fell to the ground with smoke. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the blazing sun city finally took action. The sunlight ball suspended above the city suddenly shone brightly, and expanded rapidly, as if it was inflated. With a thunderous sound, the light ball suddenly collapsed and turned into countless rays that shot in all directions. The Spider Queen's face changed slightly, and her figure flashed, as fast as the wind, accurately avoiding the incoming light. The palace spider was not so flexible. Its huge body almost ate most of the light, and it became riddled with holes in an instant, falling to the ground like a falling star and moon. Even the palace spiders were like this, let alone the petitioners. Wherever the light passed, the spider demons vaporized before they could even scream. In the blink of an eye, the formation of the petitioners was smashed to pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blazing sun city tore open the space crack and disappeared into it. The remaining wizard towers followed closely and fled in a panic. In a blink of an eye, the Star Spirit Clock Tower escaped from the battlefield, leaving only a mess. The Spider Queen stared at the slowly shrinking space crack with a sneer, but had no intention of chasing. Having fought with wizards for many years, she naturally knew what price the blazing sun city paid in order to perform the powerful attack just now. It is rumored that the core of the blazing sun city is the heart of the blazing sun, which is the most precious part of the entire floating city. That is, the golden light ball like the sun. In order to escape, God Sharp did not hesitate to destroy the heart of the blazing sun. This time, he undoubtedly paid a very heavy price. In comparison, the price she paid was not worth mentioning. The damaged spider palace only needed to be repaired. As for the dead petitioners, they could be absorbed from the believers later. After absorbing the new moon priesthood, she could completely expand the scope of faith and increase the number of believers. It won't take hundreds of years for the prayers lost today to be replenished. In the distance, watching the blazing sun city disappear in the space crack, Sunan frowned slightly. The victory or defeat has been decided. The Star Spirit Clock Tower lost both its wife and its soldiers, and suffered heavy losses. This is consistent with the development of events in his memory. But what puzzled him was that the Spider Queen did not seem to be seriously injured. In that case, why did the Spider Queen disappear again later? Or was it the appearance of this butterfly that caused things to change? Sunan quickly denied this speculation. He had almost no intersection with the Star Spirit Clock Tower, and his intersection with the Spider Queen was limited to a confrontation more than 2,000 years ago. And there was almost no effect on this matter. Logically speaking, this matter could not have changed because of him. And since there was no change, there was only one explanation. This matter is not over yet. Sunan's eyes flashed, and he restrained his own aura more secretly. If his guess was wrong, he couldn't possibly make a move now that the Spider Queen still had most of her fighting power. The best thing to do was to leave quietly, and not let the Spider Queen notice his presence. But if his guess was right, it meant that there was probably more than one person present. As if to verify Sunan's guess, a huge silver vortex suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Following closely, a floating city that was quite similar to the blazing sun city, but with a cold and dark architectural style, flew out of the vortex. Behind it were a large number of wizard towers and huge giants made of countless skeletons. Skeleton Patrol. Sunan's eyes condensed. The Skeleton Patrol was the iconic war creation of the Dark Throne, and the identity of the visitor was self-evident. Dark Throne. Even when she was surrounded by the Star Spirit Bell Tower, the Spider Queen looked normal, but her face suddenly changed the moment she saw the Dark Throne. The Spider Queen was known for her cunning. Seeing the Dark Throne appear here, she understood after a little thought, and her eyes twitched slightly. If Gunter Sharp knew that he was used by you, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would spit blood. I don't know if he would be so angry that he would spit blood, but you will definitely die here today. A deep voice came from the floating city and echoed in the sky. The gods and the true spirit wizards have fought in the realm of truth many times, and they are old acquaintances of each other. When the Spider Queen heard this voice, she knew the identity of the visitor. I guessed it was you, Jude. You still like to calculate others behind their backs as always. I should feel honored to be ridiculed by the Spider Queen, who is best at conspiracy and intrigue for liking to calculate. Do you think you can kill me like this? You will know if you try it. The last sentence carried an undisguised cold and murderous meaning. The moment the voice fell, a superconducting pulse ray shot out from the floating city, with a shrill whistle that broke through the air and attacked the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen snorted coldly, waved her dagger to block the ray, and at the same time stretched out her hand. Thousands of spider demons on the ground instantly let out a shrill scream, and violet strange flames ignited on their bodies out of thin air, rushing towards the palace spider. The palace spider quickly turned into a ball of fire. Under the burning of the flames, the wounds on its body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, it became lively again, and pounced on the enemy with a hiss. Over the Blood River, where a fierce war had just ended, a new war broke out in a blink of an eye. Chapter 307 Despicable Wizard. It's the Dark Throne. Sunan was surprised. I thought the whole thing was planned by the Star Spirit Clock Tower, but I didn't expect there was a Dark Throne hidden deeper. Now that I think about it, not only the Crescent Goddess and the Spider God Queen, but even the Star Spirit Clock Tower may have been used by the Dark Throne to make wedding clothes for them. Sunan secretly sighed. 2 major wizard forces plus 2 gods. I didn't expect so many heavyweights to be involved in this matter. Size aside, for Sunan, the current development is undoubtedly more beneficial. I thought I couldn't be the yellow bird this time, but now it seems that there may be a chance. Carefully restraining his breath, Sunan stared at the war in the distance. In the battle with the Star Spirit Clock Tower, although the Spider God Queen repelled the enemy, she also consumed a lot of energy. Now facing the Dark Throne that had been prepared, she has lost her previous composure. Of course, the Dark Throne certainly didn't expect that the Spider Queen could absorb the Crescent Moon priesthood so quickly and repel the Star Spirit Bell Tower at almost no cost. The two sides fought each other, and it was still unknown who would win. Rumble. The wind and clouds in the sky were swirling, and deafening roars echoed. The violent energy impact filled every inch of space within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. and even the blood river was rolled up and surging. A large number of evil souls were swept into the energy torrent, and they were crushed to ashes before they could even scream. From time to time, a tattered skeleton hunter fell into the blood river, smashing the sky with waves, and it also shattered into countless bones. In just half a day, most of the skeleton hunters and wizard towers of the Dark Throne were destroyed. However, the Spider Queen also paid a heavy price. The prayers were almost wiped out. The spider webs in the void became much dimmer and almost invisible without careful observation. This means that the power of the kingdom of God has been weakened to the limit and will soon be expelled by the blood abyss. Once the blessing of the kingdom of God is lost, the power of the Spider Queen will inevitably be greatly reduced. Swish! With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a superconducting pulse ray shot into the head of the palace spider and penetrated through its tail. In an instant, the huge spider suddenly froze, and large cracks appeared on its body surface, which quickly spread to the whole body, and finally shattered into pieces, turning into rubble. At the same time, the energy field of the maze on the surface of the Dark Throne floating city was also torn open by the Spider Queen wielding a dagger. The strange purple fire quickly spread and burned along the hole, and in a blink of an eye, the invisible energy field was completely devoured. After breaking through the defense, the Spider Queen smiled coldly. Two sharp fangs slipped out from her lips, and the whole person flashed into the floating city like a whirlwind. Soon, there were sounds of breaking through the air and shouting and killing from inside. The floating city is a large-scale strategic fortress that integrates offense and defense, even if it loses the protection of the energy field of the maze lock. Its internal guard system is enough to give the enemy a hard time, including a large number of golem puppets, built-in energy turrets, and even forbidden magic fields. Especially the latter. Once deployed, it will be impossible to manipulate any energy particles in the field, and then send high-level golems that use magic crystals as energy to snipe, which is enough to crush most enemies. Over the long years, I don't know how powerful the floating city is. I think that after breaking the maze lock, I can destroy the floating city. As a result, after attacking, they were hit head-on and destroyed. However, all this is only for ordinary creatures. For gods, the forbidden magic field has no effect at all. The power of the law far exceeds that of ordinary energy particles, and it is not something that the forbidden magic field can limit. The turmoil in the city lasted for a long time, and then two streams of light shot up into the sky. The sky was like clear water dripping with ink, and it quickly spread out a thick darkness. It even obscured the dark moon. Dark law. Sunan eyes condensed slightly. Even though they were very far away, his eyesight could still break through the darkness and see the two people fighting inside. In addition to the Spider Queen, the other person was a man who looked about 30 years old, with ordinary facial features and a strange black line on his right cheek. This appearance made Sunan feel déjà vu. After thinking carefully, he remembered that he had met this man once when he went to Guanyi Pavilion to buy the Apocalypse Potion, the Crown Wizard of the Dark Throne. Sunan murmured. The 7 Crown Wizards had the highest status in the Dark Throne, below the 3 Royal Robe Wizards. These 7 people are all true spirit wizards without exception, and they are the best among true spirit wizards. The fact that they can compete head-on with the Spider Queen also shows the strength of the Crown Wizards. Not long after the Spider Queen and the Crown Wizards fought, the petitioners were completely wiped out. The spider webs covering the sky and the earth disappeared, and the deep pit magic web was quickly repelled from the blood abyss. Without the power of the kingdom of God, the Spider Queen suddenly fell into a disadvantage. After all, she had fought a battle with the Star Spirit Clock Tower, which consumed a lot of energy. She also consumed a lot of energy to break the maze protection of the floating city. It was naturally difficult to resist the Crown Wizard in his prime. The war had reached this point, and it was basically time to decide the winner. Seeing this, Sunan's eyes flashed, and he took out a communication crystal, crushed it in his palm, and disappeared into the void as a stream of light. The weak energy fluctuations caused by the communication crystal did not attract the attention of both sides of the battle. In the sky, taking advantage of the momentum of gaining the upper hand, the Crown Wizard's offensive became more and more fierce, and the darkness that was so thick that it seemed to turn into liquid emerged from the void, rushing to squeeze the Spider Queen from all directions, trying to swallow her up. The dark moon at the end of the sky appeared behind the Spider Queen at some point, emitting cold moonlight to resist the darkness around. But in front of the endless darkness, The moon was like a small boat in a tsunami, as if it would capsize and disappear in the next second. Seeing this, a smug sneer flashed across the face of the crowned wizard. But at this moment, a thin spider silk suddenly hung down from his head. Along this spider silk, a spider quickly slid down, and in the changing light and shadow, it turned into a beautiful woman, holding a sharp curved blade, and chopped down the crowned wizard's head. Sensing the threat coming from behind, the crowned wizard's face changed drastically. At the critical moment, his whole body suddenly flashed with silver light and disappeared in an instant. But despite his quick reaction, he still couldn't completely avoid the attack. When he appeared again, he was hundreds of meters away, and there was a deep wound on his back that could see the bone. The flesh and blood on the edge of the wound kept squirming, trying to heal, but was blocked by the black mist escaping from the wound. The black fog turned into ferocious spiders in the air, baring their fangs and claws and screaming silently. The crowned wizard stared at the attacker with a sullen face, and an expression of disbelief gradually appeared on his face. Crescent goddess? No, that's not right. Sensing the deadly aura on the other party, the crowned wizard quickly reacted, and his eyes twitched fiercely. You actually made Ilya into a puppet? Making gods into puppets is not a rare thing in the wizard world. For example, the god body golem is a high-level puppet made of the body of a god. A puppet of a higher level than the supreme golem. But it is unheard of that a god who is also a god can be made into a puppet. No god dares to do this. This will arouse the anger of other gods and be attacked by them. The key is that making gods into puppets means leaving part of the godhood as material to retain the power relatively intact. In this way, the spider god queen cannot completely absorb the godhood. Wait! The crowned wizard suddenly reacted and his face changed, as if she had guessed his thoughts. The spider queen smiled and said, "There are many overlaps between the crescent moon godhead and me. It won't increase my power if I absorb it. It's better to use it to make a puppet and make the best use of it. Right?" The crowned wizard's face was completely gloomy. As the spider queen said, her priesthood and the crescent moon goddess's priesthood overlapped. Otherwise the spider queen wouldn't have been able to kill the crescent moon goddess so easily. The effect of absorbing this overlapping godhead is minimal, so it's better to use it for other purposes. It's not that he didn't consider this, but he didn't expect the spider queen to use it to make puppets. But on second thought, the spider queen is one of the most notorious gods in the evil camp, and she can be said to have enemies everywhere, even if she did something that angered the public, such as turning gods into puppets. It didn't seem to make her reputation worse. After all, her reputation didn't have much room to fall. After realizing this, the crowned wizard's heart suddenly sank. Originally, he had a 60% to 70% chance of killing the spider god queen. But with this puppet, the possibility of killing the spider god queen suddenly became very slim. Even if the battle continued, the possibility of a capsize in the ditch was higher. But he had prepared for this action for a long time, and paid a lot. If he gave up, his loss would also be huge. For a moment, the crowned wizard was a little hesitant. Seeing the enemy ever-changing expression, the spider god queen showed a smug smile on her face. Next, it's my turn to fight back. The moment the voice fell, her figure suddenly appeared on the left side of the crowned wizard, waving a dagger and stabbing at his head. At the same time, the god puppet also attacked from the other side. In an instant, he fell into siege from both sides. But the crowned wizard did not panic much. He snorted coldly, and the darkness around him surged, condensing into claws to meet the two people. Fighting broke out again. But this time, the situation was reversed. Although the power of the god puppet is inferior to that of the spider god queen and the crowned wizard, they are still at the same level, facing the joint efforts of the two powerful men. The crowned wizard, even with the help of the floating city and the wizard tower, still inevitably fell into a disadvantage. The first to be unlucky were the wizard towers. The multiverse is famous, and the wizard world war creations feared by countless planes and races are as fragile as toys in the hands of the gods, and can be destroyed with a random blow. In just over half an hour, more than 20 wizard towers were destroyed by the spider god queen and the god puppet, which made the crowned wizard's eyelids jump. Fortunately, the sacrifice of these wizard towers is not without value. The floating city finally seized the opportunity, consumed the little energy left, and hit the god puppet with a superconducting pulse ray, decomposing and annihilating half of its body. The crowned wizard seized the flaw, and the power of the dark law around him boiled and surged. turning into a giant palm to slam the god puppet down. But at the same time, the Spider Queen's dagger also appeared from behind his head, silently stabbing the back of his head. But at the moment of the hit, the Crown Wizard's body suddenly collapsed, turning into thick darkness and rushing back to the Spider Queen, instantly engulfing her. A huge black sphere suddenly appeared in the sky. The surface of the sphere was constantly boiling and surging, and there were constant bubble-like bulges that kept surging and extinguishing, and the cold moonlight could be vaguely seen flashing inside. The more than 10 remaining wizard towers around stopped attacking, and the wizards of the Dark Throne stared at the black sphere with heavy faces. They could all see that the two sides of the battle had entered a state of wrestling at this time. The outcome of this war would soon be decided. The battlefield fell into a strange silence for a while, and this silence was soon broken. In full view of the crowd, the black sphere suddenly exploded, and the thick darkness scattered and splashed around. A figure broke through the darkness and rushed into the floating city like a meteor. Then a large silver vortex appeared in the void, and the huge city, as big as a mountain, was submerged in it. Seeing this, the wizards of the Dark Throne didn't know the ending yet. They sighed and controlled the wizard tower to fly into the silver vortex. The figure of the Spider Queen also emerged from the darkness, staring coldly at the departing enemy, but did not chase. She was also not sure that she could keep the people of the Dark Throne. If she continued to fight, even if she could keep the enemy in the end, she would also have to pay a very heavy price. Since she was not prepared to fight to the death, she could only let the other party leave. More importantly, her current state was far from good, and even worse than ever before. Rather than chasing the enemy, it was more important to find a safe place to recover from injuries. As the Dark Throne left, the silver vortex disappeared, and the sky above the Blood River returned to calm. The Spider Queen quickly found the god puppet that fell into the Blood River with a glance. The half-body of the god puppet was undulating in the bloody river, surrounded by a circle of evil spirits. These evil spirits were eager to come forward to have a good meal. But once an evil spirit, who couldn't help but attack, approached the god puppet, he was instantly crushed by the surging divine power. Even if the god puppet was severely damaged and lost its combat power, it was not something these weak evil spirits could covet. The Spider God Queen waved her hand and killed all the evil spirits around. And then she was about to fish out the god puppet in the river. But at this moment, her face suddenly changed, and she looked up and looked into the distance. Several kilometers away, cracks in the void suddenly appeared, and hundreds of wizard towers and war fortresses flew out of them. Despicable wizard! The Spider God Queen's face suddenly turned pale, and she whispered with gritted teeth. Chapter 308. Too much bullying. The Spider Queen did not expect that after the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne, there were other wizard forces secretly coveting and forbearing until this time to take action. It was simply despicable and cunning to the extreme. Seeing the wizard tower and war fortress in the distance begin to fly towards this side, the Spider Queen did not even bother to take the god puppets and turned to leave. She could not stay in the blood abyss any longer. She had to find a more hidden hiding place. But before she could take any action, a heavy pressure suddenly descended, covering her whole body, making her movement sluggish. The law of gravity. The Spider Queen's eyes suddenly condensed. The next moment, countless golem puppets suddenly appeared and surrounded her fiercely. Being delayed like this, the Spider Queen was immediately besieged by countless puppets. In her heyday, she would not take these puppets seriously at all, and could easily wipe them out. But now she had just experienced 2 fierce battles. Not only was she seriously injured, but her combat power was only 1/10 of what it was. The puppet army that she had looked down upon in the past now made her a little tired to deal with. In this delay, the wizard towers and war fortresses in the distance had already flown close and joined the siege of the Spider Queen. The leading wizard tower was extremely large, several times larger than the standard large wizard tower, which gave the Spider Queen a sense of danger. In the void in front of the wizard tower, a figure slowly emerged. The moment she saw the figure's figure and face clearly, the Spider Queen was stunned, and then her face suddenly became extremely gloomy. She recognized the person in front of her. It was the wizard who destroyed her infiltration plan to the Starlight Continent. There were very few people below the true spirit wizard who could make her lose face, so she was particularly impressed by this wizard named Sunan. After that, she occasionally paid attention to the development of the Starlight Continent and learned that a new wizard force called the Star Alliance had emerged in the Starlight Continent. And it was said that the development momentum was still very strong. And the controller of the Star Alliance was Su Nan, who had made her suffer a small loss in the past. There is a breath of law in him. But he has not taken that step yet. After seeing Su Nan's true strength, the Spider Queen laughed in anger. Since when did a third-rate wizard force dare to ambush her? And the leader was a third-level crystal wizard, who was not even a true spirit wizard. It was simply too much. Although she was annoyed, the Spider Queen knew very well in her heart that her current situation could be said to be extremely bad. Even a third-rate wizard force might cause her to lose here. I am very curious. How did you know the plan of the Dark Throne? The Spider Queen narrowed her eyes and said, from the fact that Su Nan had endured until now before taking action, it is not difficult to guess that he had already known the plan of the Dark Throne. He even guessed that she had defeated the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne in succession. Otherwise, he would not dare to get involved in this matter even if he had 10 courage. Su Nan naturally could not explain. Seeing that the Spider Queen was trying to delay time to recover her strength, he gave the attack order without saying a word. In an instant, countless golem puppets rushed forward. The surrounding wizard towers, star fortresses, and flying fleets also shot out dense spell rays. For this ambush, Su Nan almost pulled out most of the high-level puppets of the Star Alliance. The puppets besieging the Spider Queen at this moment are at least legendary golems. There are also thousands of wizard-level puppets, such as Shadow Steel Golems, Diamond Golems, Touch Master Golems, and Secret Dolls. Considering that the human wave tactics must be adopted against the Spider Queen, the sacrifice must be huge. In addition to the wizards, who control the war creations, Su Nan did not pull more wizards to join the front battlefield. After all, the training time of wizards is extremely long. In contrast, as long as there are magic stones, golem puppets can be continuously produced, and no matter how many die, it will not be too painful. In addition, Su Nan also transferred all the dusk wolves, including some elite black wolves. If the power level of ordinary black wolves was not too low, he would have wanted to move all the wolves here. In terms of war creations, except for the necessary plane defense forces, almost all other war creations were transferred out. There are more than 320 flying fleets alone. There are more than 500 star fortresses. In addition, more than 50 wizard towers were also dispatched. It shows that Su Nan attaches great importance to this operation. At the moment when the prayers were annihilated, the Spider Queen could only fight the Star Alliance army alone. The cold dark moon was suspended behind her, seemingly real and unreal. And the moonlight it emitted was faintly black and destructive. Any puppet approaching the Spider Queen within 500 meters would be washed away by the moonlight. It was like a death-restricted area. It looked like the Spider Queen had completely crushed the golem army. But if one looked closely, one could see that the scope of the death-forbidden zone was slowly shrinking as the puppets charged fearlessly, and one after another, from 500 meters to 499 meters, 498 meters. At the same time, the artillery fire of war creatures also brought heavy pressure to the Spider Queen. The center of the whole encirclement is the Golem Core, and the outer structures are the Flying Fleet, the Star Fortress, and the Wizard Tower. Although the Spider Queen can destroy a flying magic ship thousands of meters away with a wave of her dagger, but compared with the tens of thousands of magic ships, this loss is just a drop in the bucket. Even if she wants to attack the Star Fortress and Wizard Tower outside the encirclement, she is powerless. This is also the arrangement after careful consideration by Su Nan. First use the cheaper Golem Core and flying magic ships to consume the power of the Spider Queen, and the main Wizard Tower and Star Fortress will be left to play last. After all, the Star Alliance is not as big as the Dark Throne and the Star Spirit Clock Tower, and every bit of combat power must be used with caution. Su Nan stood at the back of the battlefield, watching the battle with a calm face. As soon as he appeared, he used the law of gravity to block the surrounding space, not giving the Spider Queen a chance to teleport away. Although with his current strength, he is still a little short of confronting the Spider Queen head-on, but he can still do this. Su Nan. Lisa came to Su Nan at some point, looking at the Spider Queen who was slaughtering the army, and an irrepressible shock appeared on her face. Is this the power of the gods? After continuously repelling the armies of the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne, and being seriously injured, they can still show such terrifying fighting power. The gods are indeed a group of terrifying existences. After all, they are a group of guys who have lived for tens of millions of years. Su Nan said lightly. Lisa said solemnly, is it really okay? With our army, Can we really kill the Spider Queen? After seeing the true strength of the gods with her own eyes, she couldn't help but worry a little more about whether this trip would be successful. Just wait and see, Sunan said calmly. He also didn't have a 100% chance of success. But the opportunity was rare. So as long as he had a 60% or 70% chance, it was enough for him to give it a try. Due to the existence of the kingdom of God, there were very few examples of successful killing gods in other places in the multiverse except the realm of truth. In places outside the realm of truth, if you want to kill gods successfully, you need the right time, the right place, and the right people. Just like this operation, the Spider Queen was hit hard by the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne in succession, and her power was greatly reduced. This was the right time. The chaotic law of the Blood Abyss suppressed the power of the kingdom of God, so that the deep pit demon net was repelled by the Blood Abyss after the prayers were annihilated. This was the right place. The power of him and the Star Alliance was the right people. The combination of the three made it possible to kill gods successfully. At other times, let alone killing gods, he would have to retreat when he met the Spider Queen. So the current opportunity can be said to be very rare and cannot be missed no matter what. Even if he failed, he was sure to get away, and at most, he would lose part of the Star Alliance army. With sufficient supply of magic stones, the Star Alliance can quickly recover as long as it is given a few hundred years. Seeing Sunan's calm face, Li Zai's worries were also relieved, and she focused all her attention on the war in front of her. In the distance, a steady stream of troops poured out from the more than 10 plane channels established by the Star Alliance and joined the battle. In just over 2 hours, more than 100,000 puppets died at the hands of the Spider Queen, which made Li Zai's eyelids jump. These are all high-level puppets. She tried her best to withdraw them, but only squeezed out about 200,000, and the war damage was more than half at this time. Fortunately, such a huge sacrifice is not without gain. The moonlight surrounding the Spider Queen has been compressed to a range of 100 meters around her. Sunan naturally couldn't consume all the high-level puppets here. Seeing that the time was almost up, he ordered the Golem Legion to slow down the offensive and start a staggered attack. So the density of the Golem Legion besieging the Spider Queen was reduced a lot at once. However, the pressure on the Spider Queen did not decrease at all. Because the density of the Golem army was reduced, it also gave the war creatures more space for artillery fire. The density of artillery fire attacking her from all directions suddenly increased by several levels. Among them, the one that made her feel the most threatened was the Wizard Tower, whose size was obviously much larger than the other large Wizard Towers. Just one ray made her back feel cold, and she used the artifact dagger in her hand to block it at the critical moment. The price was a few more cracks on the dagger. Pulse cannon? No, that's not right. Ordinary pulse cannons can't have such amazing power. It's almost catching up with the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon. The Spider Queen gritted her teeth secretly, her face livid. I didn't expect the Star Alliance to have such a trump card. This made her already critical situation even worse. Under the threat of the Starlight Wizard Tower Pulse Cannon Type 3, the Spider Queen had to respond more cautiously. However, with enemies on all sides, the Spider Queen had no room to maneuver. She had to withstand every pulse beam from the Starlight Wizard Tower head-on. After 3 consecutive shots, the dagger in the Spider Queen's hand was already full of cracks. Sunan sighed secretly. It is worthy of being the Spider Queen's famous artifact. After a series of battles, it can still withstand 3 Pulse Cannon Type 3 attacks. If it were a 3rd-level wizard weapon, it would have become slide by now. The energy of the Starlight Wizard Tower can only support the Pulse Cannon Type 3 to fire 3 times. After 3 attacks, the Starlight Wizard Tower fell into silence and began to recover energy. On the top floor of the Wizard Tower, the element furnace was running at full power, quickly extracting energy from the elemental plane. There were also golems around that kept pouring magic crystals into it to speed up energy recovery. For this operation, Sunan synthesized a large number of magic crystals in advance, just to be able to quickly recover energy during wartime and support the use of Pulse Cannon Type 3. He had done an experiment. As long as he was willing to invest in magic crystals, the energy of the Starlight Wizard Tower could be restored to full value in 3 hours at most. Without the threat of the Pulse Cannon 3, the situation of the Spider Queen did not improve. After destroying more than 50 star fortresses and more than 10 flying fleets, the artifact dagger in her hand finally couldn't hold up. The weapon flew out of her hand and shattered into dozens of fragments in midair, scattering everywhere. The Spider Queen's face was extremely livid. She suddenly screamed, and a strange purple flame ignited on her body, which quickly expanded and grew. When the flame disappeared, the graceful figure of the Spider Queen had disappeared, replaced by a huge black spider like a mountain, with fangs and legs as sharp as blades shining with a heart-pounding luster. Looking at this scene, Su-nan was not surprised but happy. To use the terminology of the game, the Spider Queen has entered the final form. Under the crisis of life and death, the Spider Queen is obviously going to fight desperately and play the last trump card. But it also means that she is at the end of her rope. After revealing her true form, the Spider Queen's offensive suddenly became extremely fierce, like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, rushing across the battlefield, smashing and collapsing flying magic ships and star fortresses one after another wherever she passed. On the other hand, the spell ray fell on it, but it didn't leave even a trace. Only the attacks of plasma cannons and pulse cannons could leave some insignificant wounds. The Spider Queen's true form is extraordinarily powerful, but Su-nan doesn't need to think about it to know that this form must consume a huge amount of divine power, and it can't last long. Otherwise the Spider Queen would use it at the beginning. At present, the Star Alliance army still retains enough combat power, and can continue to fight and consume, dragging the Spider Queen's divine power until she is exhausted and loses the power to resist. But in that case, the Star Alliance army will definitely suffer heavy losses. This is not in line with Su-nan's original intention. Fortunately, he had already considered this situation and made corresponding preparations. Soon, a team of diamond golems entered the center of the battlefield. The fighting power of the King Kong golem is comparable to that of a level 2 gasification wizard, and it is also famous for its excellent defense. Even when facing a god, it will not be killed in one encounter. More than a dozen King Kong golems that rushed to the front quickly approached the Spider God Queen. Facing these ant-like toys, the Spider God Queen swung her sharp blade and chopped them down without thinking. But before her attack landed on the King Kong golems, these King Kong golems suddenly lit up with a deep black-blue light. At this moment, the Spider God Queen felt a strong threat. She retreated in an instant, trying to avoid these strange King Kong golems. But it was too late. In an instant, more than a dozen groups of black-blue light suddenly collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, they swallowed up the huge body of the King Kong golem, turning into a point of extremely pure black light. The terrifying suction force instantly emerged, covering the Spider Queen's whole body, causing her movements to stagnate involuntarily. And then she was pulled back and hit more than 10 black rays. In an instant, the parts of the spider's body that touched the black rays disappeared silently, as if they were wiped out of thin air, and shocking wounds appeared out of thin air, and blood gushed out instantly. Ah! The Spider Queen let out a shrill scream, mixed with uncontrollable horror. Chapter 309 God Killing. The ultimate crystallization of law. More than 10 points of black light only lasted for a moment in the void, and then disappeared. But in just this moment, more than 10 shocking wounds appeared on the spider's body. Even the pulse ray could only leave a little trace of the tyrannical body, but it was as fragile as thin paper in front of the black light. The Spider Queen looked at Su-nan in horror, her eyes full of disbelief. What was that just now? Gravity law? But Su-nan is obviously not a true spirit wizard. Why can he manipulate such a strong law power? Before the Spider Queen could figure it out, more diamond golems rushed over. After suffering a great loss, the Spider Queen did not dare to underestimate the diamond golems anymore, and hurriedly pulled away. But now she was surrounded by the Star Alliance army, with enemies on all sides, plus the Wizard Tower, Star Fortress and magic ships, artillery fire to obstruct the action. There was not much room to hide. After a while, the Spider Queen was caught up by the Vajra Golem, and 7 or 8 microgravity black holes suddenly exploded on her body. And this was just the beginning. For this operation, Su-nan prepared more than 400 Vajra Golems carrying the crystals of the law. Almost all of the Vajra Golems of the Star Alliance were withdrawn. More than 400 Vajra Golems surrounded and killed from all directions, leaving the Spider Queen with no way to escape. Every time the Vajra Golem approached her, she was severely injured by the sudden microgravity black holes. In just 10 minutes, the Spider Queen was already covered with wounds. At the back of the battlefield, Su-nan stood beside the Starlight Wizard Tower, watching the battle from afar, with no intention of joining the battle in person. After all, the opponent was a god, and even if he was severely injured, he still had a power that could not be underestimated. Although he could end the battle faster by taking action himself, he might be dragged to death by the Spider Queen. Just in case, it would be more appropriate to use the human wave tactic to kill the Spider Queen. In fact, if the Spider Queen had wanted to drag him down with her from the beginning, there was a possibility of success. If the other party really did this, Sunan would have no choice but to flee. This was also the reason why he did not immediately use the trump card of the Crystal of Law at the beginning. If the Spider Queen completely lost the hope of escaping, she would definitely choose to die together. The safest way is to use the army to slowly consume the power of the Spider Queen, and slowly tighten the death web that enveloped her. Just like now, the Spider Queen is already at the end of her strength. Even if she wants to drag him down with her, she doesn't have the power. At this time, the Spider Queen's fate is actually doomed. Perhaps she realized her fate. The Spider Queen let out a sharp and piercing scream, and rushed towards Sunan's position like crazy, with 6 pairs of compound eyes on her head staring at Sunan. And the resentment in her eyes almost burst out. Wherever the huge spider body passed, the golems and war creatures were chopped into pieces by her sharp legs. Even a wizard tower was torn apart by her, and the wizards inside were melted by the venom sprayed from the mouth of the Spider Queen before they could escape, leaving no intact body. The terrifying power displayed by the crazy gods made Liz's face pale slightly. Sunan was as calm as ever, and gave orders without any change in his expression. The 2 supreme golems guarding around him suddenly rushed forward and faced the Spider Queen fearlessly. The supreme golems originally had the combat power of the 3rd level gasification wizard level. After being strengthened by Sunan, the combat power of these 2 supreme golems has reached the level of the 3rd level liquefied wizard. In normal times, the Spider Queen would not take this level of golem seriously. But at this moment, when she was seriously injured, she could no longer quickly get rid of the 2 supreme golems, and her sprint was immediately intercepted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the surrounding Star Alliance troops had adjusted their formation and surrounded them again. Looking at this scene, a trace of despair could not help but appear in the compound eyes of the Spider Queen. Chi chi chi. The various colored rays in the sky intertwined and formed a web of death, completely covering the Spider Queen. From time to time, a bit of pure and extreme black light emerged, accompanied by blood gushing out of the huge spider body. Tailing number 3. How is the energy recovery? Sunan asked. The current energy remaining is 42.59%. More than 40% of the energy is enough to launch a pulse cannon type 3. Without hesitation, Sunan decisively issued the launch order. In an instant, a thick ray split the air and attacked, instantly crossing thousands of meters and hitting the huge body of the Spider Queen. This launch line was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Spider Queen wailed, and her huge body fell to the ground like a meteorite, smashing a large piece of dust with a bang. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the huge spider had disappeared, and the Spider Queen had returned to her original form, lying on the ground dying. She stared at Sunan with resentment, as if she wanted to say something. However, Sunan didn't intend to give her this opportunity at all. He flicked his finger, and a lightning bolt split the air and struck through her forehead. The Spider God Queen is known for her cunning, and her secret methods are endless. It is not too cautious to deal with such evil gods. If you seize the opportunity, you must kill them cleanly, and never give them a chance to turn the tables. This is also the only time Sunan took action in this war. The Spider God Queen, who was feared and feared by countless races in the multiverse, fell beside the Blood River. I'm afraid that before today, she herself had never thought that she would die at the hands of a 3rd level wizard. After confirming that the Spider God Queen was dead, Sunan came to the corpse, took out the gem, and began to arrange the sealing array. The corpse of the god must be properly preserved to prevent the divinity and power inside from being lost excessively. Behind Sunan, Lizzie stared at the body of the Spider God Queen in a daze, her expression a little trance. It actually worked. They actually killed a god. And it was the Spider Queen, who was also famous among the gods. To be honest, before the operation began, Liz was actually quite worried in her heart, and was pessimistic about whether the operation could succeed. It was only because she had always trusted and obeyed Sunan that she followed his orders and made sufficient preparations. But what she didn't expect was that the operation was unusually smooth. In the end, it really succeeded in killing the god. A third-rate wizard force that didn't even have a true spirit wizard or a floating city successfully killed a god. I'm afraid few people would believe this. It's ridiculous to think about it, But it's really happening right in front of us. Looking at the corpse of the god lying on the ground. Even with Liz's experience, she couldn't help but feel like she was dreaming. After a while, she came back to her senses, and her eyes turned to Sunan back, with a sparkling light in her eyes. Sure enough, Sunan is still the same Sunan, always able to create miracles and bring unimaginable surprises to people. After sealing the body of the spider god queen, Sunan turned around and came to the sky above the blood river again, and picked up the god puppet. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. A smile flashed in Sunan's eyes. I thought it would be great to get the body of the spider god queen, but I didn't expect that I would also get the body of the crescent goddess. Although most of the divinity, power and godhood in this body have been taken away, it still has extremely great value. After he has drained out the divinity, power and godhood inside, the body can also be used to make a god body golem. That is a powerful puppet that can compete with a true spirit wizard. After a moment of joy, Sunan put away the body of the god, turned around and looked at the devastated battlefield, and sighed slightly. Under normal circumstances, with the current strength of the Star Alliance, it is impossible to kill the gods alone. The reason why it was successful this time was largely because the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne prepared waiting clothes for him. It is almost impossible to have the same opportunity again. But Sunan is already satisfied. The success of this god killing brought him surprisingly rich benefits. After returning, he should be able to be promoted to a true spirit wizard in a short time. Thinking of this, Sunan's heart surged. Returning to the Starlight Continent, Li Zhe immediately counted the losses of this operation. The army's losses were soon placed in front of Sunan. The biggest loss was naturally the Golem Corps, with a loss ratio of more than half. This also included more than 200 self-destructing King Kong golems. Half of the high-level golems accumulated by the Star Alliance for more than 2,000 years were directly lost in this battle. The second was the Flying Fleet, which lost 215. Almost half of the Flying Fleet currently owned by the Star Alliance. However, it was precisely because the Flying Fleet was at the forefront of the battle line and suffered the greatest loss that the losses of the Wizard Tower and the Star Fortress were relatively small. After the battle, only more than 80 Star Fortresses and 5 Wizard Towers were lost. In addition, 7 wizards died in the battle. The Twilight Wolf was almost completely wiped out. After counting, the loss was huge. When we fought with the Black Soda, we didn't even suffer such a huge loss. However, neither Sunan nor Li Zhe was dissatisfied with this. Compared with the gains, this loss was nothing. After all, the golems and war creatures can be remade, the Twilight Wolf can be rehatched, and the opportunity to kill the gods is rare. I leave the rest to you, Sunan said. No problem. Li Zhe nodded and said seriously, just practice with peace of mind. As long as Sunan can quickly become a true spirit wizard, the Star Alliance loss will soon be made up. Leaving the follow-up to Li Zhe, Sunan turned around and went into the laboratory to deal with the corpse of the god. In the eyes of wizards, gods are walking treasure houses. God's body, divinity, divine power, and godhood. Any one of them is extremely valuable material. It is precisely because of this that, despite the extremely high risk of killing gods, there are still many true spirit wizards who continue to fight. For true spirit wizards, a complete and fresh corpse of a god is not much less valuable than a floating city. And what is in front of Sunan at this moment is a freshly baked corpse of a god. After all, it was the first time to touch a complete corpse of a god. The Earth crystal plane was just a fragment of the corpse at that time. Sunan was very careful during the whole experiment, and took a lot of effort to peel off the complete godhood from the corpse of the god. Looking at the crystal clear and bright multifaceted crystal in his hand, Sunan couldn't help but show a look of amazement on his face. The godhood is the position of the gods, and the core of the gods' power. The gods accept the prayers and requests of believers through the godhood and process this information. At the same time, they also connect to the origin of the law through the godhood to control the power of the law. From this point of view, the godhood can be said to be the ultimate crystallization of faith and the ultimate crystallization of the law. True spirit wizards can use the godhead to sense the origin of the plane more deeply, thereby quickly improving their perception and understanding of the law. Similarly, the third-level crystallization wizard can also use the godhead to quickly improve the progress of the perception of the law. However, this godhead contains the divine law of the spider god queen, and her divine will remains. It has the same soul corrosiveness as the crystal of faith, and must be purified before it can be used. Purifying the Godhead is a time-consuming and laborious project. Even true spirit wizards have to spend a lot of time and energy. But it is very simple for Sunan. Dividing the Godhead into multiple parts, and then synthesizing them can perfectly eliminate the divine will and law erosion inside, turning it into a pure ultimate law crystal. After that, Sunan used the same trick again, extracting the Godhead from the God puppet, synthesizing and purifying it. In this way, he had two pure Godheads, one large and one small. The small Godhead is enough for me to control the law of thunder. Sunan was delighted. After mastering the thunder law, he still has that big Godhead left. After being promoted to the true spirit wizard and stabilizing the realm, he can use the Godhead to quickly increase his power and gain a firm foothold in the true spirit wizard level. After being promoted to the true spirit wizard, if you want to go to the next level, you have to enter the realm of truth to seek opportunities. However, it is not so easy to enter the realm of truth, especially for new true spirit wizards. There must be a blank period in between, and the Godhead can help him better spend this blank period without wasting any time. After that, Sunan extracted divinity and divine power from the corpse of the spider god queen. The former can be purified and used to cultivate divine creatures to create a batch of cows that can stably provide divine energy. The latter can be matched with the divine body to make a divine body golem. 2 divine bodies are enough for Sunan to create 2 divine body golems. But that is a matter for later. At present, his main goal is to master the thunder law first. With 2 divine bodies, Sunan entered the thunder element space in a swift and decisive manner, arrived at the junction of the core area, found a hidden place, released the golems to patrol and guard, and then began to practice. This time, in addition to holding the thunder-inducing wood, he also had a divine body in his hand. With the divine body as a medium, Sunan's contact with the origin of the plane was indeed much smoother, and his understanding of the thunder law was also advancing by leaps and bounds. In this process, the divine body will also be gradually consumed. In essence, it is actually to gradually transform the divine body, the ultimate crystal of the law, into the user's understanding of the law in the entire multiverse. I am afraid that only Sunan can use the divine body to understand the law. After all, the divine body is a rare treasure that even the true spirit wizard regards as a treasure, and it is impossible for a third-level wizard to use it. Chapter 310 Find Out the Spy. Just when Sunan was immersed in cultivation, a huge storm was set off in the outside world. In the world of gods, priesthood represents the type of law power mastered by a god. It can be a single law power or a combination of negative law power. For example, the Spider Queen's priesthood is assassination, darkness and spiders. It is worth mentioning that priesthood is unique. If there is a god who masters a certain priesthood in the multiverse, it is impossible for other gods to be promoted to gods with the same priesthood, unless that god dies. The priesthood symbolizes power. The wider the scope of a god's priesthood, the more law power it can master, and the stronger the power. Therefore, all gods are always thinking about integrating more priesthoods and expanding their own priesthood scope. It's just that after countless epochs, the known priesthoods in the multiverse have basically been divided up by the major gods. It is more difficult to discover new priesthoods than to kill gods. Therefore, the gods are always paying attention to the changes in the priesthood. When the Spider Queen fell, many gods noticed it. The gods whose priesthood overlapped with the Spider Queen were the first to feel the Spider Queen's fall. Many gods were shocked. As the god's longtime enemy, the wizard world also quickly got the information. The Holy Tree Plane, the Tower of Wisdom. After reading the information in her hand, Maisha showed an extremely surprised expression on her face. Is the information correct? Even though she knew that the authenticity of the information that could be passed to her must be confirmed by many parties, Maisha still couldn't help asking more questions. It had nothing to do with anything else, just because the content of the information was really unexpected. Lord Maisha, the information is true. We have confirmed it many times, Cyril said with a wry smile, and sighed in his heart. When he learned the news, he was also extremely shocked, and almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. But then the information gathered from various channels of the Wisdom Code all proved the authenticity of this information without exception, which dispelled his doubts. Maisha fell into silence, staring at the parchment in her hand, with a trace of trance on her face. The Spider Queen's death in the Blood Abyss was already very surprising. What is even more surprising is that the one who killed the Spider Queen was actually a third-rate wizard force. And she is very familiar with this third-rate wizard force, which is the Star Alliance controlled by Sunan. Misa never thought that one day she would hear the news that the Star Alliance successfully killed the gods. I heard that the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne were also involved in this matter. Cyril carefully observed Maisha's face and said carefully, according to our investigation, this god-killing operation was secretly initiated by the Star Spirit Clock Tower at the beginning, but it was later known by the Dark Throne. So they planned to take advantage of it. However, the power of the Spider Queen was beyond their expectations. Both the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne failed in the end and were repelled by the Spider Queen, which made waiting close for the Star Alliance. I just don't know where the Star Alliance knew about the actions of the Star Spirit Clock Tower. Cyril was puzzled. He was not surprised that the Dark Throne intercepted the information about the actions of the Star Spirit Clock Tower. It is almost known to all parties that all large wizard forces are trying to infiltrate each other's organizations. At most, the Star Spirit Clock Tower is not good at keeping secrets. Such a secretive action of killing gods was detected by the Dark Throne. But how did the Star Alliance do it? The Star Alliance has only risen for more than 2,000 years. Even if it wants to place chess pieces in the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne, it is impossible for the chess pieces to climb to such an important position in such a short time. It is impossible to intercept such important intelligence. It is really hard to understand. Misa was also confused. After thinking for a while without any results, she shook her head and stopped worrying. Lord Misa, the Star Alliance has taken away the opportunity of the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne this time. Will they cause trouble for the Star Alliance? Cyril suddenly said. Maisha raised her eyebrows, narrowed her eyes, and said, the actions of the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne have already failed. Even without the Star Alliance, they cannot kill the Spider God Queen. How can they still have the face to say that the Star Alliance stole their opportunity? Cyril smiled bitterly. The Star Spirit Clock Tower may still care about its face, but the Dark Throne will definitely not give up. Although opportunities are for those who are capable. The Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne failed to kill the gods and were taken advantage of by the Star Alliance. This is their own problem. But the wizard world is actually not so reasonable. The Star Alliance took advantage after all. The Star Spirit Clock Tower may take into account the Wisdom Code and silently swallow this bitter fruit. But the Dark Throne will most likely not be willing. Maisha said lightly, if the Dark Throne makes small moves, we don't have to be polite to them. After all, the Star Alliance is a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code. And the Wisdom Code has the obligation to protect its subsidiary organizations. If the Dark Throne dares to attack the Star Alliance when the Star Alliance is in the right, the Wisdom Code will definitely not ignore it. After hearing what Maisha said, Cyril was not surprised. After all, the Star Alliance was recruited into the Wisdom Code by Maisha. And it is not surprising that Maisha takes care of the Star Alliance. Having said that, the Star Alliance really made a lot of money this time. The risk of killing gods is extremely high. But once successful, the harvest is so rich that it makes people jealous. It is estimated that it will not be long before the Star Alliance will have one more true spirit wizard. Recalling the scene when he followed Maisha into the Starlight Continent for the first time, Cyril couldn't help but sigh. Although he was optimistic about the Star Alliance at the beginning, he never expected that the Star Alliance would develop so rapidly and would soon step into the ranks of second-rate wizard forces in just over 2,000 years. Now they have succeeded in killing a god. Even though the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne had severely damaged the Spider God Queen first, the Star Alliance succeeded in killing a god after all. And its strength is really amazing. Jifeng Plain, Star Spirit High Castle. In the spacious conference room, Gunter Sharp sat at the head of the conference table, looking at the people arguing below. His face silent, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. The Dark Throne's action came extremely timely this time, which means that they must have received a detailed action plan. There must be a spy in our organization. That's right. And the spy must be of a high status. I don't find it strange that the Dark Throne has planted a pawn in the organization. But what about the Star Alliance? I am also confused about this. I still can't figure out how the Star Alliance got the information. Compared to this, I think we should think more about how to deal with the Star Alliance. We suffered heavy losses in this action, but we didn't get any benefits. All of them were taken away by the Star Alliance. I am not willing to suffer such a big loss. What can I do if I am unwilling? After all, The Star Alliance is a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code. If they really want to take action against the Star Alliance, the Wisdom Code will definitely not stand idly by. So are we just giving up like this? Just as the argument became more intense, a light cough suddenly sounded. Everyone seemed to have pressed the pause button, and they all stopped talking, looking up at Gaunt Sharp. After the meeting, we will immediately conduct an internal investigation and find out the rat who is betraying his own people. Gunter Sharp looked around and landed on a young man with red hair. Bernie, you will be in charge of the investigation. Yes, sir. Bernie responded respectfully, hesitated, and asked again. The Star Alliance side. Gunter Sharp waved his hand and said, "One move short. I admit defeat." Everyone looked at each other, and finally fell silent, saying nothing more. In fact, they all knew in their hearts that if there was only one Star Alliance, they could use their power to suppress others and snatch the body of the Spider Queen back. But there is a Wisdom Code behind the Star Alliance. If they acted forcefully, the Wisdom Code would definitely not sit idly by. If they were not careful, it would easily turn into a war between two wizard forces. The Wizard Civil War had just ended not long ago, and the Star Spirit Clock Tower had not yet fully recovered. It was not appropriate to carry out a second large-scale war. The corpse of the god is indeed precious, but the Parliament will never tear its face and fight with the Wisdom Code for a corpse of the god. Things can only end here. The Dark Moon Plain. The Dark City. The atmosphere in the conference hall was solemn. Jude, who was sitting at the top, had a dark cloud on his face. Anyone could see that this true spirit wizard was in a very bad mood at this time. The wizards below all hung their heads and dared not breathe. For this action, they planned for a long time and mobilized a lot of manpower and material resources. They thought they could benefit from it. But who would have thought that they would fail at the last minute and be taken advantage of by a third-rate wizard force, stealing a chicken but losing the rice? Whoever encounters this kind of thing will not be in a good mood. After a long time, Jude broke the silence with a cold voice. "Tell me, how did the Star Alliance know our plan?" After the plan was launched, the Dark Throne blocked the plain space around the Blood River to ensure that no other wizards would break in and interfere with their plan. But they didn't find any trace of Sunan from beginning to end. There is only one explanation. Sunan sneaked into the Blood Abyss earlier than them and the Star Spirit Clock Tower, and hid near the ambush site. In addition, not long after they were repelled by the Spider God Queen, the Star Alliance army followed them into the Blood Abyss, which shows that the Star Alliance has already known their action plan. Either something went wrong with the Star Spirit Clock Tower, or someone among them secretly passed a message to the Star Alliance. The former is fine, but if it is the latter, Jude's anger will not be eliminated unless he is cut into pieces. His soul is stripped and burned with the fire of the Blood Abyss for tens of millions of years. As Jude finished speaking, the hall remained silent. Everyone looked at each other, with suspicion and scrutiny in their eyes. Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Jude narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yukiel, you will be responsible for the internal investigation, and find out the spy who leaked the information." "Yes, sir," a tall and thin wizard responded respectfully, observing the expressions of the people around him without leaving any trace. However, everyone looked calm. Yukiel frowned slightly. "It seems that it is not easy to find this spy." "Sir, what about the Star Alliance?" a wizard suddenly asked. Jude's eyes twitched slightly, and he snorted coldly and said, "Let them be arrogant for the time being." Everyone looked at each other in silence. Yukiel's eyes flashed, and he sighed slightly in his heart. The Dark Throne is not a monolithic entity, but it is more scheming than other wizard forces. Lord Jude suffered a great loss this time, and I don't know how many people are secretly gloating. Even if Lord Jude applied to the Throne Council to deal with the Star Alliance, other crown wizards would definitely oppose it without thinking. The reason is also sufficient. The Star Alliance has the Wisdom Code behind it. It cannot make a move that may cause a war between two large wizard forces just because of Jude's selfishness. It can be said that they can only swallow the bitter fruit this time. If they want to retaliate, they can only wait for an opportunity in the future. The Star Alliance has obtained the corpse of the Spider God Queen this time, and their controller Sunan should be able to be promoted to a true spirit wizard soon. When we reach the realm of truth, the Wisdom Code will not be able to protect Sunan all the time. By then, Lord Jude will be able to find an opportunity to kill Sunan. Thinking of this, Yukiel's mood improved slightly. As Lord Jude said, let the Star Alliance be arrogant for a while. And when we reach the realm of truth, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with Sunan. Thunder element plane. Lightning and thunder were running fast between the thick clouds. And from time to time, lightning flashes flew through the clouds like a long dragon. Boom! Thunders fell from the sky and hit Sunan, who was sitting cross-legged. The dazzling lightning almost completely submerged him and turned into a dazzling ball of light. But Sunan did not move, letting the arcs wander around his body, completely immersed in cultivation, in a place invisible to the naked eye. Through the connection of the Godhead, he was fully comprehending the origin of the laws of the thunder element plane. Almost every minute and every second, his understanding of the law of thunder was deepening. After returning from the blood abyss, Sunan handed over all affairs to Lizay to coordinate, and he devoted himself to the understanding of the law of thunder. It must be said that with the assistance of the Godhead, the efficiency of comprehending the law has indeed skyrocketed a lot, which can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Originally, according to his estimate, it would take at least 20 to 30 years to comprehend the law of thunder. But with the help of the Godhead, he successfully comprehended the thunder law in less than 8 years. In the subsequent practice, the progress of the understanding of the thunder law also soared at an astonishing speed. In just 10 years, the progress of the understanding of the thunder law has increased to about 10%. After a while, feeling that the load on his body had reached its limit, Sunan opened his eyes, put away the thunder wood and ended his practice. There was no more thunder between the clouds, and the lightning on his body also dissipated. Feeling that his understanding of the thunder law had improved again, Sunan couldn't help but smile a little more. At this rate, in another 120 to 30 years, I should be able to control the thunder law. Originally, in Sunan's estimation, even with the light awakening potion, it would take at least 400 or 500 years to control the thunder law. But now it has been shortened by more than half. It must be said that the auxiliary effect of the Godhead is really amazing. Chapter 311 Promoted to True Spirit Wizard. Time flies, and more than 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Thunder element space. Thunder suddenly erupted in the layers of clouds, turning into a long snake-like arc of electricity that swept in all directions like a frenzy, shattering the surrounding clouds. In an instant, a vacuum zone was created in the middle of the vast and thick clouds. In the center of the vacuum zone, Sunan was shrouded in dazzling lightning, and a strange wave enveloped the area of thousands of miles centered on him. Lightning flashed in the void from time to time, causing wrinkles in the air. After an unknown amount of time, the wave suddenly disappeared, and the dense lightning seemed to shrink back into Sunan's body as if being pulled by an invisible force. And the surrounding thundercloud surged back again, quickly filling the vacuum zone. After a while, Sunan broke through the clouds and came to the sky above the clouds, with a smile on his face. Finally, I have mastered the law of thunder. After the law of gravity, he now has mastered the second law. The goals set at the beginning have all been completed. The next step is to condense the true spirit. The so-called true spirit is actually a sublimated version of the soul. After successfully mastering the law, the third-level wizard can extract the power of the law and integrate it into the soul, sublimate the soul in all directions, and thus condense the true spirit. The wizard who condenses the true spirit has essentially completely escaped from the cage of ordinary creatures and become a high-dimensional life similar to the gods. Even if the body is reduced to ashes, it can still survive with a little true spirit and wait for an opportunity to restore the body and rebirth. In essence, the true spirit wizard is actually equivalent to a simple version of the plane. The plane can be regarded as an aggregate of countless laws. The wizard who condenses the true spirit can be regarded as an aggregate of a single law or multiple laws, which is equivalent to a simple version of the plane. The plane can last for tens or millions of years, and the lifespan of the true spirit wizard will naturally be greatly improved, and it will be easy to live for millions of years. Of course, the plane is not eternal, and there will also be a day when the origin is exhausted and the plane is annihilated. The true spirit wizard is naturally not immortal. Even a powerful true spirit wizard cannot resist the passage of time, and one day he will usher in the end of his life. It's just that this time span is extremely long. The process of condensing the true spirit requires silence and cannot be disturbed, so it naturally cannot be carried out in the elemental plane. Sunan put away the guarding golem, tore open the space crack and left. After returning to the Starlight Continent, he returned to the Starlight Wizard Tower as soon as possible, and did not meet Lizay. He just sent a message to her, and then went straight to the top floor, told the tower spirit not to let anyone disturb him, and then began to condense the true spirit. Condensing the true spirit requires huge energy support, and it is best to do it next to the simplified element furnace. Sitting cross-legged, Sunan closed his eyes and began to sense the origin of the plane. When comprehending the law, it is best to find a plane with more prominent law characteristics as a place for cultivation. But it is different to condense the true spirit, to use the power of the law to sublimate and transform the soul. The more stable the power of the law, the better, and too high strength is not good. Therefore, ordinary planes, like the starlight continent, that do not have particularly prominent law characteristics are most suitable. To put it bluntly, the process of condensing the true spirit is to continuously extract the power of the law and transform the soul into the true spirit bit by bit. The difficulty is much simpler than comprehending the law. It is purely a slow and steady process, and can be completed if you are willing to spend time. The top floor hall soon returned to silence, leaving only the humming sound of the simplified element furnace. As time passed, Sunan's soul gradually became stained with the breath of the power of the law. The two forces of gravity and thunder gradually transformed his soul and sublimated it to a higher dimension. After an unknown amount of time, when the last bit of soul was transformed, Sunan felt his body tremble, and the 3 talent crystals in the depths of his sea of consciousness burst at the same time with a click, shattered, and countless mists gushed out, instantly occupying every inch of the sea of consciousness. The mist was black-blue and blue-green. The two colors intertwined and mixed. You have me and I have you. Extremely harmonious, surging like a torrent. Every time it surged, a strange wave emanated from Sunan's body, spreading along the void to all directions, causing the void to tremble slightly. At this moment, all wizards on the Starlight Continent felt some strange rhythm, and looked in the direction of the Starlight Wizard Tower. The plane is pulsating? What's going on? What happened? A group of wizards were in doubt, and many of them rushed directly to the direction of the Starlight Wizard Tower. At the same time, in a study room in the Starlight Wizard Tower, Liz suddenly looked up, with a look of astonishment on her face, followed by ecstasy. As the most experienced wizard in the Star Alliance, she immediately understood what this plane rhythm represented. When she was in the Starfall Society, she had experienced a similar scene. Someone is gathering a true spirit on the Starlight Continent. Considering that Sunan had previously told her that he was going to retreat, the truth was not difficult to guess. Sunan was promoted to a true spirit wizard. For a moment, Liz was pleasantly surprised. Sunan didn't know about the turmoil he had caused outside. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the strange experience brought by the breakthrough. A trembling feeling that seemed to come from the soul level swept over his body. At this moment, he seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles, and the whole person felt sublimated. This unprecedented feeling made him very intoxicated. After a long time, he reluctantly came back to his senses, opened his eyes, and exhaled a long breath. Tower Spirit Number 1. How long has it been since I started to gather a true spirit? 5 years, 2 months and 3 days. More than 5 years? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. Much longer than expected. But considering that he was promoted to a true spirit wizard based on 2 laws, it was not surprising that it took longer. No matter what, I have finally been promoted to a true spirit wizard. Sunan showed a happy smile from the bottom of his heart on his face. After paying so much thought and energy, and even risking great risks to kill gods, just to obtain the divine power to assist in cultivation, he finally achieved his goal, and took the most important step on the road to becoming a wizard. At the moment when he became a true spirit wizard, he has undoubtedly become one of the top masters in the multiverse. After a long while, Sunan calmed down his inner ecstasy and called out the panel. Sunan Yenist. Male. True Spirit Wizard. Mastery Level Fusion Law. Gravity Law. 1.11 Energy Level Thunder Law. 1.04 Energy Level. Looking at the data on the panel, Sunan nodded secretly. The energy level represents the wizard's control level of the law. The higher the energy level, the higher the control level. The law of gravity is the first law he controls, and the energy level is naturally higher than the law of thunder. According to the level of control over the law, the true spirit wizard is ranked from low to high as mastery level, manipulation level, and domination level. The so-called mastery level means that the true spirit wizard has mastered this law and can make preliminary applications. He has developed combat moves based on the power of the law, such as Sunan gravity suppression, gravity waves and gravity black holes. The energy level corresponding to the mastery level is 1 to 99. The manipulation level means that the true spirit wizard has been able to skillfully apply this law, and his understanding and application of the power of the law have been greatly improved. The most obvious sign is that he can temporarily exclude other laws in a certain area, leaving only the laws he has mastered, thus forming a law field. In addition to using the power of the law or similar forces to compete, the true spirit wizard is almost invincible in the law field. A true spirit wizard who has reached the manipulation level can rely on the law field to compete to a certain extent even if he is in the kingdom of the gods, and offset the power suppression of the kingdom of the gods on himself. It can be said that if there is suppression of the gods and the kingdom of the gods in the blood abyss, the manipulation level true spirit wizard, even if there is no floating city, is enough to compete head-on with the gods of the same level who summon the kingdom of the gods. The energy level corresponding to the manipulation level is 100 to 999. As for the highest dominance level, it is to control the law literally. The true spirit wizards who have reached this level have almost reached the limit of their understanding and perception of the law. They can not only use the power of the law freely, but also influence and manipulate the power of the same law of other wizards. For example, if they also master the law of fire, the dominance level true spirit wizard can deprive the control of the fire released by the manipulating level true spirit wizard and take it for themselves. They can even let the fire backfire on the manipulating level true spirit wizard. In addition, the dominance level true spirit wizard can also manipulate the power of the law of the entire plane and temporarily turn the entire plane into his own law domain. Fighting against it is no less than fighting against the entire plane. Even if the dominance level true spirit wizard does not have a floating city, under normal circumstances, it is enough to confront the gods of the same level who summon the kingdom of God. The law energy level corresponding to the dominance level is 1000 to 9999. Of course, this is just the classification standard in the game. In the real world, the mastery level, manipulation level and domination level correspond to level 4, level 5, and level 6 wizards respectively. Wizards often use the latter classification system. The next step is to continuously improve the law energy level. Also a beginner true spirit wizard, Sunan has mastered 2 laws, one of which is a rule-based law, and his combat power is much stronger than other true spirit wizards with a single law, and his potential is far beyond that of ordinary true spirit wizards. As long as any one law is upgraded to the manipulation level, it can be promoted to the manipulation level. If both laws are upgraded to the domination level, there is a greater hope of breaking through to a higher realm in the future. There is still one godhead left. Sunan turned his wrist, and a crystal clear polyhedron crystal appeared in his palm. In the process of comprehending the thunder law, the godhead extracted from the god puppet has been consumed, but the godhead of the spider queen is still intact. In the following time, Sunan plans to use this divine power to assist in cultivation and quickly improve the level of law. There is also the floating city, which can also be put on the agenda as the top alchemical war creation in the wizard world. Many facilities in the floating city, including magic crystal superconducting pulse cannons, super large energy protection barriers, maze defense systems and element furnaces, etc., all require true spirit wizards to build their cores. Now that he has been promoted to a true spirit wizard, it is time to start building his own floating city. The cost of a floating city is more than 100 times that of a standard large wizard tower. To build a floating city, the resources of the entire Star Alliance must be concentrated, and the time span is still very long. Sunan thought secretly. With the means of synthesizing magic stones, there is no need to worry about not having money to build a floating city. However, many of the precious materials needed for the floating city cannot be easily purchased with magic stones, and it takes time to collect them bit by bit. In addition, the various core facilities of the floating city are also very time-consuming and labor-intensive to build. Sunan estimated that even if everything went well, it would take at least 400 or 500 years to build a floating city. If it was slower, it would not be surprising to take thousands of years. Take your time, Sunan muttered to himself. In addition to the floating city, there are 2 other things to pay attention to. The first is to build a demi-plane. As the essence of life evolves, the requirements of the soul and body of the true spirit wizard for the concentration of energy particles have also risen. The concentration of energy particles in ordinary planes such as the Starlight Continent, can no longer satisfy the true spirit wizard. It's like ordinary people suddenly come to a place with less oxygen. Although they will not be injured, they are quite uncomfortable. This is why almost all true spirit wizards stay in the realm of truth all year round. In addition to the benefits of cultivation, it is also because the concentration of energy particles in the realm of truth is higher. However, there is another way. That is to build your own demiplane. Many true spirit wizards will open up a demiplane with a high concentration of energy particles as their daily resting place. In addition, the demiplane is also the key for true spirit wizards to break through to a higher level. The larger and more complete the demiplane is, the higher the chance of breaking through to a higher realm in the future. Becoming a true spirit wizard is not soon an ultimate goal. He still wants to climb higher. Therefore, it is also necessary to open up his own demiplane. However, the difficulty of opening up a demiplane is no easier than building a floating city from scratch. So this matter also needs to be considered in the long run. The second thing is the realm of truth. The realm of truth is also known as the plane of law, which is a holy place for wizards to comprehend the law. Basically, all true spirit wizards stay there all year round to comprehend the law in order to seek breakthroughs. The Spider Queen's godhead can only support soon and rapid cultivation for a period of time. When the godhead is consumed, if he wants to maintain the efficiency of cultivation, he must enter the realm of truth. However, it is not so easy to get to the realm of truth. That place is controlled by several large wizard forces all year round. If the true spirit wizards of other wizard forces want to enter, they must obtain the consent of these large wizard forces. It seems that I have to visit Maisha. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had achieved his goal, it did not mean that he could just relax. On the contrary, he would be even busier, improving the level of the law, the floating city, the half-plane, and the realm of truth would take up a lot of his time and energy. In addition, he had to stabilize his realm, adapt to the power of the law as soon as possible, and study more skills to apply the power of the law. The realm of truth was not a peaceful place. If he wanted to stay there, it would be wishful thinking without sufficient strength. In short, he would be busy next. Chapter 312, a major step forward. Leaving the top floor lobby, Sunan came to the office tower. Lisa had been waiting for him in the lobby. Seeing him appear, Lisa's eyes lit up, looked him up and down, and greeted him with a smile. Congratulations on your promotion to a true spirit wizard. There was envy and amazement in her tone. In Lisa's cognition, no one had ever been promoted from 0 to a true spirit wizard in less than 3,000 years, like Sunan. Such a speed is simply incredible. It's no exaggeration to describe it as a miracle. Those so-called descendants of the true spirit are simply not worth mentioning compared to Sunan. Lisa was delighted from the bottom of her heart for Sunan promotion. After all, this also means that from today on, the Star Alliance has officially entered the ranks of second-rate wizard forces, taking a major step. Thank you. Sunan smiled slightly. Did anything big happen during my retreat? Lisa knew what Sunan was most concerned about. Shook her head and said, the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Dark Throne have not made any moves. Probably because they are concerned about the Wisdom Code. Many people came to us to buy the Divine Body, but I declined them on the grounds that you are still in retreat, and I can't make the decision. Sunan raised his eyebrows. He was going to use those 2 divine bodies to make the Divine Body Golem. It can be predicted that for a long time in the future, the Star Alliance will not have a second true spirit wizard other than him. In this case, the Divine Body Golem, whose combat power is comparable to that of the true spirit wizard, will undoubtedly be the ace combat power of the Star Alliance. Sunan was crazy to sell the Divine Body. I will find time to refine the 2 bodies into golems as soon as possible. If they come again, just reject them directly. I know. Anything else? No. Lisa shook her head. The Wizard Civil War just ended not long ago, and all the major wizard forces are very quiet. Sunan nodded in understanding. In fact, in his memory, from the Wizard Civil War to the ancient insect disaster, there seemed to be no major events worth paying attention to in the multiverse. For example, the death of the Spider Queen was already a very eye-catching event. But that was also because the Spider Queen fell in the Blood Abyss, and it involved 3 wizard forces. If the same thing happened in the Realm of Truth, it would not be a big deal at all. How is the Star Alliance doing recently? Sunan asked again. Lisa was well prepared and took out a document and handed it to Sunan. which listed the development of the Star Alliance during his years of seclusion. In the God-killing war, the Star Alliance suffered heavy losses. Even with sufficient resources, it took 40 to 50 years to recover. After that, the Star Alliance military strength has made great progress. Now, the number of Golem Group Army alone has exceeded 30. Currently, the Star Alliance is working on establishing the 31st Golem Group Army. The number of wizard towers has finally exceeded 100, of which there are already 5 large wizard towers. What makes Sunan even more satisfied is that the total number of wizards has exceeded 3,000, reaching 3,217. Sure enough, with more human planes, the growth rate of wizards has also increased. It is worth mentioning that the number of second-level wizards in the Star Alliance has exceeded 100. Unfortunately, there is still only Leisha, a third-level wizard. But this is also expected. Not to mention the difficulty of promotion for third-level wizards. Even if they can be promoted, the growth time is measured in thousands of years. The development time of the Star Alliance is still shorter than that of other wizard forces. And there is no way to avoid the small number of third-level wizards. In other aspects, the number of star fortresses has approached 800. The number of flying fleets has also exceeded 500. In addition, the Star Alliance has also established a new legion, the Dragon Legion. Since the implementation of the Sub-Dragon Bloodline Enhancement Plan, it has achieved extremely impressive results and has completely entered a blowout period. Almost every year, 4 or 5 high-level sub-dragon species successfully break through the bloodline shackles and evolve into dragons. To date, the Star Alliance has thousands of dragons. Not long ago, Li Zhe started to organize the Dragon Legion and officially incorporated the Dragon Legion into the Star Alliance military system, becoming the second wizard-level ace legion after the Witch Hunting Legion. As for the Witch Hunting Legion, since Sunan focused on cultivation and almost did not make puppets in recent years, the wizard-level puppets were all made by other wizards, and the number grew slowly. The entire Witch Hunting Legion currently has less than 2,000. If we add the built-in puppets in each wizard tower and the wizard-level puppets in the group army, the total number of wizard-level puppets in the Star Alliance is close to 4,000. In addition, there is the Magic Pattern Knights. Thanks to the increase in the number of human planes, the Magic Pattern Knights have been expanding at an almost astonishing speed in recent years and have exceeded 10 million. However, most of the manpower is used to guard the major planes. Li Zhe only selected the most elite part of them and established 2 Magic Pattern group armies, 1 million, for external conquests. What's more, they selected the best from the best, selected some knights for elemental transformation and blood transformation, and set about establishing the elemental knights and blood knights. Although the combat effectiveness of the elemental knights and blood knights is not as good as that of formal wizards and dragons, and even inferior to that of wizard-level puppets, they have a large base, with tens of millions of Magic Pattern Knights as the foundation. As long as they are willing to invest time and resources, they can completely pull up an army of 10,000 people. If everything goes well, the Star Alliance may soon have a third ace army. After reading the document, Sunan nodded secretly. If the top combat power such as the True Spirit Wizard is not counted, the current military strength of the Star Alliance is no less than that of the 10,000-headed bird. You must know that after annexing most of the resources of the Black Swordy Tower, the 10,000-headed bird has now climbed to the top of the second-rate wizard force. Being able to be compared with the 10,000-headed bird is enough to say that the Star Alliance is now powerful. When Sunan refines 2 god body golems and makes up for the lack of top combat power, the Star Alliance can truly become a top second-rate wizard force. Seeing that Sunan had finished reading the document, Leisha immediately said, "Not long ago, I got the coordinates of more than 10 unexplored planes from the City of All Things. I have sent people to explore. If it is suitable, I will start to open up the wasteland immediately." Sunan nodded slightly. There is no such thing as too many planes. Even if there are planes without resources, they can be used to open up secondary magic stone veins. The number of planes controlled has always been one of the important criteria for judging the strength of a wizard, especially for emerging forces such as the Star Alliance. Planes are an important resource that is in urgent need. Take the 10,000 heads bird as an example. There are more than 20 planes under its command, which is almost twice that of the Star Alliance. If the Star Alliance did not have Sunan, a master who had turned on the game, it would be impossible to develop to the same level as the 10,000 heads bird with only half the number of planes. In addition, The transformation of the Shiga plane has entered the final stage. I plan to transform the shock plane and the bare eye plane into human planes. The shock plane and the bare eye plane are both planes that the Star Alliance seized from the black soda. The environment itself is more suitable for human habitation. With a little transformation, population migration can be carried out and developed into human planes, including the Shiga plane. The Star Alliance now has a total of 4 human planes. But Sudan will never think that this kind of plane is too much, and naturally will not reject Li Zai's idea. I will leave this matter to you to coordinate. If there are 2 more human planes, the growth of the number of wizards in the Star Alliance will definitely reach a new level. What are your plans next? Lisa asked about Sunan's plan. Sunan pondered for a moment and said, I don't think I will enter the realm of truth so soon. I will have to stay in the Star Alliance for a while. I can take advantage of this time to create the God Body Golem and cultivate a group of divine creatures. The Spider Queen's divinity is still in Sunan's hands. He plans to use it to cultivate a group of divine creatures, so that he can continuously provide divine energy in the future and use it to synthesize divine energy crystals for his wizards to practice. It can be regarded as opening up another channel to obtain divine energy crystals in addition to synthesizing elemental crystal cores. The more such channels, the better. In addition, the materials for building the floating city should also be collected. Although he is preparing to build a floating city, Sunan does not intend to occupy too much manpower and material resources of the Star Alliance for this. The Star Alliance is now in a period of rapid development. If the construction of the floating city slows down the development of the Star Alliance, it will be a waste of time. The construction of the floating city is a time-consuming project, and the time span is often thousands of years. There is no need to rush. Moreover, the stronger the Star Alliance develops, the more conducive it is to collect materials for building the floating city. Li Zai nodded slightly and wrote down Sunan instructions one by one. There is one more thing. Arrange for people to go to the Blood River in the Blood Abyss to collect soul crystals. Li Zai was stunned and asked in confusion, You want to use the evil souls of the Blood River as materials? But the soul crystals made in that way are very polluting. Right? It doesn't matter, Sunan said. I have a way to purify it. Seeing Sunan said so, Li Zai no longer questioned and secretly remembered this matter in her heart. After talking about the business, Sunan turned to ask Li Zai about her cultivation. How is the law of perception going? When mentioning this, Li Zai smiled a little more and said, It's going well. I have already perceived the law of stars. With the help of the light awakening potion, I should be able to control the law of stars in at most 3,000 years. That's indeed going well. Sunan smiled and nodded. This speed is faster than he expected. It seems that Li Zai and the law of stars are very compatible. This may be related to her staying in the falling star city as a ghost for 2,000 years, and having close contact with the star core. The star core is the culmination of the technology of the Falling Star Society, developed by the true spirit wizard, and after years of improvement, it can be said that it condenses the perception and understanding of many star laws. A deep understanding of the star core is undoubtedly beneficial to the perception of the star law. After spending half a month to deal with some affairs, and synthesizing enough high-level resources for the Star Alliance to consume some time, Sunan returned to cultivation. Although the energy levels of the 2 laws can be improved at the same time, doing so will undoubtedly greatly reduce the speed of the law energy level improvement, thus affecting the enhancement of combat power. Considering that there is a high probability of fighting in the future when entering the realm of truth, Sunan decided to prioritize the improvement of one of the laws and strengthen his combat power as soon as possible. As for which law to improve first, there is no need to think about it. It must be the law of gravity. The place for cultivation is still chosen in the Shinling Plane, where the strong gravity environment is more conducive to his perception of the law of gravity. After stepping into the Shinling Plane again, Sunan clearly felt that the surrounding gravity had weakened his suppression a lot. If entering the Shinling Plane before was like a human entering the sea, now it is like a fish returning to the ocean, with a refreshing feeling of the sky being high and the sea wide for the fish to jump. Obviously, after mastering the law of gravity, the strong gravity environment of the Shinling Plane is no longer a limitation, but more conducive to his combat performance. In this environment, he can fully exert 120% of his strength. On the contrary, the opponent will be suppressed and weakened. This is actually equivalent to a weakened version of the law field, Sunan thought secretly. However, problems also followed. As the gravity suppression weakened, the effect of cultivation naturally declined. Sunan had to spend time looking for an environment with stronger gravity. After some effort, he finally found a suitable place for cultivation. A dark cave located 1,000 meters underground. After arranging the gravity array, Sunan sat cross-legged, first took a bottle of Guanchi potion, then took out the godhead and held it in his palm, and began to extract the power of the law for synthesis, integrating it into the body to comprehend the law. There is no time in cultivation. This calmed down. More than 2 years have passed. When Sunan opened his eyes and called out the panel, the gravity law on it had grown to the 1.54 energy level, increased by 0.43 energy levels. Sunan was thoughtful. At this rate, it would take about 500 or 600 years to raise the law of gravity to the 100th energy level and enter the manipulation level. There is no doubt that this speed is amazingly fast. It is normal for ordinary true spirit wizards to spend hundreds of years to increase one energy level without external assistance to comprehend the law, compared with other true spirit wizards. Sunan cultivation speed is terrible enough. After all, he has 3 auxiliary means: the light awakening potion, the power of the synthetic law, and the godhead. It would be abnormal if the cultivation speed is not fast. But this is just an ideal state. The light awakening potion and the power of the synthetic law are okay. But the godhead is unlikely to support me to raise the law of gravity to the manipulation level. Sunan checked the godhead in his hand. After more than 2 years of cultivation, the godhead consumed about 1%. In other words, this godhead can only support his cultivation for more than 200 years. When the godhead is consumed, the cultivation speed will undoubtedly be reduced a lot. Once the godhead is exhausted, we must enter the realm of truth as soon as possible. But 200 years is enough. And it is more than enough to refine 2 god body golems. During the period when Sunan enters the realm of truth, the Star Alliance must have top combat power. God body golems are undoubtedly the best choice. With 2 god body golems guarding the Star Alliance, Sunan can leave with peace of mind. Before that, we have to go to the Wisdom Code. For information about the realm of truth, Sunan still has to ask Maisha for advice. Chapter 313 Focus on a comprehensive approach. The lights were bright in the laboratory. A huge golem was placed on the large workbench. Shemin concentrated on controlling the wizard's hand and carefully drew runes on the golem's body. It took more than half an hour for him to finally draw the last rune. As the rune took shape, a faint light flashed across the surface of the golem's body, and a fresh breath of flesh and blood appeared out of thin air. Shemin took a long breath, took out a soul crystal, and embedded it into the notch in the center of the golem's chest. With a click, the soul crystal sank into the golem's body and fit perfectly with it. Buzz! The golem came to life, sat up and jumped off the workbench, landing on the ground with a bang. And a dull mechanical sound came out of its mouth. Please give orders. Go stand over there and enter standby mode. Shemin pointed to a corner of the laboratory, where more than a dozen shadow steel golems were already standing side by side. Order received. The shadow steel golem walked to the corner with heavy steps and joined the queue. Looking at the rows of shadow steel golems, Sherman showed a satisfied smile on his face. The Star Alliance is now exploring new planes. As long as the exploration team returns and brings back intelligence, they will select new planes for development. Therefore, golems are urgently needed to expand military power. And the purchase price of golems has also risen. This batch of shadow steel golems is enough to exchange for a considerable amount of contribution points. If used to exchange for divine energy crystals, it is estimated that it will be enough for him to break through to the second-level crystallization. Although he is already a second-level liquefied wizard, his strength can be firmly ranked in the top 20 in the entire Star Alliance. But Sherman still has to work hard to earn contribution points. This is also the daily routine of all wizards in the Star Alliance. As strong as the Scepter, Rose, Picado and other second-level crystallization wizards, they also have to run around for contribution points. But everyone is happy to do it. Compared with wizards from other wizard forces, Star Alliance wizards can be said to be very lucky. After all, other wizard forces do not have sufficient divine energy crystals and elemental crystal cores to exchange. As long as the wizards of the Star Alliance work hard enough, they can exchange for a large number of training resources, and their strength will increase rapidly. This kind of treatment, let alone other second-rate wizard forces, even large wizard forces such as the Wisdom Codex and the Deep Blue Alliance, will definitely not have it. After coming out of the laboratory, Sherman went straight to the logistics department, handed in all the shadow steel golems he had recently refined, and exchanged the contribution points he obtained for divine energy crystals, and then left with satisfaction. Next, he did not go to the training room, but rushed to Yohu City. After each of them was promoted to the second-level wizard, he and Otto, Corey, Tatiana, Ethan, Fleming and others became more and more busy. Some were in seclusion, some were doing experiments, and some were going out to explore. They all had their own things to do. In addition, the territory of the Star Alliance expanded rapidly, and everyone was scattered in different planes, and they often couldn't get together for a long time. It was not until the last few hundred years that they made an agreement to meet every 20 years, reminiscing about the past and exchanging information. And today is the day for the 20-year meeting. When Sherman arrived at the hall of the meeting place, everyone else was already there. Sorry, I went to the logistics department and wasted some time. Sherman looked apologetic. It's okay. Otto smiled gently. We just arrived. After a brief greeting, everyone started chatting. As expected, the first topic was something that had been a hot topic in the entire Star Alliance, and even the entire wizard world recently. I heard that Lord Sunan was promoted to a true spirit wizard. Is that true? Yes. I just came back from Lord Liz. And the teacher has indeed been promoted to a true spirit wizard. It was Otto who spoke. She had served as Liz's assistant, so her words were naturally very credible. In fact, everyone present understood that since the news could be spread, the authenticity should not need to be questioned. But when they really got the confirmation from Otto, they were all amazed and respectful. Lord Sunan's speed of strength improvement is still as exaggerated as ever. Indeed, as far as I know, the time spent by those true spirit descendants from the third-level crystallization to the true spirit wizard is less than 5,000 years, which is incomparable to Lord Sunan. Now the Star Alliance has also joined the ranks of second-rate wizard forces. Not only that, the Star Alliance is not much worse than the 10,000 birds now. Everyone had a smile on their faces. Even Corey, who was always cold and solemn, had a faint smile on his lips. The stronger the Star Alliance is, the more they can benefit from it. After sighing for a while, Sherman suddenly looked at Corey and changed the subject. Corey, didn't you participate in the plane exploration? How is it? Everyone looked at Corey. Most of those who participated in the plane exploration were first-level wizards, and there were very few second-level wizards. Among the people present, only Corey participated, as it concerns the expansion of the Star Alliance. They are also very concerned and curious. The exploration has basically come to an end. Corey did not whet everyone's appetite, and briefly talked about the exploration results. This time, a total of 14 unknown planes were explored, of which 6 planes had 2 harsh environments and extremely poor resources, and basically had no value. Lady Liz has decided to abandon these 6 planes. Among the remaining 8 planes, 5 planes have relatively poor resources, but the advantage is that the environment is suitable, and there are many ground vein nodes, which can be used to open up secondary magic stone veins. There are countless planes in the multiverse, but only 1 or 2 of them are truly valuable. Most planes are not only poor in resources, but also have very harsh environments. Creatures cannot survive at all. They are worthless abandoned planes and have no development value. Among the planes explored by the Star Alliance this time, there are only 6 abandoned planes, which is already very lucky. Shemin and others understand this, and their eyes light up when they hear this. And Corey's next words made them look even happier. The other 3 planes are relatively rich in resources, and the environment is also suitable for the survival of living things. The indigenous power is not strong. Although they are not human planes, they all have the potential to be transformed into human planes. There are very few valuable planes, and among them, human planes are even rarer. The possibility of finding a human plane in one exploration is too low. It is already very lucky to find 3 planes with the potential to be transformed into human planes. Sherman smiled and said, not long ago, Lady Liz ordered the transformation of the Jacques plane and the Bear Eye plane. If these 3 planes are added, and all the transformations are completed, the number of human planes owned by the Star Alliance will soar to 9. Looking at the second-rate wizard forces, it is also the only one. Indeed, Otto nodded in agreement. But I heard from Lady Liz that the teacher is going to build a floating city, which will occupy part of the manpower and material resources of the Star Alliance. before the transformation of the Jacques plane and the Bear Eye plane is completed. It is estimated that there will be no spare energy to transform other planes at the same time. Transforming a plane into a human plane is a long and huge project without exception. As strong as the 10,000 birds, the sky can only transform 2 planes at the same time. The Star Alliance has the financial support of synthetic magic stones, so it can transform 2 planes at the same time and have spare energy to build a floating city. Floating city? Tajana's eyes lit up slightly. Others also showed surprise. The floating city is the top strategic weapon in the wizard world. Once the floating city is successfully built, the combat power of the Star Alliance will immediately reach a new level. In addition, the floating city itself is also a super large-scale interstellar fortress that can accommodate millions of people. It has many high-standard laboratories, training rooms and workshops, etc., which is equivalent to a super version of the Wizard Tower. It is more conducive to their experiments, manufacturing and training. You must know that to this day, the training room of the Starlight Wizard Tower is still one of the most popular redemption items in the Star Alliance. The training room of the floating city. Needless to say, the effect is definitely better than the Starlight Wizard Tower. Speaking of which, has your Wizard Tower been upgraded? Adair looked at Sherman. The latter smiled slightly and nodded. It was just completed not long ago. Delamine showed a trace of envy on his face, and said with emotion, people with good puppet refining skills can earn contribution points quickly. Sherman laughed, glanced at Cole and said, Cole is worse than me in this aspect. He is good at making potions and puppet refining, but because he takes care of both aspects at the same time and his energy is scattered, his attainments in both aspects are not very superb. At least in the aspect of puppet refining. He is not as good as Cole, who specializes in puppet refining. Others looked at Shimon and Cole with some envy. Among all the people present, only Shimon and Cole's wizard towers have reached the large level, and many core facilities have been strengthened. Compared to others, these 2 people are like rich people. Just when Shimon and others were chatting and communicating with each other, in another hall, Rose, Scepter, Picado and Tulio were also chatting and talking. Unlike Sherman, Otto and other young wizards who graduated from the academy, most of them joined the Star Alliance later and joined halfway. That being said, their sense of belonging to the Star Alliance is also high. After all, it is basically impossible to find another wizard force like the Star Alliance in the entire multiverse that can provide massive cultivation resources for its wizards. Admittedly, large wizard forces such as the Wisdom Code and the Deep Sea Alliance have more resources. But there are also many wizards, and the amount distributed to each person is very small, and the competition is extremely fierce. Unlike the Star Alliance, as long as there is enough contribution value, many cultivation resources can be exchanged almost infinitely. They don't have to worry about resources at all. The only thing that limits their strength improvement is their own talent and time. On the other hand, it is precisely because they all joined halfway that their strength is much stronger than that of the academic school. And almost everyone has reached the 2nd level. The best among them, such as Picado, Scepter and Rose, have even reached the 2nd level of crystallization. Once the 3rd talent crystal is constructed, they can be promoted to the 3rd level wizard. In recent years, the Star Alliance has obtained many talent crystal models from various channels, and there are more than 200 types in total, including 7 superior talent crystal models. But what I want most are the 3 superior talent crystal models. The voice of the Scepter echoed in the hall, attracting many people's deep agreement. The so-called superior talent crystal model refers to the lower version created based on the 3 models of talent crystal constructed by Sunan, namely liquid metal, absolute restricted area, and falling star rain. Although it is a lower version, its power is much weaker than the 3 real models, but it is already a level higher than the general superior talent crystal model, so it is named the superior by the Star Alliance. The 3 superior talent crystal models are all open to all wizards in the Star Alliance for exchange, and the contribution points required are not much. But there are actually very few people who actually exchange them. It is because the construction of the superior talent crystal is surprisingly difficult, and the final mental power filling is even more time-consuming. If you are not careful, you may delay your life and miss the opportunity to be promoted. Therefore, there are very few wizards who dare to choose the superior talent crystal model. Even outstanding wizards like Scepter and Picado dare to choose the superior talent crystal model only when they are sprinting to the 3rd level wizard. This is because the Star Alliance has opened up the supply of divine energy crystals and elemental crystal cores in recent years, greatly shortening their mental power liquefaction and crystallization time at the secondary level, so that they have enough life to construct the superior talent crystal. The difficulty of the upper level talent crystal is too high. I'd better choose the upper level one. Me too. I know my own strengths and weaknesses very well. I don't have that talent at all. The upper level one is so difficult. The difficulty of real liquid metal, absolute forbidden zone, and falling star shower is probably even more amazing. I really don't know how Lord Sunan did it. Lord Sunan is a genius who has been promoted to a true spirit wizard in less than 3,000 years. How can we compare with him? Indeed, there is no second wizard genius like Lord Sunan in the entire multiverse. Listening to the conversation of everyone, a trace of trance flashed in Qiangwei's eyes, recalling that when Sunan first joined the jungle hut, he was still a wizard apprentice like them. Now many years have passed. She has become a second-level wizard and is working hard to sprint to a third-level wizard. But Sunan has been promoted to a true spirit wizard and stepped into the realm that countless wizards dream of. It can only be said that Sunan talent and qualifications have far exceeded her cognition and understanding. It was so in the past, and it is still so now. Rose was distracted when she was interrupted by the scepter. Speaking of which talent crystal model did you choose? Rose pursed her lips and said, My talent is not as good as yours and Fakato. I don't have the confidence to construct the superior talent crystal. So I chose the superior absolute forbidden area. There are 3 talent crystal models, from the lower level to the superior level, and the main focus is on comprehensiveness. By the way, didn't Lord Sunan come out of retreat a while ago? Why didn't I see Lord Sunan in the Starlight Wizard Tower? Fakato suddenly asked. Rose said, I heard from Lord Liz that Lord Sunan went to visit Lord Maisha in the Wisdom Code. And it seems to be about the matter of the Realm of Truth. Chapter 314. The Stone of Breaking the Realm. The Council of Truth. The Holy Tree Plain. The Tower of Wisdom. In the spacious and bright hall, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. The slender and graceful water fairy brought 2 cups of black tea and placed them on the coffee table in front of the 2 people. Then left gracefully. The light red tea was emitting wisps of white mist, exuding a refreshing fragrance. This is the black tea brewed from the soul refining flower. It helps to stabilize the true spirit and tastes good. Try it. Maisha pointed to the black tea in front of her and said with a smile, Then I won't be polite. Sunan took a sip of the black tea, and his eyes lit up slightly. It tastes really good. Maisha chuckled and said, This is what I cultivated myself. You can take some back later. The magic plant that can work on the true spirit wizard is obviously worth a lot. But Sunan was not polite and agreed without hesitation. At their level, no matter how precious the magic plant is, they don't really care. For a true spirit wizard, only items related to the law can be truly precious. Maisha took a sip of red tea, glanced at Sunan in front of her with an indifferent expression, and sighed slightly in her heart. Although she knew that Sunan would be promoted to a true spirit wizard sooner or later, the speed at which this day came was still far beyond her expectations. She thought she was also a genius, and among the group of true spirit descendants, her qualifications were also the top few. She was not without pride in her heart, but compared with Sunan in front of her, she immediately seemed dwarfed. Promoted to a true spirit wizard in less than 3,000 years, and he is not a true spirit descendant. This qualification is not enough to be described as a monster. Maisha sighed in her heart, but she did not show it on her face, and looked at Sunan with a smile. You have surprised many people this time. Now the whole wizard world is discussing your promotion. Sunan used to be famous in the wizard world, but only in the middle and lower levels. The existence of the true spirit wizard level may have heard of his deeds, but did not take it to heart. But now that he has been promoted to a true spirit wizard, it is completely different. Even in the vast multiverse, with countless creatures, the true spirit wizard is definitely one of the top strong ones. The promotion of any true spirit wizard is a matter of great attention in the multiverse, enough to attract the attention of countless powerful beings. Even the gods will pay attention to this. Not to mention the true spirit wizards of the major wizard forces. Now the name of Sunan is truly well known and famous in the entire multiverse. I don't know how many people are paying attention to him and the Star Alliance openly or secretly. Sunan smiled and shook his head, saying, I have been busy consolidating my realm recently, and I haven't had time to pay attention to these things. I understand. Maisha nodded gently. Su Nan was able to be promoted to a true spirit wizard so quickly. In addition to his excellent qualifications, he must have made great efforts behind the scenes. In fact, everyone who can be promoted to a true spirit wizard is a cultivation maniac. Maisha knew that Su Nan definitely did not come to her to reminisce about the past. So she chatted for a few words, and then got to the point. You came here this time for the matter of the realm of truth. Right? Su Nan's expression straightened and nodded. Yes. I want a realm-breaking stone. Maisha's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes when she looked at Su Nan. He didn't expect Su Nan to know the realm-breaking stone. The realm of truth is not so easy to enter, and the reason lies in the realm-breaking stone. The boundary-breaking stone is the key to the realm of truth. Only a true spirit wizard who possesses the boundary-breaking stone can freely enter and exit the realm of truth. It is said that the realm of truth was first discovered by a true spirit wizard who accidentally obtained the boundary-breaking stone. However, under normal circumstances, the boundary-breaking stone can only be found in the realm of truth, and the number is very limited. Many times, gods and true spirit wizards will fight for the boundary-breaking stone. After all, the boundary-breaking stone represents the quota to enter the realm of truth. The boundary-breaking stone is not a secret among true spirit wizards, but very few middle and lower-level wizards know of its existence. I don't know where Su Nan got the information from. Although she was confused, Maisha did not get to the bottom of it. After thinking for a while, she said, since you know the boundary-breaking stone, you should also know how rare and difficult it is to get it. Su Nan nodded to show that he understood. If the boundary-breaking stone was so easy to get, gods and true spirit wizards would not have to break their heads for it so often. Currently, the production of the realm-breaking stone is basically controlled by various large wizard forces. Although there are examples of true spirit wizards from other wizard forces obtaining realm-breaking stones in the realm of truth, it is very rare, and has only been seen once in 2,000 or 3,000 years. So if the newly promoted true spirit wizards from other wizard forces want to obtain realm-breaking stones, they can basically only buy them from various large wizard forces. In order to better coordinate the affairs of the realm of truth, including the wisdom code, all large wizard forces established a loose management organization called the Truth Council 10,000 years ago. According to the regulations of the Truth Council, each second-rate wizard force can pay a certain price to purchase a realm-breaking stone from the Truth Council. Su Nan listened very carefully. Although he had heard a lot of information about the realm of truth in his previous life, it was all scattered. After all, he had not really touched that level. This will be combined with what Maisha said, and the memories in his mind are also confirmed one by one. In fact, the so-called Truth Council is actually an organization jointly built by various large wizard forces to exclude other weaker wizard forces in order to better monopolize the interests of the realm of truth in the entire multiverse. If you have to choose an organization that can represent the wizard world, then the Truth Council is the most suitable. In fact, the Truth Council can also be said to be the vanguard of wizards against gods. When Su Nan had not yet unified the Starlight Continent, there was also a wizard organization called the Truth Council in the Northwest region. It's just that the so-called Truth Parliament is like a drop of water and the boundless deep sea compared to this Truth Parliament. There is no comparison at all. Although the Truth Parliament was established to monopolize the interests of the realm of truth, if it completely blocks the way for other wizard forces and true spirit wizards to enter the realm of truth, it may not be a big deal in the short term, but in the long run, these wizard forces will definitely be resentful, and may eventually join forces to resist and snatch the realm-breaking stone. They may not be able to compete with the Truth Parliament, but they don't need to compete with the entire Truth Parliament. They just need to choose one of the large wizard forces as a breakthrough point. Even if there are many ants, they can still bite the elephant to death. Not to mention that the wizard forces are much stronger than ants, and the various large wizard forces are not a monolithic entity, and they even have a lot of hatred for each other. If one of the large wizard forces is besieged, it would be good if the other large wizard forces don't add insult to injury, and don't expect them to help at all. No one wants to be the breakthrough point, so they can only give up some of their interests to appease other wizard forces. This is why Maisha said this rule. What's the price? Su Nan asked. Maisha raised 2 fingers, 2 conditions. The first is to join the Truth Council. When the Truth Council arranges a unified action, members and their wizard forces must participate, as long as the task is not too excessive. Members and their wizard forces cannot refuse. Su Nan's eyes flashed. And he nodded thoughtfully. This condition is not harsh. And there is still a lot of room for maneuver. If it is really a request that is very unfavorable to the Star Alliance, he can completely refuse. I think the Truth Council did not expect to be able to drive a wizard force at will with the Breakthrough Stone. The second condition is the price of buying the Breakthrough Stone. Maisha paused, then raised a finger. 1 million lower-level magic crystals. Sunan raised his eyebrows. This price is not low. If you use the magic cube to synthesize, it takes about 200 upper-level magic stones to synthesize a lower-level magic crystal. In other words, 1 million lower-level magic crystals are equivalent to 200 million upper-level magic stones. This is based on the premise of using magic cubes for synthesis. So the cost will be lower. If it is a real transaction, the value of 1 million lower-level magic crystals is definitely more than 200 million upper-level magic stones. Even for second-rate wizard forces, this is a considerable expense. However, Sunan did not hesitate and decisively agreed. 1 million lower-level magic crystals are a bit expensive, but he must get the realm-breaking stone. Maisha was not surprised that Sunan agreed. After all, the temptation of the realm of truth is there, and any true spirit wizard will agree. There is another point. The Truth Council does not have any inventory of realm-breaking stones now. It will take some time to give it to you after getting new realm-breaking stones. I know. Sunan had expected this. He was ready to wait for dozens or hundreds of years. Anyway, the Godhead can still support cultivation for the time being. So there is no rush. After discussing the business, Sunan did not stay for long and said goodbye to leave the Holy Tree Plain. Back to the Starlight Wizard Tower. He plunged into the laboratory. Recently, in addition to cultivation, Sunan has also taken a lot of time to refine the God Body Golem. The first God Body Golem has been completed, and the second one is also in the final stage. In the laboratory, the bright light of the magic stone lamp shines in the spacious room, and also illuminates the strange creature on the workbench. If you only look at the outline, it is a titan-like giant. Even the tall King Kong golem standing next to it is only up to its knees. But if you look closely, you will find that it is an ugly monster. Its head is small, but its mouth is large, almost occupying 1/3 of the entire face. In addition, the body proportions are also very strange, with arms of different lengths, legs of uneven thickness, upper body long and lower body short, and even the color of the skin is mottled and different. It looks like a stitched monster, or a poorly made meat golem, barely pieced together with different corpses. However, looking at this ugly golem, Sunan's face showed a satisfied and happy smile. The flesh and blood materials used to make the divine body golem are not only the divine corpse, but also the flesh and blood of many powerful creatures. But the divine corpse is the core, and the flesh and blood of other creatures are used as auxiliary materials. As for the most critical core, it is made of legendary soul crystals and divine energy crystals. Number 1. Charge the divine body golem. Received the order and started charging. As soon as the monotonous mechanical voice fell, the wall on the right side of the laboratory door suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue light, spreading rapidly downward along the gap in the wall, like a glowing network, quickly passing through the floor, extending upward along the workbench, and finally touching the divine body golem. Buzz! The body of the golem suddenly heard a low sound of energy transmission, and a faint light overflowed from its eye sockets. Under the transmission of the crystal mark, the energy quickly spread throughout the body of the golem, activating it quickly. The next moment, the golem sat up suddenly, paused, and jumped off the workbench with a bang, standing still in front of Sunan. Its huge and majestic body gave people a heavy sense of oppression like a mountain. Sunan nodded secretly, patiently waiting for the golem to charge, and then issued a new order. Start the God mode. As the order was issued, the body of the golem suddenly trembled, and a hollow and hoarse roar came from its throat. Inexplicable depression, despair and hatred instantly enveloped the entire laboratory. Even with Sunan's strength, he felt a sense of depression at this moment. His face remained unchanged, and he observed the golem in front of him intently. The dark light shone from the inside of the golem, and its shape changed rapidly. The huge body twisted and squirmed like a mollusk, rapidly changing into various strange shapes. Thousands of faces rolled out, roaring in pain and anger, changing their appearance rapidly, calling out a name. It was a voice that did not belong to any language. Sunan could not understand the meaning of the voice, but he could guess what it was calling out: the name of the Spider Queen. In a flash, the originally ugly stitched monster disappeared, replaced by a beautiful and gorgeous woman. The robe and cloak woven from transparent spider silk wrapped her exquisite and protruding body, which looked very attractive and breathtaking. She also held a green spider dagger in her palm, shining with a cold and terrifying light under the light of the magic stone lamp. The whole person looked exactly like the fallen Spider Queen. Not bad. A smile appeared on the corner of Sunan's mouth. This is the real power of the God Body Golem. Under normal conditions, the God Body Golem is only a slightly stronger golem than the Supreme Golem, and its combat power is far from reaching the level of the True Spirit Wizard. The reason why it can be compared with the True Spirit Wizard is because of its God Spirit mode. After activating the God Spirit mode, the God Body Golem can transform into the god to which the flesh and blood materials used to make the golem belong, and then obtain part of the combat power of the God Spirit. In the God Spirit mode, the God Body Golem, in addition to the golem's inherent fearlessness, infinite strength and super defense, also possesses some of the power of the God Spirit. The combination of the two makes the God Body Golem have a powerful combat power comparable to that of the True Spirit Wizard. Chapter 315 Floating City. Out of curiosity, Sunan took the God Body Golem into the elemental plane and practiced a real battle. The result did not disappoint him. When he only used 50% to 60% of his strength, the God Body Golem in the God Spirit mode could actually fight him back and forth and not lose. Since he was promoted to a True Spirit Wizard, Sunan has been familiar with the power of laws and studied the application of the power of laws. For example, the gravity black hole that he could not control before can now be easily exerted. Even if the energy level of the two laws is not high, he has mastered both laws at the same time. In terms of combat power, he has surpassed most of the mastering level True Spirit Wizards. The fact that he can compete head-on with Sunan, who exerts 50% to 60% of his strength, is enough to show the power of the God Body Golem. The God Body Golem still has room for improvement. Later, more flesh and blood of magical creatures can be added for improvement and upgrading. With the synthetic magic cube in hand, Sunan is confident that he can strengthen the God Body Golem to at least the level of a True Spirit Wizard who manipulates a single law. After the actual combat test, Sunan took back the Body Golem with satisfaction. There was another Body Golem made from the corpse of the Crescent Goddess in the space ring. Its combat power was slightly inferior to that of the Body Golem made from the corpse of the Spider Queen, but it also reached the 4th level. It needs to be named. Sunan thought for a moment and made a decision quickly. Let's call them Crescent and Spider Queen. With these two Body Golems, the weaknesses of the Star Alliance in terms of top combat power have been mostly made up. Sunan was very satisfied. The key is that the two Body Golems can be carried with you. If you go to some dangerous places in the future, you can take one of them, or both of them, and use them as trump cards at critical moments. Thinking of the trump card, Sunan fell into deep thought again. After being promoted to a True Spirit Wizard, his combat system has undergone earth-shaking changes. The trump cards I had before, such as alchemical marks, innate abilities, magic weapons, etc., basically cannot keep up with the version. They can only be used as supplements to the combat system and can no longer serve as trump cards. Only one law gem is left that is still useful. But the law gem also needs to be improved, further synthesized and upgraded, and its power must be enhanced. Thinking of the law gem, Sunan suddenly had an idea. The principle of the law gem is actually to seal the power of the law that exceeds the level that it can control and use into the gem by special means, and then release it to the enemy during the battle. In essence, it is actually to use the power of the law of higher energy levels through a medium. However, this method of use is extremely rough, and can only cause damage to the enemy through an instantaneous burst. And most of the power of the law is wasted in this process. But if we can find a way to use the power of the high energy law in a more stable way, or omit the medium and directly control the power of the high energy law, wouldn't it be possible to fight across levels? Sunan's eyes gradually lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was worth a try. He can use the magic cube to synthesize high energy law power, and he just needs to solve the method of storing and using this law power. Once successful, he will have a trump card for cross-level battles. One more task to complete. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, tore open the space crack, and left the elemental plane. Back to the Starlight Wizard Tower. Lizzie just sent someone to deliver the list of materials. It lists all kinds of materials needed to build a floating city. Densely packed and dazzling. Sunan took the list and looked at it carefully. The strategic value of the floating city is equivalent to an ultra-large interstellar fortress that can accommodate more than 100,000 people. It has a complete ecosystem and can drift in the universe for thousands of years. Its strategic name is a super-large strategic defense integrated fortress. In theory, it can confront the kingdom of gods. A floating city that cannot confront the kingdom of gods is not a real floating city. Therefore, the materials needed to build such a floating city are an extremely large number. Not to mention the variety of materials. The quantity required for some of them is an astronomical figure. Take enchanted steel and stone as an example. These two are the basic materials needed to build a floating city. Used to build the main body of the floating city. You should know that even a basic floating city will not occupy an area of less than 10 square kilometers. So you can imagine how amazing the enchanted steel and stone required are. In Sudan's plan, the area of the floating city he wants to build is about 20 kilometers. The enchanted steel and stone required will only be more. Enchanted steel is not bad. There are a lot of iron ore in the plane currently controlled by the Star Alliance. It can be mined and smelted directly, and then handed over to the wizards under its command for enchantment and strengthening. Stone, mainly obsidian and white marble, is relatively difficult to collect. Obsidian is a material commonly used by wizards. After being reinforced with magic, the texture is very hard and can be used to build city walls, or building walls, or to create golems. When Sudan was going to really start the construction of the floating city, the foundation of the entire floating city had to be paved with obsidian. As for white marble, it is the purest marble of the highest quality. This marble has very few impurities, is as white as jade, and has a solid and delicate texture. It is a high-quality material for conducting magic power, and can be used to build the energy transmission network of the floating city. It is worth mentioning that the foundation and most of the buildings of the Falling Star City in the deep sea were built with obsidian and white jade. Later, Sudan dismantled the entire Falling Star City, and the materials that were disassembled are still lying in the warehouse, ready to be used to build the floating city. But compared with the floating city, the scale of the Falling Star City is smaller. The materials obtained by decomposition can only make up for a small part, and there is still a large part of the gap. In addition to the basic materials such as enchanted steel and stone, a large amount of rare metals, crystals, and other rare materials are also used to build the floating city. For example, the amount of mithril required is very amazing. Facilities such as floating rings, anti-gravity devices, element drive devices, etc. all use mithril. A rough calculation shows that the mithril production of the Starlight continent for 100 years is far from enough to fill the gap. After quickly browsing the list and making sure that there is nothing missing, Sudan issued an order to collect resources, and then came to the top floor of the Wizard Tower. Number 1. Call up the design of the floating city. Receive the order. A flash of light flashed in front of my eyes, and a three-dimensional model slowly emerged. It was the structural diagram of the floating city that Sunan spent several months designing. Like the Wizard Tower, the structure of the floating city can be roughly divided into 3 parts, namely energy supply, space planning, and combat equipment. Among them, the energy supply can be further divided into element furnaces, energy transmission networks, and floating devices. Needless to say, the element furnace is one of the most core facilities of the entire floating city, and it is also the lifeblood of the floating city, supplying energy to the entire city to maintain daily operations and combat consumption. The element furnace is generally placed in the center of the floating city, together with the central crystal. As for the energy transmission network, it can be regarded as a super large-scale crystal mark. Using white jade, a large range of energy transmission pipelines are laid throughout the floating city, including the foundation and surface buildings, interweaving to form a huge transmission network, so that the energy output by the element furnace can reach any corner of the floating city in an instant. This is the role of the energy transmission network. Even from the literal description, it can be seen that this is a huge project. The last floating device, its role is to make the floating city float and fly. It is somewhat similar to the floating ring of the Wizard Tower, but the scale is larger and the composition is more complex. It consists of hundreds of floating rings and a large number of anti-gravity devices. The second part of the floating city, in terms of spatial planning, is roughly the same as the Wizard Tower. but the number and scale of facilities are to be upgraded by several levels. In addition, there will be some new facilities. For example, the Ecological Park, the Central Square, the Central Tower, the Floating Tower Parking Area, and the Forbidden Magic Prison, etc. Among them, the Ecological Park is a super large breeding farm, like Longlin. Generally, floating cities will build 3 to 5 ecological parks to cultivate different types of magical creatures or preserve rare species. The Central Square is a large leisure venue, and also serves as a teleportation square, with a large number of external teleportation gates arranged. Wizards enter and exit the floating city through the teleportation gates of the Central Square. The Central Tower is where the central crystal is located, and the general element furnace is also built in the Central Tower. This is the core hub of the floating city. The Floating Tower Parking Field, as the name suggests, is the place where the floating tower is parked and on standby. The floating tower is an affiliated war creation of the floating city, equivalent to the fighter jets of an aircraft carrier. The Forbidden Magic Prison, as the name suggests, is a place for imprisonment. Almost every floating city has an independent forbidden magic prison, which holds many powerful magical creatures and hostile wizards. They are usually used as experimental materials. In general, the facilities of the floating city are larger and more complete than those of the wizard tower. There are also more functional buildings. Even wizards who have wizard towers are more willing to stay in the floating city for training and experiments. The last part of the floating city, the combat device, is generally composed of 3 parts. The first part is the golem army. Generally speaking, the number of golem armies built into the floating city will not be small, basically not less than 100,000. And the level is at least legendary. Golems like clay golems, stone golems, and flesh golems cannot enter the battle sequence of the floating city at all. At most, they are used as labor for odd jobs. In the floating city, wizard-level puppets as strong as shadow steel golems and diamond golems can only be regarded as intermediate battle sequences. Supreme golems generally belong to advanced battle sequences. Going up further is the final battle sequence of the floating city. Usually only legendary constructs such as arcane guards, magic mechas, and mithril sages can serve. This type of legendary construct life generally has a higher combat power than the general 3rd level crystal wizard, which is almost equivalent to the 3rd level crystal wizard who has mastered the rules and is only short of condensing the true spirit. It is slightly inferior to the divine body golem and is usually used to deal with gods. Therefore, this type of high-level alchemical construct is extremely expensive and limited in scale. The general floating city only has a single-digit number of legendary construct life. Only when encountering a very powerful enemy will the floating city start the final battle sequence and send out legendary construct life. As for which legendary construct life to use as the battle sequence of the floating city, Sudan already has some ideas, but it has to wait for some research to be determined. The second part of the combat device is the super large energy protection barrier and the maze defense system. The former is similar to the maze protective energy field of the wizard tower, but it is larger in scale and more defensive. The latter is a super large device that integrates offense and defense. The maze can be said to be one of the highest masterpieces of wizards, and it has always been the ultimate means for wizards to defend against enemies. In simplest terms, the mystery lock is a super large magic matrix system that integrates attack, defense, strategic strike, and other capabilities. However, the early mystery lock was mainly defensive, and on this basis, a lower-level version of the mystery lock protective energy field was developed as a defense device for the wizard tower. Until later, in the protracted war with the gods, in pursuit of stronger defense, wizards gradually developed the mystery lock defense system as one of the highest achievements of wizard civilization. The mystery lock is the only defense system that can directly withstand the full force of the great gods, level 7. The third part of the floating city is the long-range strike means, including various spell turrets, plasma cannons, and pulse cannons. However, these turrets are only conventional long-range strike means in the floating city. The real firepower trump card of the floating city is the strategic ultra-long-range strike means, and the most representative one is the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon. The magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon is a type of phase weapon, and its scientific name can be called elemental particle beam directed energy strategic weapon. This weapon is extremely powerful, with a high shooting speed and hit rate. It is a strategic weapon developed with gods as imaginary enemies. One shot can severely damage a weak god. The only flaw is that this type of strategic weapon requires an extremely large energy supply. Except for the floating city with the element furnace as the energy core. Basically no true spirit wizard can support the energy consumption of this type of weapon alone. When he was in the Blood Abyss before, Sunan had seen the scene of the Star Spirit Clock Tower using the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon with his own eyes. And he had already had a certain understanding of the amazing lethality of this strategic weapon. He also decided to carry the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon on his own floating city. In addition to the three major parts of energy supply, space planning and combat equipment, there is another one that cannot be ignored. That is the Tower Spirit Commander. For a small wizard tower, the Tower Spirit can be used to be responsible for the integrated operation of the wizard tower. But for a larger and more complex floating city, the Tower Spirit's computing power is not enough. And a more advanced Tower Spirit Commander must be used to serve as the brain core of the floating city. The Tower Spirit Commander is also a kind of legendary constructed life, with operating capabilities far beyond ordinary tower spirits. They are responsible for the integrated operation of the floating city, terminal computing, data recording, combat command, experimental assistance, etc. At their strongest, they can directly scan and analyze everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. If there is energy supply from the floating city, a plane as large as the Starlight Continent can complete the basic scan of the surface in about 10 days and a half months. Looking at the panoramic model of the floating city in front of him, Sunan let out a long breath. It takes at least half a year to build a city inhabited by ordinary humans from scratch, let alone a magic city that can confront the kingdom of God head-on. And he is not only satisfied with building an ordinary floating city. Many facilities must also be strengthened. In this case, the time required to build a floating city must be increased a lot. There is a long way to go. Chapter 316 Ogre Ant Tribe. Time flies, and the years disappear like quicksand between fingers. Starlight Calendar Year 3732. Starlight Continent. Starlight City. As the headquarters of the Star Alliance in the Starlight Continent, the size of this city is the largest in the continent. In addition to wizards and wizard apprentices, the only people living in this city are humans and alien creatures who serve them. Above the city, a wizard tower suddenly appeared. On the top floor of the tower, Rose looked at the familiar street scene below, and a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. After nearly 100 years, I finally returned to the Starlight Continent again. The war in the Hermes Plain has ended, and I don't need to be there anymore. I can rest in Starlight City for a while. Rose breathed a sigh of relief. The Hermes Plain was one of the planes that the Star Alliance opened up 100 years ago, and it was also preparing to transform into a human plane. But during the transformation, a plane suddenly attacked the Hermes Plain. The attackers were creatures called the Ogre Ants. Their combat power was not particularly strong, but they were all soldiers. Their number of soldiers was so large that it was daunting. There was only one army of ants as a vanguard, numbering tens of millions. The Golem army and the magic pattern knights guarding the Hermes Plain were caught off guard from the beginning and retreated step by step. Lady Lisa gave an urgent order and sent Rose to lead the team to suppress them. And only then did they control the situation. The only good news was that there were no level 4 strongmen in the Ogre Ants. The most powerful king ant among them was only equivalent to the level of a level 2 liquefied wizard. Originally, with the power of the Star Alliance, it would be easy to defeat a plain civilization without level 4 strongmen. But after discussing with Lady Lisa and Lady Sunan, they decided to use the battlefield with the Ogre Ants as a test field for training wizard apprentices, deliberately reducing the military force invested and extending the time span of the war. In the past 100 years, as many as 400 to 500 million Og Ants died at the hands of the Star Alliance. So that not long ago, the Og Ants finally couldn't bear the burden and surrendered to the Star Alliance. Rose was able to escape and return to the Starlight Continent. That being said, she was not busy in the years when she was in charge of the Hermes Plain. She had plenty of time to practice and earned a lot of contribution points. I wonder how Lord Sunan and Lady Lisa planned to deal with the Og Ants. Rose thought secretly. Although the Og Ants suffered heavy casualties, there are still nearly 100 million people left, which is a large number. If they are not properly handled, they may cause some trouble in the future. After thinking for a while, Rose shook her head and stopped thinking about it. How to deal with the Og Ants is a matter for the two adults to decide. And she doesn't need to say more. just as she was about to control the wizard tower to land. Rose glanced at the distance and paused suddenly. More than 70 kilometers northwest of Starlight City, a huge city stands out in the wilderness. With the city as the center, countless golem teams from all directions are carrying supplies towards the city. Looking down from the sky, it looks like teams of hard-working ants carrying food to their nests. When did a city appear next to Starlight City? Rose was puzzled. She had never heard of the Star Alliance plan to build a new city next to Starlight City. Her eyes flashed, and Rose controlled the wizard tower to land. Not long after, Tatiana came over. Teacher. The dark elf girl seemed a little happy to see her teacher whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Rose smiled slightly, asked Tatiana a few questions about her training in recent years, and then asked about the city. The answer she got surprised her. Floating city. It was actually a floating city under construction. Rose was not unaware of Sunin's plan to build a floating city, but she didn't expect the progress to be so fast. In less than 100 years, the main part of the city has been built. This speed is really amazing. After coming back to her senses, Rose was a little happy again. If a floating city can be built, it will undoubtedly be a great thing for the Star Alliance. It will also be of great benefit to wizards like them. You should know that the floating city, like the wizard tower, has a large-scale gain effect of active energy particles in the internal area. In particular, the effect of the floating city is far better than that of the wizard tower. If you can occupy a practice room near the element furnace in the floating city, it will definitely greatly improve the practice efficiency. It's a pity that it will take a long time to build a floating city. When the floating city is built, it will be at least after I am promoted to a third-level wizard. Rose felt a little regretful. Her third talent crystal has been filled for most of the time, and she is only one step away from promotion. This time when she returns to the Starlight continent, she plans to use the contribution points to exchange for the use time of the Starlight Wizard Tower practice room, and stay in seclusion until she breaks through. Scepter and Falcardo have been in seclusion for more than 30 years. They will probably be promoted to third-level wizards soon. I can't fall too far behind. Above the floating city, Sunan stood in midair, overlooking the main body of the city below, with a satisfied smile on his face. Thanks to the basic materials obtained from the decomposition of the falling star city, the time for collecting materials was shortened, so the main body of the city could be built so quickly. The next step is to reinforce the main body of the city and lay the energy transmission network. The main body of the floating city is not built and formed. It needs to be reinforced again with spells and enchantment skills. Only in this way can the main body of the floating city reach the strength of a strategic defense fortress, and will not break like ordinary rock structures. Under normal circumstances, the floating city has 3 lines of defense. The first is a super large energy protection force field, which can withstand any attack below level 4. As long as the density is below a certain intensity, it will not be broken. In addition, this super large energy protection force field can also withstand the energy pressure under special conditions, while stabilizing the ecological balance inside the floating city. The second protective barrier is the maze defense system. This is a top-level structure that integrates strategy, attack, and defense. Because the energy consumed is too huge, it will only be activated in combat. The last line of defense is the strength of the main body of the floating city itself. This defense will only take effect when the 2 barriers in front are broken. Of course, if it really develops to that point, the strength of the main body of the floating city alone will not be able to reverse the situation. The reason for reinforcing the main body of the floating city is mainly to prevent the floating city from being destroyed so quickly, and to gain as much time as possible for teleportation and escape. At the same time, reinforcing the main body can also make the structure of the floating city more stable, especially when the floating city is teleporting on a large scale. The pressure brought by the space jump will be terrifying, and the floating city with insufficient strength will directly turn into dust. Therefore, after the main body of the floating city is built, it must be reinforced and hardened to ensure that the strength meets the standard. As for laying the energy transmission network, in addition to the surface buildings, the underground of the floating city must also be arranged. The so-called underground refers to the inverted cone-shaped peak that exists as the foundation of the floating city. At present, the foundation of the floating city is still connected to the earth. It will be completely separated when the floating city is completed and launched in the future. Sunan also plans to fill the foundation with obsidian to strengthen the structure. so that there is no need to worry about the foundation being unstable when the floating city is launched in the future. In general, the finishing work after the main body of the city is built is also very staggering. After completing these two tasks, we can fill it with various core facilities. First, make the element furnace, and then make the tower spirit commander, so that the construction progress of the floating city can be monitored in all directions. With the tower spirit commander, many small chores do not need Sunan to watch, and can be handed over to the tower spirit commander for overall planning. A moment later, Sunan returned to the Starlight Wizard Tower and met Liz in the study. Xiangwei just came back from the Hermes Plain, and the Orger Ants there officially surrendered to us. As soon as they met, Liz talked about the Orger Ants. Sunan was not surprised to hear this. The strength of the Orger Ants is far inferior to that of the Star Alliance. The forces fighting against them in the Hermes Plain are only the tip of the iceberg of the Star Alliance military power. The Orger Ants can hold out for so long, not only because of the large population of this race, but also because the Star Alliance regards them as tools to train wizard apprentices. What is the situation of the Orger Plain? We have just completed the initial exploration. The resources are barren and not of much value. However, there are many ground vein nodes that can be used to open up secondary magic stone veins. Sunan nodded in understanding. There are still a few truly valuable resource-based plains in the multiverse. Most of them are plains, like the Orger Plain, that are barren and not of much value. For wizard forces, if the plane is not transformed, this type of plane has only the value of using ground vein nodes to open up secondary magic stone veins. However, to open up secondary magic stone veins, magic stone essence mothers are needed. This thing is a byproduct of large magic stone veins and is extremely rare. So under normal circumstances, wizard forces develop this type of plane less frequently. The Star Alliance is the only one that has developed a large number of secondary magic stone veins in 4 or 5 planes at the same time. It seems that we need to synthesize more magic stone essence mothers. Sunan thought secretly, and then asked, "What about the Orger Ants?" Liz said, "They are still in the Hermes Plain, guarded by the Golem Corps and the Magic Pattern Knights. What do you plan to do with them?" Sunan thought for a moment and said, "Scatter them and assign them to resource points in various planes as labor. There are nearly 100 million surviving Orger Ants. If they are arranged in the same plane, it is no less than a time bomb. When their population recovers, they may cause trouble again. The best way is to break them up and separate them. The Star Alliance currently has 20 planes. If spread out, each plane is assigned 4 to 5 million ants, and then dispersed to thousands of resource points. Each resource point has only 1,000 ants. If there is any unrest, the guarding Golem army can easily suppress it. It just so happens that the Star Alliance is vigorously opening up new planes recently and urgently needs a large number of laborers. Ants are extremely strong and hardworking, and are the best choice for laborers. Nearly 100 million Ogre Ants are enough to greatly make up for the labor gap of the Star Alliance." After a pause, Sunan added, "In addition, select some ants with excellent physiques to fill the construction queue of the floating city, and stay in the city together after the floating city is built. The floating city is very large, and it must be a lot of manpower to support the operation of such a city. Most of the labor can be done by clay golems and stone golems, but some delicate work, especially service work, golems are not competent. Generally speaking, the service work in the floating city will be performed by various humans, humanoid creatures, bipedal creatures similar to humans, or fairies, elves and other spirit creatures." Sunan originally wanted to add more people to the floating city, and was thinking about which races to choose. Just then, the Ogre Ants came across, so he simply listed them as one of the options. Although the Ogre Ants are a bit ugly, they are barely enough to serve as the grassroots staff of the floating city. After discussing with Liz for a while, and arranging the treatment of the Ogre Ants, Sunan left the Starlight Wizard Tower and returned to the Shilling Plain. In a cave deep underground, Sunan sat cross-legged, and with a thought. The panel emerged. Sunan Yinist. Male. True Spirit Wizard. Mastery Level Control Law. Gravity Law. 16.59 Energy Level Thunder Law. 1.12 Energy Level in the past 100 years. Sunan's focus has basically been on comprehending the Gravity Law. But he only goes to the Thunder Element plane to comprehend the Thunder Law every once in a while. Therefore, the Thunder Law has only increased by less than 0.1 energy level compared to when he was just promoted. The godhead has consumed a lot, and it can only last for more than 100 years at most. Sunan looked at the godhead in his hand, and secretly estimated in his heart that the remaining godhead could probably allow him to raise the gravity law to about 40 energy levels. After that, without the assistance of the godhead, relying solely on the power of the synthetic law and the light-inspired potion, it would take at least 1,000 years to raise the gravity law to the manipulation level. If you want to quickly improve the energy level of the law, you can only enter the realm of truth. There is no news from Aisha yet. It seems that the broken mirror stone will not be found so soon. With a sigh, Sunan put away his godhood and did not plan to practice immediately. Instead, he took out a divine energy crystal and began to extract the power of the law of gravity and integrate it into the crystal. Since he had the idea of controlling the power of high-energy laws, Sunan immediately took action and began to experiment, making many attempts one after another. The result is that without a carrier medium, the energy level of the synthetic law power he can control can only reach about 3 times at most. In other words, he can now extract the power of the law from the origin of the plane, and then directly use the magic cube to synthesize the power of the law of about 50 energy levels for combat. When the law energy level reaches 34 or above, he can control the power of the law at a higher level than his own realm. Of course, because extraction and synthesis require a process. Although this process is very short, only a short moment. But in the battle of the true spirit wizard level, even a moment is very obvious. Therefore, this method of extracting the power of laws and synthesizing them during battle to control the power of laws of higher energy levels is not very practical. So Sunan quickly abandoned this method and turned to studying the use of carrier media. Chapter 317, The Core of Law. After the final research, Sunan found that the most suitable carrier of the power of law is still the crystal of divine energy. Divine energy is originally one of the branch forms of the power of law. As long as the will of the gods and the pollution of faith are removed, it is one of the purest energies in the multiverse. After integrating the power of law, there will be no rejection at all. So Sunan tried to use the crystal of divine energy to create a core that can absorb and store the power of synthetic law, and then absorb it into the body. It must be said that this is a rather whimsical idea. In the long years of the inheritance of wizard civilization, there are many true spirit wizards who have had similar ideas and put them into action for experiments. But in the end, they all failed without exception. If it weren't for the synthetic magic cube in hand, Sunan would not have such a bizarre plan. In addition to cultivation over the years, Sunan has basically devoted himself to the research of the core of law. The initial research was quite smooth. The core made of divine energy crystals was successfully integrated into the body and lingered in the depths of the sea of consciousness. The process of absorbing the power of law was also very smooth. But when Sunan began to integrate the synthesized high-energy law power into it, problems arose. The core could not store high-energy law power at all. Even if the law power was only 0.1 energy level higher, it would gradually dissipate soon after being stored in the core. In this way, the law core became an item that simply stored the law power. It cannot be said to be useless, but it can only be said to be very useless. After all, the law power is different from the mental power, and does not exist in the body of the true spirit wizard. When the true spirit wizard controls the law power, it is mobilized from the origin of the plane. There is only a difference in energy level, and there is almost no such thing as exhaustion. Storing more law power in the body has almost no effect on improving combat effectiveness. In order to solve this problem, Sunan used the magic cube to strengthen the law core. After a synthesis, the problem of the loss of law power was finally solved. The law core can finally store high-energy law power for a long time. But new problems also followed. That is, Sunan could not freely control this high-energy law power. The only thing he could do was to release the stored high-energy law power all at once to cause explosive damage to the enemy. But in this way, it would be no different from carrying a law gem with him. We have to find a way to solve the problem of manipulating the high-energy law power. Sunan stared at the law core deep in the sea of consciousness and fell into deep thought. For wizards, the only way to freely control the law power of higher energy levels is to improve the law energy level. That is, the understanding and perception of the law. The process of the true spirit wizard improving his power is essentially the process of deepening his understanding of the law. Sunan thinks that his wizard qualifications are not bad, but he is still a long way from being a true genius. The reason why he can climb to the current height is entirely due to the synthetic magic cube. For countless epochs, So many wizard geniuses have come one after another, but they have not been able to study the means to freely control the high-energy law power. He doesn't think he can achieve this goal through normal means. If you want to solve this problem, you have to find another way. Sunan tried to think from other angles. For example, gods. In the entire multiverse, gods and wizards can be said to be the only two groups that have the most profound research on the power of law. If the wizard's way cannot solve this problem, perhaps we can seek clues from the way of gods. Gods control the power of law through the Godhead, and the Godhead can be said to be an aggregate of the power of law. With the will of gods, perhaps I can refer to the Godhead and integrate part of the true spirit into the law core, and turn the law core into my Godhead. In this way, the high-energy law power absorbed by the law core will be gradually infiltrated with my will, and thus become a divine power that belongs to me and can be freely controlled. Sunan's eyes lit up. It's worth a try. Sunan started to try it. It happened that he had a Godhead in his hand, so he could refer to it. However, the process of integrating the true spirit was more difficult than expected. While busy with cultivation and the floating city, Sunan conducted experiments. It took more than 2 years for him to successfully create a law core that merged with the true spirit. The modified law core no longer had the faint sense of foreignness before, but became a part of Sunan's body, somewhat like the crystallization of his previous talent. The next step is to absorb the power of high-energy laws. Sunan concentrated his mind, carefully connected to the origin of the upper plane, and began to extract the power of laws. For the first time, he did not dare to absorb the power of laws with too high energy levels. He only extracted the power of laws with 0.1 energy levels higher than the current gravity law, and carefully integrated it into the law core. The whole process went smoothly. Not long after, a trace of black and blue law power appeared in the crystal-clear diamond-shaped law core. When Sunan withdrew his mental control, this trace of law power immediately became agitated. But the next second, an invisible will enveloped it out of thin air, suppressing this trace of law power, making it a little more peaceful. Seeing this, Sunan's expression suddenly brightened. There's a chance. Will infiltration requires a process. Sunan suppressed his urgency and waited patiently. The result did not disappoint Sunan. As time passed, the law power gradually became stained with his true spirit. More than 10 days later, Sunan's heart trembled suddenly, and he felt a sense that seemed to come from the soul level suddenly emerged. And the source was the trace of law power in the law core. Sunan stretched out his index finger, and as his mind moved slightly, a trace of law power had already surged out from the depths of the sea of consciousness, turning into a point of extremely deep black light at the fingertips. The black light was only the size of a soybean, but it exuded a heart-pounding breath, and the surrounding void showed visible distortions. Micro-gravitational black hole. It worked! A hint of joy flashed in Sunan's eyes. Facts proved that his experimental direction was correct. The new law core made with the Godhead as a reference could indeed be used to transform the power of the law. Now he can control the power of the law at a high energy level. After a long while, Sunan calmed down his inner ecstasy and took a deep breath to calm down. The experiment has just achieved initial results. At present, it can only control the power of the law at a higher energy level of 0.1. It needs to continue to improve. However, with the initial success, the next step will be relatively easier. After all, he has a synthetic magic cube. There is no rush to synthesize. Sunan continues to test the limit of the law core. The absorbed power of the law gradually increases from 0.1 energy level to 0.5 energy level, 1 energy level, and 2 energy level. It has not increased to about 50 energy levels before the law core reaches its limit. The power of the law that exceeds this energy level cannot be transformed by the true spirit, no matter how long it stays in the law core. It seems that the law core will also be affected by the true spirit, and the limit is about 3 times the law energy level. Sunan thought. To be honest, this effect is already very good. But the problem is that the law core can contain a very limited amount of law power. Barely enough for Sunan to perform 3 microgravity black holes. But in this case, the law core can be used as a powerful move. But it cannot be a trump card that can turn the situation around at a critical moment. The power of the law that is 3 times the energy level of its own is indeed powerful. But if there are only 3 tricks, it is a bit unsatisfactory. More importantly, the higher the energy level of the law power, the more time it takes to transform. For these 3 tricks, Sunan wasted more than a year. The cost performance can only be said to be pitifully low. That's right. If this method is effective, wizards should have figured it out long ago. There are so many wizard geniuses in this world. I'm not the only one who can think of learning from the Godhead. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts and began to synthesize. The first step is to create more law cores. This process is also time-consuming and long. It is not difficult to create a basic law core. Sunan can create one in a short time. The key is to integrate the true spirit. The true spirit is the source of power of a true spirit wizard. Even if you only extract a trace of it, it will take a lot of time to recover afterwards. Therefore, every time a law core is created, Sunan has to recover for a period of time to avoid extracting too much true spirit in a short period of time, causing irreversible damage. And every time a law core is created, Sunan will synthesize it immediately and then test it. According to past experience, the synthesis of law cores should have its limits, and this limit mostly depends on his own strength. The fact is just as Sunan expected. After synthesizing the 8th law core, he immediately felt a clear sense of burden. This feeling of déjà vu undoubtedly means that if the synthesis continues, the core of the law will exceed the limit of his control. So Sunan decisively stopped the synthesis. At this time, more than 100 years have passed since he started the experiment. Even the last remaining Godhead has long been consumed. Sunan Yinist, male, true spirit wizard, mastery level, control the law. Gravity law, 40.25 energy level thunder law, 1.22 energy level in the cave of the Shilling Plain. Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. In the void invisible to the naked eye, a trace of gravity law power continued to gather in his palm. And after being synthesized by the magic cube, it sank into his body and disappeared. At the same time, the core of the law in the depths of the sea of consciousness was gradually filled. After a long time, Sunan opened his eyes, breathed a long sigh of relief, and showed an extremely happy smile on his face. The final synthesized core of the law can accommodate hundreds of times the power of the law at the beginning, which can almost support a shorter battle. In addition, the energy level of the power of law has increased by more than 5 times. In other words, he can now control the power of gravity law of about 200 energy levels. Even against a level 5 true spirit wizard, he can still fight. It's just that it takes time to transform the power of law. Sunan estimated that it would take at least more than 10 years to transform all the power of law in the law core into controllable power. This is because the conversion efficiency of the synthesized law core has been greatly improved. Otherwise it would only take longer. Having said that, if it takes more than 10 years to get a trump card that can distort the situation at a critical moment, it is worth it. Stretching, Sunan stretched his body and left the Shilling Plain. The law core will automatically transform the power of law, and he doesn't have to worry about the next thing. Back to the Starlight Continent, Sunan went straight to the floating city. It has been almost 100 years since the construction of the floating city began. Now the foundation of the floating city has been laid. The main body has been built, and various areas and facilities are being built. The first thing to be completed was the element furnace. With the experience of making a simple element furnace, it was much easier to make a standard element furnace. Sunan directly started to make a standard element furnace. The cost of synthesizing with a simple element furnace was higher. After that, the synthesis and enhancement were carried out. The general floating city covers an area of about 10 kilometers. The reason why Sunan dared to build a floating city of 20 kilometers at the beginning was because he had the trump card of synthesizing the element furnace. Only the enhanced element furnace can support the operation of a larger floating city. While busy developing the core of the law in recent years, Sunan did not neglect to make the element furnace. Now, the energy supply device has been installed in the central crystal tower of the floating city. It is an enhanced version synthesized from 3 standard element furnaces. According to actual measurements, the energy storage limit, recovery speed and output power of the enhanced element furnace are 5 to 6 times that of the standard version, far exceeding the standard configuration of ordinary floating cities. After the energy supply device is completed, we can start making the tower spirit commander. After watching the floating city for a while and finding no problems, Sunan went straight to the top floor of the central crystal tower in the center of the city. In the center of the wide and bright hall, an element pool is embedded in the middle of the floor paved with white jade. The area is estimated to be more than 10 times that of the element pool of the Starlight Wizard Tower. The liquid energy stored in the pool is obviously more viscous. and many crystallized particles can be vaguely seen in it. On both sides of the pool, there are huge element furnaces, and a crystal ball suspended above the ground. The latter is the core of the Tower Spirit Commander that Sunan recently made. The energy core is a soul crystal synthesized from more than 40 legendary soul crystals. In order to synthesize this supersized soul crystal, the Star Alliance has invested almost all the soul crystals made by the Blood River Evil Soul in recent years. Sunan came to the crystal ball, stretched out his index finger, and pressed it on the surface of the crystal ball, injecting mental power. As he moved, the surface of the crystal ball suddenly lit up with a pale golden light. At the same time, the element pool gradually became agitated, and countless blue elemental waters formed a water tornado and sank into the golden light. The crystal ball was madly absorbing the power of the elements, and the elemental water in the elemental pool was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After only 5 minutes, the elemental water was on the verge of drying up. Fortunately, the crystal ball finally stopped absorbing at this time. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The golden light suddenly shrank sharply, turning into a pure golden crystal that sank into the crystal ball, hovering in the center, like a golden eye. Master, an emotionless mechanical voice sounded. Commander number 1 obeys your call and wakes up. Chapter 318 Realm of Truth. Sunan had a satisfied smile on his face. Commander number 1, he whispered, scan the floating city structure. A cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Receive the command. Began to establish a connection with the floating city. Connecting. 1%, 4%, 100%. Successfully connected. Started to scan the floating city. Scan completed. Input design drawing input completed. Data integration completed. Began to build a three-dimensional model. Countless slender rays appeared out of thin air, interweaving in front of Sunan to form a three-dimensional model that was exactly the same as the floating city. Floating city, unnamed. Level, small, construction progress 17.47%, current remaining energy, 1.12%. Intelligent auxiliary life. Commander number 1, enhanced, facilities, elemental furnace, enhanced. Energy transmission network enhanced. Floating device, construction progress 21.36%. Ecological park, construction progress 8.23%. Central square. Central crystal tower. Floating tower parking area. Forbidden magic prison, construction 31.23%. Residential area. Warehouse area. Experimental area. Servants, clay golem X3691. Stone golem X1363. Water elves X482. Water fairies X166. Flower fairies X882. Protective device, none. Combat device, spell turret type 3X110. Dissociation cannon type 3X28. Plasma cannon type 2X5. Pulse cannon type 2X1. Let's call it Starlight. Sunan continued to use the previous name. The current construction progress of the Starlight floating city is not even 1/5. After all, only the main part and a small number of facilities have been completed. And most of the facilities have not been completed, especially the maze defense system and the super large energy protection barrier. The amount of work is second to none among all facilities. Next, we will improve the space planning and build all areas, so that the floating city can be put into use earlier. As for the protective devices and combat devices, it doesn't matter if they are built later. The floating devices will be left to the end. In fact, for the golem core, except for the legendary constructs and the supreme golem, the golems can be handed over to the wizards under his command to make. The same is true for various turrets, which greatly saves Sunan energy and time. In addition, when the Tower Spirit Commander is created, many space planning matters can be handed over to it, or control the golem to build and transport materials, or directly issue tasks in the mission hall for the Star Alliance wizards to complete. The Tower Spirit Commander, who has a computing power comparable to that of a god, is like a perfect assistant. It is not too easy to do these. Time passed, and it was the 3760th year of the Starlight calendar. After the godhead was consumed, Sunan law perception efficiency unexpectedly fell sharply. After nearly 3 years of practice, the law of gravity only increased by less than 0.3 energy levels, less than half of the previous level. At this rate, it would take at least 600 years for him to raise the law of gravity to the manipulation level. Even he, who possessed the two major means of light awakening potion and synthetic law power, found it so difficult to practice, let alone other true spirit wizards. No wonder the true spirit wizards are running to the realm of truth one by one. Sudan sighed lightly. I don't know when there will be news from Maisha. It has been more than 100 years since I last asked Maisha about the realm of truth. Logically speaking, no matter how difficult it is to get the realm-breaking stone, there should be news soon. The fact is just as soon as expected. 2 months later, Maisha came to the door in person. This is what you want. As soon as they met, Maisha threw something over. Sunan reached out to catch it, and the moment his palm touched the object, he felt a strange force flowing through his skin into his body and reaching the depths of his true spirit. At this moment, he keenly felt that his perception of the law seemed to be clearer. He looked down at the ordinary stone in his hand, which looked like a stone that could be seen everywhere on the roadside, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. In addition to being the key to entering the realm of truth, the stone of breaking through the realm itself also has the effect of slightly enhancing the perception of the law. When practicing, putting the stone of breaking through the realm by your side can improve the efficiency of perceiving the law. Although the extent is not large, it is better than nothing. Noticing the change in Sunan's expression, Maisha chuckled and explained. Sunan's eyes flashed. He didn't expect the stone of breaking through the realm to have such an effect. But when he thought about it again, it was not surprising that the stone of breaking through the realm came from the realm of truth. And from what he felt, the improvement of the efficiency of the realm-breaking stone in perceiving the laws was not even 1/10 of the effect of the light awakening potion. As Maisha said, something is better than nothing. As long as any kind of law power is injected into the realm-breaking stone, the passage to the realm of truth can be opened. Generally speaking, the places connected to the passages opened by the boundary-breaking stone are random. They are different every time you enter. There is no pattern, and no one knows where they will be teleported to. When talking about this, Maisha's face was a little sad. It is said that when the realm of truth was first discovered, many true spirit wizards were teleported to some very dangerous places, or to places where gods gathered when they entered the realm of truth, and ended up losing their lives in vain. In order to change this situation, the Council of Truth gathered most of the true spirit wizards and jointly established a camp in the realm of truth, and fixed the plane coordinates in the breakthrough stone. Since then, the passages opened by the breakthrough stone from the Council of Truth will be connected to the camp. And yours is the same. Sunan nodded and asked, what is the situation of that camp? Just treat it as a resting point. Maisha shrugged and said, it's just a place for wizards to rest, plus an entrance function. There is no other use. As long as you don't fight in the camp, no one will care what you do. Sunan laughed softly. It sounds quite free. But he also understood that true spirit wizards can get the highest service and treatment in many places. But the realm of truth is an exception. Only creatures above level 3 can enter there. True spirit wizards can only enter alone, and cannot bring extra people. So naturally there is no manpower to take care of the camp and provide services for the wizards in the camp. In this way, the camp naturally cannot develop functions other than entrances and rest. However, the true spirit wizards who enter the realm of truth are all here to improve their strength, and few of them are greedy for enjoyment. I just want to enter the realm of truth. If you have nothing else to do now, why not come with me? Unexpectedly, Maisha then made a suggestion. Sunan glanced at Maisha in surprise, and then agreed without hesitation. It would undoubtedly be much more convenient to have someone familiar with the realm of truth accompany you when entering the realm of truth for the first time. He knew very well that this was Maisha's show of goodwill to him. The two of them prepared a little, and activated the realm-breaking stone at the same time. In an instant, the invisible power of the law spread out like a hurricane, silently and without touching any object in the hall, and violently tore the space like thunder, revealing an oval silver vortex as high as a person. Sunan and Maisha looked at each other, and then stepped into it at the same time. The moment his body passed through the silver vortex, Sunan's eyes were suddenly occupied by dazzling silver, and he lost all vision, leaving only a vast expanse of silver. In a trance, his consciousness seemed to be immersed in a chaotic ocean, and he could sense the brilliant stars in the night sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the stars fell from the sky to the ground. The scene was spectacular and majestic, like a huge mountain supporting the sky and the earth. In the transparent galaxy, countless bright stars flashed colorful lights, which was extremely beautiful. at the moment when the vast galaxy was about to fall to the earth. It split into thousands of tiny and lush branches, spreading densely in all directions. The stars were like fruits hanging on the top of the branches, turning into a towering and huge tree that almost occupied the entire world. At this moment, Sudan's consciousness was suspended in the sky. He looked down and found that under his feet were the branches of the splendid galaxy, densely stretching to every corner of the world. Indistinctly, he understood that the giant tree in front of him was the realm of truth, and the thousands of tiny branches and fruits symbolized different laws. After admiring it for a while, Sudan suddenly felt a strong attraction enveloping his whole body, pulling him to fly towards the giant tree involuntarily, and finally crashed into it. There was no pain, no waves, and when Sudan came back to his senses and his vision became clear again, he found that he was already standing on the land full of gravel. A few dozen meters ahead was a tall wall, built entirely of obsidian, with strange patterns engraved on the surface. Extremely beautiful, and clearly made by a master. "This is the camp I told you about." Maisha's voice rang in his ears, and she came to Sudan's side without knowing when. "Wizard Town. This is what we call this camp." Sudan pouted secretly. It was really a casual name, although his naming ability was not very good. "Let's go in and take a look," Maisha said. Sudan had no objection. The two walked through the open city gate. Behind the tall obsidian wall, there were tower-like buildings scattered all over the place, high and low. The towers pierced the sky like spears, and the shortest one was more than 10 meters high, giving people the feeling of walking into a forest of towers. However, these towers were not wizard towers, but ordinary stone towers. At most, they had set up a magic array to conceal breath and energy fluctuations. Sudan did not feel any life breath or energy fluctuations from those stone towers. The spacious streets were empty, as if it was a dead city. The true spirit wizards who come here are either practicing in the tower or going out to explore, so there are basically few people outside on weekdays. Maisha pointed to the northwest. The stone towers in the town are already occupied by wizards. Only the northwest has a lot of open space. You can go there to build a stone tower as a daily residence. Sudan's eyes flashed slightly. According to Maisha, each stone tower here represents a true spirit wizard. In other words, the outside world is at the top of the food chain, high above, and rarely seen. But here there are hundreds of true spirit wizards. Should we say that it is worthy of the realm of truth known as the wizard's holy land? Sudan was sighing, and suddenly a deep voice came to his ears. "Maisa, long time no see." Sudan looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a man and a woman looking at this side, with a smile more than 10 meters away. The man had a thin face, sunken cheeks, and a face with a vicissitude of life. His deep-set eyes were bright and lively. The woman had beautiful facial features, a slender figure, and long flowing red hair. Sparks flashed from time to time between the smooth hair, which was quite eye-catching. "Morik, Ortiz, long time no see." Seeing the people coming, Maisa also showed a faint smile on her face, and it seemed that she had a good relationship with the two people in front of her. "You haven't been to the realm of truth for a long time," Ortiz said with a smile. Maisha said, "I got a law fruit before, so I closed myself off for a while." Morik's expression changed when he heard this, and he smiled and said, "I heard that you fought with Winter Frost Disaster a while ago. It was not for this law fruit, was it?" Maisha did not hide it and nodded. "Yes. Sure enough." Morik smiled. "I heard that you made Winter Frost Disaster suffer a lot." After reminiscing about the past, Morik and Ortiz's attention quickly shifted to Sunan on the side. "Who is this? Let me introduce you. This is Sunan, the controller of the Star Alliance." Maisha then introduced the two to Sunan. Morik, the controller of the Abyss Dawn. Ortiz, the controller of the Sky Raven. Sudan's expression changed. The Sky Raven and the Abyss Dawn are both affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code. They performed quite well in the Wizard Civil War, and once joined forces to destroy the Flame Mark Society, one of the Black Wizard forces. When they heard the name Sunan, Morik and Ortiz's eyes lit up, and they looked at Sunan with a little more burning. "I didn't expect to meet the famous Star Alliance master." "Nice to meet you." Morik and Ortiz, who had been indifferent just now, showed obvious enthusiasm for Sunan at this time. Maisha saw it and laughed secretly, but was not surprised. After all, they were facing a genius who was famous in the wizard world and promoted to a true spirit wizard in less than 3,000 years. Looking at the history of countless eras in the entire wizard world, they were all rare talents. Not to mention that Sunan was the newly rising master of the Star Alliance. The speed of the rise of the Star Alliance was not much less shocking than the rapid promotion of Sunan to a true spirit wizard. With the blessing of the double halo, Sunan is now known to everyone in the entire wizard world. To ordinary people, true spirit wizards are high and mighty, indifferent to everything. But they also have their own interests and emotions. When faced with a true spirit wizard with a promising future and strong power, who is also the controller of the wizard force, most people would choose to make friends with him and get closer to him. Even veteran true spirit wizards are no exception. Chapter 319 Law Node. Don't hit a smiling person. Facing Morik and Ortiz, who showed goodwill, Sunan also smiled. Sir Sunan, this is your first time to the realm of truth. If you need any help in the future, just come to me. We are also companions of the United Front. Morik showed his positive goodwill. Ortiz was unwilling to lag behind and said with a smile, in the realm of truth, more friends mean more care. I will. Thank you. Sunan accepted the kindness of the two. Misa smiled and said, don't wait until later. I just need your help now. I have been away from the realm of truth for more than 100 years. Has anything worth paying attention to happen during this period? In the outside world, more than 100 years is a fleeting moment for true spirit wizards. But in the realm of truth, where conflicts are frequent and competition is fierce, more than 100 years is enough for many things to happen. There is one thing I want to say. Morik and Ortiz looked at each other and said, let's not stand here. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Misa nodded and said, let's go to my place. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of energy enveloped the four people present. Advanced teleportation. Recognizing the spell cast by Misa, Sunan and the other two did not resist, and let the power of space pull them away. When they reappeared, they were already in a spacious and bright living room. The living room was decorated very simply, with only a few sofas and coffee tables. However, everyone didn't care about these, and sat down one after another. Before talking about things, Ortiz looked at Sunan and spoke first. How much do you know about the realm of truth? Mr. Sunan? Only some basic information. Sunan frankly admitted that he had only a vague understanding of the realm of truth. Let me tell you. Misa took over the conversation. She originally planned to tell Sunan the information here after entering the realm of truth. The most special thing about the realm of truth is that its laws are much stronger than those of ordinary planes. And it is not just a single law or a few laws, but all kinds of laws. You should have felt it. Right? Misa cast an inquiring look at Sunan. Sunan nodded slightly. He had actually noticed this the moment he entered the realm of truth. Generally speaking, if a true spirit wizard wants to use the power of laws, he must first use his true spirit to contact the origin of the plane, and then extract the power of laws from it. Even in the Shaling plane where the law of gravity is stronger, this process cannot be avoided. But in the realm of truth, Sunan found that he could extract the power of laws without contacting the origin of the plane. The power of laws filled every inch of the surrounding void like energy particles, allowing him to contact and control it. In this environment, it is conceivable that the efficiency of perceiving the law will increase dramatically. It is precisely because of the special environment of the realm of truth that the efficiency of perceiving the law here is several times higher than that of the outside world. But at the same time, the environment here will also cause a considerable load on our true spirits. So unless you find a law node, it is best to leave the realm of truth for a period of time every 100 years or so to adjust. Sunan's eyes flashed. Law node? This is also the information I want to talk about next. Maisha smiled slightly. In addition to the overall environment in the realm of truth that can improve the efficiency of perceiving the law, there are also some special nodes that can greatly improve the efficiency of perceiving. And the effect is about 10 times that of normal circumstances. Sunan's eyes suddenly lit up. More than 10 times the perception efficiency. This effect is amazing. Most law nodes appear randomly, and the duration is not fixed, ranging from hundreds of years to 20 or 30 years. But there are also very few law nodes that can exist permanently. These are called permanent law nodes, which are different from temporary law nodes. However, the permanent law nodes known so far are basically owned by someone. Speaking of this, Maisha palm touched the void, and saw many green lights emerge out of thin air, interweaving to form a huge tree. It was the giant tree composed of galaxies that Su Nen had seen before. It's just that the branches of the giant tree in front of him no longer have many star fruits hanging on them, but are dotted with egg-sized light spots. About 20 or so. This is the map of the Realm of Truth, and the light spots on it are the permanent law nodes known so far. Maisha waved her palm again, and the map suddenly changed. Two twisted irregular lines emerged, dividing the map into 3 parts. The left and right sides each occupy about 2/5 of the area, and the middle area occupies about 1/5 of the area. It is worth mentioning that the more than 20 law nodes are distributed in the left and right areas. After many years of war, our wizards and gods have basically divided up all the permanent law nodes and formed a roughly fixed territory. That's the area occupied by the gods. Maisha pointed to the area on the left. As for the right side, it's naturally the territory of wizards. Judging from the map alone, the area of the territory occupied by gods and wizards is not much different. And the number of permanent law nodes is also similar. The wizard world has only 2 more than the gods, which is a slight advantage. Whether we wizards or gods, we have a very high control over our own territory. So generally, we will not go deep into the opposite territory to avoid being besieged. So our activity area is generally the buffer area in the middle. And we usually look for temporary law nodes in this area. The same is true for gods, Maisha said slowly. And Su Nan listened very seriously. In short, the left and right areas are the bases of wizards and gods. No matter which side, they will not easily set foot in each other's bases. And the area in the middle is the battlefield. The battlefield where both sides fought and killed each other around the temporary law node. In addition, there are some dangerous places with disordered laws in the Realm of Truth. If it is not necessary, it is best not to approach those places. Maisha waved her hand, and more than a dozen red skulls appeared on the map, scattered all over the map. Are the laws disordered? Su Nan's eyes condensed slightly. The law is the most primitive essence of the plane. The premise for the plane to accommodate the survival of living beings is that the law can operate smoothly. Whenever there is a law that is disordered, it will have a huge impact on the entire plane. For example, the Shenling plane. Just because the gravity law is more prominent, the entire plane has become a high-gravity environment, and ordinary creatures cannot survive at all. This is just the strength of the law, not disorder. The latter will only bring greater adverse effects. Even the true spirit wizard dare not easily set foot on the plane with disordered laws. Who knows what disaster will happen there? At this time, Maisha turned to Morik and said, "The map in my hand has not been updated for more than 100 years. Most of the temporary law nodes are probably outdated. Do you have the latest map?" Morik nodded, stretched out his hand and flicked out a halo, which sank into the shadow in the void. In an instant, the map changed again, and many silver light spots as big as Longan appeared on it. These are the latest temporary law nodes discovered. Generally speaking, there will be no other temporary law node within thousands of kilometers around a temporary law node. If there is already a temporary law node on the map, you don't need to explore the surrounding area. Su Nan nodded in understanding. This saved him a lot of effort. He only needed to focus on exploring those areas without temporary law nodes. And he didn't need to run around like a headless fly. As for those temporary law nodes, it is obvious that the discovered temporary law nodes must have owners. If you really want to have an idea, you must fight first. On the other hand, although Maisha and the other 2 did not explicitly say who controlled the permanent law nodes on the wizard territory, Su Nan could guess that it must be those large wizard forces. After Maisha and the other 2's narration, Su Nan finally had a general understanding of the situation in the Realm of Truth. After that, Morik and Ortiz talked about what happened recently. Not long ago, several true spirit wizards found a temporary law node in the southwest of the buffer zone. But not long after they occupied it, a god came to compete for the law node. After a fierce battle, one of the 3 true spirit wizards died, and 2 were injured. Maisha was horrified to have such a record against 3. Could it be a middle-level god? Yes, Morik sighed. The 3 true spirit wizards who fought were all 4th-level wizards, and their strength was not weak. But they happened to meet a middle-level god, which was also unlucky. Maisha looked solemn. The largest number of people in the Realm of Truth are 4th-level wizards and weak gods. The number of level 5 wizards and medium-level gods is extremely rare. When level 6 wizards and high-level gods are in seclusion at the permanent law nodes, level 5 wizards and medium-level gods are basically the top of the pyramid of the combat power of the Realm of Truth. Level 4 true spirit wizards, like them, will definitely turn around and run away when they encounter medium-level gods in the buffer zone. Even if it is a medium-level god, it can kill a level 4 wizard in a 1-on-3 situation. This strength is also in the upper middle level among medium-level gods. Maisa pursed her lips and asked, "Which god is the other party?" Morik said solemnly, "The King of Fire Main." When this name came out, Maisha's expression suddenly became stern. Sunan also raised his eyebrows in surprise. He has also heard of the name of the King of Fire Main. This god is also known as the King of Beasts. His divine duties are fire and beasts. It is equivalent to the best among the true spirit wizards, who have mastered the 2 laws. Moreover, he is a fighter who is very good at fighting among the gods. Therefore, although he is only a medium-level god, his combat power is extremely strong. Even some veteran level 5 wizards are unwilling to face the King of Fire Main head-on. It's no wonder if it's the King of Fire Main. Maisha sighed lightly. Who is the true spirit wizard who died in the battle? Zorn Mason of the Savage Spirit. Ortiz shrugged. They suffered a big loss this time. Any true spirit wizard is a valuable combat force for the wizard force. Even if only one is killed in the battle, it is a huge loss for any wizard force. Especially for a wizard force like the Star Alliance that only has one true spirit wizard. Once the true spirit wizard dies in battle, the entire wizard force is likely to be devastated. Even if it is the Savage Spirit, which is a big family, losing a true spirit wizard is very painful. In short, when you explore outside, it's best to stay away from the Law Node in the southwest to avoid running into the Fire Main King. Morik shook his head with a sigh, then looked at Maisha and Sunan. Ortiz and I are going to explore outside next. Do you want to join us? Maisa agreed without hesitation. When wizards go out to explore, they rarely go alone. Most of them go with familiar people, so that they can take care of each other when they encounter enemies. Maisa has had the experience of teaming up with Morik and Ortiz several times. Sunan thought about it and agreed. After all, it was the first time to enter the Realm of Truth, so it would be safer to find a few teammates. After reaching an agreement, the 4 decided to set off immediately without further delay. Maisa copied a map for Sunan. The Truth Council will update the map every once in a while, and any true spirit wizard can get it for free. After leaving the wizard town, the group headed straight in the opposite direction of the southwest. On the way, Sunan asked the 3 people, "How do you usually find the Law Nodes?" Maisha spread her hands and said, "Try your luck." Sunan was stunned. "That's it? There is no way. The environment of the Realm of Truth is quite special. Many magic props and even witchcraft tools will lose their effects here. Or at least their effects will be greatly reduced. We can only rely on perception to find the Law Nodes. Isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? Not really. The law strength of the Law Node is much higher than the surrounding environment. As long as you get close to a certain distance, you can sense it." Sunan pulled the corner of his mouth. "From this point of view, it is indeed a matter of luck." Shaking his head, Sunan said no more and looked around. The terrain of the Realm of Truth is quite peculiar. It is not a plane, but a 3-dimensional one as shown in the map Phantom just now. Generally speaking, the Realm of Truth can be regarded as a huge tree-like space. The entire space is divided into countless smaller spaces, which are connected to each other by plane channels. Therefore, you can see a plane channel on the road from time to time. On the other hand, the terrain of each small space is also very different. You may be in the wilderness with howling sand and wind in the last moment, and you may enter the green plain in the next moment. The sense of separation is very obvious. It is worth mentioning that along the way, Sunan did not find any creatures other than them. Even in some small spaces with suitable environments, there was no creature. When Sunan asked Maisha, the answer he got was that there were no native creatures in the Realm of Truth. Here, the only enemies we have to be careful of are the gods. After a pause, Maisha hesitated, as if she felt that she was not accurate enough, and added, "But sometimes, we have to be careful against unfamiliar true spirit wizards." Chapter 323 Constructed Lifeforms. Although the Council of Truth has stipulated that wizards are prohibited from fighting each other, you also know that the Council of Truth is a loose organization with limited control over the true spirit wizards. Not to mention that many true spirit wizards have hatred for each other. After listening to Maisha's words, Sunan nodded in understanding. Not to mention the hatred between the lawful camp and the dark wizard camp that has lasted for countless epochs. Even wizards in the same camp are not a monolithic entity, and they have more or less had conflicts with each other. The true spirit wizards can temporarily put aside their hatred and unite for the sake of interests. And they may also tear their faces and attack for the sake of interests. It was okay when we were in the wizard town, but when we were outside, out of the sight of the Council of Truth, as long as we killed all the opponents, we didn't have to worry about the subsequent troubles. In this case, facing the temptation of the law node, I'm afraid not many true spirit wizards can resist it. The same is true for the gods. This is why neither the gods nor the true spirit wizards concentrated their manpower to fight for the temporary law node. When people are scheming and fighting against each other, everyone is afraid of being backstabbed. Along the way, the four of them chatted casually, which made Sunan learn a lot more about the situation in the realm of truth. Going forward, we will enter the buffer zone. We must be very careful to prevent sneak attacks. Maisha's expression became a little more serious. Morik and Ortiz also looked solemn, and a faint light of law shone on their bodies. Sunan observed carefully, and guessed that Morik and Ortiz should have mastered the elemental law. The former is the hurricane law. The latter is the fire law. As for Maisha, she has not shown her power yet, so Sunan can't tell. After entering the buffer zone, the four stopped talking and turned to carefully sense the surroundings to search for traces of law nodes. This search lasted more than half a month. No law nodes were found for so many days. But Maisha and the other two were very calm. Finding temporary law nodes is a matter of luck. Sometimes it is normal to have nothing for several years or even decades. Anyway, being in the special environment of the realm of truth, even if he didn't practice deliberately, his understanding of the law was improving every moment. So it was not a waste of time. So Sunan was not in a hurry. It is worth mentioning that. I don't know if it was because of the special environment. Sunan was surprised to find that the law core deep in the sea of consciousness seemed to be much more active. The speed of infiltration of high-energy law power also accelerated a lot. At this speed, in more than 2 years, the power of the law should be fully transformed. Sunan nodded secretly. At this time, Maisha suddenly said, "Search for another 2 days, and then we will go back to Wizard Town." The other three naturally had no objection. The area of the Realm of Truth is huge. It only occupies about 1/5 of the buffer zone, and the area is much larger than that of the Starlight Continent. But the four of them are true spirit wizards, and the search speed can only be described as faster than lightning. In the past half-month, almost all places in the buffer zone where there are no temporary law nodes have been searched completely. There is no point in continuing the search. It is better to go back and practice for a while before coming out. However, during the search on the second day, Sunan suddenly sensed a strong law fluctuation and stopped abruptly. The other three were attracted by Sunan action. Maisha's expression froze, and she immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Sunan concentrated and sensed for a while, and said with a strange look, "I seem to have found the law node." After all, it was the first time, and he was not sure whether his perception was correct. After hearing this, Maisha and the other two looked at each other. In their perception, there was no obvious law fluctuation around. Morik hesitated and said, "We did not sense any law fluctuation." At this time, Maisha's expression moved, looked at Sunan deeply, and asked, "Sunan, what law do you master?" Asking a true spirit wizard about the law is quite presumptuous. However, considering that they may fight together in the future, sooner or later Maisha and the other two will know the law they master. So Sunan does not intend to hide it, and said frankly, "Gravity and thunder." After the voice fell, Morik and Ortiz suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. "Dual laws?" Maisha showed an expression of as expected, and said with a sigh, "No wonder. The true spirit wizard who mastered the dual laws has a much higher sensitivity and range of perception of law fluctuations than the true spirit wizard who mastered a single law. In the realm of truth, dual law wizards like you can often perceive law fluctuations earlier than us." Morik and Ortiz looked at each other, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes at the same time. The reason why they took the initiative to propose to team up with Sunan was that they wanted to take care of Sunan as a senior and make a good relationship with this genius. But they didn't expect there would be such a surprise. With a dual law wizard in the team, it is undoubtedly much easier to search for law nodes. More importantly, a true spirit wizard who has mastered dual laws, even if he has just been promoted, is no weaker in combat power than many true spirit wizards who have been promoted for hundreds or thousands of years. At least Morik and Ortiz are not sure to defeat a newly promoted dual-law true spirit wizard. At this moment, including Maisha, the three of them could not help but secretly marvel in their hearts. It's okay to be promoted to a true spirit wizard in less than 3,000 years. But he was promoted with dual laws. And one of them is a rule-based law. This talent is not enough to be described as a monster. It's simply terrifying. After coming to her senses, Maisha hurriedly asked, "Which direction?" "Follow me." Sunan immediately flew in the direction where he sensed the law of fluctuations. Maisha and the other two hurriedly followed. Not long after, the three of them also sensed the law of fluctuations, and their faces showed surprise at the same time. That feeling is right. It's the law node. Haha. I didn't expect that we were so lucky and got something so quickly. It's all thanks to Sunan. Delighted, the group immediately sped up and soon arrived at the place where the law of fluctuations were generated. And Sunan soon saw the true face of the law node. Unexpectedly, it was a sapling less than a meter tall. It's a bit inappropriate to call it a sapling. It only has the outline of a sapling, but the inside is as bright and dotted as the starry sky. It looks like a sapling-shaped starry sky is embedded in the void, exuding a deep and mysterious atmosphere. Just a glance, Sunan felt the touch from the soul level, and his perception of the law of gravity and the law of thunder seemed to have a small improvement at this moment. He was moved in his heart and quickly called out the panel. He found that the energy levels of the law of gravity and the law of thunder had increased. The former increased by 2.35 energy levels, and the latter directly soared by 4.18 energy levels. The first time a true spirit wizard sees a law node up close, his understanding of the law will be slightly improved. As if sensing Sunan's surprise, Maisha explained with a chuckle, "There is such a benefit." Sunan was amazed and delighted. It seems that the effect of the law node is more powerful than he expected, and it may soon be able to raise the law of gravity to the 100th energy level. Yes, the size of this law node is not small. Ortiz's face was filled with a surprised smile. It is estimated that it can last at least 10 or 20 years, and it is more than enough to accommodate the four of us to practice together. The number of people that a law node can accommodate for cultivation at the same time is limited, depending on its size. The larger the size, the more people can be accommodated to practice together at the same time. If the number of people accommodated at the same time exceeds the size of the law node, the duration of the law node will be greatly shortened. After the true spirit wizard team finds a temporary law node, they usually take turns to practice. Generally speaking, most temporary law nodes can accommodate between 2 and 3 people at the same time. Like this law node in front of us, it is estimated that it can accommodate 5 or 6 people to practice at the same time. Without further delay, let's quickly set up a defensive magic circle and then start practicing. Morik's tone was impatient. The 4 people quickly took action and began to set up magic circles around them, mainly to conceal the breath of life and the fluctuations of the law, and also for defense. Of course, even the true spirit wizard cannot completely cover up the fluctuations of the law, but can only reduce them, so that others can sense the fluctuations of the law. The 4 true spirit wizards took action and quickly completed the arrangement of the magic circle. During this period, Sunan proficiency and superb skills surprised Maisha and the other 2. Strictly speaking, the arrangement of the law belongs to the field of magic item manufacturing. Whether it is Maisha, Morik and Ortiz, they have been immersed in this field for at least thousands of years, which is why they have today's skills. But Sunan's skills are not inferior to theirs, and even better than Maisha, who is relatively young. It is hard to imagine that a person can master magic item manufacturing to such an extent while his strength is improving rapidly. It is really incredible. Noticing the changes in the eyes of the 3 people, Sunan did not explain much. Among the 4 skills, magic item manufacturing is the skill he has practiced the most in recent years. The law gym, the law core, and the many facilities in the floating city all provide a lot of experience points. So much so that magic item manufacturing has become his highest level skill at present, which is already level 8 and almost level 9. Ahead of other skills. Looking at the true spirit wizards, not many people can reach this level. Not long after, with the law node as the center, a large and dense magic array was filled within a radius of 1 kilometer, suppressing the law fluctuations to the lowest point. The life and soul of Sunan and the other 4 were completely hidden. They did not bother to set up an illusion array to cover up the vision, which had no effect on the true spirit wizard. when the vision could observe the location of the law node. The true spirit wizard's perception could already detect the abnormality here in advance. In addition to the array, the four people also took out more than 10 supreme golems and placed them around for guarding. Maisha even took out an arcane guard. The arcane guard looked quite similar to the diamond golem, but the body was more slender and closer to human shape. The silver body made of rare metals was painted with dense runes and runes on the surface, highlighting a precision. Sunan could not help but look at the arcane guard a few more times. His own floating city must use constructed life as the final battle sequence, and he is still hesitating which one to choose. Among the many constructs, the arcane guard is more inclined to melee combat, although it can also perform some long-range attacks, such as magic artillery and long-range spells. It uses various spells to strengthen itself and launch close-range attacks on the enemy. The Mithril Sage is more inclined to long-range combat. It is loaded with almost all common spells from 0 ring to 9 rings, as well as some unpopular spells that vary depending on the manufacturer. It can cast various spells to attack the target in battle, as long as the energy is sufficient. It is a spell turret with unlimited firepower. These two constructs, one melee and one long range, cooperate with each other, and can play a role of 1+1 greater than 2. It is a common choice for many floating cities. As for the magic mecha, there are both melee and long-range types, as well as a general type with relatively balanced melee and long-range combat. It is entirely up to the manufacturer to decide how to manufacture it. Although the name contains the word mecha, the magic mecha actually has no driver, and is completely controlled by the tower spirit loaded inside. That's right, the tower spirit. The core of other puppets is the soul core, but the level is different, while the core of the magic mecha is the tower spirit. To be honest, the magic mecha can be regarded as a miniaturized wizard tower. Its combat power is stronger than the arcane guard and the mithril sage, but the cost is also higher, and it is much higher. The main cost is on the tower spirit. Therefore, the cost performance is relatively low, and it is not popular with the true spirit wizards. But it is not a problem for Sunan. With the Blood River Evil Spirit as a channel for cheaply manufacturing soul crystals, the cost of synthesizing the tower spirit is much lower than the market price. And the cost of manufacturing the magic mecha is also lower than that of other true spirit wizards. The defect of low-cost performance naturally does not exist. So the three kinds of constructed creatures actually have their own advantages and disadvantages in his eyes. Seeing that Sunan was very interested in the arcane guard, Maisha smiled and said, "I heard that you are also building your own floating city. If you are interested in the arcane guard, I can copy my manufacturing experience to you later." Sunan smiled and said, "Then I will be welcome." Morik and Ortiz on the side were a little surprised when they heard this. Sunan started building a floating city so soon? You know, it took them more than 2,000 years to be promoted to the true spirit wizard before they had enough accumulation to build their own floating city. The two of them sighed secretly at the same time. Sunan still surprises people one after another, with the protection of the arcane guard and more than 40 supreme golems. Even if there is a sudden attack by the gods, they can resist for a while, which is enough for the four of them to react. The preparations are complete, and the four of them sat down with peace of mind, taking the law node as the center, occupying the 4 places of southeast, northwest, and began to comprehend the law. The moment he came into contact with the origin of the law, Sunan understood why so many true spirit wizards flocked to the law nodes. The active power of the law filled every inch of the surrounding space, leaping around him like energy particles on the starlight continent. With just a thought, Sunan could easily resonate with the power of the law and communicate with it more deeply. Even in the environment of the Shinling plane, he could not comprehend the law of gravity so easily. This effect is almost catching up with the godhood, Sunan secretly exclaimed. If he could continue to practice in this environment, at most 300 years, he would have the confidence to break through the law of gravity to the manipulation level. It is worthy of being the holy land of true spirit wizards. Sunan restrained his distracting thoughts and immersed himself completely in practice. Chapter 321 Basics and Construction Progress. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, Sunan has been in the realm of truth for more than 10 years. During this period, his gravity law energy level has advanced by leaps and bounds. It is worth mentioning that in these 10 years, more than one wave of true spirit wizards and gods have discovered the existence of this law node and approached to investigate. But after discovering the existence of the 4 of them, They quietly retreated. The combination of 4 true spirit wizards is also a considerable force in the realm of truth. Of course, it is also possible that the attraction of this law node is not strong enough. If it is a temporary law node of a larger size, I believe that many gods will join forces to fight for it. In any case, Su Nan and the other 4 have spent this period of time safely. After more than 7 years, Su Nan, who was immersed in cultivation, suddenly felt that the strength of the laws around him was drastically weakened, and the strange feeling of easily sensing the origin of the laws quickly receded like a tide. He was moved in his heart, opened his eyes and looked, and sure enough, he saw that the tree-like law node was disappearing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 or 4 breaths, the law node disappeared. Is it over? Su Nan sighed with some regret. It was a pity that it only lasted for less than 25 years. If it lasted longer, his gravity energy level would have exceeded 50 energy levels. The temporary law node lasts for at most 100 years, which is still not as good as the permanent law node. Su Nan shook his head secretly. The permanent law nodes are controlled by various large wizard forces, and the true spirit wizards of other wizard forces can't intervene at all, unless a new permanent law node can be found. The only way is to keep looking for temporary law nodes like this. Shaking his head, Su Nan quickly gathered his thoughts and rose from the ground. Maisha and the other 2 also finished their practice at this time, and their faces were full of joy. Obviously, their practice during this period was quite fruitful. More than 20 years of practice at the law node is equivalent to their hundreds of years of practice. After that, the group searched for a while, and then went home. The 4 of them were either the controllers of the wizard forces, or the top leaders of the wizard forces. They could not stay in the realm of truth forever. They had to leave for a while to handle affairs from time to time. After agreeing on the time for the next reunion, the 4 of them parted ways. After returning to the Starlight Continent, Su Nan checked the construction progress of the floating city as soon as possible. Although he had been away for a long time, the construction process was smooth with the coordination of the Tower Spirit Commander. The various areas inside the floating city were much more complete than before he left. Next, we have to complete the space planning one after another, and put the floating city into use as soon as possible. After checking, Su Nan was quite satisfied and turned around to teleport to the Starlight Wizard Tower. After entering the tower, Su Nan looked through the operation log as usual. As a result, everything was normal, and there was not much change from usual. The only thing that surprised Su Nan was that more than 90% of the training rooms had been applied for use. After checking the list, he found that most of them were second-level wizards, including Scepter, Rose, and Fakato. Is this the time to sprint to the 3rd-level wizard? Su Nan was thoughtful. Not long after, Li Zhe, who received the news of Su Nan's return, rushed over. As soon as they met, Su Nan sensed a more obvious law aura on Li Zhe than before. He smiled slightly and said, "It seems that you will be able to master the law soon. It's still early. At least another 1 or 2,000 years." Li Zhe shook her head, but her expression was filled with a trace of excitement and joy that was difficult to conceal. Although she couldn't match Su Nan's cheating perception efficiency, with the support of the Light Awakening Potion, her speed of perceiving the law was already far beyond most 3rd-level wizards. Promoting to a true spirit wizard is a foregone conclusion. After chatting for a while, Su Nan asked about the recent development of the Star Alliance as usual. In addition to building the floating city, the Star Alliance has invested most of its resources in opening up new planes and transforming planes in recent years. The rise of the Star Alliance is too short after all. Even though it has now become a second-rate power, and its combat power is at the top of the pyramid of second-rate wizard forces, the problem of weak foundation still exists. In order to change this, a lot of manpower and material resources must be invested to open up more planes and transform more human planes. The former can greatly enhance the foundation of the Star Alliance. More planes mean more territory and resources, which is beneficial to a wizard force. Which of the large wizard forces such as the Wisdom Code and the Deep Blue Alliance does not have a plane community covering hundreds or thousands of planes? It is precisely relying on the vast territory that they can continuously produce massive resources. The latter is the basic foundation of the wizard force. Only with a sufficient human population can enough wizards, apprentices, be cultivated. If the Star Alliance wants to become a large wizard force, both aspects need to be developed and strengthened, and neither is indispensable. It's a pity that complete plane communities are too rare. The Star Alliance can only rely on opening up scattered individual planes to continue to grow. Sunan shook his head secretly. But then again, even if a new plane community is really discovered, with the current situation of the Star Alliance, I am afraid there is not enough power to develop it. And it can't even protect it. It will only attract the covetousness of many large wizard forces. It is a disaster rather than a blessing for the Star Alliance. At this stage, it is better to concentrate on opening up individual planes. Good progress. Continue to search for more planes. Explore and open up. Except for the floating city. The rest of the resource share can be invested in this. After talking about the business, Sunan turned to ask about the training room. Lise smiled and said, "Thanks to the batch of divine creatures you cultivated before, the Star Alliance now has two major resources: divine energy crystals and elemental crystal cores. The wizard's strength is improving very quickly, except for the stage of constructing talent crystals. During this period, the training room has gradually become insufficient." Sunan pondered. Once the meditation area over the floating city is built, it will be opened immediately. And then the problem of the shortage of training rooms will be alleviated. That's good. Lise nodded slightly. It shouldn't take long for the scepter to be promoted to the third-level wizard. And then the problem of our Star Alliance lack of high-end combat power will be alleviated. For a second-rate wizard force, there is only one third-level wizard below the true spirit wizard, which is indeed a bit unreasonable. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. In general, the current development trend of the Star Alliance is still all good, with the huge profits brought by the Magic Stone transaction. As long as the Star Alliance is given enough time, it will sooner or later catch up with those large wizard forces. After that, Sunan basically ran back and forth between the Realm of Truth and Starlight City. Every time he stayed in the Realm of Truth for a while, he would return to Starlight City to continue working on the floating city. In the 3803rd year of the Starlight calendar, the spatial planning of the floating city was completed, and various areas began to be put into use. The meditation area was also officially open to the wizards under the Star Alliance, and many people rushed to exchange for the practice room in the meditation area. In addition to the meditation area, other areas are also very popular with wizards. The main reason is that the floating city is the same as the wizard tower. Due to the energy dispersion characteristics, the energy particles in the city are much more active than outside. Being in the floating city, the wizard, apprentice's meditation efficiency and mental recovery speed will be significantly improved, and the effect is far better than the wizard tower. For wizards, apprentices, this environment is undoubtedly an excellent practice environment, even if you can't apply for a practice room. Staying in the floating city is 100 benefits and no harm. After the spatial planning was completed, Sunan began to build a maze defense system and a super large energy protection barrier. The Mystic Lock defense system is a super large device that integrates attack and defense. In the simplest terms, it is a super large magic matrix system that integrates attack, defense, strategic strike, and other capabilities. It has three main functions. The first is the permanent spell blessing, which can be automatically activated and closed, and can select targets. In simple terms, all units within the Mystic Lock defense system can get buffs that enhance spell power and reduce spell consumption. A first-level gasification wizard, with the blessing of the Mystic Lock defense system, is enough to confront a first-level liquefied wizard head-on. Don't think it's just a small realm improvement, but you must know that this blessing is a large-scale group. It is enough to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the army by a level. However, due to the huge consumption of this blessing, it is usually not always activated, and it will only be turned on during war. The second is the disabled spell sequence, commonly known as the Forbidden Magic Field, which can prohibit the use of some spells within the range of the Mystic Lock. This sequence is usually used to prevent wizards from fighting privately in the city, thereby causing damage to the buildings in the city. In wartime, when the enemy attacks the floating city, the Forbidden Magic Field can be used to weaken the enemy combat power. Of course, the Forbidden Magic Field is effective regardless of enemy and friend, and will also affect one's own combat power. So whether to open the Forbidden Magic Field in wartime, and how to open it must be carefully decided. The third is to start the spell sequence. This is a spell stored in the range of the maze, which can be activated and cast through instructions to attack the enemy and cause damage. This is an attack method independent of the turret. Generally, it will only be used when the enemy attacks the interior of the floating city. In general, The main function of the maze defense system is defense. Although it is an integrated attack and defense, its attack is basically limited to the range of the maze, and it can only work when the enemy attacks the city. So its attack is essentially a special defense, because he had to enter the realm of truth from time to time. It took Sunan nearly 200 years to build the maze defense system. As for the super large energy protection barrier, the difficulty is much lower than the maze defense system. It took only more than 20 years to build. At this point, the second part of the floating city combat device has been completed. Starlight Floating City. Level: small, construction progress 42.11%, current remaining energy 94.34%. Intelligent auxiliary life. Commander number 1, enhanced, facilities, elemental furnace, enhanced. Energy transmission network enhanced. Floating device, construction progress 21.36%. Ecological park. Central square. Central crystal tower. Floating tower parking site. Forbidden magic prison. Residential area. Warehouse area. Experimental area. Servants, Clay Golem X 5012. Stone Golem X 2472. Water Elf X 1223. Water Fairy X 588. Flower Fairy X 3284. Ogre Ant-Man X 3379. Protective device, Mystery Lock Defense System. Super Large Energy Protection Barrier. Combat device, Spell Turret Type 3x110. Dissociation Cannon Type 3x28. Plasma Cannon Type 2x5. Pulse Cannon Type 2x1. Looking at the three-dimensional model in front of him, Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. After the protective device was completed, the construction progress of the floating city was nearly halfway. Next, we just need to build the Golem army and various combat devices, as well as the final floating device, and the floating city will basically be completed. Of course, that is not the end. After that, the core facilities of the floating city must be strengthened. For example, it took nearly 200 years to build a single maze defense system. If it is combined and strengthened to the limit, it will take at least 1,000 years. In view of this, Sunan decided to change his mind and build the floating city first and then strengthen it. After all, having a floating city is of great significance to the Star Alliance. After completing the maze defense system and the super large energy protection barrier, Sunan continued to work non-stop. What disappointed him was that since the accidental discovery of the law node, he and Maisha and others have not been able to find a new law node in the subsequent search. Facts have proved that it was pure luck to find the law node the first time he entered the realm of truth. Although Sunan was disappointed, he didn't care too much. After all, the cultivation effect of the realm of truth is not bad. Although you can't stay there for a long time, you can go in from time to cultivate for a period of time. With the help of the Light Awakening Potion and the power of the synthetic law, the law energy level will be improved quickly. In the 4143rd year of the Starlight calendar, the turret system of the Starlight Floating City was officially completed. In addition to the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon as the core firepower, it also includes hundreds of pulse cannons Type 3, more than 500 plasma cannons Type 3, and thousands of dissociation cannons Type 4, and tens of thousands of spell turrets Type 4. In addition to the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon, the rest of the turrets are new versions that have been synthesized and strengthened by Sunan, and their power is more than one level stronger than the same type of turrets carried by the Starlight Wizard Tower. As for the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon, Sunan also plans to strengthen it after the floating city is fully built. In addition to the turrets, Sunan also built a batch of floating towers. The floating tower is an auxiliary war creation of the floating city, equivalent to the fighter of an aircraft carrier. Its combat power is stronger than that of ordinary star fortresses. It is equipped with many turrets, which can release rays in wartime. In addition, it also has an energy protection field. Simply put, the floating tower is actually a war creation that has eliminated all the experiments, training and cultivation functions of the Wizard Tower, and only retains the combat capability. However, its combat power is weaker than that of a small Wizard Tower, but it has the advantage of relatively low cost and can be mass-produced. Another advantage is that it does not require wizards to operate, and the tower's spirit commander can command in a unified manner in wartime. Sunan built 300 floating towers in one go, all of which were usually placed in the floating city's parking field, and then released to kill the enemy in wartime. As time passed, The construction of the floating city went smoothly. Chapter 322, promoted to level 5. Law Domain. After perfecting the ultra-long-range firepower strike and floating tower, Sunan started to form the golem core without stopping. In his conception, the main force of the golem core is the legendary puppets mainly composed of iron golem, high-level spider golem and platinum golem. With these legendary puppets as the basic skeleton, an entire golem core is built. As for the core combat power, it is the wizard-level puppets such as Shadow Steel Golem, Diamond Golem, Touch Master Puppet, Secret Doll, and Supreme Golem. Just considering the cost of wizard-level puppets, this part will not account for too much, and it is initially estimated to be around 3%. The proportion of wizard-level puppets can be gradually increased in the future. Don't look at it as only about 3%. But you must know that in Sunan conception, the number of puppets in the floating city golem core is as many as 200,000. 3% is 6,000. You should know that now. If the Star Alliance does not count the built-in golem army of the Wizard Tower, the Witch Hunting Army, the regular army, and the plain garrison army, the wizard-level puppets added up to only a little more than 10,000. The wizard-level puppets of a floating city are equivalent to half of the Star Alliance, which shows how amazing the number is. Considering that there are too many puppets, Sunan directly issued the manufacturing work of all legendary puppets and most wizard-level puppets in the form of tasks and handed them over to his wizards. The Star Alliance has grown to the point where the total number of wizards has exceeded 7,000 and is rapidly approaching the 10,000 mark. Not long ago, 4 planes including the Shock Plane and the Bear Eye Plane have been transformed one after another, and the number of human planes in the Star Alliance has increased to 10. After that, 3 more planes joined the transformation. With the basic support of sufficient population, the number of wizards in the Star Alliance has grown rapidly. Sunan estimated that in 300 or 400 years at most, the total number of wizards in the Star Alliance should be able to break through the 10,000 mark. In addition, the total number of second-level wizards in the Star Alliance is also approaching 300. Not long ago, Scepter, Picado, and Rose were successively promoted to third-level wizards. So far, the Star Alliance has a total of 4 third-level wizards, including Sunan. The lack of high-end combat power has been greatly compensated, and the manufacturing of wizard-level puppets is basically handed over to these second and third-level wizards. As for the higher-level Supreme Golems and constructed life forms, they can only be manufactured by Sunan himself. In the entire Star Alliance, only he has the ability to manufacture third-level puppets. The Supreme Golem is easy to say. Sunan has had manufacturing experience a long time ago. As long as there are sufficient materials, manufacturing is only a matter of time. As for the constructed life form, although it is precious, it is not a strategic material that is prohibited from circulation among major wizard forces. Even if there is no design drawing, the worst case is to buy a constructed life form, disassemble it for research, and you can always restore the design drawing, but it will take longer. However, Sunan did not intend to waste too much time. He waved his hand and directly spent magic stones to buy the corresponding design drawings from the Wisdom Codex. In addition, there were the experimental notes that Maisha promised to give him. With the design drawings and experimental notes, Sunan soon became familiar with the structure of the 3 constructed life forms. His puppet refining skill level was not as good as magic item manufacturing, but it was also level 7 close to level 8, which was enough to manufacture constructed life forms. I can refine the Supreme Golem first. The experience points provided by 100 Supreme Golems should be enough for me to upgrade the puppet refining to level 8. At that time, refining constructed life forms will be easier. After thinking again and again, Sunan decided to choose the Magic Mecha as the final battle sequence of the Starlight Floating City. In terms of combat power, the Magic Mecha is higher than the Mithril Sage and the Arcane Guard. In terms of cost, he has the means of synthesizing soul crystals, and the cost of manufacturing the Magic Mecha is lower than that of other wizards. In summary, the cost-effectiveness of manufacturing the Magic Mecha is undoubtedly higher. Sunan initially planned to manufacture 30 Magic Mechas. However, the difficulty of manufacturing this kind of constructed life form is not much lower than that of the Divine Body Golem, and the materials are not easy to collect. It is estimated that it will take a long time to achieve the predetermined goal. You can temporarily slow down the progress of the lower plane reclamation and transformation, and slightly tilt more resources to the puppet manufacturing. and strive to complete it within 100 years. Wait until the Golem army is completed, and then manufacture the floating device, and the floating city will be completed. Sunan let out a long breath, left the floating city, and prepared to enter the realm of truth. Time flies, and the years pass by. In a blink of an eye, it is the 4,328th year of the starlight calendar. It has been more than 400 years since Sunan first entered the realm of truth. During this period, he has been working with Maisha and the other two to search for temporary law nodes. But unfortunately, they have found nothing. During this period, he also met many gods. However, in the absence of conflicts of interest, both they and those gods wisely chose not to interfere with each other, and looked at each other from a distance and then crossed each other. Although he failed to find a new law node, thanks to the unique environment of the realm of truth, Sunan's speed of understanding the laws is still very impressive, and the law of gravity is only one step away from breaking through to the manipulation level. In a tower in the northwest of Wizard Town, Sunan sat cross-legged, his mind completely immersed in cultivation. In the void that could not be observed by the naked eye, strands of law power rushed into his body, and after being synthesized by the magic cube, they slowly circulated in his limbs and bones, and gradually dissipated over time. Every dissipation of the power of the synthetic law deepened his understanding of the law of gravity. After an unknown period of time, Sunan's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, and in an instant, he felt a mysterious feeling suddenly rising. The gap between the true spirit and the law of gravity in the void seemed to have suddenly dissipated a lot, and the connection between the two deepened a lot in an instant. Sunan's heart moved, and he opened his eyes to call out the panel. Sunan Yinist, male, true spirit wizard, manipulation level, control the law, gravity law, 100 energy level, thunder law, 6.89 energy level. Finally broke through. A smile appeared on Sunan's face. It has been nearly 700 years since he was promoted to a true spirit wizard. He finally raised the law of gravity to the 100th level. Although he was promoted to a true spirit wizard with 2 laws, as long as any one of the laws reached the 100th level, he could be promoted to the manipulation level. That is, the 5th level wizard. To be honest, this promotion speed is already incredible. It is not surprising that ordinary true spirit wizards take tens of thousands of years to be promoted to the manipulation level, let alone less than 700 years. If the news spreads, his genius aura will be deepened. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan began to experiment with the newly enhanced power. The manipulation level means that the true spirit wizard has been able to skillfully apply this law, and his understanding and application of the power of the law have been greatly improved. The most obvious sign is that it can temporarily exclude other laws in a certain area, leaving only the laws that he has mastered, thus forming a law field. As Sunan's mind moved, the void strip within a kilometer radius with him, as the center suddenly stagnated, as if some invisible changes had occurred. In Sunan's perception, at this moment, most of the laws within a radius of 1 kilometer have been expelled, leaving only the law of gravity. Law domain. This is the signature ability of the 5th level true spirit wizard. In the law domain, unless the power of law or similar power is used to counter, the true spirit wizard is almost invincible, even if he is in the kingdom of the gods. The 5th level wizard can use the law domain to counter, to a certain extent, and offset the power suppression of the kingdom of the gods on himself. Very strong ability. Sunan nodded secretly. With this ability, he can even confront a large wizard tower head-on alone, and even destroy it. The precision of the control of the law of gravity has also been greatly enhanced. Sunan's mind moved, and more than a dozen fist-sized gravity black holes appeared in the void around him in an instant, tearing the surrounding void into a wrinkled distortion. The next second, more than a dozen gravity black holes suddenly gathered together and merged to form a larger gravity black hole, which was as big as a human head. As the black hole took shape, the distortion of the surrounding void became more and more obvious, and even countless spider web-like space cracks appeared. Just by looking at it, one can feel the terrifying power. After experimenting for a long time, Sunan stopped with a sense of unsatisfaction. The power of the law of the manipulator level is indeed strong. I wonder what the power of the law of the dominant level is like. A look of yearning flashed in Sunan's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. Godhead. Light initiating potion. The power of synthetic laws, law nodes, and the special environment of the realm of truth. It took so many means to raise the law of gravity to the 100th energy level in 700 years. And the Godhead has been used up. If there are no new law nodes next, it will take tens of thousands of years to raise the law of gravity to the dominant level. The manipulation level law corresponds to the 100 to 999 energy levels, which is 9 times the span from the mastery level to the manipulation level, without the Godhead and law nodes to assist in cultivation. Raising the law to 900 energy levels, tens of thousands of years, is a conservative estimate. Not to mention that Sunan also has the thunder law to be improved. Thinking of this, the joy brought by the breakthrough suddenly decreased a lot. The energy level of the law of gravity can continue to increase, but there will be no qualitative change in a short period of time. It is better to raise the energy level of the law of thunder first. When the law of thunder breaks through to the control level, my strength can also be improved immediately. Oh, I almost forgot that there is also a law core. Sunan concentrated his mind and sensed it. With the breakthrough of the law energy level, the burden brought by the law core deep in the sea of consciousness has been reduced a lot. You can try to strengthen the law core again to accommodate more law power of higher energy levels. Sunan tried to create a second law core, intending to use it to accommodate the power of the thunder law. But the final result disappointed him. The volume of the law core that his sea of consciousness can accommodate is limited. It is not that it cannot accommodate multiple law cores, but the final volume cannot exceed the current law core. In other words, the high energy law power that he can control is limited. In view of this, Sunan can only give up the idea of creating a second law core. And now this law core is only prepared to accommodate the power of the gravity law. After all, at the same energy level, the gravity law is obviously stronger than the thunder law. He quickly made a plan in his mind, and Sunan calmed down, restrained his distracting thoughts, and devoted himself to cultivation again. In the following time, Sunan returned to the state of running between the realm of truth and Starlight City, and his focus was all on cultivation and building a floating city. He left the Shling Plain and found a plain with a more prominent thunder law as a permanent place for cultivation. It's not that the efficiency of perceiving the law of the thunder element plane is not high, but that the entry of the thunder element plane is irregular, and the thunder element space entered each time is random. This means that every time he enters the thunder element space, Sunan has to reselect a training location and rearrange the defense array. This will undoubtedly waste a lot of time and energy, so he simply looks for a suitable plane as a training location. Anyway, the effect is almost the same. The difficulty of perceiving the elemental law is lower than that of the rule law, and the energy level is also faster. Sunan estimates that without other external assistance, such as law nodes and godheads, it will take about 2,000 or 3,000 years to raise the thunder law to the 100th energy level. In the floating city, the construction of the Golem army is also proceeding in an orderly manner. You broke through? When they met again, Maisha keenly felt the changes in Sunan, and her face showed an unconcealable surprise. For high-level true spirit wizards, it is easy to sense the fluctuations of the laws of low-level true spirit wizards. Before today, Maisha, a level 5 wizard, could easily sense the surge of the power of the law in Sunan. But now she can't sense it at all. In her perception, the law surge on Sunan's body has completely converged and disappeared, like a third-level wizard who has not yet been promoted. This means that Sunan has become a true spirit wizard of the same level as her. Morik and Ortiz also quickly noticed the changes in Sunan. Not long ago, they could still sense the law aura on Sunan, but now they can no longer see through it. The two almost immediately made the same judgment as Maisha, and were shocked at the same time. It just broke through not long ago, Sunan admitted frankly, thanks to the special environment of the realm of truth. Maisha and the other two looked at each other in silence, with a strong sense of amazement in their hearts. The realm of truth can certainly greatly improve the efficiency of the true spirit wizard's perception of the law, but it is not that exaggerated. Also practicing in the realm of truth, Morik and Ortiz are still at the mastery level, and they have practiced much more time than Sunan, but they were quickly overtaken by the latter and left far behind. Such a huge gap made the two of them feel nothing but shock and surprise. Even Maisha, who had always been optimistic about Sunan, didn't know what to say at this moment. It was too evil. After a long while, Maisha digested the news and looked at Sunan with complicated eyes. This is also good news for us. Now our team's strength has increased a lot. Next, we can consider searching in the direction of the spirit-occupied area. Morik and Ortiz looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They have been searching in the middle of the buffer zone and the area near the wizard town recently. But unfortunately they have found nothing. In addition, several temporary law nodes have been discovered in this area recently. And the search area has been further reduced. And the possibility of finding the law node is even smaller. If we can get closer to the spirit-occupied area and expand the search area, the chance of finding the law node will be greater. Sudan thought about it and had no objection. Seeing this, Maisha immediately made the decision. Then it's decided. Chapter 323 completed. Launched. In the year 4502 of the Starlight calendar. In the northwest of Starlight City. A majestic city stands in the wilderness. With white-dominated buildings lined up in rows. And various spires and arches standing tall. Revealing a very charming beauty. If a wizard is here, he can also feel the shocking and surging energy that envelopes the entire city. In the center of the city, on the top floor of the central crystal tower, Sunan stood in front of the crystal ball, staring at the three-dimensional model in front of him. Starlight floating city. Level, small, enhanced, current remaining energy, 100%. Intelligent auxiliary life. Commander number 1, enhanced, facilities, elemental furnace, enhanced. Energy transmission network enhanced. Floating device. Ecological park. Central square. Central crystal tower. Floating tower parking area. Forbidden magic prison. Residential area. Warehouse area. Experimental area. Servants. Clay Golem X6812. Stone Golem X3622. Water Fairy X1323. Water Fairy X1392. Flower Fairy X3284. Odd. Ant-Man X3217. Protective device. Mystic Lock defense system. Super large energy protection barrier. Combat device. Spell turret type 4x12000. Dissociation cannon type 4x1820. Plasma cannon type 3x532. Pulse cannon type 3x102. Magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon x1. Floating tower x300. Golem Legion Magic Mecha x30. Supreme Golem x100. Diamond Golem. Now the construction is complete. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, with a happy smile from the heart on his face. Just now, the floating device has been successfully installed. This also means that the last project of the Starlight floating city has been completely completed. So far, the entire floating city has been completed. Commander number 1. Scan the current buff status of the floating city. Receive the command and started scanning. The scan is complete. The floating city has not yet activated the permanent spell blessing ability of the maze defense system. And the only gain comes from the energy dissipation characteristics of the element furnace. Within the floating city, the activity of energy particles increases by 100% to 300%. And all wizards and wizard apprentices with their own marks have their mental power recovery speed increased by 150%. And the automatic constant super magic skills spell delay, spell increase, spell expansion, slightly increased casting speed, and slightly increased element affinity. Looking at the statistical data in front of him, Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The reason why the floating city is known as one of the top alchemical creations of wizard civilization is not only because of its own powerful combat power, but also because of its large-scale game characteristics. As long as you are in the floating city, the wizard, apprentice, the meditation efficiency, and spell practice efficiency will be greatly improved. And the closer to the central crystal tower, where the element furnace is located, the stronger the effect. In this environment, the speed of strength improvement will naturally advance by leaps and bounds. The floating city is large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of wizards, apprentices, which is of great benefit to the development of a wizard force. Sunan Starlight floating city has a larger area and can accommodate up to 200,000 to 300,000 people, which is enough to accommodate a considerable number of wizards and wizard apprentices of the Star Alliance, greatly speeding up the Star Alliance training of wizards, apprentices. With a satisfied smile, Sunan immediately issued a new order. Calculate the debuff effect on local spellcasters. Within the floating city, the mana consumption of enemy spellcasters increases by 30%. The power of spells decreases by 20% to 30%. The casting speed decreases slightly. The elemental affinity decreases slightly. And after the forbidden magic field is activated, the casting ability of spellcasters below level 4 can be sealed. Not bad. Sunan nodded secretly. Without activating the forbidden magic field, It is already very good for the maze defense system to weaken enemy spellcasters to this extent. Coupled with the gain to the spellcaster on one side, the difference between the two sides is enough to make the combat power of the enemy, and thus open up a significant gap. As for the effect of the forbidden magic field, it was within Sunan expectations. The forbidden magic field is to suppress the activity of energy particles to the lowest level, almost to the point where a pool of stagnant water cannot be mobilized. It is not enough to suppress the power of the law, and naturally cannot restrict the true spirit wizard. It is worth mentioning that the forbidden magic field is not fully open at all times. Usually only a part of it is opened, and it is specifically restricted for some spells with strong lethality. Once the operation of the corresponding spell is detected, the activity of energy particles in a certain range around the target is immediately banned, and the spell operation is stopped. This is also to prevent some spells from causing damage to the floating city buildings. In the entire floating city, only the forbidden magic prison keeps the forbidden magic field fully open at all times. At this time, Sunan suddenly received a request to enter the central crystal tower. As the most important core area of the floating city, only he can enter and exit the central crystal tower freely, without his permission. Even Liz, who is second to none in the Star Alliance, cannot enter the central crystal tower. Soon, a figure appeared out of thin air beside Sunan. It was Liz. "Is the floating city completed?" Liz asked impatiently. She rushed over immediately after receiving Sunan's message, full of expectations. Not every second-rate wizard force has the ability to build a floating city. For example, the Starfall Society. Until its demise, the plan to build a floating city was only on paper. For Sunan's floating city, Liz had high expectations from the beginning of its construction. Now that she heard that the floating city has been completed, she naturally wanted to witness it urgently. Sunan smiled and nodded. "You came at the right time. The energy is full. It's time to take off." As he spoke, Sunan's mind moved, and a phantom like a light screen immediately appeared in front of him. And the picture on it was the underground where the floating city was located. Channels were dug out of the underground of the entire city, except for the inverted cone-shaped foundation in the middle that connected to the bottom of the floating city. The rest of the area had been almost completely hollowed out, leaving only some supporting stone pillars. Thousands of ogre ants were withdrawing in an orderly manner. It must be said that ogre ants were also good at digging holes, and their work efficiency was much faster than that of clay golems and stone golems. In just half a day, they had hollowed out most of the underground of the floating city. In this way, the separation resistance between the floating city and the ground would be much smaller when it was lifted into the air, saving more energy. The ogre ants quickly evacuated, and Sunan then issued an order, accompanied by a dull loud noise. The entire ground shook violently. The element furnace made a violent humming sound and started to operate at high speed. A faint purple light quickly emerged from the energy nodes, and the light quickly spread downward along the crystal trace. A large amount of energy quickly reached the floating device through the transmission network. Start the number 1 floating ring. Start the number 2 floating ring. The floating rings have all been started. At the same time, outside the floating city, with the gathering of energy, strange silver-white runes began to appear on the ground, interweaving to form huge rings with a diameter of 100 meters, covering the foundation of the entire floating city. "Ready. The ground can be separated at any time." The mechanical and monotonous voice of the tower's spirit commander sounded. Sunan took a deep breath and gave an order in a deep voice. "Begin separation." Boom! The whole city seemed to shake. The huge impact force instantly shattered the stone pillars supporting the ground underground. Amid the rumbling sound, the land around the floating city sank suddenly, and it seemed that it might collapse at any time. Some edge areas have completely collapsed, revealing bottomless black holes, and countless rubble fell into the underground holes, with many floating rings as the center. A striking circular crack appeared on the edge of the land with a diameter of about 7 or 8 kilometers. The continuously collapsing edge separated this piece of land, and it seemed that it would sink into the ground immediately amid a series of loud noises. However, soon, a magic aura spread out, and with a humming sound, the separated land suddenly stabilized, and then it began to rise towards the sky little by little with a majestic city on its back. Activate anti-gravity energy. Start to take off. With a huge shadow cast, the split land floated in the air, and it looked like a huge suspended mountain. A large amount of rock and soil fell from all over the mountain, and some construction bases made entirely of obsidian appeared in front of us, and many strange constructions, like gears, appeared on the surface. The edge of the entire land continued to crack, and pieces of millstone-sized stones fell down with a dull roar. The building complex on the mountain peak remained motionless under the protection of the magic aura, and was not affected by the vibration at all. The huge movement quickly attracted the attention of everyone in Starlight City. One figure after another soared into the sky, looking at the huge outline in the distance. When they saw the majestic city rising into the sky, everyone's faces showed extremely shocked expressions. That is, the floating city. Incredible. The whole city and the mountains are flying. Is this the floating city? It's a miracle! Exclamations rang out. Whether it was wizard apprentices or formal wizards, they were all watching everything happening in the sky with shock on their faces. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine a huge city with an area of more than 20 square kilometers floating in the sky. In front of the majestic floating city, even the large wizard tower was like a toy. What a strong energy fluctuation! Xiangwei stared at the floating city in the distance, her eyes full of shock and amazement. The surging energy storm coming towards her made even her, a third-level wizard, feel a little suffocated. This is the power of the floating city. The Scepter and Fakato were equally shocked. Although they had witnessed the gradual improvement of the floating city since its construction, and were already very familiar with the appearance of the city, they were still shocked and amazed from the bottom of their hearts when they saw the floating city being built and launched, and felt the majestic energy surge up close. This is the floating city, the top war creation of wizard civilization. From today on, the Star Alliance has truly become one of the top forces in the multiverse. The Scepter sighed in a low voice, and his tone could not hide his excitement and joy. Rose and Fakato also showed a happy expression of deep agreement. Whether there is a floating city or not is completely different for a wizard force. The reason why large wizard forces such as the Wisdom Code and the Deep Blue Alliance can dominate the wizard world and make countless races and civilizations in the multiverse in awe, and even compete with gods, can be said to be due to the floating city. Generally speaking, only large wizard forces have floating cities. Since the development of wizard civilization, there are only a handful of second-rate wizard forces that have their own floating cities. For example, the Black Soda in the past and the 10,000 Birds today do not have their own floating cities. In history, those second-rate wizard forces that had floating cities were eventually promoted to large wizard forces without exception. The construction of the Starlight Floating City is undoubtedly a major turning point for the Star Alliance. With the floating city, the Star Alliance has the potential to become a large wizard force, even if its comprehensive strength at this stage is not as good as those large wizard forces. It is far superior to a group of second-rate wizard forces. Although they are also second-rate wizard forces, the strength of the Star Alliance is already a fault-like lead. As a member of the Star Alliance, all the wizards present at this moment felt a strong sense of pride in their hearts. While everyone was excited, student attention was completely focused on the floating city. As the height gradually increased, the mountain, which served as the foundation of the floating city, gradually showed an unstable trend. Sudan was not panicked when he saw this, as he was well prepared. In an instant, the top of the central crystal tower burst into dazzling magic light, and thousands of mud-to-stone spells were released in an instant and landed on the mountain. As the power of the spells spread, the soft soil gradually turned into solid rock, and the cracks on the surface of the mountain disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and large areas became complete rock structures. After just 3 or 4 breaths, the mountain quickly regained stability. Facing the violent howling wind, the floating city rose to a height of 1,000 meters and hovered above the sky without moving. In the central crystal tower, Sunan looked at the surrounding clouds through the light screen projection, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The whole process was smoother than he expected, and there were no problems. In this way, the floating city is truly completed. From now on, the Star Alliance also has its own floating city. Lisa's eyes were also shining, and she was overwhelmed with joy. The completion of the floating city undoubtedly means that the Star Alliance has taken a crucial step on the road of development. From now on, even when facing those large wizard forces, the Star Alliance has the confidence and qualifications to stand up straight. Today is a memorable day for the Star Alliance. Lisa sighed softly. Sunan smiled and said, "There will be many similar days in the future. I'm afraid you won't be able to remember them. Perhaps because she was in a good mood. Lise rarely gave him a charming look and said, "Then I'm waiting." "I'm afraid you're bragging." Sunan smiled and said nothing. The completion of the floating city is just the beginning. And he will continue to strengthen and upgrade the floating city. Small floating cities are only the lowest level floating cities. There are medium and large floating cities. And even super large floating cities known as star fortresses. He still has a long way to go. Chapter 324 Incredible Miracle. The Holy Tree Plain. The 1,000-meter-high Tower of Wisdom pierces the sky like a spear. The entire tower is carved from a huge tree trunk. Countless thick vines are entwined on the surface of the giant tower, faintly forming strange huge runes. Inside the tower, in the wide and bright conference hall, an internal meeting held by the Wisdom Society, the highest ruling body of the Wisdom Code, is in progress. The intelligence has verified the authenticity, and the floating city of the Star Alliance has indeed been built. Ronning Ward, who was sitting at the bottom left of the conference table, said in a deep voice, and his clear voice echoed in the conference hall. As a newly promoted true spirit wizard and scholar, although he has also entered the Wisdom Society, he has the least experience and ranks last. According to convention, many matters related to parliamentary issues are his responsibility. Of course, the actual operation is handled by his subordinates. And the most important topic today is how to deal with the attitude towards the Star Alliance. Since Sunan was promoted to a true spirit wizard, the outside world has paid more and more attention to him and the Star Alliance. And the news that the Star Alliance built a floating city naturally could not be hidden from many people. At the beginning, many people were not optimistic about the Star Alliance move. The resources required to build a floating city are astronomical, and the ability requirements of each core facility are a huge test for the manufacturer. In general, it takes a long time to build a floating city by cooperating with several true spirit wizards and relying on the resources of large wizard forces. This is also the main reason why it is basically difficult for second-rate wizard forces to build a floating city. Even if a few people think that the Star Alliance may be able to build a floating city, they also feel that it will take at least thousands of years. Who would have thought that the Star Alliance not only successfully built the floating city, but also took less than 900 years? Such a speed is incredible. It is incredible that the floating city was built in less than 900 years. Where does a second-rate wizard force get such abundant resources? According to intelligence, the Star Alliance sells a large amount of magic stones to the outside world every year to make a lot of profits. They may have mastered a lot of magic stone veins. What about the manufacturing of the core facilities? Could the Star Alliance have wizards who are proficient in making magic items? Maybe it is Sunan himself. A group of scholars discussed it. Duh. Just then, a sound of fingers tapping on the table suddenly sounded. The hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone kept silent and looked at the figure sitting at the top of the conference table. His face was shrouded in a cloud of mist, and his face could not be seen clearly. He could only judge from his figure that he was a man who introduced the Star Alliance. Everyone's eyes were cast on Maisha, who was sitting on the right side of the conference table, facing the gazes of the crowd. Maisha said calmly, "It's me, the president. What do you think of the Star Alliance and Sunan?" Maisha thought for a moment, and said with a complicated expression, "Sunan is the most talented genius I have ever seen. I can't see through him. I only know that his strength is improving at an extremely amazing speed. And he has many means the Star Alliance can develop to this day, mostly thanks to Sunan. But I have not been able to find out what means Sunan used to make the Star Alliance develop so rapidly. But what is certain is that without Sunan, the development momentum of the Star Alliance will inevitably be interrupted, and it will fall back to the bottom of the trend." Maisha's resounding words echoed in the hall, making many scholars look thoughtful. In other words, as long as Sunan is still there, the Star Alliance will continue to maintain its current rapid growth momentum in the future? There was no meaning in the president's calm voice. Maisha nodded heavily and said, "Yes, just like those second-rate wizard forces that built floating cities before. The Star Alliance will sooner or later step into the ranks of large wizard forces." The hall was unusually quiet, and everyone looked at each other in silence. The current power structure of the wizard world has remained unchanged for a long time, and no new large wizard forces have been born in tens of thousands of years. If a new large wizard force emerges at this time, it will undoubtedly break the existing situation and cause a huge impact. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Star Alliance is not inferior to the Black Wizard camp. Ronan coughed lightly, glanced at Maisha inconspicuously, and said, "If you want to become a large wizard force, you must at least fully control a playing community. This alone is not easy to accomplish. The Star Alliance may have the potential to become a large wizard force, but they still have a long way to go." Maisha glanced at Ronan deeply. She and Ronan belong to the younger generation within the Wisdom Code, and they are both the best of the younger generation and competitors. The better the Star Alliance performed as an affiliated organization she brought in, the greater her contribution would be. It was not surprising that Ronan would try to trip her up at this time. With her mind racing, Maisha remained calm and said calmly, "Even so, the Star Alliance with the floating city is already a first-class force in the multiverse. We can no longer treat it as an ordinary subsidiary organization." This was a mature and prudent statement, and many scholars nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ronan's mouth twitched slightly. His eyelids drooped, and he stopped talking. The man at the head of the conference table glanced at everyone, pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke. "The wizard world respects the strong. Since the Star Alliance has shown the corresponding strength and potential, it is qualified to be respected by us. From today on, the organization's attitude towards the Star Alliance must change, and it should be regarded as a partner, not a purely subsidiary organization. The specific matters will be left to Maisha. Is there any problem?" Maisha immediately said, "No problem, President." The president nodded slightly, looked around, and then said, "The meeting is over. Let's disperse." The moment the voice fell, the man had disappeared. As he left, the atmosphere in the hall gradually became relaxed. "Congratulations, Maisha. Since the president has given you this task, it means that he values you very much. It's still Maisha who has a keen eye for pearls and discovered such a treasure as the Star Alliance. After so many years, this is the first time that our Wisdom Code has such a potential subsidiary organization. If the Star Alliance really becomes a large wizard force, it will be of great benefit to us." Many scholars congratulated Maisha. The Star Alliance was recommended by Maisha to become a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code. It is said that Sunan and Maisha have a good relationship. This also means that the stronger the Star Alliance is, the more important it is, and Maisha's status in the Wisdom Code will also rise. Maisha thanked them one by one, and glanced at the hall from the corner of her eyes, and found that Ronan had left at some point. The top floor of the stone tower in the wizard town of the Realm of Truth. Morik and Ortiz sat opposite each other, both with shocked expressions on their faces. "I really didn't expect that the Star Alliance would build a floating city so quickly." Morik's face was full of sighs. Ortiz also had a complicated expression. This time, the Star Alliance can be said to have been reborn. The two looked at each other, and they could not hide their amazement in their eyes. Any wizard knows how important the floating city is. The Star Alliance, which built the floating city, is already on a different level from other second-rate wizard forces. Morik and Ortiz are both the controllers of their respective wizard forces. Although the Abyss Dawn and Sky Raven were weaker than the Star Alliance in the past, they were still at the same level. But the current Star Alliance is undoubtedly far superior to the Abyss Dawn and Sky Raven. Even large wizard forces such as the Wisdom Code and the Deep Blue Alliance can no longer underestimate it. Sunan really always surprises people. Morik shook his head with sighs. Ortiz also showed an expression of deep agreement. Although she has known Sunan for a long time and has acted together many times, she still feels unpredictable about him. Not only is he a genius with the best qualifications in the wizard world, but he has also built the Star Alliance, a force with great potential, from scratch. It is simply an incredible miracle. The Dark Moon Plain. Dark City. The air was a little chilly in the dark and cold corridor. The magic stone lamps hanging on the walls on both sides seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze, and the light emitted was a little cold. The two wizards hurriedly walked through the corridor, and suddenly saw a figure coming in front of them, and hurriedly stopped. When they saw the face of the person coming, their expressions were stern, and they hurriedly bowed, showing an extremely respectful look. Lord Jude. Jude didn't even look at the two of them, and walked over expressionlessly. Anyone could see that he was in a very bad mood at this time. It was not until Jude's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor that the two wizards straightened up and looked at each other, both with strange expressions. They certainly knew why Lord Jude was in a bad mood. After all, the news had been spreading like wildfire these days, and everyone knew it. However, intimidated by the power of the true spirit wizard, the two did not dare to discuss it here. They shrugged and continued on their way. After walking through the corridor, Jude finally arrived in front of a heavy wooden door. He continued to move forward without stopping, and entered the door, as if he was walking through the water. Behind the door was a huge rock hall with extremely simple decoration. There was only a huge obsidian round table in the middle, and no other furniture. Despite this, this is one of the core places of the entire Dark City, and the place where the highest level meeting of the Dark Throne is held. There are a total of 10 seats around the round table, and 7 of them are already full. 6 of them lowered their eyelids slightly, sat solemnly, and vaguely centered on another person. The man was dressed in a black robe. Not a single bit of skin was exposed, and even his face was covered in an extremely deep shadow. His eyes, nose and mouth were all wrapped tightly. Not a single bit of skin was exposed. At first glance, the whole person is like a shadow of a human figure, with a strange and cold breath. Jude's eyes were immediately retracted, and he bowed slightly. Lord Early Benitez. This name is well known throughout the multiverse, because he is one of the 3 thrones of the highest administrator of the Dark Throne. Looking at the entire wizarding world, he is definitely a big man with a high status. As for the other 6 people present, plus Jude, they are the 7 crowned wizards below the throne. Sit down. Early glanced at Jude and waved his hand. Jude bowed again, then walked to one of the empty seats and sat down. Early looked around and spoke in a deep voice. Okay, everyone is here. Tell me what's going on. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Jude. Jude's eyes twitched slightly, and he said in a deep voice, the news has been confirmed. The Star Alliance has indeed built a floating city. Although it had been expected, the crown wizards present all looked grim upon hearing this news. In this way, the Star Alliance may be able to go one step further in the future and join the ranks of large wizard forces. The Star Alliance is a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code, and we are not in the same camp. Yes, if the Star Alliance really becomes a large wizard force, it will not be a good thing for us. If I remember correctly, our organization and the Star Alliance have had many conflicts. A crown wizard looked at Jude. Dealing with the Star Alliance has always been handled by Jude's men. Right? Jude's face sank slightly, but he nodded in response to Early's gaze. I underestimated the Star Alliance and Sunan. The moment he said this, Jude couldn't help but feel a trace of bitterness and regret in his heart. If he had known that Sunan and the Star Alliance would grow to this point, he would have destroyed Sunan and the Star Alliance and nipped the threat in the bud, even if he had to go to war with the Wisdom Code. But who could have thought that Sunan and the Star Alliance would grow so fast? In just over 3,000 years since the blockade of the Starlight Continent was lifted, they have grown to a point that even the Dark Throne has to face up to. Now even if he wants to make up his mind to attack Sunan and the Star Alliance, it is not so easy, even without the protection of the Wisdom Code. The Star Alliance with the floating city is not to be underestimated. To destroy such a force, the Dark Throne must mobilize its entire army. But how easy is that? A giant like the Dark Throne often moves the whole body with a single move. Does that mean that the whole army can be mobilized? In comparison, dealing with Sunan may be easier. My original plan was to wait for Sunan to enter the Realm of Truth and then find an opportunity to kill him. But he has been acting with Maisha, Morik and Ortiz, so I didn't find an opportunity to do it. Early was silent for a long time, and then said, no matter what, we must not let Sunan and the Star Alliance continue to grow. I can give you the right to dispatch people. No matter what method you use, you must kill Sunan. Jude was refreshed and nodded immediately. Yes, Lord Early. The crown wizards of the Dark Throne are not subordinate to each other, and Jude cannot summon other crown wizards. But with the support of Early, it will be different. If multiple crown wizards join forces, even if Sunan continues to act with Maisha and the other 2, he is sure that Sunan will not be able to leave the Realm of Truth alive. Don't let me down. Early glanced at Jude lightly. Jude's heart was slightly chilled, and he said solemnly, don't worry, Lord. Chapter 325 Ancient Insect Disaster. In the past 2 months, the number of forces that have shown goodwill to us has increased a lot. Not only wizard forces, but also many non-wizard civilizations are actively contacting us. Thanks to this, Star Alliance business has been getting better and better recently. Whether it is selling magic stones or purchasing materials, it is much smoother than before. In the study, Liza's pleasant voice echoed, with an irrepressible smile on her face. Since the news of the construction of the floating city came out, The situation of Star Alliance has changed dramatically. Many forces gathered around like hungry wolves smelling meat, wanting to make friends with this young force that has risen like a new star and has unlimited potential, vividly interpreting what it means that power is truth. Sudan smiled slightly, not surprised by the result, and asked after a pause, "What about the wisdom code?" Lisa's smile deepened, and she said, "I just communicated with the envoy of the wisdom code. From now on, they will open more exchangeable resources to us, and the price will be lower. In addition, there will be a series of other cooperation. Now we can say that we are completely separated from other affiliated organizations of the wisdom code, rather than being an affiliated organization. We are more like strategic partners." Sudan nodded slightly. There are still people with discerning eyes in the Wisdom Society. With the current strength of the Star Alliance, it actually no longer needs the protection of the Wisdom Code. The resources that the Wisdom Code opens to its affiliated organizations for exchange are not as attractive to the Star Alliance as before. After years of development and accumulation, the Star Alliance already has more other channels to obtain or trade resources. If the Wisdom Code still treats the Star Alliance as an affiliated organization, then he will consider leaving the Wisdom Code next. But it is obvious that the Wisdom Society is not so short-sighted. It immediately released goodwill to the Star Alliance and directly raised the Star Alliance to the equal level of partners. In this way, the two sides are actually equivalent to an alliance, and it is a closer relationship than the General Alliance. Whether it is for the Wisdom Code or the Star Alliance, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The Wisdom Code has also placed a large order for magic stones from us, accounting for about 1/10 of our annual production. Li Zhe then said, "The number of magic stones sold by the Star Alliance to the outside world every year is an astonishing number. Even if it is 1/10 of the production, it is a huge business." Sudan did not hesitate and directly said, "Agree to them. It doesn't matter who the magic stones are sold to. If it is given to the Wisdom Code, it can also consolidate the relationship between the two sides. In fact, as the Star Alliance opens up and controls more and more planes, the secondary magic stone veins under its jurisdiction are also growing at an astonishing rate. After all, a considerable part of the planes are only worth opening up secondary magic stone veins. Therefore, the magic stones sold by the Star Alliance to the outside world are gradually increasing every year. If it weren't for the fact that Sunan had to do the synthesis of magic stones, and considering that too many magic stones would flow into the market, which would lower the price of magic stones, the Star Alliance annual production of magic stones could have risen a few levels. The Star Alliance has become much stronger now, but there is still a clear gap between it and the large wizard forces. At present, the production of magic stones should not be increased too much, so as not to attract the covetousness of those large wizard forces." Sudan thought secretly, "The profits brought by the magic stone transaction are enough to support the continued rapid development of the Star Alliance for the time being, and there is no need to rush for success. Has there been anything else worth noting recently?" After talking about business, Sudan asked as usual. It was just a casual question, but Liz's answer made him slightly stunned. "Nothing big. But there is one interesting thing." Lija smiled as if she suddenly remembered something. When the Dark Throne was exploring a plane a while ago, it was suddenly attacked by a large number of insect beasts, and the exploration team was wiped out. Lija's tone was undisguised with a hint of gloating. After all, the Dark Throne and the Star Alliance had a grudge, and she was very happy to hear that the Dark Throne was defeated. Sudan's expression moved when he heard this. "Insect beasts? What insect beasts?" "I don't know the details, but it should not be an ordinary insect race." Lija shook her head. "According to the information I got, the plane exploration team of the Dark Throne is quite strong, led by 3 third-level wizards, including a descendant of the True Spirit. To be able to annihilate such a strong team, it can be seen how powerful those insect beasts are. No known insect race has such amazing combat power. I am very curious where they come from." Sudan's heart jumped, and he immediately understood. The ones who annihilated the Dark Throne exploration team were most likely the Ancient Zerg. The Ancient Zerg were a race of alien insects from the Ancient Zerg plane community. They were extremely aggressive and destructive, often invading other planes, bringing death and destruction. It's just that this race used to harm some single planes in remote areas of the multiverse. So neither wizards nor gods noticed this race. It was not until later that the ancient insect race suddenly attacked many planes like crazy, and even did not spare the territory of wizards and gods. which attracted the attention of many forces in the multiverse. In Sunan memory, this war started by the ancient insect race spread to most of the multiverse, and was later called the ancient insect disaster. As for the final result of the war, he had no way of knowing. Until he crossed over, the ancient insect disaster had no tendency to end, and the war against the ancient insects was still in full swing. Although the ancient insect race was not well known, it was able to make wizards and gods exhausted and exhausted. The strength of the ancient insect race can be seen. It's a pity that Sunan only remembered the ancient insect disaster, but didn't remember the specific time it happened. Unexpectedly, there were already signs at this time. What's wrong? Seeing that Sunan's expression suddenly became very serious, Lise couldn't help but feel a little confused. Sunan said solemnly, "The insect beasts that attacked the Dark Throne exploration team are a dangerous race called the Ancient Zerg." Lise was stunned. "Do you recognize those insect beasts?" Sunan did not hide anything and roughly told the information about the Ancient Zerg. After hearing this, Lise was a little unbelievable. Zerg that even wizards and gods can hardly fight against? If such a race really exists, why didn't wizards and gods notice it before? What Sunan said was really unbelievable. If it weren't for Sunan's previous outstanding record, Lise's first reaction would be that he was talking nonsense. Sunan didn't care even though he saw the change in Lise's expression. He could understand Lise's reaction. Until the ancient Zerg disaster broke out completely, no one would have expected that these insects could bring such a terrible disaster. Before that, wizards and gods had always been at the top of the food chain in the multiverse. No one expected that a group of insects could almost bring these two groups down. The ancient insects that attacked the Dark Throne exploration team are only the vanguard. It should be some time before the ancient insects launch a large-scale invasion. Before that, we must be prepared, store enough war materials, and strengthen our military strength as much as possible," Sunan said solemnly. Lise hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded in agreement. From the past, Sunan's judgment has never been wrong. So even if she still has doubts in her heart, she still chooses to believe in Sunan's judgment at this time. Sunan didn't explain much when he saw this, and the future will prove everything he said. The ancient insect disaster is a huge disaster, but it also contains opportunities. If preparations are made early, the Star Alliance may be able to take advantage of this disaster to go to the next level. War has always been the strongest driving force for the rapid development and growth of forces. Coming out of the study, Sunan returned to the top floor of the Central Crystal Tower. After the floating city was built, he only rested for a few days, and then he immediately devoted himself to strengthening the floating city. According to his plan, there are quite a few core facilities that need to be strengthened in the floating city, including floating devices, maze defense systems, super large energy protection barriers, various turrets including magic crystal superconducting pulse cannons, and magic mechas. It will take a long time to complete the strengthening plan. Currently, Sunan is strengthening the maze defense system. It's not that he doesn't want to upgrade and expand the floating city, upgrading it to a medium or even large one. But the upgrading of the floating city is an extremely long process that requires a huge amount of resources. For a large wizard force with a deep foundation, it takes tens of thousands of years to upgrade the floating city. The main reason is that the upgrade of core facilities requires a large amount of rare materials, and the collection and accumulation of materials alone is a long process. As far as Sunan knows, among the current large wizard forces, only the Deep Blue Alliance, which has the longest heritage, has a large floating city, which is also the only large floating city in the entire multiverse. The floating cities owned by other wizard forces are all medium and small. As for the super large floating city known as the Star Fortress, it only appeared in the ancient times several epochs ago, but it was destroyed in the Long War. So far, no wizard force has been able to reproduce the glory of that time and build a new super large floating city. Compared with the long time required to upgrade the floating city, strengthening the floating city will undoubtedly improve the combat power of the Star Alliance immediately, and prepare for the upcoming ancient insect disaster. After completing the upgrade and strengthening of the floating city, the half-plane should also be put on the agenda. The concentration of energy particles in the ordinary plane is far from meeting Sunan needs. Even the environment of the floating city can only make Sunan a little more comfortable, and it is far from reaching the conditions of the realm of truth. Therefore, many true spirit wizards will open up a demi-plane with a high concentration of energy particles as their daily resting place. In addition, the demiplane is also the key for true spirit wizards to break through to a higher realm. The larger and more complete the demiplane is, the higher the chance of breaking through to a higher realm in the future. Of course, Sunan is still far from breaking through to a higher realm, which is something that only level 6 true spirit wizards need to consider. Moreover, the difficulty of opening up a demiplane is no less than that of building a floating city. And the resources invested are also astronomical. Before the upgrade and strengthening of the floating city is completed, the Star Alliance has no spare energy to carry out the demiplane opening plan. Realm of Truth. As soon as he entered the wizard town, Sunan received a message from Maisha and immediately rushed to the gathering place. Maisha, Morik and Ortiz were already waiting there. Congratulations, Sunan. As soon as they met, Maisha said congratulations. Morik and Ortiz then smiled and congratulated, showing more enthusiasm and even respect than before. Today, Sunan is superior to them in status, and is not much inferior to Maisha, a great scholar of the Code of Wisdom. After a brief exchange of greetings, the four quickly got down to business. Recently, several temporary law nodes have appeared in the buffer zone near the wizard town, and the area that can be searched has been reduced again. Maisha reached out and touched it, and a map of the Realm of Truth immediately appeared in the void. The areas where temporary law nodes may appear in the buffer zone were marked in green. The half of the buffer zone near the wizard town has only about 2/3 of the searchable area. I suggest that we search this area first. Maisha pointed to the green area on the map. If there is no harvest, search in the direction of the area occupied by the gods. Sunan and the other two nodded. In fact, this is not the first time they have done this. They have tried to search in depth in the direction of the forest area occupied by the gods before, but they did not harvest anything. But in any case, the probability of finding the law node is higher after all. But the risk of conflict with the gods is also greater. The four people present have made sufficient psychological preparations. Then it's decided. Let's go now. Without delay, the four people immediately went to the wizard town and went deep into the buffer zone. And not long after they left, four figures also walked out of the wizard town quietly. When will we start? One of them asked. If there are people familiar with the Dark Throne here, they will be surprised to find that the four people here are actually the crowned wizards of the Dark Throne. Since the end of the Wizard Civil War, the Dark Throne has never sent out 4 crowned wizards at the same time. If someone saw the scene, they would be shocked. No hurry, Jude said expressionlessly. Follow them first, and wait until they encounter a battle and consume most of their strength before we take action. Although Jude is confident that with the strength of his 4 people, he can definitely kill Sunan and others. But the target is after all 4 true spirit wizards, including Maisha, a difficult target who has comprehended the law of life. Even if they can win head-on, they will have to pay a heavy price. It is better to follow in secret and wait for the target to reveal a flaw before attacking. This is undoubtedly safer. The other 3 crowned wizards looked at each other and tacitly agreed to Jude's proposal. Okay, let's follow them. And be careful not to be noticed by the other party. The 4 of them quickly followed in the direction where Sunan and others left. Chapter 326 King of Fire Main. After spending more than 10 days searching the buffer zone near Wizard Town, and finding nothing, Sunan and his 4 companions began to move deeper into the area occupied by the gods. Like Wizard Town, the gods also built an outpost in the Realm of Truth. But unlike the pragmatic wizards, most gods are very particular about pomp and luxury, and they spent their divine power to build a magnificent castle, named Pantheon. After entering the buffer zone near the Pantheon, Sunan and his 4 companions became more cautious. In this area, the chance of encountering gods will undoubtedly increase greatly. If it was just like this, without enough benefits, the 2 sides would just greet each other and leave, and there would be basically no conflict. But if they find the law node here, they will have to consider the risk of facing more gods snatching it. The core of the power of the gods is the priesthood, and their temperament and behavior style will be greatly affected by the priesthood. For example, the gods whose priesthood is related to killing are often very bloodthirsty and cruel. The gods whose priesthood is related to fire are often violent. On the way to search, Sunan and the other 3 talked about the gods. Although he had memories before the time travel, his understanding of the gods was not much better than that of Maisha and the other 2 who had been fighting with the gods for many years. It was a good opportunity to learn more about the information. After all, There is a high probability that they will have to fight with the gods in the future. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, Sunan had been deep in the buffer zone near the Pantheon for more than 3 months. But unfortunately, he had not gained anything. Although they were a little disappointed, they didn't care too much. After all, they had experienced no gains for 100 or 200 years before. Let's stop the search this time, Maisha said. Let's go back and rest. The other 3 naturally had no objection. These days they have vaguely felt that someone seems to be eyeing them. And it is very likely that it is one or some gods. This is not surprising. After all, they have been wandering in the area where the enemy forces have an advantage for so long that they will definitely be noticed by the gods, who are interested. If they continue to stay here, they may be spotted by some gods, who want to hunt wizards. After reaching an agreement, the group flew towards the direction of the wizard town without stopping. However, when passing the middle area of the buffer zone, Sunan's expression suddenly changed and his body stopped. Maisha and the other 2 saw his actions and immediately stopped their bodies, looking around vigilantly. After these years of cooperative exploration, they have a deep understanding of Sunan's keen perception. Many times, Sunan has noticed the gods nearby in advance, allowing them to take precautions in advance. Did you find anything? Maisha asked in a low voice. In the northwest direction, about 40 to 50 kilometers away, there are very strong law fluctuations. Sunan's eyes lit up slightly. It may be a law node. Upon hearing this, Maisha, Morik and Ortiz's eyes also lit up. Without doubting Sunan's words, the group immediately rushed to the northwest, not hesitating to tear the space and directly use the space moon. In just 3 or 4 breaths, the 4 of them arrived more than 40 kilometers away. The moment the figure appeared in the sky, the 4 of them saw the law node located in the middle of a rugged rock. It was just different from the law nodes they had seen before. And this one was even bigger. If you don't look at the bright starry sky-like interior, and only look at the outline, it is completely a giant tree 50 to 60 meters high. This is not a temporary law node. Maisha took a deep breath, and a strong surprise appeared in her eyes. This is a permanent law node. Morik and Ortiz also showed surprise on their faces. This intensity of law fluctuation is indeed a permanent law node. It's actually a permanent law node. Sunan was also surprised. Unlike the temporary law nodes that are randomly generated in the realm of truth every once in a while, the probability of permanent law nodes appearing is shockingly low. Since the realm of truth was discovered a long time ago, only 3 permanent law nodes have appeared. The last time a permanent law node appeared was more than 20,000 years ago. Unexpectedly, they could find a permanent law node this time. After the surprise, the 4 people of Sunan quickly calmed down and their expressions turned solemn. Discovering the permanent law node is certainly a good thing, but it also contains great risks. Needless to say, once the news of the discovery of the permanent law node spreads, it will definitely attract the covetousness of countless true spirit wizards and gods. After all, the interests behind this are really amazing. We must send the news back immediately and ask for support. Maisha was the first to break the silence and looked at the other 3. This permanent law node was discovered by the 4 of us, so it will be shared by the 4 of us. The specific distribution ratio will be discussed after we take down the law node. How about it? Morik and Ortiz looked at each other and agreed without saying anything. They knew very well that with the strength of Abyss Dawn and Sky Crow, it was impossible to defend this permanent law node, and they had to join forces with Wisdom Code and Star Alliance. Although Wisdom Code and Star Alliance were bound to get the lion's share, it was better than getting nothing. Even if they could only get a place to practice a permanent law node, it would be a very pleasant surprise for them. Sunan's eyes flashed and he agreed. The interests involved in the permanent law node were too huge, and the coveted power could not be resisted by a single wizard force. This was true even for large wizard forces. It was the safest approach for multiple wizard forces to join forces. Sunan couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that the floating city of Star Alliance had been built. With the floating city, the Star Alliance had more confidence to speak. Once it occupied the permanent law node, it would naturally give more benefits in the end. In the end, this world still had to rely on power to speak. After reaching an agreement, the 4 people immediately began to act. Maisha turned her wrist, and a green crystal as big as a dragon eye appeared in her palm. She flicked her finger, and the green crystal shot out instantly. The air suddenly shone brightly, and in the dazzling light, it turned into a translucent green bird, which flew away like an arrow and soon disappeared at the end of the sky. This is the middle of the buffer zone, and it is quite far from the wizard town. From the transmission of the message to the gathering of people, and then to the arrival of reinforcements, it will take at least half an hour, Maisha said solemnly. There are many true spirit wizards in the realm of truth, but these people do not stay in the same place all year round. Some are practicing in seclusion. Some go out to find law nodes. It will not be done in a short time to convey the message to these people and let them come to support. Before the reinforcements arrive, we must defend this law node. The four people then began to arrange a magic circle to conceal the fluctuations of the law. However, when the arrangement was halfway done, a strong surge of energy suddenly came from afar. Sunan looked up and found that the end of the distant sky was dyed red with flames at some point, and it was spreading rapidly towards this side. When the distance was shortened, it was discovered that the source of the red sky was a creature with a body of more than 10 meters. A sturdy body, perfect muscle curves, and a human body and a lion head. The King of Fire Mane. Ortiz's face changed. Morik's face also became ugly. Why did this guy appear here? The King of Fire Mane was the powerful god who had fought against 3 level 4 wizards alone and killed one of them. This god is also known as the King of Beasts. His duties are fire and beasts. It is equivalent to the best among the true spirit wizards who have mastered the 2 laws. And it is also a fighting faction among the gods who are very good at fighting. Therefore, although it is only a medium-level god, its combat power is extremely strong. Meeting the Fire Mane King at this time is obviously not a happy development. I just came here on a whim, but I didn't expect to be so lucky to find a permanent law node. The Fire Mane King's lion face covered with mane showed a slightly ferocious, excited smile, staring straight at the law node, with undisguised burning and greed in his eyes. Then, he looked at Sunan and his group, grinning with a bloodthirsty smile. I don't know the faces. It seems that they are a few unknown people. I give you a chance. Leave now. I can spare you. The true spirit wizard who has a high status and is respected outside has become a nobody in the mouth of the Fire Mane King. Morik and Ortiz were a little annoyed, but they didn't say anything. It's because the Fire Mane King does have this strength. Even though they have 4 true spirit wizards, including Maisha and Sunan, 2 level 5 wizards, they still don't have much confidence in facing the famous old-fashioned god King Fire Mane. Although they are both level 5 beings, the gap between them can sometimes be very different. Just like the manipulation level true spirit wizard, the newly promoted true spirit wizard's law energy level is only over 100. But the senior manipulation level true spirit wizard, the highest law energy level, can reach nearly 1000. The gap between the two is close to 900 law energy levels, which is far greater than the gap between the manipulation level and the mastery level. As an old-fashioned god with a history of more than 100,000 years, the Fire Mane King is much stronger than many level 5 wizards. At least a level 5 wizard with a law energy level of 200 or 300 must take action to compete with him. On our side, there is no need to talk about the 2 of them. Maisha law energy level is estimated to be no more than 200. As for Sunan, who was just promoted not long ago, his law energy level is probably not even 120 or 300. The strength of their own team is really not reassuring. But despite the obvious gap in strength between the 2 sides, neither Sunan, Maisha, nor the other 2 have any intention of retreating. The permanent law node is rare in 10,000 years, and it is related to their future strength improvement. Even if they have to take great risks, they will not retreat at all. As if seeing their intentions from the changes in the expressions of Sunan and the other 4, the King of Fire Mane sneered, and without further ado, he jumped forward, and the blazing flames quickly swept over his body. The next second, accompanied by a deafening roar of the beast, a 100-meter-high red lion rushed out of the flames, rushing with unparalleled violent momentum. The King of Fire Mane actually revealed his divine body at the beginning of the battle. Obviously, he also understood that the opponent's reinforcements would arrive soon, and he must get rid of the 4 people in front of him before that. Otherwise, he would be attacked from behind. Seeing the enemy coming fiercely, Sunan and the other 4 did not panic, and they attacked almost at the same time. With a sharp whistling sound, a strong wind suddenly rolled up around Morik, and the light blue wind that could be seen by the naked eye swept towards the King of Fire Mane. The breath that seemed to destroy everything made people change color. Ortiz was also unwilling to fall behind, and with a wave of her hand, a large splitting technique had already shot towards the King of Fire Mane. It was not that she did not want to use the power of the law. It was just that the law she mastered was the same as the King of Fire Main, both of which were the laws of fire. But her control of the law was far inferior to that of the King of Fire Main. Under the same law, the party with a lower energy level will naturally be restrained by the party with a higher energy level. Not only can the power of the law not hurt the other party, it may also be manipulated and used by the other party to increase its strength. Considering this, Ortiz gave up using the law and turned to cast spells against the enemy. But spells are limited in threat to gods. So in this way, they are equivalent to losing a fighting force. On the other side, Maisha's attack followed closely. Without her making any movement, the ground suddenly cracked with a rumble, and countless broken rocks broke apart, quickly gathered together to form a rock giant that was 300 or 400 meters tall, and rushed towards the Fire Main King with heavy steps. Giving life to inorganic matter? Su Nan thought. Is this the application of the law of life? Boom! The Fire Main King was surrounded by flames, blocking the wind and the fission ray, and suddenly turned around and crashed into the rock giant, clawing and biting, like a beast, and after a fierce attack, he tore the rock giant into pieces. But the next second, the broken rocks gathered together again and restored the appearance of the rock giant. And this time, there were countless mysterious patterns on the surface of the rock giant, which faintly revealed a strange charm. Su Nan keenly observed that every time the rock giant's fist touched the flames on the Fire Main King, the originally blazing flames were like being splashed with water, and the momentum suddenly weakened a lot. Extracting life? Can you even extract the life of flames? No. Not only that, you could also feed the extracted vitality back to yourself. Looking at the rock giant, who had a lot of scars under the attack of the King of Fire Main, but recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, Su Nan understood. It is indeed one of the most powerful laws in the rule system, and its power should not be underestimated. Thoughts were flying, but Su Nan's actions were not slow. He stretched out his hand, and the void seemed to stagnate. The King of Fire Main, who was rushing and attacking, suddenly stagnated, as if he was pressed on thousands of hectares of mountains. His originally lightning-fast movements were obviously much slower. Chapter 327, completely incomprehensible. On the plains of hundreds of kilometers in radius, an invisible gravity bar suddenly enveloped and fell, like a mountain range crushing down heavily. In an instant, even the void seemed to stagnate. Misa, Morik and Ortiz were fine, as they were given a secret seal by Su Nan to avoid the suppression of the law of gravity. But the King of Fire Main actually endured this heavy pressure, and his body suddenly became much slower. The next second, the void suddenly twisted, and four extremely dark black spots suddenly appeared, expanding rapidly, and turned into 4 millstone-sized gravity black holes in a blink of an eye, surrounding the King of Fire Main from all directions. Where the gravity black hole passed, the void was like a crumpled paper with layers of wrinkles, which looked extremely frightening. In a blink of an eye, the King of Fire Main was surrounded by the gravity black hole. The law of gravity. The King of Fire Main flashed a hint of surprise in his voice, as if it was the first time he encountered someone who mastered this unpopular law. But then he sneered and roared fiercely, and the blazing and surging waves of fire broke out in an instant, annihilating Morik's wind and Ortiz's fission ray, while knocking the rock giant away, and finally hitting the black holes around. The flames were swallowed up and annihilated by the gravity black hole silently. But the gravity black hole was also shrinking rapidly, and finally both of them disappeared into thin air. Even when facing 4 true spirit wizards at the same time, the King of Fire Main still performed with ease. The King of Fire and Beasts, who was famous for his good fighting skills, showed a shockingly powerful force at this moment. Misa, Morik, and Ortiz all changed their faces. They now doubted whether they could hold on until the arrival of reinforcements. Retreat? Misa's expression changed. It was not easy to find a permanent law node. If she gave up this rare opportunity, she would be unwilling. But the current situation was very unfavorable to them. Just when Maisha was hesitant, she suddenly felt a huge law fluctuation erupting not far away. She turned her head in shock and found that the source of the explosion was Su Nan. The latter was suspended in the air at this time, surrounded by layers of folded space distortion, and an invisible fist-sized gravity black hole was suspended around him, slowly sinking and floating. Although the volume of the gravity black hole was much smaller than the one just now, it gave people a more terrifying feeling. What a strong law strength! Morik and Ortiz also discovered Sunan abnormality. They took a breath at the same time, their faces full of surprise. At this moment, the law fluctuation revealed by Sunan had reached an intensity of about 300 energy levels, which was only stronger than the King of Fire Main. What is this? The King of Fire Main was also shocked. However, before he could figure it out, Sunan's counterattack had already arrived. Almost in an instant, hundreds of gravity black holes flooded the Fire Main King like a torrent. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The densely packed gravity black holes tore the space frantically, making dense sounds like cloth tearing, which made people's scalps numb. The Fire Main King, who mastered the beast priesthood, had a much stronger body than the magic mecha. But under the tearing of countless gravity black holes, it was as fragile as thin paper, and was torn all over in an instant. Roar! The roar of the angry beast came from the mouth of the Fire Main King. He rushed left and right, carrying a blazing flame to annihilate one black hole after another. But soon more black holes were generated, squeezing his dodging space bit by bit. When the space was torn by the gravity black holes, he couldn't even use abilities such as space jump. Maisha and the other two were already stunned by the scene in front of them. They never thought that Sunan had such a hand. The King of Fire Main, who was so arrogant just now, was beaten into a mess by Sunan in an instant. The situation in front of them really shocked the three people. But when they came to their senses, surprise appeared in their eyes at the same time. Without hesitation, the three people acted decisively. Now it is no longer a question of holding on until the arrival of reinforcements. Looking at the power displayed by Sunan, they have a chance to keep the King of Fire Main here and complete the feat of killing gods. The King of Fire Main obviously realized this and roared repeatedly to break through. If it was only Sunan, he could get away even if he was seriously injured. But with the addition of the other three true spirit wizards, he has completely lost hope of escaping. In the special environment of the realm of truth, the kingdom of God cannot descend without the strongest means of self-protection. Even gods are at a high risk of dying here. Boom! The deafening roar echoed over the wilderness. The wind was howling. Spells were shining. The rock giant's fist was tearing through the void with a chest-stifling muffled sound. And the gravity black hole was causing silent but terrifying damage. Countless attacks rushed to fall on the Fire Main King. Under the suppression of invisible gravity, even dodging became very difficult for the Fire Main King. In just a few moments, there was no intact place on the Fire Main King's body. The divine blood spurted out, but before it landed, it was swallowed up by the gravity black hole. In his life, the Fire Main King had never felt the approach of death so clearly. In the roar, his body was almost flamed, and expanded to a height of thousands of meters. He rushed left and right frantically, but he could not break through the encirclement. Sunan looked at this scene indifferently. After breaking through to the manipulation level, the energy level of the law power in the law core has been raised to about 300 energy levels. Looking at the entire world, there are less than 1 in 10 true spirit wizards and gods who can exceed this energy level. At least the Fire Main King does not have this strength. A faint light flashed in Sunan's eyes, and he stretched out his hand and pointed. And a dark and extremely dark light slowly emerged from the tip of his finger. In an instant, the surrounding void suddenly darkened, as if most of the light was swallowed up by this ball of dark light. The next second, the dark light suddenly disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was already beside the King of Fire Main, slamming into his body like an arrow from a bow. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The next moment, the huge flame beast's body suddenly collapsed, shrinking rapidly like a deflated balloon, as if something was rapidly devouring his body. In just a blink of an eye, the body of the King of Fire Main, which was more than 1,000 meters tall, shrank to less than 5 meters, and fell to the ground like a meteor, hitting the ground hard. Maisha and the other two looked over and found that there was a shocking cavity on the chest of the King of Fire Main, and the flesh and blood inside had long been devoured. There is no such thing as a vital point for the gods, and even if only one finger is left, they can be resurrected and restored to their original body. But they can clearly feel that the vitality in the King of Fire Main has been devoured. Sunan attack just now has completely annihilated the vitality in the body of the King of Fire Main. This powerful god, who was famous for his good fighting skills and had killed many true spirit wizards, fell just like that, looking at the corpse of the god on the ground. Maisha and the other two couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Before this, They never thought that they would have a day to kill the King of Fire Main. Coming back to her senses, Maisha looked at Sunan with complicated eyes. Although she had always felt that Sunan methods were endless, her performance today still shocked her. The method of increasing the law energy level by 2 or 3 times at once was really beyond her cognition. I really don't know where Sunan got so many methods from. The more she came into contact with Sunan, the more Maisha could feel that the other party seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, making it impossible to see through. Just when Maisha was in a complicated mood, she saw Sunan suddenly turn around and waved in a certain direction, and a visible gravity wave roared out, instantly crossing thousands of meters and hitting a void. 4 figures suddenly emerged in the space distortion. Jude. The moment he saw the figures and faces of the 4 people clearly, Morik's face changed suddenly. Be careful. It's the Crown Wizard of the Dark Throne. In fact, without Morik's reminder, Maisha and Ortiz had already taken a defensive posture. The Crown Wizards of the Dark Throne are all well-known figures in the wizarding world, and the 2 of them naturally knew them. However, Sunan was unfamiliar with the 4 people, but he immediately reacted when he heard the name Jude. The ultimate mastermind behind the series of actions taken by the Dark Throne against the Star Alliance was the Crown Wizard named Jude. Seeing the people of the Dark Throne hiding secretly nearby, Sunan and the other 4 immediately understood without thinking that these guys must have followed them all the way and were looking for opportunities to prepare for the attack. Jude's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. The 4 of them had been secretly following Sunan for a long time. When they saw Sunan discover the permanent law node, they were ecstatic and thought they had extra huge gains. They were about to snatch it, but were interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Fire Main King. If it was just like this, it would be fine. They could wait for Sunan and the other 4 to fight the Fire Main King and both sides would be injured. And then, they would reap the benefits. Who would have thought that Sunan would actually explode and kill the Fire Main King? Even Jude was secretly shocked by the powerful power he showed during the period. Originally, he was confident that he would kill Sunan, but now he was a little hesitant. At the same time, Sunan and the other 4 were also communicating secretly. They reached a consensus without much hesitation. The Dark Throne clearly wanted to attack them, but they were not the kind of people who would swallow their losses and fight back. Naturally, they would fight back. More importantly, it can be foreseen that this place will become a place where many forces will gather in the future. Black Wizard forces, like the Dark Throne, are definitely enemies who want to compete with them for the permanent law node. Taking this opportunity to weaken the enemy's strength will undoubtedly do more good than harm. In an instant, Sunan and the other 4 exchanged glances, and then attacked at the same time. The wind and flame swept out in an instant, and the rock giant followed closely, rumbling towards the Crown Wizards. Jude and the other 4 changed their expressions, and were about to dodge. But the next second, they suddenly felt their bodies sink, and an invisible pressure squeezed from all directions, sealing them in place. Gravity Law Field. Sunan did not hesitate to use his greatest killer move. When facing the King of Fire Main of the same level, the effect of the Law Field was not obvious. But when facing the Master-level True Spirit Wizard, the power of the Law Field was immediately revealed. Except for Jude, who was also a level 5 wizard, and another True Spirit Wizard who used the Law Field to fight in time. The other 2 wizards groaned in unison, with painful expressions on their faces. One of the 2 had a cold white bone drilled out of his body, wrapped his whole body to form armor. But large cracks soon appeared under the pressure of gravity. A large amount of sticky darkness gushed out of the other person's body, covering his whole body, but it was still useless. Under the pressure of gravity, the darkness was almost squeezed to the extent of thin paper. The Law of Bones and the Law of Darkness? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. These 2 laws are very common in the Dark Throne, and are almost the signature of the True Spirit Wizards of the Dark Throne. For example, Jude and another level 5 wizard are both dark laws. Seeing their companions injured, Jude and another level 5 wizard decisively took the initiative to meet Sunan and Maisha. The 4 level 5 wizards fought 2 by 2, and the battle was in a mess. The 2 crown wizards, who broke free from the law field, had not yet breathed a sigh of relief when they were attacked by Morik and Ortiz. Chi-chi. The muffled sound of space tearing rang out one after another. As soon as they fought, Jude was surrounded and drowned by dense gravity black holes, and fell into a disadvantage in an instant. His law energy level was close to 200, which was stronger than Maisha. but much weaker than the King of Fire Main. Even the King of Fire Main was no match for Sunan, let alone Jude. Considering that there was not much law power left in the law core, Sunan used all his strength as soon as he made a move. Thousands of gravity black holes formed out of thin air and swept towards Jude. In an instant, with Jude as the center, the void within a radius of thousands of meters almost turned into darkness. That was a darkness that was darker and deeper than the darkness, and wanted to swallow everything. Jude's dark law field was torn into pieces almost in an instant. He was horrified and frantically drove the power of the law to break out of the encirclement of the gravity black hole. But after touching several gravity black holes in succession, the darkness covering his whole body was immediately swallowed up by most of it. The difference of more than 100 law energy levels is almost equivalent to the power gap between the mastery level and the manipulation level, which is fully reflected at this moment, accompanied by an unwilling roar. Jude's figure quickly submerged in the gravity black hole. Seeing Jude's death, the other 3 crown wizards suddenly changed their faces and turned around to escape without hesitation. Morik and Ortiz were almost as strong as their opponents, and they could not leave the opponents who wanted to escape, and they let the opponents out of the battle without paying attention. But the next second, Sunan gravity law field had already enveloped them, instantly suppressing the two in place. The power of the law in the law core has been consumed. But as a level 5 wizard, Sunan is still very easy to deal with 2 level 4 wizards. Cooperating with Morik and Ortiz, Sunan quickly solved the 2 crown wizards. On the other side, although Maisha could not quickly solve the opponent, she still easily gained the upper hand by relying on the powerful effect of the life field to extract the enemy vitality and feed back to herself. When Sunan was free to join the siege, the last crown wizard was quickly eliminated. And just as the battle ended, several strong law fluctuations suddenly came from a distance. Maisha's expression relaxed and she looked happy. Reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 328, a war that affects the entire multiverse. Starlight Floating City. Central Crystal Tower. The spacious and bright study room was filled with a faint fragrance. Sunan sat behind the desk, flipping through the documents in his hand, and put them down after a while. Smiling at Liz, it seems that the plane development is going smoothly. Liz smiled. After all, we have a floating city. After the construction of the Starlight Floating City, the plane development of the Star Alliance went more smoothly. Sunan gave Liz some authority over the Starlight Floating City. When he was not on the Starlight continent, Liz could also temporarily control the Starlight Floating City and go to other planes to fight wars. The floating city of the wizard civilization is famous throughout the multiverse. Often after seeing the floating city, the indigenous civilizations of those planes surrendered in despair. As for those indigenous civilizations that have never even heard of the floating city, their strength is not that strong, and they can be easily solved without using the floating city. In addition, when encountering other forces competing for the same plane, the other party will often take the initiative to retreat after learning that the opponent is the Star Alliance. It can be said that in today's multiverse, except for a few large wizard forces and a few high-level and great divine civilizations, the Star Alliance no longer needs to be afraid of any forces, and has the power and voice that surpasses most forces. And this trend, with the recent explosive news, has continued to grow. What's going on in the realm of truth? Liz asked curiously. The situation has temporarily stabilized. Sunan smiled and said, we have taken the lead in the newly emerged permanent law nodes. Those gods have no chance to intervene, and the wizards will not give them this opportunity. As for the wizards, the wisdom code is in the right, and they have taken the lead in firmly controlling the permanent law nodes. So naturally they will not let other wizard forces intervene too much. After dealing with Jude and others, the reinforcements of the wisdom code arrived at the permanent law node, and a 6th level wizard was dispatched. After that, although the true spirit wizards of other wizard forces also came one after another after hearing the news, they could only watch in the face of a dominant true spirit wizard. The size of this newly discovered permanent law node is not small, and it can accommodate up to 14 true spirit wizards to practice at the same time. According to the agreement, the wisdom code occupies 7 places. Our Star Alliance occupies 4 places. The Abyss Dawn and the Sky Raven each occupy 1 place, and the remaining 2 places are divided between the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Deep Blue Alliance. In return, they have to share the pressure from other black wizard forces for the wisdom code. Sunan was quite satisfied with this result. In fact, if the Star Alliance had not recently built a floating city and its strength had undergone a complete transformation. And if Sunan had not killed many strong men including the King of Fire Mane and Jude in one battle, the Star Alliance might not have gotten 4 places. Didn't you see that the Abyss Dawn and the Sky Raven, who were also discoverers, only got 1 place in the end? The multiverse is ultimately based on strength. The law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are respected, which is fully reflected in the wizard world. Just like the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Deep Blue Alliance, they did nothing in this incident, just to win them over to form an alliance and resist the covetousness of the Black Wizard forces. The Wisdom Code and the Star Alliance had to pay 2 quotas. But no matter what, this matter is a huge benefit to the Star Alliance and Sunan. With the quota for the permanent law node, from now on Sunan will no longer need to run around looking for temporary law nodes, and the efficiency of comprehending the law will inevitably be greatly improved. With the blessing of the law node, at most 300 or 400 years later, I can also upgrade the Thunder Law to the manipulation level, and then I can concentrate on comprehending the gravity law, Sunan thought secretly. As for the remaining 3 quotas, since the Star Alliance currently does not have a second true spirit wizard, they cannot be used for the time being. But the Star Alliance cannot use them, which does not mean that they will be wasted. He could rent out the quota to the true spirit wizards of other wizard forces. I think there will definitely be many people willing to pay enough to rent a permanent law node training position. Coming back to his senses, Sunan asked again, is there any movement over there at the Dark Throne? The Dark Throne lost 4 crown wizards in the Realm of Truth at once. Even for the Dark Throne, which is rich and powerful, it is a serious loss. Most Black Wizard forces will take revenge for every grievance, and the Dark Throne will probably not swallow this breath. No movement has been found for the time being. Liz shook her head. Sunan pondered for a moment and said, keep an eye on that place, and be prepared for prevention. The loss of 4 true spirit wizards at once will definitely have a significant impact on the linkage. The most direct one is that in the Realm of Truth, there will definitely be a vacuum in the power guarding the law nodes. The Dark Throne is probably busy dealing with this matter. Even if they want to retaliate, it will probably be a matter for later. Sunan is not too worried. Although Jude and others are most likely coming for the Star Alliance, it is not only the Star Alliance that killed the Crown Wizard, but also the Wisdom Code and 2 other wizard forces. With the Wisdom Code as a tall figure in front, the pressure on the Star Alliance will undoubtedly be much less. The emergence of the new permanent law node has caused quite a stir in the wizarding world. As the biggest beneficiary of this turmoil after the Wisdom Code, the Star Alliance has once again entered the vision of major wizard forces, and its reputation is getting louder and louder. To a certain extent, the benefits obtained by the Star Alliance are greater than those of the Wisdom Code. After all, the Wisdom Code originally has multiple permanent law node cultivation positions, and the additional 7 positions will not have such a great positive impact on the Wisdom Code. But the Star Alliance is different. As an emerging force that has not risen for a long time, its foundation is not deep after all. At this time, it is self-evident that there are 4 more permanent law node cultivation positions for it. Whether it is used by oneself or used to trade resources, the Star Alliance can gain huge benefits. It is also a huge driving force for the future development of the Star Alliance. Thanks to this, the potential of the Star Alliance in the eyes of the public has also reached a higher level. While the outside world was in an uproar because of the permanent law node incident, Sunan, one of the parties involved, turned a deaf ear to the outside world and was completely immersed in cultivation. With the gain of the permanent law node, Sunan law perception can be said to have made great progress. Starlight calendar 4,858 years. Following the law of gravity, Sunan Thunder Law finally reached the 100th energy level and was promoted to the manipulation level. In the field where the permanent law node is located, in a stone tower more than 10 meters high, Sunan sat cross-legged, concentrating on sensing the active power of the Thunder Law in the void. Like the previous breakthrough of the gravity law, at the moment when the law energy level reached 100, he clearly felt that the original gap between the true spirit and the Thunder Law in the void had dissipated a lot, and the connection between the two deepened a lot in an instant. Sunan's mind suddenly moved, and in an instant, with him as the center, the void within a kilometer radius suddenly crackled, and a large number of blinding thunders emerged out of thin air, like a long dragon bearing its fangs and claws, filling every inch of the surrounding corners. In Sunan's perception, at this moment, most of the laws within a kilometer radius had been expelled, leaving only the Thunder Law. Thunder law field. After the gravity law field. The second law field that Su Nan mastered. Immediately afterwards, another ray of light flashed in Su Nan's eyes. In an instant, the violent and raging thunder around suddenly stagnated, and the void seemed to have an invisible layer of pressure, which slowly combined with the thunder, dyeing the dazzling thunder with a layer of oppressive black and blue. Double law field. A new law field formed by combining the gravity law field and the thunder law field. In this field, except for the gravity law and the thunder law, other law forces will be rejected, and Sunan enemies will also be suppressed and hurt by both the law of gravity and the law of thunder. The power is much stronger than a single law field. This is also the main reason why the dual law True Spirit Wizard is far more powerful than ordinary True Spirit Wizards. Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Now he is confident that if he meets the King of Fire Main again, even if he does not use the law core, he can fight with the opponent with the dual law field. This is when his thunder law is only 100 energy level, and gravity law is only 106 energy level. If the energy levels of both laws are raised to about 200 energy levels, he is fully confident that he can easily kill the King of Fire Main. The further you go, the greater the advantage of the dual law True Spirit Wizard over the ordinary True Spirit Wizard. Although it is a bit difficult to break through and advance in the front, the rewards in the back are also very generous. The next step is to continue to improve the law of gravity. Although it is possible to improve both laws at the same time, the speed of strength improvement is too slow. Sunan's plan is still to focus on improving the law of gravity first, break through it to the dominant level, and then turn to improve the law of thunder, so as to maximize efficiency. Thinking of this, Sunan turned his wrist, and a dazzling crystal appeared in his palm instantly. It was from the godhead of the Fire Main King. As the hero who contributed the most in the battle to kill the Fire Main King, Sunan naturally got the godhead and body of the Fire Main King, and the remaining divine energy was divided by Maisha and the other two. The body was refined into the third god body golem by him. As for the godhead, Sunan specially kept it and prepared to use it to comprehend the law of gravity. The Fire Main King is much stronger than the Spider Queen and the Crescent Goddess, and the law power contained in the godhead is naturally more powerful. Sunan estimated that this godhead could be used for at least 700 or 800 years. With the gain of the permanent law node, it would be enough to break through his gravity law energy level to more than 300. But even with the assistance of the permanent law node, it would be difficult to upgrade the gravity law to the dominant level without 6,000 or 7,000 years. This is when Sunan has the assistance of the two major means of light awakening potion and synthetic law power. For other True Spirit Wizards, it may take 20,000 to 30,000 years to upgrade a rule system law from the manipulation level to the dominant level. Shaking his head, Sunan restrained his distracting thoughts and continued to concentrate on comprehending the law, cultivating without sun and moon. This day has passed for more than 300 years. During this period, except for occasionally leaving the realm of truth to rest and upgrade and strengthen the floating city, Sunan basically put all his energy on comprehending the law, until a sudden incident interrupted his retreat. Ancient insect invasion? In the study, after listening to Liz's story, Sunan's expression suddenly became solemn. That's right. Liz's face was solemn. Not long ago, traces of ancient insects were found in the Baikal and Barton plains. These insect beasts open nests and hatch larvae in the two plains. Fortunately, we have set up the Star Eye monitoring network in all plains, discovered and destroyed the insect nests in advance, and prevented the ancient insects from growing stronger. And not only us, but also traces of ancient insects have been found in the territories of other wizard forces. These ancient insects seem to be preparing to invade multiple planes at the same time. Liz was a little difficult to understand. Generally speaking, if a civilization wants to invade and expand its territory, it will only choose a certain plane or a single force to attack. The behavior of ancient insects invading hundreds of planes at the same time and involving the territories of multiple forces is no different from madness. Sunan was not very surprised. In fact, the ancient insects are a race with only aggression and killing in their minds. They don't care about any strategy. They will only follow their instincts to invade the plane and devour all the creatures they see. The key is that the ancient insects are of astonishingly large species, and can fully support such multi-line operations. In fact, Sunan suspected that the ancient insects were not native to this universe, but came from another multiverse. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why no one has noticed them before. given the huge species size of the ancient insects. What is the situation now? Sunan asked. The intelligence of other forces is still being collected. But in the wizard world, there are several third-rate wizard forces that have already had a considerable part of their territory occupied by ancient insects. Li Zhe frowned, with some worry on her face. The current situation undoubtedly confirms Sunan's previous description of the ancient insects. According to Sunan, this is just a wave of tentative offensives by the ancient insects. And the real main force has not yet arrived. When the ancient insects really launch a fierce offensive, it will probably be a super large war that affects the entire multiverse. After thinking for a moment, Sunan has already made up his mind. Continue to collect intelligence. Increase the garrison in all planes. Strengthen vigilance. And be ready to clear the invading ancient insects at any time. In addition, increase the material reserves as much as possible. At present, in the entire multiverse, perhaps only Sunan and Li Zhe know how far this inexplicable invasion will expand in the future. This is their advantage. While the war has not expanded yet, reserve as many resources as possible and make sufficient preparations for war, so that you can have more advantages in the war in the future. The ancient insect disaster that affects the entire multiverse is bound to change the existing power structure. As powerful as the large wizard forces may not necessarily fall from the altar in this tragic war. By then, the Star Alliance may have a chance to take advantage of the situation and replace it. Chapter 329 The Crystal Core of the Commander Insect. Knowing that the ancient insect disaster would not break out in a short time, Sunan did not pay much attention to it, leaving all the affairs of the Star Alliance to Li Zhe. He continued to devote himself to the perception of the law. Only occasionally, when he stayed for a long time and needed to leave the realm of truth, would he be busy with the upgrading and transformation of the floating city. Time flies, and the years pass. Just as Sunan was immersed in cultivation, the scale of the ancient insect invasion was gradually expanding. In the 4,988th year of the Starlight Calendar, a swarm of more than 5 million ancient insects appeared in the Tianhai Plain community. In just half a month, more than 3 planes were occupied by ancient insects, and more than a dozen planes were invaded at the same time. The Deep Blue Alliance immediately dispatched the floating city to kill the invading ancient insects. In the 5,020th year of the Starlight Calendar, tens of millions of ancient insects invaded the Dark Throne on a large scale, and once attacked the main plane, the Dark Moon Plane, and were finally repelled by the Dark Throne. In the following 10 years, other wizard forces, the Pantheon Plane community where the gods are located, and even the Dragon Realm Plane community where giant dragons gather, have been invaded by ancient insects one after another. Although these forces sent out large armies to kill the ancient insects at the first time, they failed to repel the insect swarm. More and more ancient insects emerged from nowhere. The scale of the war not only failed to be curbed, but also had a tendency to gradually expand. The entire multiverse gradually realized the horror and power of the ancient insects and began to face up to this strange race. Starlight Calendar 5520. Sunan ended his cultivation and returned to the Starlight Continent from the realm of truth. After more than 700 years, the godhood of the King of Fire Main was finally consumed by him, and his gravity law also increased to more than 300 energy levels. Today, Sunan, relying on the dual law domain and law core, even has the confidence to fight against the 6th level wizard. Back to the Starlight Floating City. As soon as he entered the central crystal tower, Li Zhe came to him. As soon as they met, Sunan immediately felt that Li Zhe's law aura was more obvious than before. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. It seems that it won't be long before our Star Alliance will have another true spirit wizard. It's all thanks to your Light Awakening Potion. Li Zhe smiled. Thanks to the sufficient supply of Light Awakening Potion. Her understanding of the laws of the stars was very smooth, far exceeding that of ordinary third-level wizards. According to the current progress, it will take less than 1,000 years to be promoted to a true spirit wizard. After a few pleasantries, the two quickly got to the point. What's the recent situation of the ancient insects? As you said, the scale of the war has been expanding. Li Zhe looked solemn. The number of ancient insects is beyond imagination. According to statistics, they are currently attacking thousands of planes at the same time. And they have occupied almost the same number of planes, almost all of which are planes where intelligent races exist. It's too early to be surprised now. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. Only he knew that the current situation was not the time when the intensity of the war was the highest. The invasion of the ancient insects into the multiverse is still in the stage of spreading the net. It will not be until the middle and late stages of the war that they will gradually shift their main offensive targets to the planes with the greatest resistance to invasion. That is, those well-known forces in the multiverse. Only then will the war enter a white-hot stage. This is the latest war report. Liz handed over a document. Sunan took it and read it carefully. The war report counted the losses of various forces since the appearance of the ancient insects. From the data, the gods and wizards are undoubtedly the two groups with the greatest losses. It is normal to think about it. After all, the territories of gods and wizards are the largest in the multiverse. Even the dragons are far behind. Since the gods are in the hostile camp, the intelligence collection is relatively rough. So let's not talk about it for now. Sunan focused on reading the situation in the wizard world. In general, almost no wizard forces can survive alone in this war. And they have all been invaded by the ancient insects to a greater or lesser extent. So far, 7 third-rate wizard forces and 1 second-rate wizard force have been destroyed by the invasion of the ancient insects. The situation of most wizard forces is not good. Even the powerful large wizard forces have been troubled by the ancient insects. Among them, the Dark Throne is the most unlucky. In the entire multiverse, it has suffered the most severe invasion. In just 500 years, nearly 1/5 of the territory of the Dark Throne has been occupied by the ancient insects. Even if the 3 throne wizards, who have been in seclusion for many years and have not appeared for a long time, have taken action, they can only slightly curb the disadvantage and cannot fundamentally reverse the situation. It can be predicted that when the ancient insects gradually converge their attack targets and transfer their main forces, the situation of the Dark Throne will be even worse. In this regard, Sunan expressed his pleasure to see it happen. No wonder the Dark Throne has not made any moves against the death of Jude and others in these years. It seems that they are too busy to take revenge. Sunan is a little gloating. In comparison, the Star Alliance is in the best situation. Because of Sunan's early warning, the Star Alliance had already taken precautions and made sufficient preparations. So the losses suffered in this war were not great. The current situation is still under control. After Sunan finished reading the battle report, Liz said again, "The people below have captured some strange ancient insects. I think you may know them." Strange ancient insects? Sunan became interested and came to the forbidden magic prison with Liz. In the prison room, engraved with dense runes, more than a dozen ferocious insect beasts were imprisoned. These insect beasts are not big, only 3 or 4 meters tall, and can only be regarded as medium among the ancient insect clan. There is nothing strange about their appearance, except that a sharp crystal cluster on their heads is somewhat eye-catching. This ancient insect seems to be the commander of the swarm. In any swarm with more than 1,000, there is at least one of this kind of ancient insect. I dissected several of them in the laboratory, and found this in all of them. Lisa stretched out her hand, and in her palm was a stone-like thing the size of an egg. It looked ordinary, but after concentrating on observing it, she found that this thing could actually trigger the power of the law in the surrounding void. Sunan's eyes flashed with interest, and he took the stone and felt it carefully, and found that the activity of some of the power of the law within a radius of 100 meters with the stone as the center had obviously increased. It's just that the properties of this part of the power of the law are quite extreme. Killing, destruction, devouring. Almost all of them are negative laws. This ancient insect is called the Commander-in-Chief. Its status in the ancient insect clan is equivalent to that of the Commander-in-Chief. It is responsible for commanding ordinary ancient insects to fight in wartime. It has high intelligence and only obeys the orders of the Nest Mother Insect. Nest Mother Insect? Lisa frowned in confusion. Mother Insect? Sunan nodded, almost the same. The Nest Mother Insect itself has no combat power, but it can command tens of millions of insect swarms to fight at the same time. It is the royal family of ancient insects. It is estimated that there are not many Nest Mother Insects in the entire ancient insect clan. If the Nest Mother Insect is the commander of the insect swarm, then the Commander-in-Chief is the general of the insect swarm. The former is responsible for commanding super large-scale wars, while the latter is responsible for commanding regional small-scale wars. After listening to Sunan's explanation, Lise suddenly realized, looked at the stone in Sunan's hand again, and asked, "What is this?" "I don't know much either. It should be some kind of crystal core." Sunan shook his head. He knew little about the ancient insect clan. He only knew the existence of the Warlord Worm and the Nest Mother Worm, but he had no way of knowing more detailed information. It was also the first time he knew that there was such a crystal core in the Warlord Worm that could trigger the power of law. Anyway, there is no ordinary thing that can be related to the power of law. This crystal core is worth studying. Maybe you can get some interesting discoveries. Send these Warlord Worms to my laboratory. As soon an order was issued, more than a dozen Warlord Worms were quickly sent to his laboratory. Without delay, Sunan began to dissect and study on the same day. The terrifying thing about the ancient insect clan is mainly the worm seed tactics and the fearless fighting style. The individual strength is actually not strong. Even the higher-ranking Warlord Worm has only the combat power of the first-level wizard. After a dissection, the body structure of the Warlord Worm did not surprise Sunan. So he finally put his main research target on the crystal core. The result gave him a surprise. The crystal core in the structure of the Warlord Worm plays the role of ultra-long-distance transmission and reception of information waves, thereby commanding the swarm to fight. If you have to find an analogy, it is probably a bit similar to the Godhead. The gods can receive the prayers of millions of believers at the same time through the Godhead and process the information. At the same time, they can also issue orders to believers through the Godhead, and even grant them divine power and magic. The crystal core of the Warlord Worm is quite similar to the Godhead in this respect. As for why the crystal core can trigger the power of the law, Sunan guessed that it was because of the close connection between the thoughts and spirits of the ancient worms. The ancient worms are an extremely ethnic race. Ordinary ancient worms have almost no thoughts of their own. All actions are ordered by the Warlord Worms, or the Nest Mother Worms. They completely hand over their own spiritual will to the latter too. Through the connection of the crystal core, the spiritual will of the swarm gathers together to form a huge spiritual network. A single ancient worm is nothing. But when the number reaches a certain scale, the mental network can leverage the power of laws such as killing, destruction, and devouring. And these power of laws will eventually converge at the source of the network. That is, the crystal core. Under the subtle influence, it is not surprising that the crystal core has the function of activating the power of laws. Of course, since the Warlord Worm itself is too weak, the power of laws it activates is also very small, and can only be used to assist the crystal core in processing massive amounts of information, and has almost no effect on its own combat effectiveness. In simple terms, the crystal core is actually equivalent to a super lower version of the Godhead. If that's the case, can the crystal core be used to synthesize something similar to the Godhead? Sunan's mind flashed with inspiration, and his eyes lit up. Worth a try. With a plan in mind, Sunan immediately used the magic cube to synthesize all the crystal cores in his hand. After the synthesis, the various killing and destruction ideas contained in the crystal core have disappeared completely, leaving only the purest source. Sunan tried to use it, and indeed found that the efficiency of perceiving the law has been significantly improved. Although the effect is not as good as the Godhead, it is because the number of synthesis is too small. As long as the number of synthesis is increased, it can completely replace the Godhead to assist in cultivation. Delighted, Sunan immediately ordered the Star Alliance to hunt down the Warlord Bug with all their strength, collect the crystal cores, and at the same time purchase the crystal cores of the Warlord Bug. Although this thing is a bit strange, it is not very useful, and it can only be effective when using the synthetic magic cube. Sunan is not afraid of not being able to purchase it. Originally, it stands to reason that if the crystal core of the Warlord Worm has this effect, the Nest Mother Worm must also have a similar crystal core, and the effect must be even stronger. It's just that the number of Nest Mother Worms is rare, and every time they appear, they must be guarded by a large number of insect swarms. Unless the floating city is dispatched, it is unlikely to kill the Nest Mother Worm. So Sunan did not set his sights on the Nest Mother Worm. Anyway, as long as the ancient worm disaster continues, there will be a chance to encounter the Nest Mother Worm in the future. After Sunan's order was issued, the Star Alliance began to collect the crystal cores of the Warlord Worm with all its strength. The Warlord Worm is relatively rare among the ancient worms, and there may not be one Warlord Worm among 1,000 ancient worms. But the number of ancient worms is too large, and the number of Warlord Worms is not small in the face of a huge base. Many people are curious about the purpose of the Star Alliance collecting crystal cores, but after studying them, they have not found anything special about the crystal cores. At the same time, as the intensity of the war increased, and it was foreseeable that it would not end for a long time in the future, the major wizard forces began to consciously acquire and reserve resources, so that the prices of various resources rose significantly. In this case, Everything had to give way to war reserves. Seeing that the Star Alliance paid a high price to purchase the crystal cores, most wizard forces also traded the crystal cores to the Star Alliance. Although the number of crystal cores purchased was not large, it was more than enough to support Suning cultivation. At this rate, at most 3,000 years, my gravity law will be able to break through to the 1,000 energy level. Suning smiled. Like him, there is probably no other true spirit wizard who has the Godhead and Law nodes to assist in cultivation from beginning to end in the entire multiverse. Chapter 330. One rises while the other falls. Shiga Plain. Wanshi Plain. In June of previous years, Wanshi Plain was always covered with flowers and green shades, with herds of bison running everywhere, full of vitality. However, this year, the entire Wanshi Plain was filled with smoke and murderous aura. Millions of troops from the Star Alliance and the ancient insects gathered here to fight to the death. The collision of energy, the shining of magic, the black smoke covering the sky, the roar of the golems, and the hissing of the ancient insects have made the Wanshi Plain a mess. No longer as beautiful as before. Most of the Wanshi Plain has become charred at this moment. During the years of war, the surface of the ground has been bombarded countless times, and the ground has become bumpy everywhere, like a wilderness hit by a meteorite, and there is almost no intact place. Looking around, on the thousands of square kilometers of land, only a few small grasses stubbornly emerged from the charred ground, reminding that this was once a beautiful grassland. At this moment, in the center of the Wanshi Plain, a battle is still in full swing. The ferocious insect beasts all over the mountains rushed forward like a tide, and the piercing and sharp hissing sound resounded throughout the sky above the plain. And what stood in front of them was a battle formation composed of countless golem puppets. They were like reefs. No matter how the torrent of insect beasts hit them, they always stood still. In the sky, thousands of flying magic ships guarded dozens of star fortresses and 3 wizard towers, and poured artillery fire on the insect swarm without sparing energy. A large number of flying insect beasts flapped their wings and rushed over at a high speed, wanting to destroy these war creations that posed a huge threat to the insect swarm. But they were concentrated and destroyed before they got close. And even the outermost flying magic ship array could not break through. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly sounded, and it was clearly audible even in the noisy battlefield. 2 cavalry corps suddenly cut in from the left and right wings of the battlefield, stabbing into the insect array like sharp knives. The constructed knights, wearing fine armor and with dark magic patterns on their faces, rode Asian dragons and black rock leopards and galloped wildly, crashing into the insect swarm like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and instantly set off a bloody storm. The insect swarm, which was already at a disadvantage under the attack of the Star Alliance war creatures, retreated more and more with the addition of the magic pattern knights to the battlefield, and had a tendency to collapse. But at this moment, an invisible wave swept across the entire battlefield like a storm. In an instant, the sharp hisses that came one after another suddenly rose to a higher level. The remaining ancient insects on the battlefield suddenly became extremely crazy, and rushed towards the Star Alliance army fearlessly. At the same time, more ancient insects suddenly emerged from the rear and from underground to join the battlefield. The swarm, which was originally shaky, stabilized, and even had the limit of counterattack. In the Wizard Tower, Sherman, Otto and Cole watched this scene, not surprised but happy. It's the spirit wave of the ancient insects. The nest motherworm finally showed up. After waiting for so long, we finally forced it out. After all, this is the last army of the ancient insects. If it doesn't come out again, there will be no chance. The war on the Shiga Plain has lasted for more than 10 years, and the scale of the ancient insect invasion has exceeded tens of millions. After realizing that there must be a nest motherworm behind this scale of insects, the Star Alliance immediately invested a large number of troops to fight against it. After hundreds of wars of all sizes, countless ancient insects were killed. Until today, the nest motherworm was finally forced to show up. As the commander of the war on the Shiga Plain, Sherman was prepared for this situation and immediately issued a new order. The next moment, a deafening dragon roar sounded from afar. A group of giant dragons flapped their wings, stirring up a gust of wind and rushing over, arriving at the battlefield in a blink of an eye. After thousands of years of cultivation and development, the Star Alliance dragon army has already become powerful, and the entire army has more than 6,000 dragons. Among them, there are hundreds of dragons that have reached the second level. The group of dragons that suddenly appeared on the battlefield was only a part of the dragon army, with a number of about 1,000. As the dragons joined the battlefield, the insect swarm that had some counterattack trends was suppressed again, and a large number of ancient insects died tragically under the dragon's burning breath. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from deep behind the insect swarm array, followed by a sharp whistle that seemed to pierce the eardrum, and a thunderous roar. The moment the sound rang, all the ancient insects on the battlefield suddenly paused, and then turned around without hesitation, without caring about exposing their backs to the enemy, and rushed madly in the direction where the sound came from. Seeing this scene, Shimon's face lit up with joy. Hidden Dragon succeeded. Atur smiled and said, "This kind of thing is indeed best done by the Hidden Dragon, as the magical Petasunan, the master of the Star Alliance, and the only third-level dragon in the Star Alliance. The Hidden Dragon is also a high-level combat force that ranks among the top 30 in the Star Alliance, especially its ability to switch between reality and illusion, which is a terrifying killing move that is unpredictable on the battlefield. It can often easily break through to the location of the enemy commander and implement the tactics of eliminating the leader. This time is no exception. It would have been fine if the nest mother worm had been hiding before, but now that it has appeared, no matter how deep it hides, it will be found by the Hidden Dragon soon. For a creature like the nest mother worm that does not have much combat power, once it is approached by the Hidden Dragon, its fate can be imagined." Sure enough, not long after, the screaming sound in the distance stopped abruptly. At the same time, the remaining ancient insect formations were in chaos and fell into panic, running around like headless flies. The Star Alliance army took the opportunity to intensify the offensive and eliminate the insect swarm. "It's over." Sherman showed a faint smile on his face. "Once the war here is over, the insect swarms in the Shiga Plain are basically wiped out, and the remaining scattered ancient insects are not a concern. Now the swarms in the Star Alliance territory have been basically wiped out." A hint of joy flashed in Otto's eyes. Unknowingly, the ancient insect disaster has lasted for more than 1,200 years. The entire multiverse has suffered from this disaster, and countless forces have been destroyed by the sea of insects. Even large wizard forces, as strong as they are, have suffered huge losses in the ancient insect disaster. The Dark Throne suffered the greatest loss. More than 1/3 of the territory has fallen, and it has not been able to reverse the disadvantage so far. Among the many forces, the Star Alliance performance can be said to be particularly eye-catching. On the one hand, the Star Alliance has made full preparations early and stored a large amount of supplies. On the other hand, although the Star Alliance is a second-rate top wizard force, the number of planes under its command is relatively small, even less than that of second-rate wizard forces such as the 10,000 birds. Therefore, it does not need to disperse its forces to guard many planes like those large wizard forces, and the guarding force is relatively concentrated. In the war that lasted for thousands of years, the Star Alliance did not suffer much loss. On the contrary, the high-intensity war has multiplied the power of the Star Alliance. A large number of wizard apprentices and wizards have successfully achieved breakthroughs after the baptism of war. Other wizard forces have lost a lot of wizards because of the war, but the number of wizards in the Star Alliance has increased instead of decreased, and now has exceeded 5,000. The number of second-level wizards has exceeded 300. There are also 7 third-level wizards. The leader, Lord Lizay, is already in seclusion to seek a breakthrough, and it is estimated that it will not take long to be promoted to a true spirit wizard. By then, the Star Alliance will have another 4th-level combat force in addition to Lord Sunan and the 3 divine body golems. As one grows and the other decreases, the current strength of the Star Alliance is almost catching up with the Dark Throne. Now that the war in the Shiga Plain is understood, we can also return to the Starlight Continent. Siaman breathed a sigh of relief. Otto glanced at him and smiled. "Your 3rd talent crystal is almost filled. Are you going to go back and retreat this time?" Siaman smiled and nodded. As the commander who led the war in the Shiga Plain, he received a lot of contribution points this time, enough to exchange for a large amount of resources, and he could stay in seclusion until he was promoted to a 3rd-level wizard. "Don't just talk about me. You two are almost there." Otto shook his head. "Corey is almost there, but I'm still far away. Her talent is not as good as Shimon and Corey, and the time it takes to be promoted to a wizard is much slower than the two of them. Now she has just constructed the 3rd talent crystal, and it will take at least a few hundred years to replenish her mental power. Corey just nodded slightly and said nothing. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. The huge figure of the hidden dragon slowly appeared outside the wizard tower. And its right claw was still holding a bloated and fat insect beast with an extremely large head. It was obviously the commander of the insect swarm, the nest mother worm. Seeing this, Shimon and the other two stopped chatting, handed over the follow-up to the wizards under their command, and then returned to Starlight City with the nest mother worm. The nest mother worm was an insect beast that the teacher ordered to collect, and they must send the insect corpse to the teacher's laboratory as soon as possible. Chapter 331 United Front. In the 6,254th year of the Starlight Calendar, Quentin Westbrook, one of the three throne wizards of the Dark Throne, was ambushed by more than 10 nest mother insects in the war with the ancient insects. He died after destroying most of the plane and killing more than 30 million ancient insects. His floating city was also destroyed under the siege of the ancient insect's giant calamity nest. This was also the first appearance of the giant calamity nest. According to research, this is a biological war creation unique to the ancient insects, and its combat power is between that of a large wizard tower and a floating city. The appearance of the giant calamity nest has completely heated up the war. Many forces are in danger. In the 6,429th year of the Starlight Calendar, the ancient insects invaded the kingdom of the god Thunder Scale Fang, and eliminated billions of petitioners with the Worm Sea tactics, destroying the kingdom of God, and Thunder Scale Fang fell. This is also the first case of the death of a god outside the realm of truth since the new era. When the news came out, the entire multiverse was in an uproar. The various forces have a new understanding of the horror of the ancient insects. In the 6,793rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the ancient insects invaded the kingdom of the Mist Lord. In order to resist the insect swarm, the Mist Lord took the initiative to detonate the kingdom of God, instantly destroying billions of insect swarms. But he also fell into a deep sleep. In the 7,025th year of the Starlight Calendar, the headquarters of the 10,000 birds was destroyed by the ancient insects, and more than 90% of the wizards died in the battle, and only a few managed to escape. So far, the 10,000 birds were removed from the wizard forces, and completely became history. In the 7,229th year of the Starlight Calendar, the smoke of war spread to every corner of the multiverse. Under the threat of the ancient insects, the major races and forces from different planes and civilizations united to discuss how to deal with the ancient insects. In the 7,300th year of the Starlight Calendar, a multidimensional meeting convened by wizards and gods was held in the realm of truth. The participants were all powerful people of level 4 or above from many races without exception. Sudan did not attend the meeting, but practiced in seclusion, and Leisha represented the Star Alliance. As early as 7,000 years before the Starlight Calendar, Leisha had successfully promoted to a true spirit wizard and was qualified to enter the realm of truth. In other words, the Truth Council hopes that the Star Alliance will also participate in the fight against the ancient insects. In the study, Sudan and Leisha sat opposite each other. Leisha, who returned from the meeting, brought a message. That is, she hoped that the Star Alliance would become one of the main forces against the ancient insects. You must know that those who can join the main force are either the kingdom of the gods of the great gods, or the large wizard forces. The invitation of the Truth Council to the Star Alliance to join is undoubtedly a recognition of the current strength of the Star Alliance. However, Sudan cannot deny this. If there is any pure land in the multiverse today, it is undoubtedly the territory of the Star Alliance. As the earliest force to eliminate the ancient insects, the performance of the Star Alliance is the most dazzling and eye-catching in the entire multiverse. Many forces joined forces to solve the problem of ancient insect invasion. But the Star Alliance itself had already expelled the ancient insects, so there was no need to join them and help them kill the ancient insects. In this case, the Star Alliance would naturally not easily accept the invitation of the Truth Council. According to what you said, I told the Truth Council that if the Star Alliance wants to join their ranks, they must give us certain compensation, Lise said. The Truth Council also agreed that they will give enough resource compensation. Not enough. Sudan shook his head. A few resources are not enough to make up for our participation in the war. Besides, supplies are tight everywhere now, and the Truth Council may not be able to give us a number that satisfies us. Then what should we ask for? Lise asked. Sudan's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, territory. A sufficient number of planes. convey my answer to the Truth Council. The Star Alliance can join them. But after the war, the plains of the Dark Throne that have been occupied by the ancient insects must all be included in the territory of the Star Alliance. And the Truth Council must support the Star Alliance. Lisa was stunned and hesitated. Will the Dark Throne agree to this condition? That is more than 1/3 of the territory. The Dark Throne will never agree to such a harsh condition. This is undoubtedly cutting meat from them. And it is a big piece. It's useless if they don't agree. Sunan sneered. The Dark Throne is now seriously injured. And the top combat power has almost fallen by more than half. The name of a large wizard force has long been unworthy of its name. They are not qualified to refuse this condition. Even if they don't agree, the Truth Council will force them to agree. The multiverse still has to speak with fists after all. The Dark Throne's strength has declined significantly. And it is stuck in the battlefield of the ancient insects. And it cannot escape in a short time. Although they have also joined the United Front. It is good enough for them to protect themselves at this stage. They cannot be expected to free up their hands and play a role in the next frontal battlefield with the ancient insects. In terms of combat power value, the Dark Throne is far inferior to the Star Alliance, which stays out of the matter. The Council of Truth must be able to see this clearly, knowing that it is more important to win over the Star Alliance than to take care of the Dark Throne's feelings. Unless the Dark Throne launches a counterattack next and takes back the 1/3 of the territory. However, looking at their situation, the possibility of doing this can only be said to be very slim. Pass the request to the Council of Truth and see what they say. Sunan waved his hand with finality. His understanding of the law of gravity has reached a critical moment, and he doesn't want to get involved too much in this regard. If the Council of Truth agrees to his conditions, it doesn't matter if the Star Alliance joins the war, and the war coordination can be handed over to the people below. As for how the wizards and gods collude on the United Front, he doesn't care, as long as he is promoted to a 6th level wizard. The Star Alliance swallows up 1/3 of the Dark Throne's territory, and it is natural for the Star Alliance to be promoted to a large wizard force. Only 3 days later, Liz brought back the answer from the Council of Truth. They agreed to the conditions of the Star Alliance. As expected, the Dark Throne strongly opposed it. However, the Dark Throne, which had suffered a great loss of strength in the war, had a much lower weight, and opposition had no effect at all. After that, the Star Alliance joined the United Front. Many forces in the multiverse joined forces, and began to launch a full-scale counterattack against the ancient insects. The United Front did not eliminate the ancient insects one by one, as this approach was too inefficient. Wizards and gods joined forces to investigate the source of the ancient insects, and finally found a space channel in a remote plane. They suspected that it was a space channel connecting to another multiverse, and the ancient insects came from that multiverse. Only in this way can it be explained why the ancient insects have such a large population size. But there was no sign of it before. The United Front named that plane the Ancient Insect Plane. The Ancient Insect Plane was originally just a low-level plane without intelligent civilization, and its area was less than half of the Starlight Continent. But the ancient insects did not know what method they used to expand the area of the Ancient Insect Plane by more than 10 times. Some means were also used to embed hundreds of planes with the Ancient Insect Plane, acting as the walls and moats of the Ancient Insect Plane. And it became a special plane community. To enter the Ancient Insect Plane, one must first pass through these layers of planes where countless ancient insects were stationed. It was also because of this that the wizards and gods failed to find the source of the ancient insects in the first place. After determining the source of the ancient insects, the United Front began to attack the Ancient Insect Plane. The alliance composed of wizards, gods, and other forces other than these two groups. The three legions simultaneously launched a counterattack from different directions of the Ancient Insect Plane community. In the 7,304th year of the Starlight Calendar, the largest war in the new era of the multiverse officially broke out. Although the ancient insects are powerful and terrifying, they cannot easily confront the entire multiverse. Faced with the fierce offensive of many forces, the ancient insects had to shrink the front line and gradually recall the insect swarms of each plane to guard the Ancient Insect Plane community. In the 7,459th year of the Starlight Calendar, the battlefield gradually shifted to the Ancient Insect Plane community. Hundreds of planes in the community have become a hellish battlefield, and countless lives have died in it. In the 7,734th year of the Starlight Calendar, under the attack of the United Front, the ancient insects retreated step by step. and the outer areas of the ancient insect plane community were all occupied. The ancient insects had to recall all the insect swarms, and resist the offensive of the united front with all their strength. The insect swarms in the plains that were captured by the Dark Throne all retreated, and the Star Alliance immediately sent troops to occupy and take charge of these plains. Frightened by the power of the Truth Council, or perhaps because it had not recovered from the serious injury, the Dark Throne acquiesced to this move and did not respond. Thanks to this, the Star Alliance reputation has risen to a higher level, and it has already had the momentum to replace the Dark Throne as a new large-scale wizard force. In the 8037th year of the Starlight Calendar, Sunan Gravity Law broke through to the dominant level and was officially promoted to the 6th level wizard. The following year, on the front battlefield, Sunan single-handedly entered the rear of the Zerg swarm and killed the nest mother, causing the Zerg swarm to collapse. As a result, he became famous and caused quite a stir in the multiverse. At this time, even the most remote intelligent races in the multiverse had heard of Sunan and the Star Alliance. In the 8403rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the United Front captured most of the ancient insect plane community, leaving only the last ancient insect plane, and the battlefield shifted to the core area of the ancient insect plane community. However, here, the United Front's unstoppable offensive was blocked for the first time. The endless swarms of insects pouring out of the space channel strongly hindered the offensive of the United Front. After finally hitting the nest of the ancient insect, the United Front naturally would not retreat and had to invest more strength. The war became more and more intense, and the ancient insect plane seemed to have turned into a hell like a meat grinder. In the 8848th year of the Starlight Calendar, when the war was in full swing, the Dark Throne suddenly tore up its promise and brazenly invaded the territory of the Star Alliance. The Dark Throne is planning to take back the planes that were previously occupied by the ancient insects, while the Truth Council has invested most of its power in the war and has no time to care about other things. In the study, Liz said with a frown, as long as we take back those planes and create a fait accompli after the war, even if the Truth Council wants to seek justice, it will not be easy to intervene. Sunan shook his head. It's not that it's hard to intervene, but it won't intervene at all. The Truth Council was originally a loose organization, and its control over the major wizard forces was minimal. It's okay with the huge external threat of the ancient insects. Everyone can work together, but once the threat is lifted, they will return to the previous state of different thoughts. In addition, the Truth Council has a ready-made reason not to intervene. Those planes have been handed over to the Star Alliance before. If they are taken back by the Dark Throne, it is purely because the Star Alliance is not strong enough, and it has nothing to do with them. So Sunan never thought of relying on the Truth Council from beginning to end. Since the Dark Throne wants to fight, then we will fight with him. Don't continue to send troops to the Ancient Worm Plane. Focus on dealing with the Dark Throne next. The Star Alliance today is no longer the ordinary second-rate wizard force it once was. Now the Star Alliance has the confidence and qualifications to fight against large wizard forces. Moreover, the Dark Throne's own strength has dropped sharply after this war. If a real fight breaks out, the Star Alliance has a higher chance of winning. Liz naturally would not object. War is ultimately a battle of people and resources. The Star Alliance may not have an advantage in the former, but the latter is definitely better than the Dark Throne. The continuous output of magic stones is enough for the Star Alliance to not fear any war consumption. So before the Ancient Worm War ended, a new war broke out among the wizards. Chapter 332 Finale. You have long expected that the Dark Throne will not give up. Starlight Floating City. Reception Room. Misa looked at Sunan opposite with a half-smile on her face. Sunan smiled faintly and said, the Dark Wizard forces have always been the ones who only let others suffer losses and never allow themselves to be taken advantage of. The Dark Throne suffered such a big loss, and it was occupied by others in their own plane community. It would be strange if they could bear this breath. Don't tell me you haven't expected this situation. Misa smiled and said nothing. In fact, anyone can see that this incident is completely an opportunity for the lawful camp to weaken the power of the Dark Wizard forces. Although the Dark Wizard forces are unhappy, they have to agree to it in order to solve the ancient insect disaster as soon as possible. Besides, if the ancient insect disaster is not over, the Dark Throne will not be able to get back 1/3 of its territory. And the Dark Throne's move to tear up its promise is also expected by most people. This kind of behavior is too normal for the Dark Wizard forces. Misa also knew that the Star Alliance must have been prepared for this day. Otherwise it would be impossible for the Star Alliance to react immediately as soon as the Dark Throne launched an attack. Are you sure you can win the Dark Throne? Who can say for sure about war? Sunan shrugged. After all, the opponent is one of the large wizard forces. Misa glanced at Sunan with a reproachful look. Looking at his appearance, he didn't look worried or solemn at all, and was clearly very confident. If you need help, just ask me, Misa said. The Wisdom Code is happy to provide some resources to the Star Alliance at an internal price. Thank you. Sunan smiled and nodded. Obviously, the Wisdom Code also wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate a competitor of the Dark Wizard camp, although it is not good to participate in the war openly, so as not to cause a fierce reaction from the Dark Wizard camp. It is no problem to support it secretly. The Star Alliance still has to leave some troops on the ancient insect plane, so as not to give those Dark Wizard forces a reason to attack. This is easy to handle. I will not withdraw the Star Alliance legions from the ancient insect plane. The attitude of the Wisdom Code is actually the attitude of the entire lawful camp. After reaching a tacit understanding with the Wisdom Code, the Star Alliance can completely let go of its hands and feet to deal with the Dark Throne. In the year 8902 of the Starlight Calendar, the Dark Throne and the Star Alliance broke out in a white-hot war over the Dark Moon Plane community. Both sides almost invested all their combat power. As an old and large wizard force, the Dark Throne has a deep foundation. Even though it suffered heavy losses in the ancient insect war and even destroyed a floating city, it still showed a strong accumulation and dispatched 2 floating cities at one time. On the other hand, the Star Alliance only has 1 floating city. 1 against 2. The outcome is predictable. However, the result surprised many people. The Star Alliance floating city fought 1 against 2, and it was not at a disadvantage. But what is even more shocking is the tyrannical power displayed by Sunan in this battle. The 2 throne wizards of the Dark Throne joined forces, but they were unable to do anything to Sunan. After a confrontation, the 2 sides ended in a draw. Those were 2 veteran level 6 wizards. After this battle, Sunan's reputation was completely established, and he was recognized as one of the top great beings in the multiverse. In the 9234th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Dark Throne and the Star Alliance gathered their armies to fight on the front battlefield. After more than 2 months of fierce fighting, the Dark Throne retreated. The Star Alliance took advantage of the victory and captured more than a dozen planes in one breath. After this battle, the Dark Throne began to show its decline. In the 9450th year of the Starlight Calendar, the United Front Coalition completely captured the ancient insect plane, expelled the ancient insect from the multiverse, and jointly sealed the space channel. So far, the ancient insect disaster that lasted for more than 4,000 years has come to an end. However, many forces had no time to rejoice, and all turned their attention to the Uwa plane. With the end of the ancient insect disaster, the war between the Dark Throne and the Star Alliance is about to end. In the 9534th year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance army attacked the Uwa plane, and the 2 throne wizards of the Dark Throne fought against Sunan again, but were killed by Sunan on the spot. The Dark Throne headquarters, the Dark City, was subsequently breached. When the news came out, the entire multiverse was in an uproar. The Dark Throne, which had been passed down for a long time, was declared annihilated and replaced by a new large wizard force. Everyone knew that it was a foregone conclusion that the Star Alliance would become the top force in the multiverse. Uwa Plane, Dark City. The huge city with a black tone was like a dark mountain entrenched on the plain, with tens of thousands of golems coming in and out, and were working on transforming the entire city. Above the city, the Starlight floating city was suspended. On the top floor of the central crystal tower, Sunan looked at the scenery below, with a faint smile on his face. The ancient insect disaster has ended, and the Uwa plane community has been conquered. The next step is a period of stable development. The Star Alliance only needs to digest the fruits of war with all its strength. As long as the Uwa plane community is fully controlled, the Star Alliance will be able to secure its position as a large wizard force. The Thunder Law is close to the 400th energy level. In 2,000 years at most, it should be able to reach the dominant level, and then we can concentrate all our efforts to break through. Above the True Spirit Wizard, there is the Dominant Wizard. The wizard can be promoted to the Dominant Wizard by fusing the True Spirit with the rules he has mastered to form a plane in his body. Wizards at this level are equivalent to a plane in themselves, immortal, and their power is beyond the imagination of ordinary wizards. The appearance of the last dominant wizard can be traced back to the old era. However, in the Great War between the old and new eras, all the dominant wizards have fallen. Since the new era, no true spirit wizard has ever reached this level. To be promoted to the dominant wizard, the more types of rules you master, the better. And it is best to have your own half-plane when fusing the true spirit and the rules. If there is a half-plane as the basis for fusion, the possibility of promotion can at least double. Therefore, many level 6 wizards will try every means to build their own demiplane. Sunan is no exception. He has already started to arrange this matter. Although he has become one of the top existences in the multiverse, the wizard still has a long way to go in pursuit of truth and power. He will not stop here, and will still strive to climb to a higher peak. The development of the Star Alliance is the same. Although the emergence of the ancient insects has brought heavy damage to the multiverse, it has also shown new opportunities. The space channel located in the ancient insect plane is the gateway to another multiverse. Sunan knows very well that the war has just ended and all forces are still recuperating. But when they recover, they will definitely open the space channel and launch a war against the opposite multiverse. This is both revenge and expansion. By then, the Star Alliance will also join. With the synthetic magic cube, Sunan believes that both himself and the Star Alliance will sooner or later reach the top of the boundless universe.